At the tender age of 15, Lu Chen awakens an extraordinary ability that defies the heavens. The eye of all things penetrates the weaknesses of all beings and possesses the capacity for evolution. The library of beasts unlocks the hidden evolutionary chains of countless companion creatures. Every incomplete plan he touches transforms into a miraculous feat. Affinity for forbidden items grants him a daily opportunity to exempt himself from the costs associated with such items. A subpar mantis, classified as having class potential, tears open spatial rifts under his command, slashing down ferocious beasts of the monarch rank. In the black market, he engages in the trade of incomplete evolutionary chains, capitalizing on materials harvested from the abyssal blood battles. He amasses a fortune exceeding 100 million through information asymmetry, yet is relentlessly pursued by various factions. How dare this lad dismantle and sell even the SS-level evolution formula? Shadowblade Mantis, devouring the Void Crystal and engaging in a life-and-death struggle, transforms into the Void Blade Emperor capable of tearing through space. Ruler Monarch. Withering Vine Serpent. Feeding it with spirit crystals activates its ancient bloodline, manipulating the forces of life as the Green Emperor Dragon Vine CS level. Lava Behemoth. Soaking in earth vein stone milk and undergoing a baptism of fire laws becomes the Inferno Demon Lord capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. The mythical. When the college entrance examination is advanced and the abyssal rifts erupt, Lu Chen charges onto the battlefield with his companion beasts, each having undergone 3 evolutions. He cleaves the head of a tyrant-level beast with a single stroke, declaring, "Who says commoner beast tamers can only serve as cannon fodder?" The sharp-tongued protagonist ensnares a black market dealer into begging for a return, swiftly inflating the price of the incomplete evolutionary chain. I have all things time freeze. After replicating the skills of an opposing monarch, he taunts, "Your trick? I can do it at half the cost." Chapter 1, Library of Beasts. Tianxiong City, 3rd Beast Taming High School, classroom of senior year, class 10. Lu Chen, stand up and answer this question. A stern reprimand explodes in his ears, jolting Lu Chen from his stupor, as the world around him sharpens from a foggy haze into clarity. He blinks, realizing he is seated in a spacious classroom, surrounded by youths clad in deep blue uniforms. At the podium, a middle-aged man with meticulously combed hair and black-rimmed glasses coldly fixes his gaze upon him. Zhou Yanwang, the theoretical beast-taming teacher for senior year, is renowned for his strictness, having once summoned an ironclad rhino to smash a desk due to a student's incorrect answer. Lu Chen instinctively lowers his head to glance at his textbook, titled Fundamentals of Beast Taming 7th edition, where his name is scrawled in an untidy manner on the title page. Have I crossed over? Fragments of memories surge into his mind like a tidal wave. Blue Star, a second-tier university, graduating only to face unemployment, a father lost to a construction accident, and compensation swallowed by the company he toils tirelessly yet can scarcely cover his rent. Now, he finds himself a student in the 3rd year of Tianxiong City's 3rd Beast Taming High School, an ordinary individual on the cusp of the Beast Taming College entrance examination. At least I won't have to repay a mortgage this time. A slight smile graces his lips as he quickly adjusts his demeanor and looks up at Zhou Yanwang. "What is your question, teacher?" Laughter erupts in the classroom, stifled yet unmistakable. Zhou Yanwang adjusts his glasses, his gaze turning dangerous. "I ask you, what is the minimum mental strength requirement to contract a superb rank beast?" Lu Chen squints his eyes. "I have all things level 1, Insight Eye activate." In an instant, translucent data materializes above Zhou Yanwang's head. Mental strength fluctuation, professional level 7 stars estimated. Beast, ironclad rhino ruler level 3 stars. Combat style, frontline crushing type. Weakness, slow speed, clumsy turns. What a remarkable ability this is. He retracts his gaze and calmly responds, "The minimum mental strength requirement for contracting a superb rank beast is apprentice level 5 stars. But if it is an elemental or mental type beast, it requires apprentice level 7 stars or above." Zhou Yanwang raises an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by his correct answer, and snorts coldly, "Consider yourself fortunate, sit down." As Lu Chen settles back into his seat, his plump deskmate leans in, whispering, "Old Lu, why are you so impressive today? Usually, you can't even distinguish between apprentice level and professional level." Lu Chen glances at him, and immediately, data appears above the plump boy's head. Name, Zhao Dafu. Mental strength, apprentice level 3 stars. Beast, none. Talent, none. TSK, a novice. He casually remarks, I stayed up late studying last night. Zhao Dafu looks incredulous. Are you pulling my leg? You said last time that beast taming theory is less practical than sleeping. Lu Chen shrugs. People can change. For instance, suddenly crossing over. Ding! The library of beasts has been activated. Suddenly, a vast library materializes in his mind, towering bookshelves reaching for the clouds, with innumerable books floating within. At the center lies a hefty tome titled Compendium of Beasts. With a mere thought, the pages turn automatically, revealing the first page, which boldly states Initial Beast Recommendations. This ability is indeed formidable. He swiftly scans the information, noting that each beast is accompanied by detailed evolutionary paths, required materials, and even success rate analyses. Shadowblade Mantis Void Blade Emperor requires Void Crystal Wind God Feather, success rate 68. TSK, this is far more reliable than Blue Star's college entrance examination application system. As he contemplates, the classroom intercom suddenly crackles to life. Attention all faculty and students. The demon suppression army of the Eastern Empire has triumphed. 3 days ago, the mythic-ranked beast tamer Lu Chen led a team to suppress the abyssal demon cave, slaying the monarch-level beast, 9-headed demon serpent. The Federal Council has awarded him the special merit. The classroom erupts into excitement, students chattering animatedly. Lu Chen, he is the youngest mythic rank in the Eastern Empire. I heard his beast is the Heavenly Dragon Emperor, with SS-level potential. If I possessed even half of his strength, I would be guaranteed admission. As Lu Chen listens to the discussions, his gaze shifts thoughtfully. Mythic rank, it seems the upper echelons of this world are exceedingly high. He glances down at his data panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Physical strength, 50 average human level. Mental strength, apprentice level 6, stars barely adequate. Beast, none. Talent, Eye of all things level 1, Library of Beasts, Affinity for forbidden items. Mental strength at apprentice level 6 stars is barely sufficient to contract a superb rank beast. He squints, rapidly calculating in his mind. The goal is clear. Swiftly contract his first beast, utilize the Library of Beasts for evolution, and then participate in the Beast Taming College entrance examination to enter a prestigious institution and acquire resources. Profit is paramount, yet one must maintain a baseline of ethics. For instance, one should not indulge like those capitalists on Blue Star who feast on the blood of the innocent. The bell rang with a cheerful chime, as the cold voice of teacher Zhou declared, next week's examination, those who fail will face additional training. Before departing the classroom, a chorus of lamentations arose from the students, while Lu Chen calmly packed his backpack. Zhao Dafu leaned in and suggested, Old Lu, shall we visit the Beast Companion Market after school? I've heard there are new juvenile specimens in today. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, inquiring, do you have money? Zhao Dafu chuckled awkwardly, replying, just looking doesn't cost anything. Lu Chen retorted, then treat me to a meal, and I shall accompany you. Zhao Dafu exclaimed, you are as pragmatic as ever. Lu Chen flashed a grin, stating, this is what we call mutual benefit. In the evening, within the western district of Tianqiong City, in a modest residential building, Lu Chen pushed open the door to his home. The interior, though simply furnished, was immaculately tidy, with a table set with warm dishes, beside which lay a note. Little Chen, Dad is working late tonight. Eat the warm food when it is ready. Dad, he paused, memories of his father in this world surfacing an ordinary factory worker who left early and returned late, yet always ensured there was food left for him. Much better than that heartless father who abandoned his family back on Blue Star. Just as he settled down, Aunt Wang from next door knocked and entered, carrying a bowl of stew. Little Chen, you must be tired from studying, right? Here, have some soup to replenish your strength. Lu Chen accepted it with a smile, saying, thank you, Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang beamed, saying, I heard you're about to have your contract ceremony. Have you thought about which beast companion you wish to choose? Lu Chen casually replied, I'm still considering. Aunt Wang lowered her voice conspiratorially. My nephew works at the East Huang Beast Association and mentioned that there's a batch of military retired juvenile beasts in this market, all with great potential. Would you care to take a look? Lu Chen's eyes flickered with interest. Military retired? That likely means offspring of battle beasts, boasting excellent genetics. He smiled and asked, does your nephew have an internal price, Aunt Wang? She laughed heartily. You've been clever since childhood. All right, I'll inquire for you. Late at night, Lu Chen lay in bed, closing his eyes to enter the library of all beasts, meticulously studying the evolutionary paths of beast companions. Shadow Blade Mantis, an offensive type, swift in speed, ideal for early development. Lightning Cloud Sprite, an elemental type, grows slowly but becomes formidable in the later stages. The Soul Sword Spirit possesses the highest potential, yet its evolution materials are exceedingly difficult to procure. He weighed the pros and cons, ultimately settling on a choice. Shadow Blade Mantis offers the best value. Tomorrow, I must secure a purchase at the Beast Companion Market. He opened his eyes, determination gleaming within them. Chapter 2. The Mantis and the Merchant. Tianqiong City, Saturday morning, West District Residential Building. Lu Chen rose early. The dawn light had just begun to break. The morning mist still clung to the air, and a few pedestrians, mostly middle-aged and elderly individuals out for early exercise, dotted the streets. He performed a brief morning routine, donned a deep gray coat, and casually grabbed a piece of bread to nibble on as he stepped outside. Ah, young Chun, up so early today? Just as he exited, he encountered Uncle Wang, who was returning from his morning jog, his forehead glistening with sweat and a bag of soybean milk and fried dough sticks in hand. A cheerful smile spread across his face. Lu Chen swallowed his mouthful of bread and grinned. Uncle Wang, your vitality surpasses that of the youth. Uncle Wang chuckled heartily, wiping the sweat from his brow. Indeed, in my younger days, I served in the military on the northern wasteland. If not for my age, I could still challenge the demon suppression army. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, casting a swift glance. Eye of the Omniscient. Name, Wang Dihan. Strength, 80, far surpassing the average. Mental power, apprentice level 2 star, undeveloped. Pet, none. As expected, much of it seemed to be boasting. He chose not to call him out. Instead, following the thread of conversation. Uncle Wang, you are well informed. Do you know if there are any fine beasts available at the pet market today? Wang's eyes lit up as he lowered his voice. What a coincidence. This morning while jogging, I ran into old Li, who mentioned that a batch of black market goods has arrived at the market today, reportedly smuggled from the South Sea Islands, with a potential grade of at least B. Lu Chen's heart stirred. South Sea Islands? A convergence point for wild beasts, typically boasting high potential, yet exorbitantly priced. He feigned surprise. Is that true? How much would it cost? Wang smacked his lips. I heard the starting price is 500,000 federal coins, and that's if you can even grab one. Lu Chen's lips twitched. 500,000? Even selling myself wouldn't suffice. He sighed. Looks like I'll have to settle for the retired military beasts. Wang patted his shoulder. Don't lose heart. Young people have plenty of opportunities. By the way, your father returned last night, right? Lu Chen nodded. Yes. He worked late into the night. Wang shook his head. Old Lu is really working hard. To support your education, he even applied for the Beastmaster subsidy. Lu Chen's eyes flickered momentarily, but he said nothing. Half an hour later, at the pet market in the East District of Tianqiong City, the entrance was teeming with people. The sounds of haggling and shouting blending into a cacophony, the air thick with the unique scent of beasts mingled with the fragrance of herbs. Lu Chen ambled leisurely, hands in his pockets, his gaze sweeping the stalls on either side. Library of Beasts, activate. In his mind, the library shelves turned, revealing a plethora of information on various creatures. He deliberately paused in front of a stall selling fire-tailed foxes. The stall owner, a wiry middle-aged man, immediately plastered on a smile upon seeing a customer. Young man, you have a good eye. This is a fire-tailed fox, potential grade C, with the fire skill spark already awakened. It can fight right away once you take it home. Lu Chen glanced briefly at the creature. Fire-tailed fox. Potential, C, upper limit commander level. Skill, spark, awaken level. Evolution path, fire-tailed fox blaze fox, requires 3 fire crystals, success rate 45. Utterly unimpressive. Feigning hesitation, he asked, how much for this fox? The stall owner extended 5 fingers. 50,000 federal coins. No deception here. Lu Chen shook his head. Too expensive. Moreover, this fox's spark proficiency is insufficient. It can only unleash about 3 times before it's spent. The stall owner's expression shifted. How do you know? Lu Chen grinned, lowering his voice. My uncle is with the Eastern Huang Beast Association, specializing in fire-type creatures. The stall owner, suddenly feeling cornered, forced a laugh. Well, how about 45,000? Lu Chen turned to leave. Bargaining step 1. Make the seller feel like they are dealing with an expert. After visiting a dozen stalls, Lu Chen found no suitable beasts. Either the potential was too low or the prices too high. Where are the retired military beasts? Just as he pondered, a commotion arose deeper in the market. Make way. Make way. The Black-Scale Merchant Association's goods have arrived. Several burly men in black uniforms pushed through the crowd, escorting a cage cart that slowly made its way in. The cart was draped with a black cloth, from which low growls could be heard. The surrounding crowd erupted in excitement. It's black market goods. I heard there are A-grade potentials this time. Hurry and take a look. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, not rushing to join the throng, but rather observing from the periphery. The Black Scale Merchant Association, one of the 3 major underground forces in Tianxiong City, specializes in gray market dealings. His gaze swept over the scene, locking onto a small, scrawny man squatting in a corner. The man wore tattered leather armor, clutching a dirty cloth bag, his eyes scanning the surroundings with wariness. Eye of the Omniscient. Name, Zhang Lao Lu. Strength, 4 feeble. Mental power, apprentice level 1 star. Pet, Shadow Blade Mantis, injured state. Shadow Blade Mantis. Lu Chen's eyes brightened as he approached slowly. Zhang Lao Lu immediately tensed, clutching the cloth bag tighter. What do you want? Lu Chen crouched down, lowering his voice. Brother, selling beasts? Zhang Lao Lu frowned. You can't afford it. Lu Chen smiled. If you don't name a price, how would I know if I can afford it? Zhang Lao Lu hesitated for a moment, then peeled back a corner of the cloth bag. A mantis, about the size of a palm, curled up inside, pitch black, with a crack in its blade-like forelimb, breathing weakly. Shadow Blade Mantis, juvenile. Potential, B, can evolve to SS. Status, lightly injured, left blade fractured. Skill, Shadow Strike, awaken level. Evolution path, Shadow Blade Mantis Void Blade Emperor, requires 1 Void Crystal Core, 2 Wind God Feathers, success rate 68. This is the one. Lu Chen feigned disdain. Injured? Can it even be used? Zhang Lao Lu gritted his teeth. It's just the left blade that's broken. A few days of care, and it will be fine. Potential grade B, at least 200,000 on the market. Lu Chen shook his head. 200,000? Do you take me for a fool? The mantis's left blade is broken, its combat power is halved, and he lowered his voice, his gaze sharp. This mantis, it's stolen. Isn't it? Zhang Lao Lu's face paled. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Chen chuckled coldly. Shadow Blade Mantises typically reside at the border of the Eastern Huang Federation and the Northern Wasteland. Yet yours reeks of the unique sea scent from the South Sea Islands. Zhang Lao Lu's pupils constricted, instinctively retreating a step. A bit of intimidation, and he reveals himself. Lu Chen seized the opportunity to close in. The Black Scale Merchant Association is currently searching for lost goods. What do you think would happen if I raised my voice? Zhang Lao Lu panicked. Wait. Brother, let us talk this through. This mantis, name your price. Lu Chen extended 3 fingers. 30,000. Zhang Lao Lu's eyes widened. 30,000? Are you robbing me? Lu Chen turned to leave. Wait. Zhang Lao Lu grabbed him, gritting his teeth. 50,000. The lowest I can go. Lu Chen turned back, grinning. Deal. Bargaining step 2. Exploit the opponent's weaknesses and push hard. In the evening, at home. Lu Chen pushed open the door, finding the living room lights on. His father, Lu Shan, was seated at the dining table. 2 bottles of beer and a plate of peanuts before him. Back already? Lu Shan asked without looking up. Lu Chen replied with a sound. Placing the cloth bag containing the Shadow Blade Mantis on the table. Lu Shan glanced at it, raising an eyebrow. A beast? Lu Chen nodded. The Shadow Blade Mantis has a potential rating of B. Lu Shan took a sip of beer and replied nonchalantly. How much? 50,000, came the response. Where did you get that money? Lu Shan questioned. I sold my notes on Beast Mastery Theory, Lu Chen replied. Lu Shan paused, looking up at him. You can sell those notes for 50,000? Unfazed, Lu Chen answered. Yes, I inadvertently added a few pages on incomplete evolution routes. Lu Shan scrutinized him for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. You little rascal, you're even more cunning than your father was back in the day. Lu Chen chuckled in return. It's hereditary. However, Lu Shan's expression turned serious as he shook his head. Little Chen, contracting a pet beast is no trivial matter. Once you sign the mental contract, it means you'll be responsible for it for a lifetime. Lu Chen retracted his smile and nodded. I understand. Lu Shan sighed, pulling out a card from his pocket and sliding it over. There's 80,000 in here, which I've saved over the past 6 months. Use it to treat the mantis's injuries and procure some evolution materials. Lu Chen was taken aback. Dad, this money. Lu Shan waved his hand, cutting him off. No need for pleasantries. I didn't send you to school for you to become a swindler. He paused, his gaze deepening. Remember, while profit is paramount, do not lose your principles. Lu Chen remained silent for a moment before nodding solemnly. Understood. In the dead of night, Lu Chen lay on his bed, watching the Shadow Blade Mantis perched beside his pillow. The little creature had a broken left blade, yet its gaze remained sharp, vigilantly observing him. The contract isn't signed yet. I must first cultivate trust. He opened the Beast Encyclopedia and meticulously studied the evolution plan. Initial cultivation plan for Shadow Blade Mantis. 1. Repair left blade. Requires 1 iron essence. Market price, 5,000 Federation coins. 2. Skill training. Daily practice of Shadow Strike 100 times to enhance proficiency. 3. Evolution preparation. Collect void crystals. Black market price approximately 300,000. Still not enough money. He rubbed his temples, determination glimmering in his eyes. Starting tomorrow, he would find a way to earn money. Chapter 3. The Black Market Dealer. In Tianxiong City, on the outskirts of the black market, within a dilapidated warehouse district, the early morning sun filtered through the gaps in the warehouse roof. Lu Chen squatted beside a pile of wooden crates, clutching a cold, leftover flatbread. His gaze fixed intently ahead. The shadow blade mantis rested on his shoulder, its left blade already repaired with iron essence, its dark shell gleaming with a cold luster under the sunlight. The eye of all beasts perceives. Shadow blade mantis. Status: healthy. Skill: Shadow Strike. Awakened proficiency level 62. Loyalty: 65. Initial recognition: still a bit short for a contract. Lu Chen took a bite of the flatbread, his eyes scanning a nearby warehouse. It served as one of the entrances to the black market, its fodder being an abandoned pet food factory. Yet it was actually one of Tianxiong City's largest underground trading hubs. "Old Lu, are you sure you want to go in?" Zhao Dafu, who was huddled beside him, said with a trembling voice. "I heard someone sold counterfeit goods here last week and got their fingers chopped off by the black-scale merchants." Lu Chen shot him a glance. "If you're scared, then don't follow." Zhao Dafu gulped. "I'm just worried about you." Lu Chen scoffed. "Worried about me? Or worried about your share of the profits?" Zhao Dafu chuckled nervously. "Hee, it's both, it's both." Half an hour later, inside the warehouse, under dim lights, dozens of stalls were haphazardly arranged, most vendors wearing masks or hoods, conversing in hushed tones. The air was thick with the scents of herbs, blood, and some peculiar incense. Lu Chen strolled leisurely with his hands in his pockets, eyes scanning the stalls. The Beast Encyclopedia, searching for low-cost, high-potential pet beasts. In his mind, the shelves flipped rapidly, soon locking onto several targets. Withering Vine Snake, potential C. Can evolve to A. Current status: malnourished. Evolution plan: feed with wood spirit crystals X2 to activate bloodline. Stone Armored Turtle, potential D. Can evolve to B. Current status: shell damaged. Repair plan: soak with earth vein stone for 3 hours. Flametail Mouse, potential E. Can evolve to C. Current status: fire talent sealed. Unsealing plan: apply fire lizard blood. Excellent. All are shabby items poised to become treasures. He approached a stall selling withering vine snakes. The vendor was a hunchbacked old man who squinted at him. "Young man, interested in buying a snake? This is a rare breed from the northern wilderness." Lu Chen glanced at the feeble snake in the cage, feigning disdain. "Rare? This snake looks like it's about to starve." The old man chuckled awkwardly. "Not at all. It's just been jostled during transport. It's a bit unaccustomed to the environment." Lu Chen poked the snake's head, which lacked even the strength to bite. "An impressive act." He sighed. "Fine. It looks pitiful. I'll take it for 5,000 Federation coins to keep as a pet." The old man's eyes lit up. 5,000? This snake has sea-level potential. Lu Chen turned to leave. "Then you can keep it and see how long it lasts." "Wait." The old man hurriedly grabbed him. 8,000. That is my lowest offer." Lu Chen turned back, grinning. 6,000, or I'm leaving. With gritted teeth, the old man replied. "Deal." Bargaining step 3. Play the good guy to garner sympathy. In the span of a morning, Lu Chen spent 80,000 Federation coins acquiring 5 shabby pet beasts. Withering Vine Snake, 6,000. Stone Armored Turtle, 12,000. Flametail Mouse, 8,000. Wine Pattern Sparrow, 15,000. Iron Claw Weasel, 20,000. Zhao Dafu looked on, dumbfounded. "Old Lu, why are you buying these defective goods? Do you have money to burn?" Lu Chen smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out tomorrow." The following evening, back at the same warehouse, Lu Chen's stall showcased 5 rejuvenated pet beasts. The withering vine snake had grown robust, its vine-like patterns shimmering with a green luster. The stone-armored turtle's shell now bore intricate patterns, as sturdy as a shield. The flame-tail mouse's tail blazed with crimson flames, brimming with vitality. The wind-patterned sparrow flitted about, its wings swirling with air currents, sharp gusts flashing as it flapped. The iron claw weasel's claws gleamed with a metallic sheen, capable of easily rending iron sheets. The crowd around him swelled. This withering vine snake must have at least B-level potential. That stone-armored turtle's defense rivals that of a professional-grade beast. Where did this kid get his stock? Is he some family-s beast cultivator? Lu Chen lounged behind his stall, lazily calling out, B-level withering vine snake, starting bid at 200,000. B-level stone-armored turtle, starting at 250,000. C-level flame-tail mouse, starting at 150,000. Zhao Dafu collected money with a fervor, whispering in astonishment, "Old Lu, you're turning stone into gold." Lu Chen chuckled lightly. This is the wealth derived from information disparity. The evolution plans from the Beast Encyclopedia truly are priceless treasures. Suddenly, the crowd was rudely pushed aside. Several men in black scale uniforms approached, led by a burly man with a scarred face. "Kid, who authorized you to sell goods here?" The scar-faced man said coldly. Zhao Dafu's face turned pale. Oh no, it's Lu Chen from the Black Scale Merchants. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, activating the eye of all beasts immediately. Lu Chen, stamina, 100, professional enforcer. Pet, venomous scorpion, commander tier, 2 stars. Weakness, old injury on the right leg, slow to move. Trouble has arrived. He stood up calmly. According to market regulations, if taxes are paid, one can set up a stall. I have already paid my taxes. Lu Chen chuckled coldly. The tax has been paid. But you, my friend, seem to have dubious origins, don't you? He suddenly seized the withered vine snake and said sharply. This snake was clearly lost by the Qingmu Society last month. Are you daring to sell stolen goods? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Framing me? It appears they have their eyes on my cultivation techniques. Lu Chen remained unperturbed and suddenly smiled. Brother Lu, has your venomous scorpion been lacking appetite lately? Is its left claw occasionally twitching? Lu Chen was taken aback. How do you know? Lu Chen lowered his voice. Because your scorpion is poisoned. Lu San's expression changed drastically. Nonsense. My scorpion is immune to all poisons. Lu Chen shrugged. Don't believe me? Check the third segment of its abdomen. Are there black spots? Lu Chen hurriedly inspected and indeed discovered the dark spots, instantly panicking. What? What is happening? Lu Chen sighed. The poison of the corrupt heart grass. If not resolved within 3 days, will surely lead to the death of your scorpion. Nonsense. That's merely a normal phenomenon before a scorpion molts. Lu Chen broke into a cold sweat. Brother, can you cure it? Lu Chen feigned a troubled expression. I can. But the antidote materials are quite expensive. Lu Chen gritted his teeth. How much? I'll pay. Lu Chen extended 5 fingers. 500,000. Lu San's eyes widened in disbelief. 500,000. Are you robbing me? Lu Chen turned to pack his stall. Then you may seek assistance elsewhere. Wait. Lu Chen grabbed him, lowering his voice. 300,000. I truly can't offer more. Lu Chen pretended to hesitate, ultimately nodding begrudgingly. All right, for your sake, Brother Lu. Step 4 of bargaining. Creating a crisis to drive up the price. Half an hour later, Lu Chen, holding 300,000 federal coins along with the receipt for the antidote, swiftly departed the black market with Zhao Dafu. Zhao Dafu, with admiration plastered across his face, exclaimed, Old Lu, you even dared to swindle Lu Chen? Incredible. Lu Chen chuckled lightly. His own guilt is to blame. I merely capitalized on it. He glanced at the shadow blade mantis perched on his shoulder, noting that the little fellow's loyalty had risen to 80. It is time to forge a contract. In the dead of night, at home, Lu Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, facing the shadow blade mantis. He took a deep breath, gradually releasing his mental energy, sketching a contract rune in the air. In my name, I established this contract. The rune embedded itself into the mantis's forehead, and in that instant, a cold, sharp feedback of mental energy surged back. Contract successful. Companion beast, Shadow Blade Mantis, extraordinary level 1 star. Skill, Shadow Strike, awaken level proficiency 85. Loyalty, 90, highly recognized. Lu Chen opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. The first step is complete. Chapter 4, Countdown to the College Entrance Examination. In Tianshang City, on a Monday morning, at a residential building in the West District. As dawn broke, Lu Chen was already sweating profusely in the open space below. His bare torso revealed defined muscles, with sweat cascading down his back, each step firm. Each punch and kick accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Physical training, the foundation of a Beastmaster. The Shadow Blade Mantis rested on a nearby branch, its dark shell glistening coldly in the morning light, its forelimbs slightly trembling as if imitating his movements. Lu Chen glanced at it, the corners of his mouth lifting. Loyalty at 90, and it has begun to learn proactively? Not bad. He paused, wiped the sweat from his brow, and opened his data panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Physical strength, 53, increased through training. Mental power, apprentice level 7 star, steadily growing. Companion beast, Shadow Blade Mantis, extraordinary level 1 star. Assets, for 120. 000 federal coins, from black market dealings and extorting Lu Chen. 420, 000, barely enough for a down payment on a void crystal core. He sighed, donned his jacket, and casually tossed a piece of jerky to the Shadow Blade Mantis. Stay put during class today. The mantis swiftly snatched the jerky with its forelimb, devouring it in a few bites before vanishing into a shadow. Application of the Shadow Strike skill, concealing its form. Half an hour later, at the 3rd Beastmaster High School, Class 10 of the senior year, as Lu Chen stepped into the classroom, he was met with a cacophony of excited chatter. Have you heard? The Beastmaster College entrance examination has been moved up. No way. Is that true? Didn't they say there were still 3 months? I heard it's due to another upheaval in the abyssal cave. The Federation urgently needs a new generation of Beastmasters. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and took his seat. Zhao Dafu immediately leaned over, lowering his voice. Old Lu, this is bad. The exam has been moved up to just a month from now. Lu Chen calmly flipped open his textbook. Why panic? Those who wouldn't pass, even with an extra year, won't pass. Zhao Dafu. A girl in the front row turned around and glared at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, could you not be so sharp-tongued? Lu Chen shot her a glance, activating his all-seeing eye. Name, Lin Xiaoyu. Mental power, apprentice level 5-star. Companion beast, water spirit rabbit, extraordinary level 2-star. Talent, water affinity, D grade. Water spirit rabbit, a typical ornamental companion beast, with combat capabilities approximately equal to 0. He grinned. Classmate Lin, has your rabbit been having diarrhea lately? Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback. How do you know? Lu Chen shrugged. Just a guess. After all, water spirit rabbits can have gastrointestinal issues if fed regular feed. I suggest you mix in some seaweed crystal powder. Lin Xiaoyu eyed him suspiciously. Are you really that kind-hearted? Lu Chen pulled a package from his backpack and tossed it to her. Of course, it's not for free. 50 federal coins, friends rate. Lin Xiaoyu. Zhao Dafu face-bombed. Old Lu, can't you rein in your merchant tendencies? Lu Chen retorted confidently. Knowledge is worth paying for. It's only right. The class bell rang, and the homeroom teacher, Old Zhou, strode into the classroom. Unlike usual, he was dressed in a sharply tailored black uniform, a bronze badge pinned to his chest, signifying a professional beastmaster. The class fell silent instantly. Old Zhou scanned the room and stated solemnly, "You must have all heard that the Beastmaster College entrance examination has been moved to the 15th of next month." He slammed his hand on the podium, his voice rising sharply. "This means you have only 30 days left to prepare. In 30 days, you will either gain admission to the Beastmaster Academy and rise above others, or you will end up in a regular university, living your life as a waste." The students below sat in hushed silence. Yet, Lu Chen nearly burst into laughter. This familiar impassioned speech is exactly like the college entrance mobilization meetings of Blue Star. Old Zhou continued to bellow. "Now, all of you who have already contracted with a beast, stand up." A flurry of students rose, among them several with formidable beasts, a flame hound, extraordinary level 3-star, an iron-armored rhino, cub, extraordinary level 1-star, and a wind-patterned sparrow, extraordinary level 2-star. Old Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Very good. These students have taken a step ahead. As for those who haven't yet contracted, he cast a cold glance at the remaining students. You may opt to withdraw. Several students turned pale. Lu Chen languidly raised his hand. "Teacher, I have a question." Old Zhou frowned. "Speak." Lu Chen replied, "If a beast's potential is too low, should we not also consider advising withdrawal?" The entire class fell silent. Old Zhou narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Lu Chen pointed at the water spirit rabbit nestled in Lin Xiaoyu's arms and remarked, "For instance, this pet, which is utterly devoid of any utility apart from its cuteness, has a probability of being accepted into the Beast Tamer Academy that is roughly equivalent to 0, wouldn't you agree?" Lin Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson with anger. "Lu Chen, you." Old Zhou let out a derisive snort. "Lu Chen, don't think I'm unaware. Where is your pet? Let us see it." The gaze of the entire class converged upon him. With a sigh, Lu Chen snapped his fingers. In an instant, a shadow darted from beneath his feet and landed upon the desk. Its forelimbs were like black blades, its compound eyes gleamed with a cold light, and it emanated an aura of lethal intent. Shadow Blade Mantis, extraordinary rank 1-star. Skill, Shadow Strike, awakening level proficiency 90. The classroom fell into a hushed silence. Old Zhou's pupils constricted. Shadow Blade Mantis? B-class potential? Lu Chen flashed a grin. Just lucky, stumbled upon it. Old Zhou regarded him with a penetrating gaze before breaking into a hearty laugh. Good. Very good. Now that is more like it. He turned towards the podium. Raising his voice, everyone listen. From today onward, all cultural classes are cancelled. We shall engage in practical training every day. In 30 days, I expect to witness your transformation. A chorus of lamentations erupted from the class. Yet, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, contemplating. 30 days. That is ample time for the Shadow Blade Mantis to evolve. After school. At the school gate. Zhao Dafu wore a woeful expression. Old Lu, we're doomed. I don't even have a pet. My chances in the upcoming college entrance exam are absolutely bleak. Lu Chen clapped him on the shoulder. Why panic? ISNT, they're a black market filled with retired military supplies. Zhao Dafu chuckled bitterly. But that starts at least at 100,000. I'm broke. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen suddenly said, ISNT, your father a restaurant owner? Zhao Dafu blinked in surprise. Yes, why do you ask? Lu Chen revealed a meaningful smile. I have a lucrative scheme. Care to collaborate? Zhao Dafu immediately grew wary. Who are you trying to con this time? Lu Chen wrapped an arm around his neck and lowered his voice. Have you ever heard of pet nutritional meals? Chapter 5. The Nutritional Meal Tycoon. In Tianxiong City. Monday evening, in the kitchen of Zhao's restaurant. Old Lu, are you sure this stuff is edible? Zhao Dafu held a handful of dark powder, bringing it to his nose for a sniff, only to be met with a coughing fit. Without looking up, Lu Chen stirred a pot of viscous liquid glowing with an eerie green light and casually replied, "Don't worry, it won't kill anyone." Zhao Dafu. Nutritional formula search in the Beast library completed. A series of data flashed in Lu Chen's mind. Beginner pet nutritional meal formula. Effect: increases pet training efficiency by 10 for 6 hours. Materials: iron bone grass, 3G, dried insect powder, 5G, red crystal salt, 1G. Cost: approximately 50 federal coins per serving. Estimated market price: 300 to 500 federal coins per serving. Profits multiplied tenfold. He nodded in satisfaction, pouring the prepared nutritional meal into molds, which would cool and solidify before being cut into small pieces. Here, give it a try. He tossed a piece to Zhao Dafu. Zhao Dafu fumbled to catch it, hesitating. This is really for pets? Lu Chen rolled his eyes. What else for you to eat? Zhao Dafu chuckled awkwardly, turning to the scruffy, lethargic D-grade potential earth dog guarding their restaurant. Dahong, come here. The earth dog lazily raised its head, glancing at the green cube in Zhao Dafu's hand with disdain before turning away. Even the dog is disgusted? Lu Chen sighed, drawing a small bottle of red powder from his pocket and sprinkling it on the cube. Add a bit of enticing powder, and it will be clamoring for it. Sure enough, the earth dog sniffed the air, suddenly invigorated, pouncing forward to snatch the cube and gulping it down ravenously. 3 seconds later, woof, woof woof, the earth dog suddenly sprang to life, spinning in circles before slamming a paw against the wall, leaving 3 shallow claw marks on the brick. Zhao Dafu's eyes widened. Holy cow, Dahong couldn't even catch a mouse before. Lu Chen calmly recorded the data. Effect achieved. Duration approximately 5 hours. Potential side effect of excessive excitement. Zhao Dafu grasped his shoulder, exhilarated. Old Lu, this stuff is going to sell like hotcakes. Lu Chen shrugged off his hand, squinting with a smile. Of course. But the formula is mine, the kitchen is yours, and the profits are split 70 to 30. Zhao Dafu was taken aback. I get 30? Lu Chen smiled. Dream on. Zhao Dafu. Bargaining step 5, technical monopoly, price hike. 2 hours later, on the second floor of the restaurant, Zhao Dafu's father, Zhao Taizhu, a burly middle-aged chef, was scrutinizing the green cube repeatedly. Little Lu, is this nutritional meal really as miraculous as you claim? Before Lu Chen could respond, Zhao Dafu interjected. Dad, Dahong ate it and can now demolish walls. We're going to strike it rich. Zhao Taizhu shot a glare at his son before turning to Lu Chen with a discerning gaze. Is the formula reliable? Will it cause any issues? Lu Chen, having anticipated this, produced a sheet of paper from his bag. Uncle Zhao, this is a copy of my certified nutritionist qualification from the Dongwang Beast Tamer Association. Forged. Cost 20 federal coins. Upon examining it, Zhao Taizhu was mostly convinced, rubbing his hands together. So, how do we cooperate specifically? Lu Chen held up 3 fingers. I provide the formula and technology, you supply the venue and materials, and the profits are split 70 to 30. Zhao Taizhu frowned. Is that ratio? Lu Chen interjected. Uncle Zhao, this formula is worth at least 1 million federal coins. If I were to partner with the Black Scale Chamber of Commerce, they would offer me 90. Bluffing. If the Black Scale Chamber truly found out, their first instinct would be to seize the formula. Zhao Tiezhu's expression shifted, clenching his teeth. 60 to 40. We take 40. After all, we bear the risk. Lu Chen feigned hesitation before sighing. Fine, for Zhao Dafu's sake. Zhao Dafu discreetly gave a thumbs up from the side. This fool has no idea how lucrative this business is. In the dead of night, at Lu Chen's home, he sat at his desk, tallying the day's gains. Having reached an agreement with the Zhao family, production of the beginner nutritional meal would commence tomorrow. Prepaid share, 50,000 federal coins. The earnest money Zhao Taizhu begrudgingly provided. The Shadow Blade Mantis had responded positively to the nutritional meal, and the proficiency of the Shadow Strike skill had surpassed 95. He opened his data panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Physical strength, 54. Mental power, apprentice level 8 star, nutritional meal assisted training. Pet, Shadow Blade Mantis, extraordinary rank 5 star. Assets, 470,000 federal coins. Still 530,000 short of purchasing the Void Crystal Core. As he pondered, the Shadow Blade Mantis suddenly emerged from the shadows, its forelimbs tapping rapidly on the desk. Lu Chen frowned. What's the matter? The Mantis nodded, pointing towards the window. Quietly, Lu Chen approached the window and lifted a corner of the curtain. In the alley below, 3 shadowy figures were stealthily approaching. Eye of all things revealed. Lu San, enforcer of the Black Scale Chamber. Physical strength, 100. Pet, Poison Stinger Scorpion, commander rank 2 star. Zhang Lao Lu, black market dealer. Physical strength, 4. Pet, none. Unknown male, professional beast tamer. Psychic power, professionally ranked 1 star. Pet, Ironback wolf, commander rank 4 stars. Has the Black Scale Merchant Association come for revenge? And they brought a professional level. Lu Chen squinted, far from panicking. Instead, he smiled. Just in time to test my new skill. He whispered to the Shadow Blade Mantis, "Go, hide, and wait for my signal." The mantis instantly melded into the shadows. Lu Chen then leisurely walked down the stairs, pushed open the door, and stretched in the yard. "Gentlemen, what brings you to me at this late hour?" Lu San emerged from the shadows, grinning maliciously. "Kid, you scammed me out of 300,000 during the day, and tonight. I'm here to collect both principal and interest." The professional beast tamer coldly stated, "Hand over the nutritional recipe, and we might spare your life." Lu Chen feigned surprise. "What recipe?" Lu San fumed. "Stop playing dumb. Zhao Taizhu has already confessed." "Zhao Taizhu betrayed me?" "No, this fool is trying to deceive me." Lu Chen sighed. "Fine, the recipe is in my pocket. Come and take it if you dare." He deliberately patted his pocket. The professional beast tamer snorted. "Ironback wolf, attack." Howl. A colossal wolf, nearly a meter tall at the shoulder, lunged forward. Lu Chen remained motionless until the wolf's claws were about to graze his face. Shadow strike. Whoosh. A shadow leaped from the ground. The Shadow Blade Mantis blade arms sliced through the air with a cold gleam, accurately aiming for the Ironback wolf's eyes. Roar. The Ironback wolf yelped in pain, its assault faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen retreated while snapping his fingers. The second nutritional meal should take effect now. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Shadow Blade Mantis emanated an eerie green glow, its speed suddenly surging. Shadow strike extraordinary level. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arcs of light flashed, and the Ironback wolf was instantly marked with several bloody gashes. The professional beast tamer's expression changed dramatically. "How is this possible? Your mantis is clearly only at the extraordinary level." Lu Chen grinned. "Because my nutritional meal is a special version. It's infused with a berserk agent, doubling its effectiveness, with the side effect of post-use exhaustion." Lu San, witnessing this, stumbled back in fright. Quick! Venomous scorpion, intercept it. However, in the next moment, clap. Lu Chen suddenly produced a bell and gently shook it. "Forbidden item, sleep bell, usage today, 1-1. The clear chime echoed. And Lu San and Zhang Lao Lu collapsed to the ground instantaneously. The professional beast tamer barely held on, terrified. "A forbidden item? How can you use a forbidden item?" Lu Chen smiled. "Guess?" He stepped forward, kicked the man over, and stood on his chest, leaning down to say, "Go back and tell the Black Scale Merchant Association, if you dare to provoke me again, next time, it won't be a bell, but a cursed blade." The professional beast tamer trembled all over. Bluffing, but it's effective. 10 minutes later, the alley returned to silence. Lu Chen stowed the bell and glanced at the exhausted Shadow Blade Mantis, chuckling. "Well done, I'll give you extra rations tomorrow." The mantis weakly waved its blade arm in protest. Lu Chen laughed heartily and turned to head home. The Black Scale Merchant Association? Merely a stepping stone. Chapter 6, The Wealth Academy. Tianxiong City, Tuesday morning, office of the 3rd Beast Taming Middle School. Taking a week off? The homeroom teacher, old Zhou, adjusted his glasses. His sharp gaze piercing through the lenses at Lu Chen, as if intending to pin him to the wall. Lu Chen stood straight, his expression sincere. "Yes, teacher. I have enrolled in the extracurricular training class of the Dongwang Beast Taming Association, requiring concentrated training." Old Zhou scoffed. "You? The one who relies on selling fake information to pay the tuition?" "TSK, news travels fast." Lu Chen remained unfazed, pulling a golden invitation from his pocket and presenting it with both hands. "Teacher, this is the admission notice for the training class." Old Zhou took it and, upon inspection, raised an eyebrow. "Dongwang Beast Taming Association Elite Training Class. Student, Lu Chen. Recommender, Wang Dihai, retired soldier from the Northern Wilderness. Wang Uncle's discharge certificate counterfeit cost me 20 federal coins. It was worth every penny." Old Zhou scrutinized the invitation for a moment before suddenly asking, "How much is the tuition for the training class?" Lu Chen smiled. "Full scholarship, including meals and accommodation." Old Zhou squinted. "Then what about the seaweed crystal powder you sold to Lin Xiaoyu yesterday?" Lu Chen, "How does this old fox know about that?" He cleared his throat and replied earnestly, "Teacher, that was merely mutual assistance among classmates. Lin's water spirit rabbit indeed needed some gastrointestinal regulation." Old Zhou snorted but ultimately waved his hand. "Return in a week for the mock exam. If your grades drop, you'll be sent back to the ordinary class." Lu Chen grinned. "Thank you, teacher." Outside the school gate, Zhao Dafu had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Lu Chen, he hurried over. "How did it go? Did you get it approved?" Lu Chen waved the leave note. "All set." Zhao Dafu rubbed his hands together, excited. So can we start our nutritional meal venture? Lu Chen hooked his arm around his shoulder and lowered his voice. Not just nutritional meals. I have an even more lucrative plan. Zhao Dafu's eyes sparkled. What plan? Lu Chen revealed a mysterious smile. The Wealth Academy. Zhao Dafu, huh? 2 hours later, in an abandoned warehouse in the western district of Tianqiong City, Lu Chen stood before a freshly hung wooden sign, nodding in satisfaction. The sign boldly proclaimed, Wealth Beast Training Class. Instructor, Lu Chen, Shadowblade Mantis Breeding Expert. Course content, transform your pet in 3 days. Zhao Dafu's mouth twitched. Old Lu, isn't that name too straightforward? Lu Chen replied confidently, it's about making money. No shame in that. He clapped his hands and pulled out a stack of flyers from his bag. Go. Distribute these at the entrances of various middle schools. Focusing on the wealthy but incompetent young masters. Zhao Dafu took the flyers, and he saw printed on them. Are you still worried about your pets being too weak? Learn the secret methods from the Shadowblade Mantis Breeding Expert. 3 days of training, double your combat power. Limited spots, first come, first served. Below, there was a striking silhouette of the Shadowblade Mantis, its blade arm gleaming coldly. Zhao Dafu gulped. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Where's the exaggeration? Didn't my mantis just rise from extraordinary 1 star to 5 stars? Isn't it capable of defeating a commander level? Zhao Dafu. But that was thanks to the special nutritional meals and forbidden items. Lu Chen promptly covered his mouth. Trade secret, got it? In the evening, inside the transformed classroom of the warehouse, Lu Chen looked at the dozen or so well-dressed students in front of him, beaming with a radiant smile. Welcome everyone to the wealth training class. I am your instructor, Lu Chen. A boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses raised his hand, speaking arrogantly. So you are the Lu Chen who defeated a commander level with your Shadowblade Mantis? You don't look that impressive. Lu Chen glanced at him. Name, Zhou Ming. Pet, Blazing Hound, extraordinary level 5 stars. Weakness, flame control is unstable, prone to self-harm. He smiled slightly. Zhou classmate, doesn't your Blazing Hound often burn its own tail? Zhou Ming's expression changed. How did you know? Lu Chen stepped closer, suddenly pressing down on the Blazing Hound's head. Behold, the key to mastering flame control lies in this technique. With a flick of his wrist, a crimson pill appeared in his palm, having seemingly materialized from thin air, which he silently placed into the mouth of the firehound. A sedative pill, costing 5 federal coins, specifically designed to quell the exuberance of pet beasts. 3 seconds later, the flame spewed forth from the hound became remarkably stable and focused, devoid of the previous chaotic spouts. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Zhou Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. What? What is this technique? Lu Chen smiled enigmatically. A proprietary secret, available only to those who enroll in the advanced course. In truth, it was merely a fire-quelling pill, a superficial remedy at best. Soon, a throng of students clamored to pay for enrollment. I shall enroll in the advanced class. I desire VIP one-on-one tutoring. Take my money first. Zhao Dafu, collecting the funds, was all smiles, his hands growing weary from counting. Wealth is flowing in. Truly flowing in. In the dead of night. At home, Lu Chen tallied the day's earnings, a smile creeping across his lips. Basic class tuition, 12 students, totaling 300,000. Advanced class tuition, 8 students, totaling 640,000. VIP courses, 2 students, totaling 40,000. Grand total, 1,400,000 federal coins. He opened the data panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Stamina, 56, enhanced through continuous training. Mental strength, apprentice level 9 stars, on the verge of a breakthrough. Pet beast, Shadowblade Mantis, extraordinary level 5 stars. Assets, 610,000 federal coins. Just a step closer to the void crystal core. The Shadowblade Mantis emerged from the shadows, its blade arms still bearing traces of training. Lu Chen tossed it a piece of specially made jerky. You performed admirably today. Let us continue this tomorrow. The mantis swiftly consumed the jerky and suddenly etched several marks into the ground with its blade arm. Lu Chen leaned down to inspect it. It was a crooked character for battle. He chuckled softly. No need to rush. Once we gather enough funds for the Void Crystal Core, you shall have ample opportunity to fight. Chapter 7. The Fangs of the Black Scales. In the outskirts of Tianqiong City, within an abandoned warehouse. Brother Lu, we are going to strike it rich. Zhao Dafu burst into the warehouse, clutching a hefty bag of federal coins, his face flushed with excitement. Resembling a mouse that had just pilfered oil, Lu Chen sat at the table, meticulously reviewing the ledger, not bothering to look up. How much? 3 days. A whopping 480,000. Zhao Dafu dumped the bag onto the table, coins and bills cascading into a small mountain. 20,000 from the tutoring classes, 28,000 from the nutritional meals. Adding the previous 61,000, we now possess 109,000. Lu Chen's lips curled upward. Only 20,000 away from the void crystal core. He closed the ledger and was about to speak when suddenly he furrowed his brow. The shadow blade mantis lunged from the shadows, crossing its blade arms before him, its multifaceted eyes fixed intently on the warehouse door. Someone is approaching. Lu Chen squinted, noting the number, many. The eye of all things perceives. Outside the iron door of the warehouse, at least 20 red dots flickered in his field of vision. Black Scale Chamber Henchman 15. Professional Beast Tamers 3. Commander level Beasts 5. Finally unable to contain themselves, Lu Chen remained unperturbed, retrieving a pre-prepared note from beneath the table and handing it to Zhao Dafu. Proceed as planned. Zhao Dafu gulped nervously. Old Lu, are you sure we can handle this? Lu Chen grinned. When have you ever seen me suffer a loss in business? Bang. The warehouse door was kicked open. A dozen burly men in black surged in, led by Lu San, who had been incapacitated by Lu Chen's sleep bell just days prior. His face still bore a bandage, and upon entering, he sneered. Kid, let us see how you escape today. Lu Chen lounged in his chair, crossing his legs. Brother Lu, is your injury healed? Would you like to purchase some special nutritional meals to recuperate? Lu San's expression darkened. Enough of your nonsense. Hand over the formula and the money. Or else he waved his hand, and 3 professional beast tamers stepped forward, each summoning their respective beasts. Ironback Wolf, Commander level 4 stars. Venomous Scorpion, Commander level 2 stars. Rock Arm Python, Commander level 3 stars. The 3 ferocious beasts formed a triangular formation, surrounding Lu Chen with an aura of murderous intent. Lu Chen glanced at them and suddenly laughed. Is this all? Lu San was taken aback. What are you laughing at? Lu Chen rose slowly, leisurely pulling a bronze badge from his pocket and pinning it to his chest. The badge prominently displayed the words Junior Inspector of the Eastern Huang Beast Tamer Association. An immediate hush fell over the room. One of the professional beast tamers paled. Inspector? How is that possible? You're just a student. Lu Chen sighed. My apologies. I just passed the examination last week and hadn't had the chance to inform everyone. Cost to forge badge, 50 federal coins. Effective intimidation, priceless. Lu San gritted his teeth. It's fake. It must be fake. The Eastern Huang Association would never recruit a high school student. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, do you wish to take a gamble? He pointed to the anti-counterfeiting runes on the back of the badge. Attacking an inspector is a capital offense under federal law. The 3 professional beast tamers hesitated. Sweat beaded on Lu San's forehead, and he suddenly shouted, Don't be fooled. Subdue him first. But just then, boom. The ceiling of the warehouse exploded, creating a large hole. A shadow descended from above, crashing heavily between the 2 parties. Amidst the swirling dust, a tall man dressed in a black trench coat slowly rose, a fully violet lightning leopard resting on his shoulder. Thunder Shadow Leopard, Monarch level 1 star. The man coldly surveyed the room. Black Scale Chamber. You have overstepped your bounds. Lu San's legs buckled, and he knelt. Han? Inspector Han. At the opportune moment, Lu Chen raised his hand, feigning innocence. Uncle Han. They wished to seize the association's patent for the nutritional meals. Inspector Han's mouth twitched slightly, obviously uncomfortable with being called Uncle Han. But he still complied with a cold grunt. Take them away. Instantly, a squad of uniformed inspectors stormed in, apprehending all members of the Black Scale Chamber. As Lu San was dragged out, he screamed, Lu Chen, you've betrayed me. Lu Chen waved his hand. Come again next time. 10 minutes later, the warehouse returned to its calm state. Inspector Han cast a glance at Lu Chen. Kid, you have quite the audacity, even daring to invoke my name. Lu Chen cheerfully presented a check. Uncle Han, this is a reward of 100,000 federal coins. I have marked the coordinates of the Black Scale Chamber's drug smuggling base on the map. Inspector Han accepted the check, remarking meaningfully, Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Black Scale Chamber? Lu Chen shrugged. Of course, that's why I'm seeking you as my backing. 3 days prior, he had already sent evidence of the Black Scale Chamber's smuggling activities to the inspection office through Zhao Dafu's restaurant channels. Inspector Han shook his head, and just before leaving, he dropped a final remark. Remember not to be late for next week's void auction. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Thank you, Uncle Han. In the dead of night, at home, Lu Chen tallied today's gains. The threat from the Black Scale Chamber had been temporarily alleviated. Assets had accumulated to 109,000, and he had secured qualifications for the auction. He opened the data panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Stamina, 60. Mental strength, professional level 1 star, breakthrough achieved. Pet beast, Shadow Blade Mantis, extraordinary level 7 stars. Assets, 1.09 million Federation coins. All preparations are complete, but the Void Crystal Core is still lacking. The Shadow Blade Mantis emerged from the shadows, its blade-like arms shimmering with a faint silver light. As if on the verge of a breakthrough, Lu Chen tossed it as specially made jerky. Endure for a few more days, and I shall grant you evolution. The mantis devoured the jerky and suddenly scratched a few characters into the ground with its blade arm, Battle Han. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. You wish to challenge Supervisor Han's Thunder Shadow Leopard? The mantis nodded resolutely. Lu Chen gently ruffled its head. Ambitious, I see, but... He squinted and gazed out at the night sky. Once you evolve into the Void Blade Emperor, I shall take you to obliterate the Monarch level. Chapter 8. The Battle for the Void. In Tianxiong City, at the Void Auction House, 3 levels underground, a haunting blue light enveloped the circular auction hall, and the air was infused with the scent of some high-end incense, masking the unique dampness of the underground. Lu Chen sat in a corner, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest, his gaze fixed on the floating dark purple crystal on the exhibition stand. Void Crystal Core, SSS grade material. Usage, Evolution Core for space-type pets. Starting bid, 500,000 Federation coins. At last, I have awaited your arrival, he murmured softly. The shadow blade mantis concealed within his shadow trembled slightly, seemingly sensing the spatial energy contained within the crystal core. 600,000. A man at the front row, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, raised his bidding paddle first. 700,000. A raspy female voice came from the VIP section on his right. The price quickly soared to 880,000. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, scanning the room. My 1.09 million is somewhat insufficient. He slowly raised his paddle. 1 million. A hush fell over the room, and many turned to appraise the unfamiliar young man. The man in gold-rimmed glasses frowned. 15 million. Lu Chen was undeterred. 3 million. The opponent's face turned ashen, ultimately surrendering his paddle. The raspy voice sneered. 33 million. Lu Chen's fingertips paused, and he suddenly leaned towards Zhao Dafu beside him, whispering, lend me 500,000 with interest at black market rates. Zhao Dafu's eyes widened. Old Lu Yu. 45 million. Lu Chen had already raised his paddle. The gavel fell. Sold. The Void Crystal Core belongs to guest number 97. Half an hour later, in the underground passage of the auction, Lu Chen tucked the crystal core into his pocket and hurried towards the exit. Zhao Dafu anxiously glanced around. Old Lu, I feel like someone is watching us. Lu Chen chuckled lightly. It's not merely a feeling, it is indeed the case. He caught a glimpse of several figures darting through the shadows of the passage, with data clearly manifesting above their heads. Tracker 4. Affiliation, Black Market Merchant Viper Gang. Pet, Shadow Leopard, Leader Level, 5 stars. As expected, the auction house's rules only ever restrain the weak. He patted Zhao Dafu's shoulder. You go ahead first. Wait at the inspection office as planned. Zhao Dafu urged. And you? Lu Chen grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Me? I shall teach them what it means to eat black against black. 5 minutes later, in an abandoned subway tunnel, Lu Chen came to a halt, turning to face the empty corridor. Tired from following me all this way, are you? Four masked figures emerged from the shadows, the tall, lean man at the forefront grinning ominously. Kid, hand over the crystal core, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Lu Chen sighed. You villains, can't you come up with something more original? He snapped his fingers, and the shadow blade mantis leaped from the shadows, its blade arms slicing through the dim tunnel with a chilling arc. Attack! The tall man barked. 4 shadow leopards pounced simultaneously. 4 against 1? No. It's 4 against 2. Suddenly, Lu Chen pulled a bronze bell from his pocket. Forbidden item. Drowsy bell. Usage today. 1. Ding. The clear chime echoed, causing 3 of the shadow leopards to freeze momentarily before crashing to the ground. Only 1 remained, having evaded the effect due to distance. But the shadow blade mantis had already transformed into a black streak, charging forward. Clash. The blade arm met the claws, sparks flying. The shadow leopard roared as it swiped. But the mantis deftly rolled aside, countering with a slicing blow to its hind leg. Roar. The shadow leopard howled in pain, its movements slowing instantly. The tall man's expression turned grim. How is this possible? Your mantis was clearly only extraordinary level. Lu Chen smiled. It was yesterday. Today, well. He abruptly produced the void crystal core, tossing it onto the battlefield. Xiaoying, catch. The shadow blade mantis leapt into the air, its blade arm perfectly catching the crystal core. In an instant, dark purple energy surged into its body like a tidal wave, causing its shell to crack incrementally, revealing a newly formed armor gleaming with metallic luster beneath. Evolution commencing. Shadow blade mantis to void blade emperor. Boom. A violent spatial turbulence engulfed the tunnel, sending the remaining shadow leopard flying. The tall man retreated in terror. Retreat. Quickly retreat. However, it was too late. A flash of silver light streaked past. The Void Blade Emperor appeared before him as if teleporting, its blade arm poised at his throat, the cold reflection of its compound eyes mirroring the pallid face of its adversary. Lu Chen approached leisurely, extracting a wallet from the paralyzed enemy's grasp, pulling out the bank cards within. "What is the password?" the tall man stammered. 10 minutes later, when the inspectors arrived, they found 4 robbers bound like Zongzi, alongside a message carved into the tunnel wall with a blade. "Thank you for your sponsorship. Please bring more money next time." Morning. In the training room at home, Lu Chen gazed at his partner, now fully evolved, and opened the data panel. Name: Lu Chen. Age: 15. Physical strength: 69. Mental power: professional level, 3 stars. Pet: Void Blade Emperor, leader level, 1 star. New skill: Void Flash, extraordinary level spatial displacement. Assets: 850,000, remaining after purchasing crystal core and proceeds from black market dealings. The Shadow Blade Mantis, or rather now the Void Blade Emperor, hovered in midair, its silver-gray blade arms slicing through the air, leaving faint spatial rifts in its wake. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Tomorrow's simulation exam will allow those fellows to witness something extraordinary. The Emperor's compound eyes glinted with battle intent, and it suddenly inscribed words into the ground with its blade arm. "Battle Han Leopard." Lu Chen burst into laughter. "Excellent. After the exam, we shall go and thrash that Thunder Shadow Leopard." Chapter 9. An unexpected turn in the simulation exam. In Tianxiong City, at the 3rd Beastmaster High School, Battle Hall. The morning sun streamed through the skylights of the Battle Hall, illuminating the central alloy arena. Lu Chen sauntered into the venue with his hands in his pockets, immediately greeted by a flurry of whispers. "Isn't that Lu Chen, who took a leave of absence? He actually returned. I heard he has been trading in the black market these past few days, making quite a fortune." "Huh, just a crafty opportunist." The simulation exam is a true test of combat. Lu Chen's lips curled into a smirk as he surveyed the gossips. Name: Chen Feng. Pet: Armored Rhinoceros, extraordinary level, 5 stars. Weakness: slow turning speed, vulnerable to ice-type attacks. Is this the best they can do? Am I to be evaluated by such a one? He nonchalantly made his way to the sign-in desk. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou, was engrossed in organizing the roster, not lifting his head as he inquired. Name: Lu Chen. Came the reply. Mr. Zhou's pen momentarily halted, and he abruptly raised his head, his eyes widening slightly behind his glasses. "You still remember to come back?" Lu Chen smiled amiably as he handed over a piece of paper. "Teacher, this is the completion certificate for the Dongwang Special Training Class. Please take a look. Cost of forgery: 30 federal coins. Effect: priceless." Upon examining it, Mr. Zhou's expression shifted dramatically. Special Training Class Comprehensive Evaluation. A. Combat Instructor's Comment. Incredible potential, recommend intensive training. He scrutinized Lu Chen with skepticism. "In just a week, how much progress could you make?" Lu Chen shrugged. "You'll find out shortly." The first simulation battle commenced. With Lu Chen set to face Chen Feng, the announcement sent a ripple of astonishment through the audience. Chen Feng laughed heartily as he bounded onto the stage. Patting his iron-armored rhino, "Mr. Zhou is handing me easy points." Lu Chen ascended the stage with deliberate steps, a silver glint flashing from his shoulder as the Void Blade Emperor silently materialized. In that instant, the entire venue fell into a hushed silence. What kind of beast is that? I've never seen it before. A new breed? Wait, is that spatial fluctuation emanating from it? Chen Feng's smile froze on his face. "You changed your beast?" Lu Chen chuckled lightly. "I didn't change, it merely evolved." The referee gasped. "Commander-tier? How is that possible?" Mr. Zhou shot to his feet, his glasses askew. "In just a week, evolving from extraordinary to commander-tier?" Lu Chen offered no explanation, but merely beckoned to Chen Feng with a finger. "Let us begin. I'm pressed for time. I have all beasts in sight." The data of the iron-armored rhino instantly materialized. Action delay: 0.7 seconds. Blind spot: 45 degrees to the rear right. Roar. The iron-armored rhino charged forward, its massive body causing the stage to tremble. Lu Chen stood still until the rhino was 3 meters away, then softly uttered, "Void Flash." Whoosh. The figure of the Blade Emperor vanished, reappearing at the right rear of the rhino, its blade slicing through the air with a silver gleam. Clang. A burst of sparks erupted from the joint of the rhino's right hind leg, and its enormous body lost balance, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. The arena fell silent. Chen Feng gaped, finally managing to utter, "I concede." The referee, as if awakening from a dream, announced, "Victory. The winner is Lu Chen." The subsequent battles devolved into a personal showcase. In the second round, Lu Chen's opponent, the Flame Dog, had just unleashed a fireball when the Blade Emperor executed a Void Flash, knocking it out with a single strike. In the third match, The wind-patterned sparrow attempted to outmaneuver him with speed, only for the Blade Emperor to tear through space, appearing on its back, and gently tapping it with the back of his blade. Slap! The wind-patterned sparrow tumbled into its owner's arms, trembling. After Lu Chen defeated 6 consecutive opponents, the atmosphere in the combat arena had dramatically shifted. The previous jeers had vanished, replaced by a myriad of complex gazes, shock, envy, fear, and even a few girls blushing and stealing glances at him. Lin Xiaoyu, cradling a water spirit rabbit, whispered to her friend, "Actually, Lu Chen is quite handsome." Her friend nodded fervently, "And he's powerful. I heard he is doing business in the black market. He must be super wealthy." Beast library tip. The best mate for water spirit rabbit is Moonlight Fox, market price 50,000 federal coins. Lu Chen's ears perked up. He suddenly turned to Lin Xiaoyu and grinned. "Classmate Lin, would you like to strengthen your rabbit? VIP courses are 20 off. Lin Xiaoyu. During the final assessment, a practical test machine awaited. This colossal apparatus could withstand attacks at the king level, with students taking turns to have their beasts attack for scoring. The current highest score belonged to class monitor Zhou Ming's Flame Dog. Commander tier 3 stars, score 587. As Lu Chen approached with the Blade Emperor, everyone held their breath. Mr. Zhou couldn't help but caution, "Lu Chen, the testing machine is quite expensive. Don't go overboard." Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. "No worries, I know my limits." He whispered to the Blade Emperor, "Use 70% power, don't reveal void slash." The Blade Emperor's compound eyes flickered, indicating understanding. "Begin." Silver light flashed. The Blade Emperor's figure instantly appeared before the testing machine, its arm tracing a perfect arc whoosh. The machine's score skyrocketed. Commander tier 5 stars. Score 921. Historical ranking 7th in the entire school. The audience erupted in chaos. Over 900 points. That's nearly professional level. 7th in the entire school. That's stronger than many teachers. Isn't it? How did he achieve this? Mr. Zhou's hands trembled slightly as he suddenly grasped Lu Chen's arm. "You, come with me to the office." Inside the office, Mr. Zhou closed the door and took a deep breath. "Lu Chen, tell me honestly, did you use banned substances?" Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. "Teacher, what kind of banned substance could elevate a beast from extraordinary to commander tier in just a week?" Mr. Zhou paused. "Indeed. The current banned substances in the Federation could at most elevate a beast by 1 or 2 small tiers, and the side effects were significant. It was impossible for the Blade Emperor to maintain such stable energy." Lu Chen timely presented a document. "This is my research note from the special training class, detailing the directional evolution plan for the Shadow Blade Mantis." Mr. Zhou took it, and his eyes widened in astonishment. The notes were densely packed with various material ratios, training methods, and even techniques for guiding spatial energy. Although key parts were intentionally obscured, the overall framework was astoundingly rigorous. "Is this truly your research?" Lu Chen maintained his composure. "Of course, I went to great lengths to obtain the Void Crystal Core. The cost involved deceiving Zhao Dafu with forged documents." Mr. Zhou's gaze gradually shifted from skepticism to shock, eventually tinged with a hint of reverence. He remained silent for a long while before suddenly pulling a silver badge from his drawer. "Take this, it's the qualification badge for the elite class." Mr. Zhou regarded him with a complex expression. "Starting next week, you can attend classes at the East District headquarters." Lu Chen accepted the badge, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Thank you, teacher." On the way home from school, Zhao Dafu was exuberant. "Old Lu, did you see Zhou Ming's expression? It was like he swallowed a fly." And Chen Feng, he bolted to the restroom. "It was hilarious." Lu Chen toyed with the elite badge, suddenly saying, "Dafu, do you want to expand our business to the East District?" Zhao Dafu froze. "East District? That's the territory of major families." Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. "Precisely, that's what makes it more profitable." He gazed towards the towering buildings of the East District, softly murmuring, "Next stop, the wealthy Chives Field." Chapter 10, the Chives Field of the East District. In the East District of Tianxiong City, at the elite class teaching building, Lu Chen stood before the Gilded Academy entrance. Glancing up at the golden characters spelling out Dongwang Beastmaster Elite Academy on the plaque, a smile playing on his lips. TSK, even the doorknob is gilded. Truly befitting a prestigious family. Just as he stepped inside, a uniformed security guard blocked his path. "Halt. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry." Lu Chen remained unperturbed. Flashing his silver badge, "I'm new here." The guard's expression shifted instantly, a smile quickly spreading across his face. "Ah, so you are a student from the elite class. Please, come in." His change of expression was faster than Zhao Dafu spotting money. The corridor was lined with a dark red carpet, with portraits of outstanding students from generations past adorning the walls, each accompanied by their achievements. Lu Chen, a mythical tier beastmaster, currently the commander of the Demon Suppression Army. Qin Yueli, a monarch-tier breeder, founder of the Moonshadow Pet Beast chain. Chu Shanha, a sovereign-tier forbidden artifact researcher, an academician of the Federal Academy. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. These connections are worth far more than gilded doorknobs. Hey, you there, the newcomer. A haughty shout came from behind. Lu Chen turned around to see a boy in a custom school uniform casting a sidelong glance at him, accompanied by a pristine white lion-like pet beast. Name, by Zixuan. Pet beast, ice crystal lion, sovereign tier 6 stars. Weakness, low resistance to fire. By Zixuan approached, looking down from his superior height. Are you Lu Chen, the one who made it through from the West District? I've heard your mantis is quite interesting. Lu Chen smiled. It's decent, just a few times pricier than your lion. By Zixuan's expression darkened. You, Zixuan, don't stir trouble. A girl with a high ponytail hurried over, grabbing by Zixuan, then turned to Lu Chen with an apologetic smile. Sorry, he has a bit of a temper. I'm the class monitor, Su Yutong. Lu Chen glanced at her. Su Yutong. Pet beast, wind spirit butterfly, sovereign tier 8 stars. Talent, wind element affinity, a grade. Oh, a big fish. He immediately donned a businesslike smile. Hello, class monitor. I'm new here and unfamiliar with the rules, so I hope to count on your guidance. Saying this, he pulled out an exquisite small box, a little gift. Wind crystal powder specifically for the wind spirit butterfly. Su Yutong was taken aback as she accepted it and opened the box, instantly inhaling a refreshing fragrance. This is high-grade wind elemental material? Lu Chen lowered his voice. It's mixed with sky tree sap, which can enhance wind skills penetration by 20. Its market price is at least 50,000, but since it's for the class monitor, I'll offer it at 30,000 as a friendly price. Bai Zixuan's eyes widened. Are you seriously selling things in the elite class? Lu Chen looked at him in surprise. What? ISNT knowledge payment popular in your East District? The scene in the classroom further opened Lu Chen's eyes. Genuine leather seats, holographic projection blackboards, and even small pet beast resting chambers beside every seat. Classmates, quiet. A middle-aged man in a white lab coat, with disheveled hair, strode onto the podium. His eyes behind glasses gleaming with fervor. I am your practical combat instructor, Zheng Quang. Today we shall study. He abruptly pressed a button, and an image of a fearsome giant beast appeared on the projection screen. Abyss Blade Demon, Monarch Tier 9 stars. Skill, Demon Blade Storm, Domain level. How to overcome and kill a Monarch-level fierce beast. The entire class gasped. Bai Zixuan couldn't help but exclaim. Teacher Zheng, we're only sovereign level. Isn't this topic a bit premature? Zheng Quang slammed his palm on the podium. Nonsense. 30 years ago, Yi Wuchen killed a Monarch-level fierce beast while at the sovereign level. Why can't you do the same? His gaze swept across the room before suddenly locking onto Lu Chen. You newcomer. I've heard your mantis possesses spatial attributes. Come up and demonstrate. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and slowly walked up to the podium. Zheng Quang tossed him a metallic disc. This is a Monarch-level pressure simulator that can emit an equivalent mental pressure of Monarch 1 star. If you can withstand it for 3 minutes, you pass. Lu Chen took the disc and softly said, Little shadow. A silver light flashed, and the Void Blade Emperor floated onto his shoulder. Zheng Quang's eyes lit up. Excellent. Begin. Buzz. The disc suddenly erupted with a dark red halo, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire podium in an instant. Several students turned pale, their pet beasts trembling in fear. However, the Blade Emperor merely lowered its body slightly, crossing its arms in front, and a dense pattern of purple lines emerged on its silver-gray shell, stubbornly resisting the pressure. Zheng Quang eagerly leaned in to observe. A spatial barrier? No, it's channeling the pressure into subspace. A genius response. Lu Chen silently nodded. The hint from the beast library was indeed correct. The void attribute has a natural resistance to mental pressure. As the 3 minutes concluded, the disc automatically shut down. Zheng Quang excitedly grasped Lu Chen's shoulders. Kid, come to my private laboratory this weekend. I'll give you special guidance. The entire class was taken aback. It is known that Zheng Quang has a notoriously eccentric temperament, and no one has ever received his individual instruction. Yet Lu Chen displayed a troubled expression. Teacher Zheng, I have a part-time job this weekend. Zheng Quang paused. What job? Lu Chen sighed. My family is poor. I have to sell pet snacks at the black market. Zheng Quang waved his hand grandly. Come to the laboratory. I'll pay you as a research assistant. 5,000 per hour. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Deal. The plan is in motion. As the class bell rang, Lu Chen was instantly surrounded by classmates. Lu Gu, do you still have that wind crystal powder? I'll pay 40,000. I want 3 boxes. Cash. Can you customize for fire attributes? The price is negotiable. Bai Zixuan, stuck at the periphery, was furious, his face turning ashen. Are you all insane? You're acting like merchants. A bespectacled boy shot back. Bai Xiao, didn't you spend 200,000 on ice marrow last week? Lu Gu's prices are much more reasonable. Bai Zixuan, Lu Chen, while collecting money, smiled. Everyone, no need to rush. I offer custom services, but special materials require an appointment. He glanced at Bai Zixuan, suddenly raising his voice. For instance, certain fire-resistant coatings for ice-type pet beasts, though a bit pricey, can enhance fire resistance by 50. Bai Zixuan's ears perked up, instinctively leaning forward half a step before abruptly stopping. His expression twisted. Lu Chen pretended not to notice and continued. By the way, I've compiled notes on Teacher Zheng's pressure training method. Each copy is only 8,000. I want one. Save one for me. By the time school ended, Lu Chen's account balance had surpassed 2 million. He hummed a tune as he walked toward the school gate, only to be suddenly blocked by 3 tall boys. The leader sneered. Kid, have you asked the Qingyun Society about doing business in the East District? Lu Chen glanced at them. Qingyun Society, East District Student Organization. Monopolizing campus transactions. Protection fee standard, 30 of profits. He sighed and pulled out a stack of documents from his bag. This is the procurement order from Teacher Zheng's laboratory, clearly stating that I am responsible for material supply. He pointed at the surveillance cameras by the school gate. Just a reminder. Extorting laboratory assistance will result in expulsion according to school regulations. The 3 boys' expressions changed dramatically as they slunk away in defeat. The East District sheep are indeed plump and easy to fleece. In the evening, at Zhao Dafu's restaurant, Zhao Dafu looked at the balance on Lu Chen's phone, his hands trembling so much he nearly dropped the plate. Over 200,000? Did you rob a bank? Lu Chen slurped his noodles, mumbling, pretty much. The East District folks are naive and flush with cash. He opened the data panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Physical strength, 90. Mental power, professional level 5 stars. Pet beast, Void Blade Emperor, sovereign tier 3 stars. Assets, 2. 87 million federal coins. Zhao Dafu rubbed his hands eagerly. Old Lu, take me along, will you? Lu Chen set down his chopsticks, revealing a devilish smile. Just so happens I have a plan that requires your restaurant's kitchen. Chapter 11. Spending to grow stronger. Central Pet Beast Market of Tianxiong City, Thursday morning. Lu Chen stood at the market entrance, taking a deep breath. The air was infused with the fragrant aroma of herbs, the pungent scent of beasts, and, most delightfully, the intoxicating essence of flowing wealth. Today's objective, to expend 1 million. He snapped his fingers, and a glimmer of silver flashed upon his shoulder as the Void Blade Emperor materialized silently. After several days of intensive training, faint purple patterns had emerged upon the Emperor's shell, and the fluctuations of space became increasingly pronounced. A search through the Beast Library for the optimal training regimen for the Commander tier. A list immediately surfaced in his mind. Void Crystal Dust, to enhance spatial attributes. Starshine Dew, to elevate mental synchronization. Dragon's Blood Fruit, to bolster physical resistance. With a budget of 1 million, that should suffice. As he stepped into the market, the vendor's eyes lit up instantly. Boss Lu, come see the newly arrived Moonlight Grass. I have Thunderbird feathers, giving you a 20% discount. Brother Lu, is there any of the wind crystal powder left from last time? Word travels fast. Lu Chen smiled amiably and waved his hand. Today, I am only here to procure, not to sell. He made his way directly to the esteemed treasure section at the heart of the market, accessible only to Beastmasters of the professional tier and above. Upon seeing the elite badge on his chest, the guard immediately granted him respectful passage. First stop, the Void Pavilion. The proprietor, an elderly man with a monocle, nodded slightly upon Lu Chen's entrance. Young friend, are you here for spatial beasts? Lu Chen nodded. How much for the Void Crystal Dust? The old man raised 3 fingers, 300,000 per gram. Lu Chen's lips twitched. At that price, I could acquire 3 commander tier beasts. The old man smiled silently and retrieved a small vial of purple powder. With a gentle shake, the powder began to levitate within the vial, forming a miniature galaxy vortex. It's genuine. Lu Chen squinted. 200,000, and I'll take 5 grams. The old man shook his head. No bargaining. Lu Chen turned to leave. The old man called out, wait. 3 seconds later, a resigned voice echoed behind him. 250,000. That is the lowest. Lu Chen continued without looking back, waving his hand. 200,000. Plus a supply channel for Starshine Dew. The old man's beard trembled. You. The Eye of all things had already discerned this old man as an undercover agent of the Starshine merchants. Ultimately, Lu Chen secured 5 grams of Void Crystal Dust and a long-term supply contract for Starshine, due at the price of 900,000. A lucrative deal. Second stop, the Dragon's Blood Shop. Behind the counter sat a burly man with a scarred face, sharpening a dagger on a whetstone. Upon seeing Lu Chen enter, he coldly asked, what do you want to buy? Lu Chen scanned the shop's inventory. I need Dragon's Blood Fruit, 3-year-old. The scarred man dragged out an iron box from beneath his feet and opened it to reveal 3 blood-red fruits, 50,000 each. No haggling. Lu Chen picked one up for a closer inspection. Identification by the Beast Library. Dragon's Blood Fruit, 3-year-old. Quality, excellent. Effect, increases Beast physique by 15. Side effects, slight warmth, can be neutralized with ice essence. He nodded and suddenly remarked, "Boss, that old scar on your left shoulder. It was inflicted by a flame demon tiger, wasn't he it?" The scarred man's pupils constricted. "How did you know?" Lu Chen produced a small vial from his bag. Ice skin ointment, specifically for treating residual fire toxins. Apply it for 3 days, and you'll be cured. The scarred man took it skeptically, sniffed it, and his expression changed slightly. The ice essence from the snowy domain? Lu Chen smiled. In exchange for 3 dragon's blood fruits. What do you say? A cost of 2,000 for scraps, traded for goods worth 150,000. The scarred man scrutinized him for a long moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting. Deal. At noon, at the Zhao family restaurant, Zhao Dafu gazed in astonishment at the table laden with rare materials, his eyes nearly popping out. Old Lu, have you emptied the market? Lu Chen was busy preparing potions, not even lifting his head. I spent just 950,000. There's still 50,000 left for your kitchen renovation. Zhao Dafu paused. Renovation? Lu Chen poured the ground void crystal dust into a special solution, starting tomorrow. This will be the exclusive production base for elite-class nutritional meals. He waved the blue liquid shimmering with starlight. Do you know how much this vial costs? And how much I'll sell it for? Zhao Dafu shook his head. Lu Chen grinned widely. Cost 800, selling price 8,000. Zhao Dafu spat out his tea. A tenfold profit. Wrong. Lu Chen raised a finger. That's the price for the regular class. For the elite class, I plan to sell it for 20,000. Zhao Dafu, you're even more unscrupulous than the black-scale merchants. In the afternoon, at the training ground in the Eastern District, Zheng Kuang observed the specially formulated nutritional agent Lu Chen brought with skepticism. Did you really commercialize the lab's formula? Lu Chen maintained his composure. Not at all. This is my family's ancestral Lu family secret recipe, merely coincidentally similar to the lab's results. After all, you never read the papers, so I'm just improvising. Zheng Kuang skeptically took a sip, and his eyes instantly brightened. Mental activity increased by 20. Lu Chen promptly handed him a contract. Teacher, exclusive agency rights. You get 60, I get 40. Zheng Kuang waved his hand grandly. Approved. The old man truly knows nothing of business. This contract is essentially a procurement agreement for lab materials. And his signature tacitly allows me to leverage the lab's name for sales. In the evening, the special training commenced. The Void Blade Emperor, having consumed the void crystal dust, floated in midair, its surroundings slightly distorted. Zheng Kuang excitedly adjusted the instruments. Kid, today we'll attempt to withstand royal-level pressure. Survive for 5 minutes. And your mantis will have a chance to grasp the rudiments of spatial laws. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Isn't the royal tier supposed to be a hurdle? Zheng Kuang chuckled. That's why we need extraordinary measures. Here we go. He abruptly pressed the button. Boom. A pressure 10 times stronger than last time erupted. The metal framework of the entire training ground trembled. Cracks appeared instantly on the Blade Emperor's shell, yet it did not retreat. Instead, it actively tore apart space, channeling some of the pressure into subspace. Lu Chen felt a pounding in his temples, but with the bolstering of Starshine Dew, he managed to withstand the onslaught. 3 minutes. For minutes and 30 seconds. Crack. One of the Blade Emperor's arms suddenly shattered. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. Little shadow. Just as he was about to call for a stop, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. From the fractured arm, purple energy surged violently, coalescing into a semi-transparent void blade. Skill evolution, void/rudimentary level of law. Zheng Kuang was overjoyed. Haha, it worked. The commander tier has brushed against the edge of law. I really am a genius. Yet Lu Chen was fixated on the data panel, his heart racing. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Stamina, 300. Mental power, commander tier 1 star, breakthrough. Beast, Void Blade Emperor, commander tier 6 stars. New skill, void/rudimentary level of law. Assets, 1, 92 million, successful recovery. Investing to grow stronger is indeed the most fundamental truth. Chapter 12, Underground Arena Matches. In the underground black boxing arena of Tianxiong City, late at night. In the dim light, the humid air was thick with the stench of blood and sweat. The iron cage ring, stained dark red with splotches of blood, reverberated with the roars of the audience, nearly toppling the roof. Lu Chen leaned against the wall of the contestant passage, arms crossed, listening to the host's frantic shouts. Next up, the newcomer Silver Blade challenges the 7-time champion Bone Crusher. The audience erupted in a frenzy. Bone Crusher, tear him apart. That lad is as thin as a reed, and he dares to court death? The match has commenced. The odds for the newcomer are 15. Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he glanced at the Void Blade Emperor resting upon his shoulder. Shouting, "Did you hear that? They believe we are destined to lose." The Emperor's multifaceted eyes shimmered with a cold, fierce determination as his blade arm lightly rubbed against one another, emitting a metallic clang. The Eye of all things perceives. Bone Crusher. Pet. Earth-shattering bear, commander class, 8 stars. Skill. Earthquake Slam, extraordinary level. Weakness, slow movement, fearful of high-frequency attacks. Just the right opportunity to test the practical effects of Void Slash. Contestants, enter the arena. Lu Chen strode confidently into the iron cage, and the spotlight instantly illuminated him. Opposite him, a burly man grinned maliciously, patting the enormous bear beside him, which stood at nearly 3 meters tall, its paws smeared with remnants of a previous pet's flesh. The referee boomed. The rules are simple. The match continues until one side's pet loses its fighting ability. Begin. Roar. The earth-shattering bear rose on its hind legs, slamming its paws down with tremendous force. Boom. The arena floor instantly fractured, sending a fan-shaped shockwave surging towards Lu Chen. The audience gasped. It's the Earthquake Slam. The newcomer is doomed. Yet, Lu Chen remained motionless, whispering, "Void Flash." Whoosh. The silhouette of the Blade Emperor vanished in an instant, reappearing above the giant bear. His blade arms slicing through the air in a silver-purple arc swoosh. The space seemed to tear apart, leaving a long, dark scar across the bear's back, blood spraying forth. Ack! The massive bear roared in agony, turning to swipe its paw, only to strike nothing but an afterimage. The Blade Emperor had already leapt into the air, executing a second Void Slash aimed straight at the bear's eyes. Bone Crusher's expression changed drastically. "Get out of the way." But it was too late. Thwack! The blade flashed, and the bear's left eye erupted in a mist of blood. The arena fell silent. 3 seconds later, a deafening roar erupted. "Silver Blade! Silver Blade! Silver Blade!" The referee trembled as he raised Lu Chen's hand. "Victory! The winner, Silver Blade." In the backstage lounge, the event organizer rubbed his hands together and approached. "Young man, would you be interested in signing a contract? We'll offer you a 70 share. Lu Chen wiped the Blade Emperor's arm, not bothering to look up. "I won't sign." The organizer gritted his teeth. 80. That's the best deal we can offer. Only then did Lu Chen raise his gaze. "I want 100. The organizer's eyes widened. "Are you mad? No contestant takes the full amount." Lu Chen pointed at the schedule on the wall. "In the next match, I challenge the 10-time winner with a wager of 500,000. You take a 10 venue fee, and the rest is mine." The organizer's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolution, ultimately nodding. "Deal." In the second match, Lu Chen faced a Beastmaster controlling dual-headed fiery serpents. Within mere seconds of the battle commencing, the Blade Emperor utilized Void Flash to evade a pillar of fire, executing a horizontal slash that severed a serpent's tail. In the third match, facing the dive attack of an Iron Wing Eagle, the Blade Emperor ripped apart the fabric of space, leaving half a wing stranded in another dimension. By the time Lu Chen achieved a 5-match winning streak, the underground fighting arena was in a frenzy. The spectators fervently placed bets, questioning whether he could shatter Bone Crusher's record of 7 consecutive victories. At this moment, Lu Chen was fixated on the data panel, his heartbeat quickening. Name: Lu Chen. Age: 15. Stamina: 110. Mental strength: Commander class, 2 stars. Pet: Void Blade Emperor, Commander class, 7 stars. New talent: Battle intensity, 10 boost to all attributes during combat. Assets: 3, 27 million, prize and betting share. Fighting to grow stronger. Indeed the swiftest path to power. Just before the 6th match commenced, a masked man suddenly blocked his path. "Kid, forfeit the next match, and I'll give you 1 million. Lu Chen glanced at the golden badge on the man's chest, recognizing him as a confidant of the underground arena's owner, Bloodtooth. He grinned. 2 million, cash. The masked man sneered. "Don't be ungrateful. Do you know how many people wish for 3 million? Lu Chen interrupted. "The price just went up." The masked man paused, taken aback. Ultimately, Lu Chen departed the underground arena with 2 million in cash and a permanent VIP card in hand. The Blade Emperor, dissatisfied, rubbed its blade arm, clearly eager for more action. Lu Chen patted its head. "What's the rush? Tomorrow, I'll take you to the outskirts of the Abyss Rift, where fierce beasts abound." After a night passed, at the outskirts of the Abyss Rift, a blood-red wasteland unfolded. Beneath a dark crimson sky, the earth was marred with countless grotesque fissures, and purplish-black mist billowed forth, saturating the air with the stench of decay and blood. Lu Chen stood atop a hillock, gazing at the distorted spatial rifts in the distance, his expression steely. Is this the Abyss Rift? It is even more repugnant than rumored. The Void Blade Emperor hovered beside him, its blade arm trembling slightly, brimming with combat fervor. The eye of all things perceives. Outskirts of the abyss rift. Beast level, commander class, monarch class. Energy density, extremely high, suitable for cultivation but accompanied by mental pollution. Recent activity, small beast tide erupted 3 days prior. The beast library hints. The materials from beasts here are worth 5 to 10 times more than those in the outside world. Lu Chen inhaled deeply, retrieving 2 vials of potions from his backpack. Mental protection potion, to resist abyss pollution. Stamina recovery potion, for survival. He tilted his head back and downed the mental protection potion, grimacing at its bitter taste. Let us go. Today's objective is to collect materials from at least 3 commander-class beasts. Half an hour later, the first encounter unfolded. Roar. A 5-meter-tall corrupted lizard emerged from a fissure, its body oozing corrosive slime, sizzling as it made contact with the ground. Corrupted lizard, commander class, 8 stars. Skill, toxic mist spray, extraordinary level. Corruption touch, domain level prototype. Lu Chen squinted. Xiao Ying, let us test the new tactic. The Blade Emperor instantly transformed into a silver flash, vanishing from sight, only to reappear above the lizard's head, blade arm poised to strike. Swoosh. The void slash tore through the air, leaving a deep gash on the lizard's back, exposing bone. Roar. The lizard, in pain, violently swung its tail, while simultaneously releasing a thick green toxic mist. Lu Chen had anticipated this. He rolled sideways to evade the mist, drawing a short knife from his waist, and plunged it precisely into the joint gap of the lizard's swinging tail. The worth of 110 stamina. Crack. The short knife snapped, but the lizard's tail momentarily faltered. Seizing the opportunity, the Blade Emperor executed 3 consecutive void flashes, each strike directed at the wound. Thwack, thwack, thwack. After 3 strikes, the corrupted lizard collapsed, its body swiftly collected into Lu Chen's specially designed storage pouch. First one secured. At noon, the second battle commenced. This time, it was a pack of savage beasts, the Shadow Blade Wolf pack. 7 enormous black wolves surrounded Lu Chen, their crimson eyes glimmering ominously through the mist. Shadow Blade Wolf, commander class, 5 stars. Trait, pack hunting, coordinated attacks. Lu Chen licked his lips. This could be interesting. He stomped his foot, kicking up a cloud of dust to obscure their vision, and shouted, Xiao Ying, Void Storm. This was the combined technique they had just developed the previous night. The Blade Emperor instantly split into 3 afterimages, an optical illusion caused by high-speed movement, simultaneously executing Void Slash, weaving silver blades into a net that mercilessly dismembered 3 of the giant wolves. The remaining 4 wolves lunged forward in a furious attack, yet Lu Chen did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, delivering a powerful punch that struck the leading giant wolf squarely on its nose. Bang! The force of his blow, equivalent to 110 points of stamina, sent the wolf's head reeling backward. The Blade Emperor followed up with a horizontal slash, severing the wolf's head from its body. A flawless fusion of close-quarter combat and spatial slashing. 10 minutes later, the last of the Shadow Blade wolves collapsed with a mournful howl. Lu Chen gasped for breath, his arm marked by 3 bloody scratches from the wolf's claws, yet his gaze grew increasingly sharp. Onward. As dusk enveloped the land, he encountered the most perilous of situations. Upon collecting materials from the 5th ferocious beast, the ground suddenly quaked violently. Boom. A massive fissure, 10 meters wide, tore open before him, spewing forth an eruption of purple-black energy. Abyssal Demon Eye, King level, 1 star. Skills, Mental Pollution, Rule level, Tentacle Strangulation, Domain level. A colossal eye-like creature emerged from the chasm, its multitude of tentacles covered in suckers, the central vertical pupil fixated intently on Lu Chen. Beast's Library warning, do not engage. Evacuation advised. However, Lu Chen merely smiled. Just the opportunity he sought to test that. He retrieved a dark golden bell from his pocket. Forbidden object, sleep bell, improved version. Effect, area mental shock. Usage cost, none, forbidden object affinity exemption. Ding. The clear chime resonated, and under the augmentation of the abyssal energy, it transformed into visible ripples that spread outward. The movements of the demon eye faltered, its tentacles freezing in midair. Now's the moment. Little shadow. The Blade Emperor transformed into a stream of silver-purple light, the spatial power in its blade arm gathering with fervor, delivering an unprecedented void slash aimed at the demon eye's pupil. Splurt. Purple-black liquid gushed forth, and the demon eye emitted a piercing shriek, struggling wildly as it retreated back into the fissure. Lu Chen did not pursue. Instead, he swiftly gathered several severed tentacles, king-level materials, then turned and fled. What a thrill, boasting and then running. As night fell, at the temporary camp, Lu Chen counted the spoils of the day. Toxic lizard poison sac, value, 300,000. Shadow Blade Wolf Claws, X28, value, 50,000 each. Abyssal Tentacles, King level, value, 2,000,000. Total value exceeding 4,000,000. He opened his data panel. His heartbeat quickening. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Stamina, 110. Mental power, commander level, 3 stars. Pet, Void Blade Emperor, commander level, 8 stars. New insight, combined skill, Void Storm. Assets, 7, 270,000. The Blade Emperor bore several new scars upon its shell, yet its aura had grown even more formidable. Its compound eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty violet light. Lu Chen affectionately rubbed its head. Shall we continue tomorrow? The Blade Emperor's blade arm traced a character in the dirt. Battle. Chapter 13. Abyssal Frenzy, King S. Break. In the depths of the blood-soaked wasteland at the Abyssal Rift, only 2 days remained until the college entrance examination. Lu Chen stood atop a rock drenched in blood, his feet planted on the corpses of 3 commander-level ferocious beasts. His combat suit was tattered, his bare skin riddled with fine scars, yet his gaze was sharper than ever. The Void Blade Emperor floated beside him, its silver-gray shell adorned with purple lines that had spread across its entire form, the edges of its blade arm emanating a disconcerting spatial fluctuation. The eye of all things is wide open. Current battlefield status. Remaining beasts, 2. Commander level, 9 stars. Mental power consumption, 63. Stamina remaining, 78. Still able to fight. Lu Chen spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva, eyeing the last 2 obstacles ahead. Shadow Demon Tiger, commander level, 9 stars. Skills, Shadow Traverse, transcendent level. Soul Devouring Roar, mental attack. Magma Giant Lizard, commander level, 9 stars. Skills, Magma Eruption, domain level prototype, high temperature skin, passive. Little Shadow, Lu Chen whispered. The old routine, eliminate the fragile first. The Blade Emperor's compound eyes flickered for a moment, instantly comprehending. The Magma Giant Lizard, despite its frenzied attacks, had a fatal weakness in its turning speed. Roar. The Shadow Demon Tiger struck first, its form dissolving into black mist, only to pounce out from the shadow behind Lu Chen. Shadow Traverse. Yet Lu Chen had anticipated this. He lunged forward, simultaneously tossing 3 steel nails. Clang, clang, clang. The nails accurately pinned the trajectory of the Demon Tiger's charge, and although they caused no harm, they successfully disrupted its landing posture. Now, the Blade Emperor transformed into a silver-purple flash, delivering a void slash aimed directly at the Demon Tiger's neck. Splurt. Black blood sprayed forth as the Demon Tiger howled in pain, about to retaliate, when Lu Chen suddenly produced a glass vial and smashed it at its feet. Smash. The liquid in the vial vaporized upon contact with the air, forming a misty ice fog. Cold Marrow Extract, cost, 5,000, specifically designed to counter shadow types. The Demon Tiger's Shadow Traverse abruptly failed. Seizing the opportunity, the Blade Emperor executed 7 consecutive void flashes, each strike drawing blood. A woo. With the final wail, the Demon Tiger collapsed. One remains. Upon witnessing this, the Magma Giant Lizard roared in fury, unleashing a torrent of searing magma. Lu Chen executed a swift roll to evade, the intense heat still scorching his left arm, yet he did not flinch, instead revealing a cold smile. Fool, you've fallen for my trap. The position where the giant lizard spewed magma was precisely where the Demon Tiger's corpse lay, and embedded in that corpse were 3 specially designed metal rods. Little Shadow. Draw lightning. The Blade Emperor cleaved a spatial rift, and the energy spilling forth from the fissure resonated with the metal rods, triggering a violent explosion. Boom. The giant lizard was doused in its own magma, while shards of high-temperature metal pierced its eyes, sending it into a frenzy. Lu Chen seized the chance to advance. Protected by the Blade Emperor's Void Storm, delivering a powerful punch to the giant lizard's jaw. Bam! A heavy punch, inflicting 110 points of stamina, sent the 5-ton beast's head reeling backward. The Blade Emperor's final void slash sliced through the giant lizard's gaping maw, obliterating its brain from within. The battle concluded. Lu Chen collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. He opened his data panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Stamina, 130. Mental power, commander level, 4 stars. Pet, Void Blade Emperor, commander level, 9 stars. Assets, 11, 270,000. Market value for material sales. The status of the Blade Emperor also appeared before him. Void Blade Emperor. Status, light injury, self-healing possible. Battle intent, boiling. Bottleneck, requirement for king level breakthrough. 1 Void Crystal X1 core. 2 Blood Battle Baptism, requires near-death experience. Just 1 step away. Lu Chen retracted the panel and gazed into the depths of the abyssal rift. There, a massive fissure spanning a kilometer was slowly writhing, as if some colossal entity was awakening. Beast's library warning. Energy response detected at king level, 5 stars and above. He grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth. Little Shadow, are you daring enough to play something grand? The multifaceted gaze of the Blade Emperor shimmered with an unprecedented fervor for battle, as he inscribed 2 characters into the ground. Fight. Joy. At the very depths of the abyssal rift, at the heart of a tempest of violet-black energy. Only one day remained until the college entrance examination. Lu Chen stood at the precipice of a 1,000-meter chasm. Beneath him seethed the boiling energies of the abyss, while above loomed a distorted sky of dark crimson. His combat attire was utterly ravaged by corrosion, his exposed skin marred with countless fine lacerations. Yet his eyes shone with a sharpness unmatched. The Void Blade Emperor hovered beside him, its silver-gray exoskeleton entirely veiled in purple patterns. The spatial rifts along its blade's edge ceaselessly opening and closing, as if ready to rend the fabric of reality at any moment. All-seeing eye activated. Target: Abyssal Demon Lord, King Tier 5. Skills: Abyssal Corruption, Rule Level, Flesh Recombination, Domain Level. Vulnerability: Core located at the third eye, must be destroyed simultaneously. All Beasts Library warning. Estimated survival rate 37. Lu Chen licked his parched lips and suddenly laughed. Xiaoying, are you afraid? The Blade Emperor's multifaceted gaze flickered for a moment, and it inscribed 2 grand characters upon the ground. Fight. Fight. Good. Lu Chen tore off his tattered shirt, revealing a robust physique, and declared, let us do this. The battle erupted in an instant. The massive form of the Abyssal Demon Lord rose from the rift, several tentacles coiling like giant pythons, ready to strike. Void Storm. Lu Chen and the Blade Emperor moved in unison, transforming into a silver-violet blur, weaving through the gaps between the tentacles. The Blade Emperor's blade arm slashed furiously, each stroke birthing spatial fissures that severed the tentacles piece by piece. Yet, the Demon Lord's flesh reconstituted at a visible rate, severed limbs falling to the ground and morphing into smaller demonic entities that charged forth. Must strike directly at the core. Xiaoying, clear a path for me. The Blade Emperor howled, suddenly splitting into 4 afterimages, simultaneously executing a void slash that forcibly carved a passage through the swarm of monsters. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen surged forward, his burst of 130 points of stamina making him as swift as lightning, instantly closing in on the Demon Lord's torso. Found you. He focused on the Demon Lord's third eye, which was slowly opening on its forehead, and drew a pitch-black dagger from his waist. Forbidden item, Blade of Reality Shattering. Effect: ignores defense and strikes at the essence. Cost: the user will endure equivalent damage. Forbidden item Affinity exemption. Die. The dagger plunged mercilessly into the Demon Lord's third eye. The Demon Lord emitted a deafening roar, and a torrent of frenzied abyssal energy erupted like a tsunami. Lu Chen was hurled by the shockwave, crashing heavily against the rocky wall, blood spilling from his mouth and nose. The Blade Emperor was also caught in the aftermath, its exoskeleton severely cracked. Are we going to lose? No. Lu Chen struggled to rise and suddenly noticed that the Demon Lord's wound had not healed. A violet-black liquid oozed from the third eye. It is wounded. Xiaoying. The final strike. At those words, the Blade Emperor radiated a blinding silver light, all its injuries instantaneously transforming into energy. The spatial rifts along its blade arm expanding to their utmost limits. This is a sign of breakthrough. Void King Slash. A silver-violet blade of light cleaved through the heavens, completely piercing the Demon Lord's third eye. Boom. The colossal body crumbled like a sand tower, disintegrating into a shower of violet-black motes. Amidst this radiant cascade, the Blade Emperor began to reconstitute, its silver-gray shell shed, replaced by a profound dark purple crystalline armor. Its blade arm extending to 2 meters, the edges entwined with ever-present spatial rifts. Evolution complete. Void Blade Emperor, Void Monarch, King Tier 1. New skill, Spatial Anchoring, Domain Level. Talent Awakening, Battle Intent Boiling, Will of the War King, all attributes 20. Lu Chen's data panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Stamina, 140. Mental power, King level 1 star. Assets, 15 million. Value of abyssal materials skyrocketing. He laughed heartily, only to cough up a mouthful of blood. Yet his gaze shone with an unsettling brilliance. Let us go home and sleep. The following morning, in the elite class of the East District, during morning reading, as Lu Chen strolled into the classroom just as the bell rang, the entire class fell silent in an instant. Everyone felt an intangible sense of pressure, a distinctive aura emanating from a king-level Beastmaster. Zheng Kuang dropped his teaching notes with a thud. You've broken through to King? Lu Chen yawned, casually tossing his backpack onto the desk, from which rolled out several crystals from abyssal monsters. I slept quite well last night. The entire class. Chapter 14. The Storm of the College Entrance Examination. In Donghai Province, at the first examination hall of Tianqiong City. At 9 o'clock, a throng of individuals had gathered outside the examination hall. Lu Chen stood in line among the candidates, yawning, as the Void Monarch sprawled lazily on his shoulder, its blade arm glinting with a cold, dark purple sheen in the sunlight. Hey, I heard there's a Frost Queen from Northwest Province this year. With an SS potential pet, the Polarized Phoenix. The situation is even more outrageous in Magic City, where some guy has contracted a Thunder Dragon and is said to already be a King Tier 3. The surrounding candidates buzzed with excitement, while Lu Chen merely squinted slightly, all-seeing eye scanning the entire venue. Average candidate strength, Commander level 5-star. King level candidates, 7, highest Tier 3. Threat index, 0. He glanced down at his data panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Stamina, 140. Mental power, King level 1-star. Beast, Void Monarch, King Tier 2-star. Assets, 15 million. This college entrance examination, I aim to take down 10. First event, talent test. Before the massive crystal sphere, the examiner mechanically recited the process. Place your hand here. Release your maximum mental power. Lu Chen placed one hand upon the crystal sphere, deliberately suppressing 80% of his strength. Buzz. The crystal sphere transitioned from white to blue, ultimately settling on a deep purple. Mental power intensity, King level. Purity, S grade. Score, 98/100. The examiner's eyes widened. Which prestigious family do you belong to? Lu Chen grinned. Just a garbage collector from the slums. As he turned, he caught a glimpse of several uniformed individuals in the surveillance room frantically flipping through data, evidently spies from various prestigious universities. The fish has taken the bait. Second event, theoretical assessment. A holographic projection unfolded, encompassing 300 questions on beast evolution, combat strategies, and resource allocation. Lu Chen scanned them quickly and initiated all beast library for simultaneous retrieval. Cheating? No, this is called rational resource utilization. 20 minutes later, upon submitting his paper, the proctor stared at the flawless score sheet, trembling so much that he nearly tore the answer sheet. At the noon break area, Lu Gu, Zhao Dafu scampered over, clutching an energy bar in his hand. I just found out that the practical assessment will take place in the Shattered Island's secret realm. Based on points earned from hunting ferocious beasts, Lu Chen took the energy bar, casually feeding it to the Void Monarch on his shoulder. Any special rules? Yes. Zhao Dafu lowered his voice. In the last 2 hours, all candidates' coordinates will be announced, encouraging mutual competition for points. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. Legal robbery? I like it. Just as he was speaking, the announcement suddenly blared. Attention all King-level candidates. Please gather in the VIP room for special instructions. Inside the VIP room, 7 King-level candidates scrutinized one another. A stern-faced examiner clad in military uniform announced, deep within the Shattered Isles lies a severely wounded King-level pinnacle beast cub. Whoever delivers the finishing blow will receive an additional 500 points. The air grew heavy with tension. The maximum score for the examination was merely 1,000 points. However, Lu Chen's attention was drawn to the insignia on the examiner's sleeve. Wei Mountain Military University. Do they intend to use us as free henchmen? At 3 p.m. Within the secret realm of the Shattered Isles, boom. As Lu Chen was teleported in, the Void King swiftly cleaved down upon a lurking giant crocodile. Points, 15. He surveyed the surroundings. This was an archipelago half submerged in seawater, and distant roars of ferocious beasts echoed ominously. Xiaoying, clear the area at full speed. The duo transformed into a purple lightning bolt, leaving fallen beasts in their wake. Points, 27. Points, 33. 2 hours later. While the other candidates were still struggling on the periphery, Lu Chen had already reached the central island. Suddenly, he halted abruptly. In the valley ahead, a juvenile abyssal whale, towering at 10 meters, was licking its wounds. Abyssal whale, King level 8 stars, severely injured. Current combat power, King level 5 stars. Indeed, Lu Chen squinted, refraining from advancing hastily. Beast library analysis. Wounds bear marks of military crossbow bolts. Trap probability, 87. He feigned ignorance of the ambush and called out loudly, Xiaoying, prepare for spatial anchoring. Sure enough, a commotion arose from the shadows as 3 figures clad in camouflage leaped down from the cliff. The leader, a young man, sneered, thanks for the guidance. If you leave now, you might still retain some points. Name, Luo Zhan. Pet, iron-blooded battle rhinoceros, King level 3 stars. Affiliation, Wei Mountain Military Academy Special Training Camp. Lu Chen sighed. Did your principal not teach you to check the opponent's ID before attempting to rob a beast? He presented his candidate wristband. East Sea Province, Lu Chen. The trio's expressions changed drastically. King level? Wait, you are the one shouting. Lu Chen smiled and dispatched them. Swish. The Blade Emperor appeared instantaneously atop the iron-blooded battle rhinoceros and severed its spinal connection with a single strike. Roar. The battle rhinoceros collapsed, and before Luo Zhan could react, Lu Chen rendered him unconscious with a swift chop. The remaining two attempted to flee but were ensnared by the spatial anchoring, swiftly converted into points. Points, 300, defeated other king-level candidates. At this moment, the abyssal whale began to retaliate. Shouting. A flash of purple light flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. The will of the War King, fully unleashed. In an instant, an invisible pressure radiated from Lu Chen's center. The Void King executed a void flash, materializing above the whale's head. 6 void slashes were unleashed simultaneously, intertwining into a web of death in midair. The whale emitted a deafening roar, its surface suddenly enveloped by a ghostly blue membrane. Yet this time, the blades tore through its defenses, leaving 6 gaping wounds that revealed bone. Gulp. Enraged, the whale shot high-pressure jets of water from its wounds. Lu Chen stood firm, his eyes ablaze with battle intent, resonance of the War King's will. The Void King instantly returned to Lu Chen's shoulder, completing a mental resonance. Lu Chen's right fist, enveloped in purple-black energy, shattered the incoming water jets with his bare hands. Each droplet, empowered by the will of the War King, transformed into micro-void slashes, slicing the surrounding reefs into a honeycomb structure. The whale suddenly submerged, causing the entire shallow area to tremble violently. A cold smile crept across Lu Chen's face. Attempting to use abyssal absorption? Shouting, prepare the combination skill. As a terrifying vortex with a 50-meter diameter emerged on the sea surface, Lu Chen and his pet leaped simultaneously. The Void King's 6-blade arms merged into a colossal spiral drill, while Lu Chen grasped an imaginary spear, his mental energy condensing into a perfectly synchronized purple-black lance. The War Kings will pierced through the void. The combined assault struck precisely at the whale's gill area, where the crossbow bolt had wounded it. The residual energy from the military-grade armor-piercing bolt ignited under the will of the War King, triggering a chain explosion within the whale. However, the dying behemoth opened its massive maw, a chilling blue light coalescing in its throat. Beast Library Alarm. Abyssal absorption forcibly activated. Countdown to explosion, 3 seconds. In a moment of critical urgency, Lu Chen's eyes blazed with purple light. Overload of the War King's will. The Void King split into 12 afterimages, each executing a void slash. These strikes were not aimed at the whale, but rather constructed a 3-dimensional purple-black cage in midair. When the absorption energy erupted, it was cleaved and devoured by the prearranged web of spatial blades. Boom. The counterattack sent the whale into its final wails, its body beginning to crystallize from within. Points, 500 echoed through the monitors, leaving the control room in stunned silence. In the final moments, coordinates were revealed. Red dots lit up on every candidate's wristband. The most prominent being Lu Chen, points, 1726, on the central island. Is this even human? 10 times higher than the second place. Quickly retreat. As the end bell rang, Lu Chen sat atop the whale's carcass, munching on an apple, with 7 would-be assailants beneath his feet. The announcement blared. Top scorer of East Sea Province, Lu Chen. Outside the examination venue, admissions offices from various universities frantically dialed phones. Dean, we must recruit this Lu Chen on a special basis. He single-handedly cleared the king-level pinnacle beast. Representatives from Jingbei and Modu were also in a scramble. Meanwhile, the subject in question lounged on a bench, catching up on sleep, while the Void King etched into the ground beside him. Admission brochure to the left. Checkbook to the right. Chapter 15. A bidding war of astronomical proportions. Tianxiong City, the day after the examination results were released. At 6 in the morning, the doorbell of Lu Chen's home was incessantly rung. Lu Chen, we are reporters from the Beast Taming Daily. East Sea Television requests an exclusive interview. The admissions office from Jingbei University is waiting for you downstairs. Lu Chen peeked out from his blankets, glancing outside, and was astonished to see dozens of interview vehicles encircling the community, with several reporters nearly coming to blows over prime positions. He leisurely completed his morning routine and opened his data panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Physical strength, 140. Mental power, King level 1 star. Pet, Void King, King level 2 stars. Assets, 15 million, soon to soar. Well, it's time to make some money. He threw open the window and shouted down, 10,000 for a minute of interview. 5,000 for a photo, queue up for your number. The crowd below fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting into even more frenzied shouts. At 9 a.m., in the VIP hall of the Beast Taming Association of Tianqiong City, representatives from 5 major universities sat around a round table, the atmosphere charged with tension. A balding professor from Jingbei University slammed his hand on the table. Lu Chen must come to us at Jingbei. We are willing to offer a mythical level training program. A beautiful tutor from Modu Comprehensive University sneered. Mythical level? Your Jingbei hasn't produced a mythical tier student in 10 years. We just introduced the ancient dragon pool this year. A burly man from Northwest University tossed down a card. 50 million in startup funds. Sign now for immediate transfer. An elegant elder from Jiangnan Beast Taming University cleared his throat. We are willing to grant SSS-level access to the Wanjun Pavilion. Finally, the cold-faced military officer from Wei Mountain Military Academy spoke. Lu Chen, regarding the matter of injuring 3 of our academy's special trainees. Lu Chen suddenly smiled. They initiated the first move. According to Article 17 of the Higher Education Entrance Examination Safety Regulations, I possess the right to self-defense. The officer's expression stiffened. The Beast Library notes. Weishan Military Academy has secretly deployed monarch-level pinnacle ferocious beasts, suspected of violations. Lu Chen squinted and suddenly said, however, if your esteemed institution is willing to compensate me for my mental distress, we can consider this matter settled. The officer asked, how much do you require? Not much. Lu Chen replied, extending 3 fingers, 30 million, plus an internship slot at the Abyss battlefield. The entire room gasped. The Abyss battlefield is an SS-level secret realm controlled by the military, and even a random stone extracted from it is worth a fortune. The officer's face turned ashen. But upon noticing the other representatives from various prestigious institutions eyeing the situation greedily, he finally gritted his teeth. Deal. During the signing phase, a professor from Jingbei pushed the contract forward eagerly. We will add an additional 30 million scholarship. A beautiful woman from Magic City immediately chimed in. The ancient dragon pool can be utilized once a week. Lu Chen leisurely perused all the terms and suddenly inquired, can I receive in advance? 5 contracts were simultaneously pushed forward, of course. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen's account balance skyrocketed from 15 million to 1.2 billion. The Void Monarch inscribed words onto the table with its blade arm. Do you wish to negotiate further? Lu Chen ruffled its head. Moderation is key. A steady flow is essential. In the afternoon, at Zhao's restaurant, Zhao Dafu glanced at the news headline on his phone. Commoner prodigy, snatched up by 5 major universities. His hands trembling to the point he could barely steady the plate. Old Lu, you've topped the trending list. Lu Chen, engrossed in counting the freshly deposited funds, replied without looking up, yes, remember to change the restaurant's name to Top Scholar Canteen. The franchise fee will be charged according to city tiers. Zhao Dafu exclaimed. You can commercialize even this. Just then, the restaurant door swung open, and a group of elegantly dressed young individuals entered. The leading youth in white clasped his hands. Brother Lu, I am Nangong Yu from the Nangong family, here to make your acquaintance. The Beast Library indicates, the Nangong family is among the 3 prominent families in Donghai province, specializing in the import and export of pet beasts. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. The joining fee is 1 million. VIP private rooms are on the 2nd floor. Nangong Yu's smile froze. I am here to make friends. The friend rate is an 80% discount, Lu Chen replied, handing over the menu, which now included a promotion for the same nutritious meal enjoyed by the top scholar. In the evening, at home, after receiving his 37th congratulatory call, Lu Chen finally turned off his phone. The Void Monarch was practicing a new skill, space folding. In the yard, occasionally cleaving a 3-meter-long spatial rift. He opened the data panel, gazing at the admission notice from Jingbei University, and chuckled softly. It's time to prepare for the next phase. Chapter 16, Father's Blade. The night was as dark as ink. Lu Chen sat cross-legged on the living room floor, sorting through the supplies he would take to Jingbei. The Void Monarch lay beside him, its blade arm scratching the floor, carving out a series of crooked characters. Is the Jingbei canteen expensive? Don't worry, we have money now, Lu Chen reassured, flicking its shell. Let's book a VIP room for hearty meals of ferocious beast meat. The Blade Sovereign's compound eyes brightened slightly. Just then, the door lock clicked softly. Without looking up, Lu Chen remarked, Dad, your business trip has been quite lengthy. Lu Chen entered, the coolness of the night breeze still clinging to him. He casually tossed a bag of marinated delicacies onto the table, his gaze sweeping over the Void Monarch, perched on Lu Chen's shoulder. A faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I heard you had the admissions offices of the 5 major universities spinning in circles? Lu Chen finally raised his head, grinning widely, not too shabby, made a bit of pocket change. Lu Chen leisurely unwrapped the marinated delicacies, retrieving a bottle of white liquor from his breast pocket. Care for a drink? I'm underage, Lu Chen replied, though his hand was already reaching for a cup. The father and son clinked their glasses, and Lu Chen tilted his head back for a gulp before suddenly stating, "The myth-level training program at Jingbei is a trap." Lu Chen's fingers paused. The Beast Library conducted a rapid search. Jingbei University Myth Program. Success rate in the past decade, 0. Mortality rate, 17. He narrowed his eyes. "Dad, how do you know?" Lu Chen did not respond, but instead unsheathed a blade wrapped in tattered cloth from his waist, gently placing it on the table. The blade remained sheathed, yet a chilling aura emanated from it, causing even the Void Monarch to instinctively tense its blade arm. "Starting tomorrow, I will teach you some real techniques." Lu Chen stared at the blade, suddenly activating the all-seeing eye. Item: unnamed long blade. Material: celestial meteoric iron, abyssal demon dragon bone. Residual energy: pinnacle of the ruler level. Last usage record: 7 years ago, severed 3 heads of a calamity-level ferocious beast, the 9-headed demon flood dragon. Lu Chen's eyes widened, but he saw his father already rising to head towards the bedroom, leaving behind a single remark. "By the way, I watched your college entrance exam video. You rely too much on xiaoying." At 4 o'clock the next morning, in an abandoned training ground on the outskirts, Lu Chen held the blade with one hand. His posture as steady as a pine. "Watch closely." With a flick of his wrist, the blade sheath exploded. Clang. A brilliant blade light cascaded like a galaxy, illuminating the entire training ground in an instant. Lu Chen's all-seeing eye spun wildly, but he could only capture a blurred trajectory. Where the blade light passed, an alloy target 30 meters away was silently cleaved in half, the cross-section as smooth as a mirror. Even more terrifying, the residual blade energy had split the back wall, creating a 10-meter-long crack. This strike, a cold light cleaving through the skies, left the winds and clouds in its wake. This blade, a stunning swan amidst the tumult. Lu Chen sheathed his blade, turning to face his son. "The blade technique has 5 levels. How much did you manage to see just now?" Lu Chen's forehead broke into a cold sweat. 30%. "Not bad," Lu Chen remarked, a rare smile gracing his lips. "Better than your old man back in the day." Suddenly, he tossed the blade towards Lu Chen, who hurriedly caught it, only to find his arm weighed down by its immense heft. "Over 1,000 pounds. Master the first level until you can cleave through a waterfall, and then call for me." In the following 2 weeks, Lu Chen fully grasped the meaning of hellish training. Each day, he swung the blade 10,000 times until his arms became numb. Standing beneath the waterfall, striking against the current, his tiger's mouth often split open. The most demanding part was that Lu Chen required him to execute the Void Slash, merging the power of space into his blade technique. Yet, the results were astonishing. Stamina, 140-150. Mental strength, Monarch 2 stars, 3 stars. New skill, Void Blade Technique, 1st level. On the 7th night, Lu Chen could no longer contain his curiosity. "Dad, who were you back in the day?" "By the campfire." Lu Chen rubbed the wine jug, remaining silent for a long while before replying. 20 years ago, I was Shanghong Lu Chen. Later, enemies set a trap, using forbidden items to erode my bones, rendering 70% of my power useless." He gestured to a gruesome scar on his chest. "Now, I can barely exert commander-level combat power." Lu Chen's pupils constricted. The Beast Library conducted an urgent search. Bone Erasure Nail. SS level forbidden item. Release condition: myth level life spring or intervention by a ruler level powerhouse. Lu Chen suddenly grinned, revealing a roguish smirk reminiscent of his son. "What? Do you want to avenge me?" Lu Chen tightened his grip on the hilt. "The list. Talk when you reach the ruler level," Lu Chen replied, taking a swig of liquor. "Now, continue practicing with the blade." In the final week, the training intensified. Lu Chen somehow procured a monarch-level ironclad berserk bear as a sparring partner. "Use the blade. Do not use your pet beasts." Lu Chen rolled and dodged awkwardly, yet his grip on the long blade grew steadier. When the berserk bear lunged for the 3rd time, inspiration struck him. Void Blade Technique, 1st level. Clang. The blade glimmered like the moon, carving a crimson mark upon the chest of the ferocious bear. Although it was immediately swatted away by a massive paw, Lu Chen erupted into hearty laughter. "Splendid. This blade is worth 30 million. That evening, the father and son indulged in an uncommon bout of intoxication. Lu Chen, inebriated, patted his son on the shoulder. "When you venture to Jingbei, beware of 3 individuals: the bloody hand of the Qin family, the ghostly schemes of the Chu clan, and the elemental temple of the Thunder Hall. And let us not forget," he belched, "that old fox, the principal." On the eve of departure, as Lu Chen arranged his belongings, he discovered a jade pendant beneath his pillow. Item: surprising swan pendant. Effect: absorbs 1 lethal attack below the mythic level. Message: if you cannot win, retreat. There is no shame in it. Lu Chen. He quietly stowed the pendant away and glanced at his father, who was snoring thunderously in the courtyard. a faint smile crossing his lips. Fear not. I shall present the heads of those men before you, one by one. Chapter 17. The Mythic Level Training Program. In the morning at the residential building in the western district of Tianqiong City, Lu Chen had just finished his morning exercises, beads of perspiration glistening on his forehead. He casually grabbed a towel to wipe his brow and opened his data panel. Name: Lu Chen. Age: 15. Physical strength: 150. Mental power: King level 2 stars. Pet: Void Monarch, King level 4 stars. Assets: 1, 5 billion federal coins. Only 10 days remain until school opens in Jingbei. As he prepared to take a shower, his wrist communicator suddenly vibrated. Jingbei University Special Enrollment Notification. Please report in advance on August 25th to accept the Mythic Level Training Program. Additional clause: a confidentiality agreement must be signed. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, his fingers gliding across the screen to summon a virtual projection, meticulously reviewing the terms. Wild Beast Library Analysis Mode activated. Details of the Mythic Level Training Program. Resource allocation: monthly provision of 3 King level Beast Crystal Cores and SS level material quotas. Mystical Realm access. Entry to the Ancient Dragon Abyss, limited to 3 times per year. Obligatory clause: must participate in the Intercollegiate League and achieve a top 3 finish. TSK. As expected, there are conditions. Just as he contemplated a response, another message popped up on his communicator. Jingbei Admissions Office, Director Li. Student Lu, is it convenient to talk now? We wish to discuss the training program further. A smile tugged at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth as he pressed the accept button. Good morning, Director Li. The holographic projection unfurled, revealing a middle-aged man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, his smile warm. Student Lu, what are your thoughts? Leaning back on the sofa, Lu Chen replied lazily. The terms are acceptable, but the obligations are rather stringent. Director Li adjusted his glasses. Oh, what are your grievances? Firstly, the reward for the top 3 in the Intercollegiate League. I'd like an additional 30 cut. Secondly, increase the entries to the Ancient Dragon Abyss to 5 times. Thirdly, he paused. I want to preemptively withdraw half a year's resource quota. Director Li's smile faltered. That S against the rules. Lu Chen shrugged. Then I shall inquire in Modu. I've heard their ancient dragon pool has no limits. Wait. Director Li hurriedly interjected. We can negotiate. 10 minutes later, the call ended. Lu Chen gazed at the newly received electronic contract, nodding in satisfaction. Revised terms. League reward cut reduced to 25. Dragon Abyss entries increased to 4. 3 months resource prepayment. Net gain of approximately 80 million in resource value. The Void Monarch emerged from the shadows, its blade-like arms scratching the ground. Shrewd merchant. Lu Chen flicked it on the forehead. This is called justly asserting one's rights. In the afternoon, at the suburban training ground, Lu Chen wielded the long blade left by his father, standing beneath a waterfall. The force of the cascading water made his arms tremble slightly, yet his gaze remained sharp. Xiaoying, let us test that idea. The Blade Emperor understood, transforming into a violet light that entwined the blade. In an instant, intricate silver patterns emerged on the blade's surface, distorting the space at its edge. First layer of the void drawing technique. Lu Chen swung the blade fiercely. Whoosh. A 3-meter-long silver blade aura sliced through the air, astonishingly cleaving the waterfall in two. Even more remarkable was that the severed water did not immediately converge, but eerily hung suspended in the air, as if frozen by some unseen force. Fusion technique, void stasis. Gasping for breath, Lu Chen marveled at the astonishing result, suddenly laughing. How much is this technique worth? The Blade Emperor's multifaceted eyes shimmered. Priceless. Incorrect. Lu Chen wiped the sweat from his brow. It's worth at least 2 SS-level materials. In the evening, at home, Lu Chen had just finished showering when his communicator chimed again. This time, it was Nangong Yu, the scion who had previously sought friendship. Lu brother, I heard you signed with Jingbei. What a coincidence. I'm also a special enrollment student. Shall we form a team? While drying his hair, Lu Chen replied. Team formation fee is 5 million. A deposit is required first. Nangong Yu, I'm serious. The Intercollegiate League requires a 3-person team, and I can provide a complete set of SS-level equipment. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. Equipment can be cashed out. I'll give you a 10 discount. Nangong Yu nearly choked. Lu brother, can you not negotiate everything in terms of money? Sure. Lu Chen grinned. Then how about you give me a 30 share of the Nangong family's Tianjing mine rights? The communication abruptly ceased. The Void Monarch silently raised a blade-like arm. Ruthless. Late at night, Lu Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, the jade pendant bestowed by his father spread out before him. Wild Beast Library in-depth analysis. Surprising Swan Pendant. Material, mythic level beast bone from the crystal space of the Spring of Life. Craftsman, Lu Shan, at peak. Hidden function, can temporarily activate a dominator-level defensive shield once. He caressed the pendant, suddenly asking, Xiaoying, how strong do you think my dad was back in the day? The Blade Emperor tilted its head, scratching the ground with its blade-like arm to form a question mark. Lu Chen chuckled softly. Never mind, I'll find out once I get to Jingbei. He opened his communicator and sent a message to his father. Old man, tomorrow I'm heading to the black market to scout for some goods. Any suggestions? 3 seconds later, a reply appeared. East District, Old Lame S shop. Give them my name for a 30 discount. Don't get yourself killed. Lu Chen chuckled as he stowed away his communicator, gazing out at the night sky. Jingbei, here I come. Chapter 18, Initial Exploration of Jingbei. At Jingbei City. In the VIP passage of the international airport, Lu Chen stepped out of the cabin, squinting at this super metropolis, renowned as the sacred land for Beastmasters. On the horizon, numerous floating islands drifted slowly, the private domains of top-tier families. In the distance, the iconic structure of Jingbei University, the 10,000 Beasts Tower, pierced the clouds, its peak entwined with a tangible energy storm. He glanced down at his data panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Physical strength, 150. Mental power, King level 4 stars, continuously increasing. Pet, Void Monarch, King level 5 stars. Assets, 1.8 billion, including the valuation of pre-allocate resources. Sir, your car has arrived. The flight attendant, blushing, handed him a gilded business card. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Lu Chen casually tucked the business card into his pocket, only to discard it into the trash bin as he strode towards the elongated obsidian limousine. The car door swung open automatically, and the onboard AI emitted a gentle electronic voice. Esteemed Mr. Lu, the presidential suite at the Beijing North Marriott Hotel has been prepared for you. Would you like to proceed to the black market? Lu Chen interjected, take me to the old alley in the East District. The AI paused for an unusual 2 seconds before responding. The security rating for that area is classified as D. I advise against it. Drive. Half an hour later. Old Alley in the East District stood in stark contrast to the bustling city center. It resembled an entirely different realm. The narrow passageways were flanked by corrugated iron shanties, and the air was thick with the scent of inferior energy potions. A group of tattooed men lounged by the roadside, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the luxury vehicle. Little Shadow. With a soft call from Lu Chen, the Void King materialized silently, exuding a kingly aura that spread like a tidal wave. The men's expressions changed abruptly. They extinguished their cigarettes and turned to flee. The Beast Library's location has been confirmed. Acting on the clues provided by his father, Lu Chen halted in front of a dilapidated shop bearing the sign of the Old Cripple's Groceries. As he pushed the door open, a bell jingled, and a hoarse voice emerged from behind the counter. Buy goods at triple the price, sell at half, come if you wish. Lu Chen smiled. Lu Chen sent me. Suddenly, the inner curtain was flung aside, and a one-legged old man hobbled out with a cane, his single eye fixed intently on Lu Chen. That bastard is still alive? Thanks to you, he's as lively as ever. Lu Chen scanned the shelves. I need shadow crystals, at least 500 grams. The old man squinted. For the shadow blade mantis? No, wait. He abruptly raised his cane to jab at the Void King. You little brat. You've actually evolved to king level. The cane was halted 10 centimeters from the Blade Emperor by a spatial barrier. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. So, do you have the goods? Indeed. The old man turned and retrieved an iron box from a hidden compartment. Shadow crystals of 99 purity, worth 12 million in the market, yours for 6 million. Lu Chen interrupted, plus a piece of information. The old man, infuriated, stomped his cane on the ground. You're even greedier than your father. What piece of information is worth 6 million? About the bone-eating nail. The iron box clattered onto the counter. 20 minutes later, Lu Chen exited the shop, satisfaction radiating from him. The shadow crystals were sufficient for the Blade Emperor to reach the Dominator level, while the information he acquired was even more valuable. In the underground third level of the Beijing North University Library, there existed fragmented records regarding the Fountain of Life. Just as he was about to summon a vehicle, his communicator buzzed to life. Zhao Dafu's chubby face filled the holographic screen. Old Lu, our king-level nutritional meal is selling like hotcakes. The Nangong family wants to represent us in the East Sea province. As Lu Chen walked, he asked, what is the offer? 3 years of exclusive agency rights, and they're offering 200 million. Lu Chen replied, tell Nangong you, I'll kick out the thief trying to pickpocket me. Encounter with 300 million for 5 years, plus a 30 sales share. By the way, include the newly developed pet grooming kit. Zhao Dafu nearly bit his tongue. The grooming kit? Yes, it's just a subpar energy potion laced with fluorescent powder. Maintaining a stoic expression, Lu Chen instructed. Make the packaging look appealing and mark up the price tenfold. After ending the call, he raised his gaze to see the newly opened Zhuangyuan building chain restaurant at the street corner. its sign prominently featuring Zhao Dafu's chibi avatar. In the evening, at the Tianke Pavilion, a popular gathering spot for the elite of Beijing, Lu Chen donned a tailored suit and entered the private room. Invitation from the Nangong family in hand. 7 or 8 young individuals were already seated around a round table, with Nangong Yu promptly rising to greet him. Brother Lu, we've been waiting for you. The eye of all things quietly activated, absorbing the data of everyone present. Nangong Yu, third young master of the Nangong family. With a pet beast, the mystic ice flood dragon, king level 2 stars. Xiao Ming, a scion from the Xiao clan, proficient in fire-type beasts. Ming family representative, arrogant, sporting a blood-red dagger at his waist. I hear you'll be participating in the collegiate league, Lu? The Ming family representative suddenly pressed. Don't let it be that you face our Ming King team in the first round. Lu Chen leisurely cut into his steak, glancing up with a smile. Ming brother, are you so concerned about me? Are you hoping to purchase intel in advance at a friendly price of 5 million? The room fell into instant silence. Nangong Yu quickly interjected. Brother Lu is just joking. By the way, I heard you were seeking the Void Core. Lu Chen paused mid-bite. What a coincidence. Nangong Yu lowered his voice. 3 days from now, there will be a black market auction featuring a legendary Void Core as the highlight. What's the starting bid? 80 million. Lu Chen wiped his mouth and suddenly stood. Please, enjoy your meal. I need to arrange some funds. The Ming family representative sneered. What are you pretending to be wealthy for? Before he could finish, Lu Chen tossed a black card onto the table before him. Dongwang Bank Diamond VIP. Balance, 18. 2 billion. By the way, Lu Chen turned at the door. Ming brother, if you can't afford to lose, you can concede now, and I'll give you a 50 discount. In the late night, on the hotel rooftop, the Void King was absorbing the shadow crystals. Its carapace's purple patterns deepening. Lu Chen leaned against the railing and dialed his father's number. Old man, I saw the old cripple. There was a moment of silence on the line. What did you acquire? Information is more valuable than goods. Lu Chen gazed into the distance at the beast tower. Do you think the principal is an old fox? Lu Chen suddenly chuckled. Why, have you seen him? Not yet. As a wisp of spatial energy flickered at Lu Chen's fingertips, he remarked, but tomorrow, I plan to break into his library. A crashing sound of a bottle smashing echoed from the other end of the line. Chapter 19. Turmoil in the Black Market. In the underground black market auction house of Beijing City, night had fallen. Lu Chen sat in the VIP box, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest, his gaze sweeping over the bustling auction floor below. In 3 days, he had woven a web of connections in this city, utilizing the Nangong family's commercial channels, Chu Min's intelligence network, and even several scions from the Qin family S branches, all lured into becoming long-term clients through inconsequential evolutionary schemes from the Beast Library. He accessed the data panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Physical strength, 150. Mental power, King level 5 star, critical breakthrough. Pet beast, Void King, King level 6 star. Assets, 1, 2 billion liquid funds, 300 million fixed assets. Tonight, I must secure that SSS level Void Core. The auctioneer rapped his gavel. Item number 37. The shadow armor from the 7th layer of the abyss. A suit of armor, entirely black with flowing crimson patterns, was pushed onto the stage. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. The eye of all things deep analysis. Forbidden item, shadow armor, incomplete. Effect, grants immunity to 1 lethal attack of mythic level or below. Cost, each use requires the sacrifice of a king level pet beast. Forbidden item affinity exemption. Hidden feature, can absorb void energy for self-repair. The starting bid was set at 60 million, with increments no less than 5 million. The crowd erupted in excitement. However, Lu Chen noticed a representative from the Qin family on the 3rd floor, intently staring at the armor. 70 million. He pressed the bidding button. Silence enveloped the room. The Qin family's box immediately followed. 80 million. 100 million. Lu Chen remained unfazed. Nangong Yu gasped beside him. Brother Lu, that's quite a markup. Lu Chen kept his eyes fixed on the stage. That item could save my life. Ultimately, as the Qin family gritted their teeth and bid 130 million, Lu Chen abruptly withdrew his bid. Congratulations, young Master Qin. The representative of the Qin family looked over with a sense of pride, only to see Lu Chen raise his wine glass and silently mouth the words, dare next time. The climax of the event approached. The auctioneer's voice trembled. The final item, a legendary void crystal core. Within the crystal dome, a fist-sized silver core floated, distorting the surrounding space. Lu Chen could feel the agitation of the Blade Emperor through their mental link. The starting bid was 80 million. 100 million. An elder from the 3rd floor box immediately raised his paddle. 120 million. A wealthy lady from the West District refused to back down. The price quickly soared to 200 million. It was then that Lu Chen pressed the bidding device. 250 million. An uproar erupted in the hall. This price had already exceeded the annual income of many small families. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, a chilling voice interrupted. 300 million. The crowd turned to see a figure cloaked in black at the entrance, a blood-red badge pinned to his chest. Qin Lu, captain of the Bloodhand Squad. King 9 stars, Beast Blood Demon, Ape Monarch Level 1. Nangong Yu's face turned pale. This is bad. A direct descendant of the Qin family. Yet Lu Chen merely smiled. He leisurely produced a golden card, verification of funds. The auctioneer took it and nearly dropped it from trembling hands. Dongwang Bank Black Gold Card. Credit limit, 500 million. 250 million was valid. Wiping sweat from his brow, the auctioneer stammered, Mr. Qin, you need. No need, Qin Lu sneered. Kid, the crystal core can be yours. Just hope you live to use it. Lu Chen stood up to take the crystal case. No need to trouble yourself. As he turned, he softly added, by the way, send my regards to the head of the Qin family. And remind him that the debt of the bone erosion nail is still remembered. Qin Lu's pupils constricted. On the way back to the hotel, Nangong Yu's hovering vehicle wove through the clouds, and he wiped his sweat repeatedly. Brother Lu, how dare you provoke Qin Lu? He just slaughtered the entire Grey Wolf mercenary group last month. Lu Chen toyed with the crystal core. Do you know why the auction house doesn't prohibit fighting? Because of the rules? Because the dead don't owe money. Suddenly, Lu Chen pressed the car window, commanding, stop. The vehicle had barely come to a halt when 3 blood-red figures blocked their path. At the forefront, Qin Lu's fingertips dripped with venom. Kid, hand over the crystal core and your life. The Void Monarch instantly materialized, its blade arm shimmering with silver light. Yet Lu Chen held it back, not in a hurry. He glanced at the 2 men behind Qin Lu. May I ask how to address you? The burly man on the left grinned menacingly. Deputy Captain of the Bloodhand Squad, Zhao. Zhao Taizhu, wanted by the military for rape 3 years ago. Lu Chen rattled off details. Bounty of 8 million. He then pointed at the other person, Zhou Yin, the discarded disciple of the ghost Dr. Zhou Buhai. Bounty of 12 million. The expressions of both men changed dramatically. Qin Lu bellowed, attack. The blood demon ape lunged forward, but just then, the entire street plunged into darkness. All lights extinguished simultaneously. Swish. A flash of silver light, and Zhou Yin clutched his bleeding throat, collapsing to the ground. In the darkness, Lu Chen's voice, laced with amusement, echoed, I forgot to mention, I purchased the manual for the shadow battle armor. 10 minutes later, the lights flickered back on. The street was left with Qin Lu kneeling on one knee, his right arm severed at the shoulder. Lu Chen squatted in front of him, handing over a business card. Tell the head of the Qin family that I've collected the bounty. Next time, send someone of worth. As the hovering vehicle ascended, Nangong Yu gazed into the rearview mirror at the burning street, his voice trembling. Who exactly are you? Lu Chen pressed the crystal core into the Blade Emperor's body, watching as the silver light surged into an evolving cocoon, chuckling softly. Just a businessman. Chapter 20. Potential Breakthrough, the Opulence of North Jing. In the luxurious suite atop the Marriott Hotel in North Jing, late at night, Lu Chen sat cross-legged before the floor-to-ceiling window, the legendary void crystal core floating before him. Silver energy ripples slowly expanded through the air, illuminating the entire room as if it were a suspended galaxy. He opened the data panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Physical strength, 1000, King level standard. Mental power, King level 6 star, critical breakthrough. Beast, Void Monarch, King level 7 star. Assets, 1, 2 billion liquid funds, 300 million fixed assets. He tapped the crystal core with his fingertip, murmuring, Little Shadow, are you ready? The Void Monarch emerged from the shadows, the spatial rift on its blade arm trembling slightly, conveying excitement. Evolution simulation from the 10,000 Beasts library completed. Optimal plan, potential breakthrough. Current potential, SSS legendary. Side effects, must endure the pain of spatial tearing. Lu Chen grinned. Pain is pain. It's not like I can die from it. He pressed one hand onto the crystal core while the other held the Blade Emperor's shell, mental power surging in like a tidal wave. Let's begin. Crack. A fine fissure appeared on the surface of the crystal core, and an overwhelming torrent of void energy erupted. The Blade Emperor's body was instantly engulfed in silver light, its shell appearing riddled with cracks, yet continuously reorganizing under the energy's onslaught. Lu Chen grunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His mental power resonated completely with the Blade Emperor, and the agony he endured was no less than that of the beast itself. Physical strength fluctuating wildly, 1,000-8,000-12,000-7,000. 3 hours later, the silver light suddenly contracted, ultimately condensing into a thumb-sized silver point, which embedded itself into the Blade Emperor's brow. Evolution complete. Void Monarch potential, SSS legendary. Future growth limit raised to catastrophe level. Fusion skill void fixation upgraded to minor success. The Blade Emperor's compound eyes opened, and within the originally cold purple light, a hint of profound silver shimmered. It gently waved its blade arm, causing the room's space to ripple as if it were water. A cup on the table eerily floated in midair for a full 3 seconds before falling. Lu Chen wiped his sweat and smiled. Worth it. At 3 in the morning, the training continued. Lu Chen wielded the long blade left by his father, standing in the specially designed training room of the suite. The Blade Emperor stood beside him, their energies perfectly synchronized. The first level of the Void Blade technique, the blade light flashed. Unlike the previous silver-purple hue, this strike bore a subtle golden glow. As the blade passed, the space was sliced open, leaving a black fissure that lasted half a second. Great success feature, extended duration of the spatial fissure. Lu Chen sheathed his blade, looking at the half-meter deep cut on the training wall, nodding in satisfaction. Finally looks like something. The Blade Emperor suddenly etched words into the ground with its blade arm. Far inferior to your father. Of course. Lu Chen flicked it on the head. That old monster trained for decades, while I've only been at it for a few days. He lay back on the ground, gazing at the ceiling, suddenly asking, Little Shadow, what do you think that old fox, the principal, is up to now? The Blade Emperor tilted its head, indicating confusion. Lu Chen closed his eyes, activating the eye of all things to its fullest, future segment capturing. Fleeting images flashed by. An elderly man with white hair stood by a tower window, toying with a rusted nail in his hand. The old man murmured to the void, Jinghong, your son is even more arrogant than you. The scene abruptly halted. Lu Chen shot up, his pupils narrowing. Bone erosion nail? Related record. 20 years ago, during the North Jing civil strife, the principal secretly treated a grievously injured swordsman. Interesting. Lu Chen wiped away the blood from his nose. It seemed he would need to pay a proper visit to the esteemed principal tomorrow. In the morning, sunlight flooded the room. Lu Chen unusually woke up naturally. He stretched languidly, gazing out at the bustling city of Jingbei, then dialed Zhao Dafu's number. Old Zhao, the plan for the branch of Zhuangyuan Tower can commence. The first locations will be in Jingbei, Modu, and Shijiang. By the way, let us revise the advertisement for the pet grooming kit too. Make your pet as formidable as Lu Chen. After hanging up, he glanced at the time. There were still 6 hours until the enrollment at Jingbei University. That was ample time for 2 tasks, to enjoy a sumptuous breakfast and to prepare a welcoming gift for the principal. The Blade Emperor emerged from the shadows, carrying a freshly ironed school uniform on his arm. Lu Chen smiled as he accepted it. Let us go. It's time to reconnect with some old friends. In the blink of an eye, night had passed. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lu Chen stood before the grand entrance of Jingbei University, tilting his head to admire the gilded gate towering 30 meters high, the corners of his mouth curling upward. The gate was adorned with intricate carvings of hundreds of rare pets, shimmering with a dark golden glow under the sunlight. Surely, this gate is worth several hundred million. Lu Chen murmured to himself, simultaneously activating his data panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Physical strength, 1200, peak monarch level. Mental power, monarch level 7 stars. Pet, void monarch, monarch level 7 stars. Legendary potential. Assets, 1.2 billion in liquid funds, 300 million in fixed assets. A long queue of new students formed at the entrance. But Lu Chen strode directly towards the VIP passage. Upon seeing his acceptance letter, the senior sister in charge of reception immediately brightened. Lu Chen, as this year's national top scholar, you are entitled to use the special passage. She enthusiastically handed him a black crystal card. This is your student ID, and it has been preloaded with 100 credits. Lu Chen accepted the crystal card, his fingertips lightly brushing its surface. 1 credit is equivalent to 2 million federal coins? Indeed. The senior sister confirmed with excitement. And this is merely the base amount. Exceptional performance can earn you additional rewards. By the way, your dormitory is in Block A, Room 01. Would you like me to show you the way? Just as Lu Chen was about to respond, he suddenly felt several intense gazes upon him. Turning to look, he noticed a few new students whispering and pointing. Is that the national top scholar this year? I heard his pet has legendary potential. That's outrageous. Our school hasn't had a new student with legendary potential in 3 years. The eye of all things automatically activated, capturing their discussions. With a slight smile, Lu Chen said to the senior sister, please lead the way and introduce me to the school's key facilities. As they walked along the main path of the campus, the senior sister enthusiastically recounted. To the left is the Beast Tower, housing various rare pet specimens. To the right is the trial grounds, where practical courses are held weekly. However, Lu Chen's attention was drawn to the ground. The paving stones were made of a special material designed to absorb impact, each piece valued at no less than 100,000. Here we are, Block A, Room 01. the senior sister announced, stopping in front of a two-story villa. Her tone filled with envy. This is the elite student dormitory, complete with a private training ground. Pushing open the ornate door, even the well-traveled Lu Chen could not help but raise an eyebrow. The 6-meter-high living room featured a crystal chandelier, while the floor was laid with temperature-regulating spirit wood. The door to the training room glimmered with the blue light of a spatial stabilization device, worth over 100 million on its own. Your bedroom is on the second floor, and your roommate, Xiao Yunhan, resides on the third floor, the senior sister whispered. However, he rarely appears, usually training outside. Lu Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the smart refrigerator filled with high-grade energy drinks in the kitchen. How is the food at the school? Absolutely top-notch. The senior sister proudly replied. The central cafeteria offers monarch-level beast meat, but it must be exchanged for credits. After settling his belongings, Lu Chen made his way to the central cafeteria. Pushing open the gilded doors, he was immediately enveloped by the enticing aromas of various delicacies. At dozens of serving windows, students were swiping their student IDs. 1 serving of flame rhinoceros steak and 1 serving of emerald dragonfish soup, Lu Chen requested at the counter. The chef glanced at his student ID. That will be a total of 3 credits. Would you like to confirm the payment? Equivalent to 6 million for a single meal. Lu Chen did not even blink. Confirm. As he sought a seat while holding his tray, Lu Chen noticed a special window in the corner of the cafeteria labeled Mythical Ingredients Exclusive. Approaching, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the prices listed on the menu. Hydra meat steak, 20 credits per serving. Phoenix tail feather tea, 15 credits per cup. New students are advised against trying these. A gentle voice came from behind. Turning, he saw a senior with gold-rimmed glasses. The energy of mythical ingredients is too volatile. One must be at least at the overlord level to digest them. Lu Chen smiled. Thank you for the warning. By the way, where can I find information about the mentors? The terminal on the second floor of the library can provide details on all the mentor profiles. The senior adjusted his glasses. But the official selection meeting isn't until tomorrow. After finishing the extravagant meal, Lu Chen headed to the library. Swiping his card to enter the second floor, he found dozens of holographic projection terminals neatly arranged. He casually selected one and pulled up the list of mentors. Mentor directory, overlord level and above, Yin Wang. Zhao Taizhan, fire specialization. Ice Phoenix, Su Qingwei, ice specialization. Poison Lord, Zhou Tong, poison specialization. Upon seeing Su Qingwei's profile, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. Su Qingwei, age, 28, power, overlord 9 stars, suspected mythical level. Pet, Ice Crystal Phoenix, mythical level. Guiding students, 1, currently vacant. Characteristics, only accepts 1 student per year, with extremely stringent requirements. The eye of all things automatically captured this information, and Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Interesting. Just as he was about to continue his search, the terminal suddenly displayed a prompt. Detected elite student privileges. Hidden information can be accessed. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and selected confirm. The screen immediately revealed additional content. Campus resource distribution map. Mystical realm opening schedule. Detailed paths to earn credits. One piece of information caught his attention. Completing S-level tasks can yield 50 to 100 credits. Limited to 3 tasks per week. As he closed the terminal, Lu Chen had already formulated a plan for tomorrow's selection meeting. Exiting the library, the setting sun bathed the campus in a golden hue. Roars emanated from the direction of the training ground, indicating that numerous students were intensively training. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lu Chen discovered a note on the coffee table. Do not disturb me. Xiao Yunhan. The handwriting was sharp as a blade. Exuding a faint chill, Lu Chen chuckled softly, tossing the note into the trash bin as he turned towards the training room. Inside, the Blade Emperor eagerly emerged from the shadows. Lu Chen activated the spatial stabilization device, enveloping the entire room in a faint blue energy field. Shall we try out some new techniques? Lu Chen grasped the long knife left by his father. The Blade Emperor excitedly swung its arm, and the space began to subtly warp. As both master and pet launched their attacks simultaneously, the training room was instantly filled with a dazzling silver light. 2 hours later, drenched in sweat, Lu Chen lay on the floor, gazing at the evaluation report provided by the training room's intelligence system. Comprehensive destructive power, Monarch 9 stars. Spatial control level, 87. Suggestion, attempt to integrate spatial power into your swordsmanship. After a brief respite, Lu Chen took a shower and lay on his bed, meticulously planning the agenda for the following day. He aimed to secure guidance from Su Qingwei while simultaneously beginning to accumulate credits. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, he suddenly sensed a violent surge of energy emanating from the 3rd floor. The Eye of all things automatically activated, capturing a trace of dark elemental law's aura. It seemed his roommate was not to be underestimated. Lu Chen murmured to himself before drifting into dreams. Chapter 21, Special Recruitment and Teacher Selection Conference. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the bedroom, awakening Lu Chen from his meditative state. He stretched languidly and casually picked up a bottle of azure liquid from the nightstand. A 2 million spiritual power restoration potion for breakfast. He shook the bottle, raised it to his lips, and drank it down in one gulp. Life in Jingbei was indeed luxurious. Spiritual power restoration rate, 30, duration, 6 hours. The data panel unfolded in his mind. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Physical strength, 1250, critical breakthrough. Spiritual power, Monarch level 8 stars. Pet, Void Monarch, Monarch level 8 stars. Legendary potential. Assets, 1. 2 billion in liquid funds, 300 million in fixed assets, 100 credits. After freshening up, Lu Chen donned the specially designed training suit issued by the school. This attire, woven from the silk of Monarch-level ferocious beasts, not only boasted remarkable defensive capabilities, but also automatically regulated body temperature, with a market value exceeding 5 million. Xiaoying, today promises to be a spectacle, Lu Chen said to his reflection as he adjusted his collar, and the shadow in the mirror responded with a subtle quiver. As he pushed open the dormitory door, a hovering vehicle emblazoned with the Jingbei emblem was already waiting at the entrance. A uniformed driver respectfully opened the door. Student Lu. The Special Recruitment and Teacher Selection Conference will commence in half an hour. The hovercar glided smoothly toward the teacher selection hall at the heart of the campus. Through the window, Lu Chen observed that the exteriors of the teaching buildings along the way were embedded with energy crystal stones, precious gems valued at hundreds of thousands, utilized to stabilize the cultivation environment. At the teacher selection hall, 11 special recruits had already gathered. Upon seeing Lu Chen exit the vehicle, varied expressions crossed their faces, some filled with curiosity, others with admiration, and a few cloaked in veiled hostility. The national top scholar has arrived, a girl with a ponytail whispered. I heard his pet has legendary potential. My uncle works at the Ministry of Education. He mentioned that his combat score has shattered a decade-long record. A smirk played on Lu Chen's lips as the eye of all things captured these discussions. He noticed 5 individuals standing rigidly, their presence evidently more formidable than the rest. These must be the 5 provincial top scholars. The grand doors of the teacher selection hall slowly swung open, and an elderly man with white hair emerged. Esteemed special recruits, please follow me. As they traversed the lengthy corridor, they arrived at a circular hall. At the center floated 12 holographic projection platforms, arranged in a circular formation. The elder gestured for everyone to take their positions. The Jingbei University Special Recruitment and Teacher Selection Conference is now in session. His voice echoed through the hall. First, please showcase your abilities. The projection platforms illuminated one by one, revealing each special recruit's basic information. Nanhai Province Top Scholar, Lin Mo, Monarch level 6 stars, SS Class Thunder Eagle. Xishan Province Top Scholar, Zhao Wuji, Monarch level 6 stars, SS Class Earth-Shaking Bear. National Top Scholar, Lu Chen, Monarch level 8 stars, Legendary level Void Monarch. As Lu Chen's data appeared, the hall filled with gasps of astonishment. Legendary level. How is that possible? He is only 15. Lu Chen stood calmly before the projection platform, his gaze sweeping toward the observation area on the second floor, where several mentors sat, the true protagonists of the day. The eye of all things quietly operated, and the mentor's data flowed into his mind. Flame Martial King, Zhao Taizan. Strength, Ruler level 8 stars. Weakness, unstable footing, relatively slow movement. Ice Phoenix, Su Qinghua. Strength, Ruler level 9 stars, suspected mythical level. Weakness, no significant weaknesses, suspected hidden strength. Toxin Monarch, Zhou Tong. Strength, Ruler level 7 stars, disguised. True Strength, Ruler level 9 stars peak. Upon seeing Su Qinghua, Lu Chen's pupils constricted slightly. The female mentor in her white attire sat quietly in the corner, her exquisite features betraying no emotion. Unlike the other mentors, she had only a single student dossier in front of her. It was Lu Chen's. Interesting, Lu Chen mused internally. It seemed this Ice Phoenix mentor was indeed interested in him. After the demonstration segment concluded, the white-haired elder announced, we now enter the free exchange phase. Mentors may descend to engage with their favorite students, and students may also actively seek the favor of mentors. As soon as the words left his mouth, the majority of mentors gravitated towards the provincial top scholars. Only Su Qinghua remained seated, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lu Chen. Lu Chen refrained from rushing into action, opting instead to observe the performances of the other special recruits. Lin Mo from Donghai Province was showcasing the Thunder Eagle's thunderclap skill to Zhao Taizan, earning cheers from the surrounding crowd, while Zhao Wuji from Xishan was encircled by 3 mentors, struggling to make a choice. Aren't you going to pursue a mentor? A cool voice inquired from behind. Lu Chen turned to find a bespectacled boy, Chu Feng, the top scholar from Jiangnan province. A good mentor must be seized. Chu Feng adjusted his glasses. Though you are the national top scholar, mentor Su Qinghua hasn't he taken on students for 3 years? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. How do you know I have my sights set on her? It's quite obvious. Chu Feng pointed to the second floor, throughout the hall. Her gaze has not strayed from you. However, he lowered his voice. It is said her last student collapsed under the training intensity and withdrew due to mental breakdown. Lu Chen smiled non-committally. Thank you for the warning. At that moment, a commotion erupted on the second floor. Su Qinghua finally stood, gracefully descending the staircase. As she passed, the other mentors instinctively parted to clear a path. Lu Chen, Su Qinghua halted before him, her voice as crystalline and clear as an icy spring. Come with me. Without inquiry or assessment, she issued a direct command. The entire hall fell silent, all eyes turning toward them. Yet, Lu Chen noticed a fleeting smirk of amusement on Zhou Tong's face as Su Qinghua turned away, following her to the side hall of the teacher selection hall. The temperature plummeted by several degrees. Lu Chen saw his breath turn to white mist, while Su Qinghua appeared unaffected. Demonstrate your spatial control, she stated, cutting straight to the point. With a thought, the Blade Emperor emerged from the shadows. As he waved his arm, the surrounding space began to distort, forming a spherical domain with a 2-meter diameter. Void domain, radius 23 meters, duration. Su Qinghua glanced at her timer, 17 seconds. Passable. She snapped her fingers, and a phoenix of pure ice crystal materialized from thin air. The majestic aura of the divine beast compelled the Blade Emperor to instantly assume a combat posture, with spatial fissures flickering along his arm. If you can withstand a strike from the ice phoenix, you will be my student, Su Qinghua declared calmly. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. The eye of all things operating at full capacity. Ice crystal phoenix. Level, mythical 1 star. About to use skill, extreme cold impact, law level. Weakness. There was no time for contemplation. The ice phoenix had already taken flight. An extreme cold storm swept through the side hall, encrusting the ground in a thick layer of ice. Showing. Lu Chen called out sharply, and the Blade Emperor immediately understood. A person and their companion simultaneously launched an attack, intertwining the forces of space and the blade's radiance to form a silver barrier before them. With a resounding boom, the collision between ice and space erupted in a blinding flash of light. When the aftershock subsided, Lu Chen knelt on the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The armor of the Blade Emperor was coated in a thin layer of ice, which was swiftly shattered. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Qinghua's eyes. You adjusted the spatial frequency specifically to counter ice-type energy? Just a little trick, Lu Chen replied, wiping the blood from his lips with a grin. Am I considered qualified now? The ice phoenix returned to Su Qingyue's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling her cheek, a gesture of approval. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, Ice Phoenix Tower, Su Qinghue stated, turning to leave. Upon returning to the hall, Lu Chen found that the other special recruits had completed their mentor selections. Spotting Lu Chen's emergence, Chu Feng hurried over. You really chose Su Qinghue? She is infamous for being a devilish mentor. Lu Chen responded with a nonchalant smile. The more challenging the bone, the richer the nourishment. As the mentor selection concluded, Lu Chen prepared to depart, but Zhou Tong intercepted him. Kid, you've got guts, he remarked, handing over a business card. If you ever find the Ice Lady's torment unbearable, feel free to seek me out. Lu Chen accepted the card, noting a line of small print on the back. Beware of Su Qingyue's special training. Stepping out of the selection hall, the sun had already set. Lu Chen stretched lazily, feeling quite satisfied with the day's achievements. Not only had he successfully become a disciple of the strongest mentor, but he had also acquired a wealth of intriguing information. Time for a reward at the cafeteria, he thought, patting his stomach, having heard rumors of a special supply of mythic-grade ingredients that day. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Zhao Dafu. Old Lu, our champion's nutritional meals are selling like hotcakes. Should we consider opening a branch in Jingbei? Lu Chen replied with a smile. We are already in talks. The location is chosen in the most expensive district of the academic area. Putting away his phone, he gazed at the towering Ice Phoenix Tower in the distance, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Starting tomorrow, the real challenge begins. Chapter 22, An Unexpected Encounter Before the Ice Phoenix Tower. On the evening following the mentor selection, Lu Chen stood alone in the center of the dormitory training room. He removed his outer coat, revealing a robust torso, the muscles etched under the light like finely sculpted marble. A data panel unfolded before him. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Physical strength, 1300, critical breakthrough. Mental power, King level 8 stars. Companion beast, Void King, King level 8 stars, legendary potential. Assets, 1.2 billion in liquid funds. 300 million in fixed assets, 100 academic credits. Tomorrow he would face the rigorous training of that icy woman. Lu Chen retrieved the long blade left by his father from his spatial ring, its edge shimmering coldly under the light. He needed to adjust his state to its optimal level. The Blade Emperor emerged from the shadows, its blade arm quivering with excitement. Lu Chen smirked slightly. What's the matter? Are you eager as well? The training room's spatial stabilization device activated automatically, enveloping the entire room in a pale blue energy field. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen assumed the initial stance of the sword drawing technique. First level of the void sword drawing technique. The blade light flickered like lightning, carving a perfect arc through the air. Where the blade passed, subtle black fissures appeared in the space, lingering for nearly a second before gradually mending. Not enough. Lu Chen frowned. He needed to reach at least half of his father's prowess. For the next 3 hours, the training room was alive with the flash of blades. Lu Chen tirelessly repeated the same motion until sweat soaked his training attire, and his arm muscles trembled from overuse. Physical strength, 1,312.50. Blade technique proficiency increased by 5. During a brief respite, Lu Chen opened the Beast Library, retrieving information on Ice-type resistance. Ice-type resistance training program. Consume the crystal core of a Fire-type ferocious beast, recommended for king level and above. Conduct adaptive training in extreme cold environments. Adjust the spatial barrier frequency to counteract Ice-type energy. It seemed a visit to the cafeteria was in order. Lu Chen stored the information away, took a cold shower, and changed into clean clothes. The central cafeteria of Jingbei University was still brightly lit, even at 10 o'clock at night. Lu Chen headed straight for the special ingredients window, 1 heart of the blazing Lion King, 1 cup of lava lizard blood. The chef behind the window looked up in surprise. Student, these are all SS-grade ingredients. It will total 8 academic credits. Lu Chen directly swiped his student card. Add a serving of mythic-grade dessert as well. Holding a dinner worth 16 million, Lu Chen found a seat by the window. The heart of the blazing Lion King was sliced into thin pieces, each radiating a golden flame, while the lava lizard's blood was contained in a specially designed vessel, resembling flowing magma. Xiaoying, give this a try. Lu Chen cut a small piece of heart and tossed it to the shadowy Blade Emperor. The Blade Emperor caught it carefully with its blade arm and trembled excitedly upon ingestion. These ingredients were equally beneficial for spatial-type companion beasts. Just as Lu Chen savored this extravagant meal, a clear voice rang out from behind him. You must be this year's national champion, right? Turning around, he saw a girl with twin ponytails, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old. She wore Jingbei's school uniform, adorned with a sophomore badge, and was cradling a fluffy snow ferret. Lu Chen's gaze lingered on the girl's face for a moment, activating the eye of all phenomena. Name, by Xiaotao. Age, 17. Strength, Overlord 1 star. Companion beast, Aurora Snow Ferret Overlord 3 stars. Identity, daughter of the president of Jingbei University. Hello, Senior Bai, Lu Chen said, discreetly wiping his mouth. What brings you here? Bai Xiaodao's eyes widened in surprise. You know me? Just a guess. Lu Chen pointed to the snow ferret in her arms. The Aurora Snow Ferret is an SSS-grade companion beast. There are no more than 3 in the entire Jingbei. Besides, having Overlord-level strength at your age can only mean you are the president's daughter. Bai Xiaodao chuckled and settled comfortably across from Lu Chen. No wonder you're the champion. Your observational skills are impressive. She leaned in closer, speaking mysteriously. Actually, I came specifically to find you. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, I watched the recording of the mentor selection. Bai Xiaodao's eyes sparkled. You actually withstood a strike from Teacher Ice Phoenix. You know, last year, a senior attempted the challenge and ended up bedridden for 3 months. Lu Chen sipped the lava lizard blood, the scalding liquid coursing down his throat, igniting a wave of warmth. It was just luck. Not at all. Bai Xiaodao shook her head vigorously. You adjusted the spatial frequency, didn't you? My father said that's the most effective method to counter ice-type skills. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Chen's eyes. Anyone who could discern that was undoubtedly formidable. He set down his utensils, adopting a serious tone. What exactly does Senior Bai want with me? Bai Xiaodao stuck out her tongue playfully. Actually, I want to invite you to join my team. Noticing Lu Chen's lack of immediate response, she hurriedly added, our team consists of elite sophomores, specializing in tackling high-difficulty secret realms, and the rewards are quite substantial. Lu Chen did not answer right away, but instead sliced off another piece of the blazing Lion King's heart and placed it in his mouth. The tender, juicy meat, imbued with the unique spiciness of flames, transformed into a warm current flowing through his body. Physical recovery, 1250, 1280. Why choose me? Lu Chen finally spoke. I just enrolled. Bai Xiaotao smiled mysteriously. Because I saw your profile. A companion beast with legendary potential and strength at king level 8 stars. She lowered her voice. Also, Your father is Lu Chen, known as the Stunning Swan, right? Lu Chen's gaze sharpened instantaneously. The blade sovereign emerged partially from the shadows. The fissures on his blade-like arm flickering ominously. Bai Xiaotao quickly waved her hands. Don't be alarmed. It was my father who informed me, she said, mimicking the elder's tone. That brat is just like his father. Both are monsters. The atmosphere eased slightly. Lu Chen leaned back against the chair. Let's discuss the squad matters after I acclimate to Teacher Su's rigorous training. However, he shifted his tone, as a trade. Could you share some intelligence regarding the Ice Phoenix Tower? Bai Xiaotao's expression abruptly turned peculiar. Well, about that. She hesitated for a moment. The Ice Phoenix Tower is Teacher Su's private domain. Even my father cannot enter freely. However, she leaned closer to Lu Chen's ear. I've heard that there exists a 1,000-year-old ice cave within it, an exceptional place for cultivating ice resistance. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that tomorrow's special training would not be a leisurely affair. Oh, right. Bai Xiaotao suddenly recalled something and pulled out a card from her pocket. This is a pass for the top training grounds on campus. Consider it a token of my goodwill. Lu Chen accepted the card, feeling its icy chill and noting its unique material. The eye of all things displayed. SSS level training ground pass. Grants access to the highest level training facilities on campus. Market value, 50 million Federation coins. Such a precious item. Lu Chen murmured. I have plenty of these anyway. Bai Xiaotao waved her hand dismissively. Consider it an early investment. Stand by. Feel free to contact me anytime. Watching Bai Xiaotao depart, Lu Chen carefully stowed the pass away. This dinner had been quite fruitful, replenishing his stamina while providing unexpected intelligence. By the time he returned to the dormitory, it was already late at night. Standing by the window, Lu Chen gazed at the towering Ice Phoenix Tower in the distance. The tower's tip glimmered with a soft blue light under the moon, as if beckoning him. Starting tomorrow, I have my work cut out for me, Lu Chen murmured. The blade's sovereign emerged from the shadows, inscribing a line in the air with his blade. What preparations are required? Lu Chen chuckled, prepare to be thoroughly battered. He opened his data panel, confirming his status once more. Stamina, 1280. Mental power, King level 8 stars, peak. Void blade technique proficiency, 68. Satisfied, Lu Chen laid down on his bed. Tomorrow would present a brand new challenge, and he was already prepared. Chapter 23, The Ice Phoenix Training. At 6 o'clock in the morning, as the first light of dawn began to break, Lu Chen opened his eyes. Staring at the ceiling for a moment, he suddenly laughed out loud. In my past life, it was 8 in the morning. In this life, it's 6. Am I regressing? The data panel illuminated in the darkness. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Stamina, 1350. Breakthrough threshold. Mental power, King level 9 stars. Pet, Void King, King level 9 stars. Legendary potential. Assets, 1. 2 billion liquid funds, 300 million fixed assets, 92 academic credits. Grabbing the mental power potion he had prepared the night before, Lu Chen downed it in one go. The blue liquid, valued at 3 million, slid down his throat, bringing a refreshing yet sharp sensation. Mental power activity, 40, duration, 8 hours. Xiaoying, it's time to set off, Lu Chen said to his shadow. The blade sovereign immediately emerged from the darkness, silver ripples of space swirling along his blade arm, clearly ready for battle. Pushing open the dormitory door, the chill of dawn enveloped him. The campus of Jingbei University was shrouded in a thin mist, with only a few streetlights flickering. Lu Chen tightened the collar of his training suit and strode towards the Ice Phoenix Tower. The tower, located in the northeast corner of the campus, was constructed entirely from millennium-old ice, exuding a faint chill even in the height of summer. Upon his arrival, he spotted a white figure standing before the tower. Su Qingyue had her back to him, her flowing white dress swaying gently in the morning breeze. Her waist-length silver hair shimmered like flowing moonlight, standing out starkly against the pre-dawn darkness. Hearing his footsteps, she slowly turned around. Lu Chen's breath caught momentarily. Even with his discerning eye, he had to concede that this mentor's beauty was unparalleled, skin as white as snow, features like a painting, and lips resembling delicate vermilion. Most striking were her ice-blue eyes, clear enough to seem as though they could see into one's soul. You are 3 minutes late, Su Qingyue spoke, her voice resonating like icy springs striking stone, devoid of any warmth. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. I recall the agreed time was 6:30. My student, the standard is 6:27, Su Qingyue replied. Turning towards the Ice Phoenix Tower, he followed her closely. The tower door slid open soundlessly, a bone-chilling cold rushing out. Lu Chen entered the tower behind Su Qingyue, discovering that the internal space was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, evidently employing spatial folding technology. In the center of the training ground floated a massive ice crystal, emanating a dim blue glow. Su Qingyue waved her hand gently. and the ice crystal slowly descended to the ground. Sit. As Lu Chen settled onto the ice crystal, a piercing cold surged from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. This was no ordinary chill, but a special energy capable of freezing mental power. This is the 10,000-year cold jade. It will refine your mental core, Su Qinghua stated, having changed into a white training suit without him noticing. Based on your data, I have devised a 3-phase training plan. She raised her hand, tracing an ice mark in the air, which quickly expanded into an ice mirror displaying a dense array of text. Phase 1, Basic Strengthening. Cold Jade Body Refinement, 2 hours daily. Precise Control Training of Spatial Frequency. Advancement of the Void Blade Technique. Phase 2, Practical Combat. Combat against Ice Crystal Puppets. Survival Training in Extreme Cold Environments. Ice Resistance Special Training. Phase 3, Potential Activation. Dual Refinement of Ice and Fire. Comprehension of Spatial Laws. Mythical Level Pressure Testing. Lu Chen quickly skimmed through the plan, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. This plan not only tailored to his specific traits, but even incorporated the blade technique taught by his father. Do you have any questions? Su Qinghua inquired. The plan is flawless, Lu Chen replied honestly. I just didn't anticipate that the teacher would understand me so well. Su Qinghua's lips curled slightly. I do not accept waste. She pointed to the ice mirror. We shall commence with the cold jade body refinement today. You may call it off if you cannot endure it. As soon as her words fell, the 10,000-year cold jade suddenly radiated a brilliant blue light. Lu Chen felt an extreme chill surge into his body from all directions, as if thousands of ice needles were traversing his meridians. Stamina, 1350-1200. Mental power, King level 9 stars, critical fluctuation. The Blade Sovereign leapt from the shadows, eager to assist, but was halted in place by a mere glance from Su Qinghua. If you wish to endanger your master, feel free to intervene. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, only to be quickly frozen into frost. He exerted all his focus to operate the eye of all things, analyzing the trajectory of the cold jade energy. Do not resist, but rather guide it. Su Qinghua's voice echoed. The cold jade energy will naturally seek out the weak points within your body. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen promptly adjusted his strategy. He relaxed his body, allowing the cold energy to rampage within him. Indeed, the chills swiftly concentrated in several specific locations, precisely the meridian nodes he often overlooked during his training. An hour later, Lu Chen had acclimated to the pain. He was astonished to discover that the meridians refined by the cold energy had become far more resilient, and the flow of his mental power had significantly improved. Enhancement of mental purity by 15. Ice resistance increased by 10. Time us up. Su Qinghua waved her hand to cease the flow of cold jade energy. The next phase would involve spatial frequency training. With a snap of her fingers, she released a shard of ice that transformed mid-air into hundreds of delicate ice spikes, rushing toward Lu Chen from various angles. Adjust the spatial barrier frequency to solely obstruct the ice spikes. Lu Chen instantly comprehended. Both he and the Blade Emperor acted in unison. A silver barrier unfurled before him, yet the initial attempt faltered, with a third of the ice spikes penetrating the barrier and striking Lu Chen, delivering a sharp sting. Deviation at 17. Su Qinghua stated calmly. Let us try again on the second attempt. The deviation dropped to 9. By the third, it was 5. On the 10th try, Lu Chen finally achieved perfect defense, intercepting all ice spikes with precision. Well done. Su Qinghua rarely offered praise, instructing him to rest for 10 minutes before commencing swordsmanship training. During the brief interlude, Lu Chen retrieved an energy potion to replenish his stamina. He noticed Su Qinghua engrossed in an ancient tome, its pages adorned with intricate spatial formations. Does the teacher also delve into spatial studies? Su Qinghua, without lifting her gaze, replied, 10 years ago, I had a student who specialized in spatial techniques. She turned a page. He died in a cataclysmic level secret realm. Lu Chen, discerning the significance of that student to her from her suddenly tense fingers, refrained from probing further. The ensuing swordsmanship training was even more rigorous. Su Qinghua summoned 12 ice crystal puppets, each possessing king-level strength. Lu Chen was tasked with executing a specific trajectory of his sword draw amidst their onslaught. Pay attention to wrist angle force transmission is inconsistent, spatial fusion is inadequate. Su Qinghua's guidance was concise and precise, consistently identifying Lu Chen's minutest errors. After 3 hours of intense training, Lu Chen was drenched in sweat, yet the fluidity of his sword draw had improved by a full 30%. Void sword draw proficiency, 6,885. That will suffice for today. Su Qinghua dismissed the ice crystal puppets, stating that tomorrow at the same time, a tardiness of even a second would necessitate an additional hour of training. Lu Chen, panting, nodded and suddenly asked, why did you choose me as your student? With your prowess, There must be many vying for your attention. Su Qingwei turned to ascend the tower's staircase, her silver hair trailing behind her. Because I see potential in you. She paused momentarily, that kind of potential capable of breaking the mold. Upon departing the Ice Phoenix Tower, the sun had already risen high. Lu Chen, dragging his weary body toward the cafeteria, replayed the morning's training in his mind. Although the process was arduous, the results were indeed remarkable. He could feel a significant enhancement in his abilities. One serving of blazing rhinoceros steak, double portion. Lu Chen addressed the window, suddenly recalling something, and added, and a cup of lava lizard blood. Sitting down with his tray, he devoured his meal ravenously. These fire-based ingredients effectively neutralized the lingering cold energy within him. Halfway through, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. How was the special training? Bai Xiaotao had unknowingly taken a seat across from him, still cradling that snow ferret. Lu Chen swallowed the morsel in his mouth. It was more engaging than I had anticipated. Bai Xiaotao stuck out her tongue. Only those brave enough to emerge alive from the Ice Phoenix Tower are true warriors. She lowered her voice. Did you know? Su's last student was carried out on a stretcher. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. So you still dare to seek me out for a team-up? Precisely for that reason. Bai Xiaotao's eyes sparkled. Anyone who can endure her special training is undoubtedly reliable. Lu Chen offered a non-committal smile, continuing to focus on his meal. He needed to regain his strength swiftly, as he had his own training schedule in the afternoon. As they parted ways, Bai Xiaotao suddenly remarked, by the way, there's a freshman trial 3 days from now, with generous rewards. She mischievously blinked. I've heard that the first prize grants access to the Tianshu secret realm. Lu Chen's fork faltered slightly in his grasp. The Tianshu secret realm was precisely the destination he needed to reach. It seemed that, aside from Su Qingyue's special training, he had acquired yet another goal. Chapter 24, Extreme Cold Phoenix Breath. At 5 in the morning, Lu Chen abruptly opened his eyes. The data panel automatically materialized in the darkness. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Stamina, 1580. Increased post-cold jade body refinement. Mental power, King level 9 stars, critical state. Pet, Void King, King level 9 stars, legendary potential, also known as Blade Emperor. Assets, 11. 5 billion in liquid funds, 300 million in fixed assets, 92 academic credits. An hour earlier than yesterday, Lu Chen rubbed his temples and retrieved 3 potions from his bedside, mental restoration, stamina replenishment, and ice resistance, downing them in one go. The sensation of ice and fire intertwining surged through him, instantly invigorating him. The Blade Emperor emerged partially from the shadows. The spatial ripples along its arm denser than the previous day. Today, we shall learn something new, Lu Chen addressed the shadow, casually tossing the empty potion bottles into a trash bin 5 meters away with pinpoint accuracy. The campus of Jingbei University was still shrouded in night. With only a few streetlights flickering, Lu Chen strode briskly through the tranquil grounds, mentally revisiting the training content from the previous day. Though Su Qingyue's special training was stringent, its effects were indeed astonishing. In just one day, his foundational strength had surged by nearly 20%. Before the Ice Phoenix Tower, Su Qingyue awaited him, clad in a new silver-white training garb, an ice-blue ribbon tied at her waist, exuding an aura as sharp as a drawn sword. 17 minutes early. Glancing at her watch, Su Qingyue observed that yesterday's training intensity had indeed been insufficient. Lu Chen's lips twitched. Teacher, I am merely eager to learn. Spare the pleasantries. Su Qingyue turned and entered the tower. Today you will learn the extreme cold phoenix breath technique. The temperature inside the tower was even lower than the previous day, with the eternal cold jade at the center emitting a soft blue glow. Su Qingyue did not instruct Lu Chen to commence body refinement immediately. Instead, she positioned herself before the cold jade and assumed a peculiar breathing posture. Watch closely. She inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling at a specific frequency. As she breathed, the ice energy in the air began to converge upon her, forming a thin layer of ice crystal armor around her body. The extreme cold phoenix breath technique, a premier breathing method for ice affinity. Su Qingyue's voice, enveloped in the ice crystals, sounded slightly distorted. It not only enhances ice resistance, but also augments the explosive power of any combat skill. Lu Chen promptly activated his all-seeing eye, silver light swirling in his pupils. In his vision, Su Qingyue's breathing trajectory transformed into countless blue threads, each corresponding to a specific energy flow pathway. Analysis progress, 123,567. Don't just stand there, follow along. Su Qingyue abruptly interrupted his observation. The first step is to adjust your breathing frequency to 9 times per minute. Lu Chen attempted to imitate her, but faltered on the first try, choking on the cold air that he inhaled. Foolish. Su Qingyue frowned. Enveloping the cold air with her mental energy, like this. She placed her hand on Lu Chen's back, a cool yet gentle energy guiding his breathing. To Lu Chen's astonishment, with this energy's aid, the once ferocious cold air became docile. Mastery of extreme cold phoenix breath. 5. 3 hours later, Lu Chen was capable of independently completing the basic breathing cycle. Although he was still far from the effortless mastery exhibited by Su Qingwei, he could at least avoid choking on the cold air. Barely passing. Su Qingwei assessed. Now attempt to integrate it with your sword draw. Lu Chen nodded, and the Blade Emperor immediately fused with him. He assumed the stance of the blade drawing technique, while simultaneously channeling the extreme cold phoenix breath. Frosty energy flowed into his body with each breath, intertwining with spatial energy within his meridians. Suddenly, a stunning flash appeared. The blade shimmered, now encased in an ethereal ice-blue aura. As the blade energy sliced through the air, it froze the atmosphere, leaving intricate trails of ice crystals in its wake. Void blade technique power increased by 23. Ice element fusion degree, 31. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Su Qingyue's eyes. Continue until you can stabilize a fusion degree of over 40. The subsequent training was nothing short of torment. Lu Chen was required to execute the blade drawing technique at a high intensity while maintaining the precise breathing rhythm of the extreme cold phoenix breath. Any misstep could lead to a catastrophic clash of energies within him, resulting in excruciating pain akin to the tearing of his meridians. Stamina, 1, 580, 920. Mental state, critical. Slight turbulence. At noon, Lu Chen finally met Su Qingyue's demands. His body was cloaked in a thin layer of frost, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. The synergy of the extreme cold phoenix breath and the blade drawing technique had propelled his combat prowess to unprecedented heights. After an hour's respite, Su Qingyue stowed away the training ice crystal puppets and prepared for the afternoon's practice on cooperative combat with beast companions. Lu Chen slumped onto the ground, retrieving a high-energy nutrient supplement to replenish his strength. He noticed Su Qingyue was engrossed in an ancient tome, its pages adorned with intricate diagrams of energy flow. Teacher, the extreme cold phoenix breath is your unique secret technique, isn't it? Su Qingyue, without lifting her head, replied, and what of it? Aren't you afraid of passing it on so easily? You are my student. Su Qingyue closed the ancient book, her ice-blue gaze locking onto Lu Chen's. What is mine is yours. This statement momentarily stunned Lu Chen. In a world where the interests of beast tamers reigned supreme, such an unreserved teacher-student relationship was indeed rare. The afternoon training proved to be even more rigorous. Su Qingyue summoned 6 dominant-level ice crystal puppets, demanding that Lu Chen and the Blade Emperor withstand their onslaught for 10 minutes. Remember, the extreme cold phoenix breath is not merely an offensive skill. She reminded him before the training began. It can enhance your mental link with your beast companion. The battle commenced with a fierce struggle. The speed and strength of the dominant puppets far surpassed that of the king-level ones, and the Blade Emperor's spatial barrier frequently cracked under their relentless assault. Breathe. Su Qingyue's voice echoed. Lu Chen immediately activated the extreme cold phoenix breath, channeling ice energy through the mental link to the Blade Emperor. To his astonishment, ice crystals began to form on the Blade Emperor's blade arm, dramatically amplifying the power of his spatial slashes. Cooperative combat compatibility, 4558. However, their advantage was short-lived as 3 puppets suddenly altered their tactics, unleashing a simultaneous area freezing skill. The frigid energy swiftly engulfed the entire training ground, halting the movements of both Lu Chen and the Blade Emperor. Adjust your breathing frequency. Su Qingyue's voice rang out again. The essence of the extreme cold phoenix breath is control, not resistance. Enlightened, Lu Chen swiftly revised his strategy. Rather than resisting the cold, he guided it to flow along specific trajectories. Miraculously, the very cold that had impeded his movements now became his ally. Mastery of extreme cold phoenix breath, 3245. Ice resistance, 15. In the end, Lu Chen and the Blade Emperor successfully endured the 10 minutes. Though battered and bruised, they reaped immense rewards. Not only did the extreme cold phoenix breath achieve a breakthrough, but their synergy also reached new heights. That will be all for today, Su Qingyue declared, packing away the puppets. We'll continue tomorrow. As Lu Chen exited the Ice Phoenix Tower, dusk had settled. He trudged toward the dining hall, replaying the day's training in his mind. The value of the extreme cold phoenix breath far exceeded expectations. It was not merely a powerful skill, but a comprehensive cultivation method. After devouring 3 high-energy meals in the dining hall, Lu Chen dialed a long uncontacted number. Old Zhao, the plans can commence. On the other end, Zhao Dafu's signature booming voice erupted. Wow. Brother Lu, you finally contacted me. I've secured the venue, right across from the east gate of Jingbei University. Lu Chen smirked. I've sent you the formula for the beast nutrient meals. Wait another couple of days for the beauty package recipe. Rest assured, Brother Lu, Zhao Dafu exclaimed excitedly. With your formulas, we will undoubtedly monopolize the high-end beast market in Jingbei. After ending the call, Lu Chen attended to several business emails. Drawing upon the knowledge from the 10,000 Beasts library, he devised several specialized beast cultivation plans tailored to the needs of Jingbei's affluent youth, promising rapid enhancement of their beast companion strength while ensuring aesthetic appeal. Projected monthly profit, 12 million. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found Xiao Yanheng meditating in the living room. Noticing Lu Chen's entrance, he opened his eyes and nodded. Went to the Ice Phoenix Tower again? Lu Chen replied succinctly. A tacit understanding had formed between them. After freshening up, Lu Chen sat at his desk, plotting his forthcoming actions. The data panel unfurled before him. Current objectives. Complete Su Qingyue's special training. Progress, 27. Prepare for freshman trials. Time remaining, 2 days. Commercial Empire infrastructure. Progress, 35. He paid particular attention to the information regarding the freshman trials. According to the intelligence he had gathered, this trial would take place in the Dusky Forest, a habitat teeming with formidable beasts ranging from extraordinary to king level. The final rankings would not only consider the number of kills, but also evaluate combat performance. Qualification for the Tianshu Secret Realm, Lu Chen murmured, a determined glint igniting in his eyes. Before sleeping, he once again activated the extreme cold phoenix breath, allowing the ice energy to cycle through his body for an entire week. Though this method of cultivation was arduous, its effects were remarkable. He could sense a subtle transformation occurring within his mental core. Mental purity increased by 8. Ice affinity, 5. Just before turning off the lights, Lu Chen glanced at the calendar on his bedside. There remained a full 48 hours until the freshman trials. He needed to elevate his strength as much as possible during this time. Xiaoying, tomorrow will be even tougher, Lu Chen spoke into the darkness. The shadow of the Blade Emperor swayed gently under the moonlight, as if in response to its master's expectations. Chapter 25, Campus Rivalry. At 5 in the morning, Lu Chen was roused from sleep by the vibration of his communicator. Su Qingyue's message was succinct and clear. Out of town, training suspended for 1 day. He stared at the message for 3 seconds, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips. It was the perfect opportunity to attend to other matters. The data panel automatically unfolded in the morning light. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Stamina, 2100, 2100. Post-extreme cold phoenix breath body tempering. Mental power, King level 9 stars peak, critical breakthrough state. Beast companion, Void King, King level 9 stars, legendary potential. Assets, 11. 5 billion liquid funds, 300 million fixed assets. 92 academic credits. Current objectives. Implement the mythical stage cultivation plan. Progress, 0. Familiarize with campus environment. Progress, 10. Prepare for freshman trials. Time remaining, 1 day. Directorly, Lu Chen murmured, swiftly scrolling through his communicator to retrieve the last communication record. The old fox had yet to fulfill his promise regarding the mythical stage cultivation plan. After freshening up, Lu Chen donned the standard uniform of Jingbei University, a silver-white robe paired with a deep blue belt, the school emblem embroidered on the left chest. The uniform, valued at 30,000 credit points, is not only aesthetically pleasing but also possesses basic protective functions. Let us first visit the library. Lu Chen adjusted his collar in front of the mirror, the shadow of the Blade Emperor flickering beneath him in a gesture of approval. The campus of Jingbei University was even more expansive than he had imagined. To traverse from the dormitory area to the academic zone, one must cross a man-made lake, home to several Dominion-level aquatic beasts. As Lu Chen strolled along the lakeside path, the Eye of All Things automatically activated, allowing him to absorb the data of those creatures. Azure Water Shin Turtle, Dominion Level 3, SS Potential. Skill, Water Curtain Celestial Splendor, Domain Level. Weakness, gaps between abdominal scales. Students he encountered along the way cast curious glances his way. As this year's national top scholar, Lu Chen's visage had already circulated throughout the campus forums. A few daring female students even took out their communicators to surreptitiously snap photos, only to flee in embarrassment at his mere glance. The library, situated at the heart of the campus, is a 7-story tower. 2 mythic-grade gargoyle sentinels stood guard at the entrance, their eyes glimmering with ominous red light. Freshman, the gargoyle on the left suddenly spoke, its voice akin to sandpaper scraping. Present your student ID. Lu Chen revealed the electronic badge on his wrist. After the gargoyle's gaze emitted a red beam to scan him, the heavy stone door slowly creaked open. The first floor is free, the second requires credits. The gargoyle on the right added, copying is strictly prohibited. Violators will face severe penalties. Upon stepping into the library, He was enveloped by a rich aroma of books and a subtle energy fluctuation. The first-floor hall was lined with hundreds of bookshelves, meticulously organized by beast attributes and combat skills. Lu Chen made his way directly to the Ice Element combat skill section, his fingertips gliding over rows of jade slips. Frost Palm, Extraordinary level 5 credits. Frost Nova, Domain level 20 credits. Polar Storm, Rule level 100 credits. The prices were exorbitantly high. Lu Chen mused inwardly. For his 92 credits hardly sufficed for even a decent rule level combat skill. Are you interested in Ice Element combat skills? A gentle male voice drifted from behind. Lu Chen turned to see an upperclassman wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The badge upon his chest indicated he ranked 47th on the Dragon Phoenix list, boasting Dominion level 2 strength. Just browsing. Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, stepping back to maintain a safe distance. I am Zhang Mingyuan from the Student Council's Resource Department. The senior adjusted his glasses. I've heard you are this year's special recruit. Our department is currently seeking new members, with generous benefits. A glint of amusement flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. What benefits? A fixed monthly stipend of 30 credits, plus an opportunity to observe the ancient dragon abyss. Zhang Mingyuan lowered his voice. Of course, this is contingent upon passing our assessment. The Eye of All Things quietly operated, revealing the chaotic flow of energy within the senior, indicative of recent injuries. Thank you for the kind offer. I will consider it. Lu Chen politely dismissed him and turned towards another section. Zhang Mingyuan attempted to speak further, but was interrupted by the sudden buzz of his communicator. Upon glancing at the message, his expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly exited the library. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen ascended to the second floor. The collection here was evidently of a higher caliber, each bookshelf fortified with protective barriers. His attention was drawn to a black bookshelf in the corner, containing spatial combat skills. Void Step, Extraordinary level 50 credits. Spatial Cutting, Domain level 150 credits. Dimensional Slash, Rule level 300 credits. The prices were ludicrously steep. Just as Lu Chen was about to grumble inwardly, his communicator vibrated. It was a reply from Director Li. Proposal approved. Come to the administrative building promptly. On the third floor of the administrative building, the door to Director Li's office was slightly ajar. Lu Chen politely knocked before entering without waiting for a response. Lu Chen, you are here. Director Li sat behind a large desk, his face adorned with a formulaic smile. Regarding the conditions you proposed, the school has given careful consideration. Lu Chen interrupted directly. Just tell me the result. Director Li's smile faltered slightly. In principle, we agree to your first 3 requests. But the visits to the ancient dragon abyss must be reduced from 5 to 3. For visits, Lu Chen pulled out a chair and sat down. And an additional priority exploration right for the Tianshu secret realm. That is impossible. Director Li nearly leaped from his seat. The slots for the Tianshu secret realm have long been allocated. Lu Chen leisurely retrieved his communicator. Then I shall consult Director Lin from Magic City University. I hear they have discovered an ancient relic this year. Wait. Cold sweat beaded on Director Li's forehead. 2 visits to the ancient dragon abyss, plus a reserve qualification for the Tianshu secret realm. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. 3 visits to the ancient dragon abyss, with formal qualification for the Tianshu secret realm. That is my bottom line. Silence enveloped the office. Director Li's plump fingers tapped the desk for a full minute before he finally sighed. Deal. But there is one condition. You must rank within the top 10 of the freshman list within a month. Agreed. Lu Chen readily accepted. Now, provide me with the cultivation plan. Director Li retrieved a metallic box from his drawer, unlocking it with a fingerprint before passing it to Lu Chen. Inside lay a crystal-clear jade slip, inscribed with the word myth. Mythical tier cultivation plan detected. Content analysis in progress. Core elements. Ancient dragon abyss body refinement. Tianshu secret realm treasure hunt. Mythical beast blood essence. Lu Chen quickly skimmed through the contents, confirming its accuracy before stowing the jade slip. Pleasure doing business. By the time he exited the administrative building, it was already noon. He resolved to have a simple lunch at the cafeteria before heading to the training area. Jingbei University's training zone is divided into 4 major sections: Elemental Hall, Combat Hall, Mental Hall, and Special Hall. Each venue boasted a leaderboard displaying the current user's achievements. Lu Chen first arrived at the Elemental Hall, where numerous elemental training rooms were delineated. The most opulent ice element training room had a long queue before its entrance. I heard Professor Su is absent today, so her specialized training room is open. Don't even think about it. That requires special permissions. Lu Chen's ears perked up. Catching this useful tidbit, he checked his electronic badge and indeed found an additional privilege: Ice Phoenix Tower Auxiliary Training Room access. The teacher is quite considerate. Lu Chen chuckled lightly, heading straight towards the corridor designated for professors. The ice element training room exceeded his expectations in sophistication. At its center lay a 10-meter diameter pool of cold jade, with walls embedded with runes capable of simulating various extreme environments. Lu Chen activated the training system. Selecting the extreme cold storm mode. Training commenced. Current temperature, -80. Recommended duration, 30 minutes. He shed his outer robe and plunged into the cold jade pool, simultaneously channeling the extreme cold phoenix breathing technique. The frigid energy surged into his body through his pores, reminiscent of his experience in the Ice Phoenix Tower, yet more ferocious. Ice resistance 2. Mental energy purity 1. Half an hour later, Lu Chen emerged from the pool, his body encased in frost. This almost masochistic training method proved remarkably effective. He could sense himself inching closer to Dominion level. Next, he proceeded to the combat hall. This venue simulated various combat environments, from deserts to swamps. Lu Chen opted for the urban ruins scenario and summoned the Blade Emperor for adaptive training. Combat assessment, a grade. Suggested improvement, speed of spatial skill integration. As he exited the combat hall, the sun was already setting in the west. Glancing at the time, Lu Chen decided to head to his final destination, the arena. The arena at Jingbei University is a standard circular structure, divided into several platforms for combat. At this moment, several fierce duels were unfolding, eliciting gasps of awe from the onlooking students. Lu Chen's gaze was drawn to the largest arena at the center, where a battle of the Dragon and Phoenix rankings was taking place, featuring two formidable masters of the dominant tier. The combatant was Zhou Lai, ranked 33rd on the Dragon and Phoenix list, known as the Flame Demon. A familiar voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Turning, Lu Chen found Xiao Yunhan standing behind him, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. "You're here too?" Lu Chen expressed his surprise. Xiao Yunhan gestured towards the arena. Every Wednesday afternoon is the designated challenge day for the Dragon and Phoenix rankings. He paused, then added, "I heard you acquired the mythical tier training program?" Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. "Word travels remarkably fast." "The assistant to Director Li is my cousin," Xiao Yunhan replied with an infrequent smile. "Be cautious. Many are eyeing this opportunity." Just then, the battle on stage concluded with a decisive victory. Zhou Lai's fiery wolf had torn his opponent's Thunder Eagle to shreds, prompting a wave of cheers. "The freshman trials begin tomorrow," Xiao Yunhan remarked abruptly. "In the team formation phase, are you interested in collaborating?" Lu Chen scrutinized his roommate. He had always found Xiao Yunhan's strength inscrutable. On the surface, he appeared to be at the pinnacle of the Monarch 9 stars. Yet there was an air of unfathomable depth about him. "Why choose me?" Lu Chen inquired. "To maximize benefits," Xiao Yunhan replied candidly. "Your space abilities complement my dark arts perfectly." Lu Chen chuckled. "It's a deal." By the time he returned to the dormitory, it was already 9 in the evening. After taking a hot shower, Lu Chen began to organize the day's gains. The mythical tier training program was scanned into his mind's bestiary library using the Eye of all things, and the system automatically generated a detailed execution plan. Optimal time for initial body tempering in the ancient dragon abyss, 7 days. Countdown for the opening of the Tianshu secret realm, 23 days. Current preparation progress, 41. Suddenly, his communicator lit up with a message from Zhao Dafu. "The shop renovation is complete. Samples are on display. Come for inspection." Lu Chen replied that he would go tomorrow and then access the information packet for the freshman trials. The map of the shadowy forest unfolded before him, with several marked red areas drawing his attention, indicating possible sightings of dominant-tier ferocious beasts. "Xiaoying, tomorrow may be quite eventful," Lu Chen said to the shadow. The spectral image of the Blade Emperor on the wall made a slashing motion, seemingly expressing anticipation. Lu Chen chuckled, turned off the lights, and lay down. In the final moment before sleep, his data panel automatically updated. Countdown to the freshman trials, 12 hours, 37 minutes. Current strength assessment, top 5 in the freshman rankings. Probability of victory, 88. Chapter 26. The journey of trials at 5 in the morning, Lu Chen was awakened by the vibration of his communicator. The data panel unfolded automatically in the darkness. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Stamina, 2350, 2350, after extreme cold body tempering. Mental strength, pinnacle of Monarch 9 stars, critical breakthrough status. Pet, Void Monarch, Monarch tier 9 stars, legendary potential. Current status, prepared for the freshman trials. A message from Su Qingyue appeared. Found the second Beastmaster clue. We will discuss it in detail after the trials. Lu Chen stared at the message for 3 seconds, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. No wonder the teacher suddenly went out yesterday. "Xiaoying, it seems we are about to gain a new companion," Lu Chen remarked to his shadow. The Blade Emperor's spectral form swayed excitedly on the wall, and spatial ripples spread throughout the room. While washing up, Lu Chen meticulously checked his equipment. 3 bottles of advanced recovery potions, 2 spatial runes, a specially crafted bracelet. and the detailed map of the shadowy forest that Director Li had slipped to him yesterday. This map marked several little-known resource points, worth at least 50 academic credits. The central square of Jingbei University was bustling with noise. Over 300 freshmen were lined up by their respective departments, with 11 specially recruited students at the front. Lu Chen discreetly blended into the special recruitment line, immediately feeling several scrutinizing gazes upon him. Is that the national champion? He doesn't seem particularly special. Shoo. I heard he spent 40 minutes in the extreme cold training room at the Elemental Pavilion yesterday. Lu Chen pretended not to hear the chatter. Scanning the top students from the front row, Lin Mo from Nanhai Province had a thunder eagle spiraling around him, its feathers shimmering with blue electric sparks. Zhao Wuji from Xishan Province had a nearly 3-meter-tall giant bear lying at his feet, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each breath. Lin Mo, Monarch 8 stars. SS Tier, Thunder Eagle. Zhao Wuji, Monarch 8 stars. SS Tier, Earthquake Bear. Threat Assessment, Moderate. On the high platform in the center of the square, Vice President Zheng Shanha was adjusting the sound amplification equipment. This mythical-level powerhouse was dressed in formal black robes today, adorned with 7 medals on his chest, each representing a significant military achievement. Silence. Zheng Shanha's voice rumbled across the square like distant thunder, instantly quelling all noise. For 3 centuries, Jingbei University has upheld a singular belief: the strong shall be revered. Zheng Shanha's speech began. But what truly defines a strong individual? As Lu Chen listened to the Clich D opening remarks, he discreetly observed his surroundings. A dozen professors were seated at the podium, with Su Qingyue's seat conspicuously empty. In the front row of the audience, he spotted several experts from the top 20 of the Dragon and Phoenix rankings, including Zhou Lai, the Flame Demon, whom he had seen in the arena yesterday. True strength requires not only the ability to overpower all, but also the wisdom to control the entire situation. Zheng Shanha's speech reached its zenith. This new student trial will serve as your first litmus test. With a wave of the vice president's hand, the ground of the square suddenly split open, revealing a massive holographic projection. The projection displayed a 3-dimensional map of the shadowy forest, with several key areas marked in red. The rules are simple. Professor Wang, in charge of the trials, took the microphone. Phase 1. Hunt ferocious beasts to earn points. Ordinary transcendent beasts yield 1 point. Leader-level beasts yield 5 points. Monarch-level beasts yield 20 points, and dominant-tier beasts yield 100 points. Lu Chen noted that when the dominant-tier beasts were mentioned, several top students in the front row tensed slightly. Even for them, facing a dominant-tier ferocious beast alone would be perilous. The bracelet will automatically record points and has a distress signal function. Professor Wang continued. However, once the distress signal is activated, it is considered an abandonment of the trial. The top 100 will advance to the second phase, the arena competition. After the rules were introduced, the freshmen were teleported in batches to the outskirts of the shadowy forest. As the teleportation array flickered, Lu Chen felt someone brush against his arm. It was Xiao Yunhan. Shall we proceed as planned? Xiao Yunhan whispered. Lu Chen subtly nodded. Gather at point B. In a flash of white light, Lu Chen found himself in a dimly lit forest. Towering trees obscured the sun, and the air was thick with the scent of decay and dampness. He immediately activated the Eye of All Things, silver light swirling in his pupils, capturing the surrounding environment. Terrain analysis complete. Nearest resource point, 800 meters southeast. Potential threat, monarch-level energy fluctuations detected to the northwest. Lu Chen did not rush into action. Instead, he first inspected his bracelet. In addition to its basic functions, he discovered a hidden feature that could display the locations of nearby competitors. This was clearly Director Li's special favor. Intriguing, Lu Chen smirked, stealthily making his way southeast. As the light in the forest dimmed further, peculiar purple moss began to appear on the ground. Lu Chen slowed his pace, quietly channeling the extreme cold phoenix breathing technique to minimize his presence. Suddenly, the sounds of combat echoed from ahead. Lu Chen leaped onto a large tree, peering through the gaps in the foliage to witness 3 freshmen besieging a commanding level shadow leopard. One of them wielded a flame sword, executing flamboyant yet inefficient moves, while another controlled an earth-type pet with a rigid strategy. Only the girl employing wind blades exhibited any semblance of skill. Combat assessment, C grade. Estimated time to resolution, 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Lu Chen had no intention of wasting time. He was about to take a detour when he heard the flame's swordsman exclaim, "Once we finish off this beast, we'll hunt down that Lu Chen. I've heard he possesses a mythic tier cultivation plan." His footsteps faltered, a glint of cold light flashing in Lu Chen's eyes. He reconsidered. When the 3 freshmen finally dispatched the shadow leopard and bent down to collect materials, a rift in space suddenly erupted beneath their feet. The Blade Emperor's arm sliced through the air with lightning speed, severing their hand-ring straps with precision. What? Who? Lu Chen leaped down from the tree, effortlessly catching the 3 falling hand rings. Thank you for the points, he said with a smile, shaking the rings before squeezing them tightly. Crack. 3 crisp sounds echoed simultaneously as the indicators on the rings shifted from green to red. You. The flame's swordsman roared in fury, pointing his sword at Lu Chen. Despicable. Rules permit it. Lu Chen shrugged, suddenly appearing behind the swordsman, the cold blade pressing against the latter's throat. If this were a real battle, you would be dead. Points, 15. Current ranking, 27. Leaving the 3 stunned freshmen behind, Lu Chen turned to depart. Such opponents were hardly worth warming up for. The true challenge lay ahead. An hour later, Lu Chen arrived at Point B, a concealed cave. Xiao Yunhan awaited him there. 5 unconscious beasts sprawled at his feet. You're late, Xiao Yunhan remarked coolly. I collected a bit of interest on the way. Lu Chen showcased his hand ring, revealing a total of 85 points and a ranking of 9. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Yunhan's eyes. Impressive efficiency. The two exchanged intelligence. Xiao Yunhan had discovered an unmarked spirit spring, while Lu Chen confirmed several high-value targets from Director Li's map. 2 kilometers to the southeast lies a pack of king-level storm wolves. Lu Chen pointed to the map. These creatures are social predators. Normally, a team of at least 5 would be required to handle them. Xiao Yunhan understood, but we are not normal individuals. Precisely, Lu Chen smiled. I will take the lead. You handle crowd control. The spoils will be split 60-40. 50-50, Xiao Yunhan countered. My shadow domain is crucial. Agreed. Just as the two prepared to set off, Lu Chen's communicator vibrated suddenly. It was an encrypted message from Su Qinghua. The second beast to be tamed is the Cicada of Time, with SS-level potential. I will take you to contract it after the trial concludes. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. The Cicada of Time was an exceedingly rare time-type beast, with only scant records even in the library of Beijing North University. This gift from his teacher was invaluable. Good news. Xiao Yunhan perceptively noted Lu Chen's emotional shift. One could say that, Lu Chen replied, stowing away the communicator. Let us go. It's time to harvest some points. As they departed the cave, Lu Chen's data panel automatically updated. Current points, 85. Ranking, 9. Next target, Storm Wolf Pack. Estimated points, 120. Probability of victory, 88, 93. The howls of wolves echoed from deep within the forest. The trial had only just begun. Chapter 27. The Wolf Pack and the Blade's Light. In the depths of the shadowy forest, the howls of the Storm Wolf Pack rose and fell. Lu Chen and Xiao Yunhan lay in ambush on a high ground, observing the wolves meandering in the valley below. The data panel unfolded before Lu Chen. Current status. Stamina, 1982,350. Mental power, critical breakthrough, 92. Points, 85, rank 9. Storm Wolf Pack data. Count, 23. Leader, King 9 stars, SS level potential. Elites, King 5 stars X4. Ordinary, commanding level X18. Tactical recommendation, prioritize the leader's elimination. Plan change. Lu Chen lowered his voice. We go for the decapitation. Xiao Yunhan frowned slightly. Shouldn't we clear the minions first? We lack the time. Lu Chen pointed to the noticeably larger silver wolf at the center of the pack. It was summoning its companions. In 10 minutes, their numbers would double. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Yunhan's eyes, clearly having missed this detail. He nodded. The shadows beneath his feet began to twist, and a pitch-black leopard silently emerged. Shadow King, King 9 stars, SSS potential. Skills, Night Domain, rule level. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, realizing why Xiao Yunhan dared to negotiate. He possessed such a formidable beast. Without further delay, the Blade Emperor fully materialized from the shadows, the spatial ripples on his arm oscillating violently. 3 seconds until we strike, Lu Chen gestured. I will launch a frontal assault. You cut off their escape. Xiao Yunhan's response was to vanish into the shadows. Lu Chen took a deep breath. Activating the extreme cold phoenix breath technique to its full extent, a thin layer of icy armor forming on his body. 3, 2, 1. Swift as a flash, the blade light erupted, Lu Chen's figure instantaneously traversing 100 meters, appearing directly amidst the wolf pack. The Blade Emperor's arm traced a perfect arc, spatial rifts spreading like a spider's web. Oh, whoa. The Silver Wolf King reacted swiftly, unleashing a violent storm of lightning around itself. Yet, the next moment, these bolts of lightning were devoured by the suddenly descending domain of darkness. Xiao Yunhan had made his move. Dark Knight Domain Effect. All enemy unit speed decreased by 40. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen aligned the Blade Emperor's arm with his own. Together, they drew their blades in unison, the extreme cold phoenix breath and spatial energy surging through their meridians. Time freeze. Time seemed to momentarily stand still. The Wolf King's movements halted mid-pounce, and the lightning froze in mid-air. In this brief interval of less than 0.5 seconds, Lu Chen had more than enough time. Swift as a flash, double slash. Two intersecting blades of light pierced through the Wolf King's form, the icy blue energy flooding into the wounds. The Wolf King emitted a heart-wrenching howl, its silver fur visibly freezing before their eyes. Points, 20. Current ranking, 7. The wolf pack erupted in chaos. 4 elite wolves lunged simultaneously, only to be impaled by the black spikes that suddenly erupted from the shadows. Xiao Yunhan flickered among the wolves, each appearance accompanied by the fall of a storm wolf. Lu Chen did not pause. He stood back-to-back with the Blade Emperor. The extreme cold phoenix breath surged to its zenith, each breath releasing icy blue mist. The three on the left are mine, Lu Chen commanded, vanishing once more. Swift as a flash, triple slash. This time, the blade's light carried a bone-chilling coldness. The three commanding-level storm wolves had no time to scream before being frozen into ice sculptures, subsequently shredded by the spatial rifts. Points, 15. Current ranking, 5. The battle concluded within 5 minutes. All 23 storm wolves lay defeated. The valley permeated with the scent of blood and frost. Lu Chen knelt on one knee, gasping heavily. The continuous use of fusion techniques had drained his stamina immensely, yet the results were astounding. Where lies your limit? Xiao Yunhan emerged from the shadows, the black leopard presenting the Wolf King's crystal core at his feet. Lu Chen grinned widely. I haven't reached it yet. He grasped the crystal core, and the eye of all things began its automatic analysis. Storm Wolf King Crystal Core, King 9 stars. Usage, evolution material for lightning-type pets, can be exchanged for 30 credits. As per our agreement, it shall be divided evenly. Lu Chen tossed the crystal core to Xiao Yunhan. Upon receiving the core, Xiao Yunhan suddenly furrowed his brow. Someone is approaching. Lu Chen had already sensed the energy fluctuations in the distance. 3 figures were swiftly approaching, with the foremost being Lin Mo, the top scholar of Donghai Province, his SS-class Thunder Hawk circling above his head. How fortuitous, Lin Mo said, stopping 20 meters away with a friendly smile. It seems we are thinking along the same lines. Lu Chen discreetly scanned the trio. Besides Lin Mo, the other 2 were also of royal rank, one fire type and the other water type, a standard configuration for a combat team. Is there something you need? Lu Chen asked directly. Lin Mo maintained his smile. How about a collaboration? We have discovered a lair of a dominant-level ferocious beast. Xiao Yunhan sneered. You 3 cannot handle it? It's not that we can't, but the risk is too high, Lin Mo replied candidly. However, with the 2 of you joining, the success rate exceeds 80%. Lu Chen activated the eye of all things, scrutinizing Lin Mo's energy flow. There was a slight disturbance in the other's energy, clearly indicative of having recently endured a fierce battle. This proposal seems reasonable, but what are the conditions? Lu Chen inquired. The spoil shall be divided equally. Lin Mo replied readily. The points will be based on individual merit. Too generous, there's a catch. Lu Chen exchanged a glance with Xiao Yunhan, who gave a barely perceptible nod. Lead the way. Lu Chen decided to assess the situation first. Lin Mo displayed a satisfied grin, turning to walk ahead. Lu Chen intentionally lagged a few steps behind, murmuring to Xiao Yunhan, prepare the spatial runes. Xiao Yunhan responded by quietly slipping a black crystal into Lu Chen's hand, a dark interference device capable of temporarily incapacitating electronic equipment. As they progressed, Lin Mo enthusiastically detailed the lair situation. It's a dominant 1-star iron-armored earth dragon, guarding 3 dragon blood grasses, each worth at least 50 credits. Lu Chen feigned interest, all the while mentally mapping the route. According to Director Li's map, this direction indeed held potential dragon-type resources, but it was also one of the most perilous areas of the gloomy forest. Half an hour later, the 5 arrived at a concealed cave, its entrance littered with numerous bones and permeated with an acrid scent of sulfur. Lin Mo's Thunder Hawk emitted restless cries, evidently sensing danger. It's right inside. Lin Mo whispered, my Thunder Hawk can draw attention. How about you all take the lead? Lu Chen suddenly smiled. How about this? You 3 go in first, and we'll cover you? The atmosphere instantly stiffened. Lin Mo's smile froze on his face, while the other 2 instinctively assumed a combat stance. It seems negotiations have failed. Lin Mo sighed. Then there's no other choice. He abruptly raised his hand, a bolt of lightning shooting into the sky, a signal. Almost simultaneously, Lu Chen crushed the dark interference device. All electronic devices within 100 meters instantly malfunctioned, including their point bracelets. Clever, Xiao Yunhan remarked. Now killing them wouldn't be considered a violation. Lin Mo's expression shifted dramatically. You've been planning this all along. Swift as a flash. Lu Chen did not allow him to finish. The blade flashed, and Lin Mo's protective talisman shattered, barely blocking the lethal strike. But before he could rejoice, the chilling energy of the extreme cold phoenix breath seeped through the cracks into his body. Ah! Lin Imo screamed, his movements abruptly slowing. Xiao Yunhan seized the moment, the black leopard transforming into a blur as it pounced on the other two. The night domain unfurled once more, shrouding the battlefield in darkness. Lu Chen did not pursue Lin Imo. Instead, he pivoted sharply towards the cave. Xiaoing, prepare for the second strike. The Blade Emperor emitted an excited hum, spatial energy wildly converging. Lu Chen assumed the starting posture of the blade drawing technique, the extreme cold phoenix breath and spatial energy forming a perfect cycle within him. A deafening roar emanated from the depths of the cave, the oppressive aura of the dominant level beast surging forth like a tide. Now is the time, Lu Chen shouted. Void extreme cold. This strike surpassed any previous attack. Before the blade's light even arrived, the air ahead had already crystallized. When the blade's glimmer finally erupted, the entire cave entrance was illuminated by an icy blue radiance. The iron-armored earth dragon burst forth from the cave, directly struck by this combined technique. Frost rapidly spread across its heavy armor, its movements noticeably slowed. Points, 100. Current ranking, 1. Lu Chen did not relent, immediately following up with a second strike. This blow was even more ferocious, the blade light distorting the space it traversed, the extreme cold energy and spatial rifts merging seamlessly, forming a blue-black arc of death. The iron-armored earth dragon let out a pained howl, its seemingly indestructible armor sustaining a deep gash. Yet, being a dominant-level ferocious beast, it became even more frenzied under the weight of its injuries. Retreat. Xiao Yunhan suddenly appeared beside Lu Chen, grasping his shoulder. The two melded into the shadows. In the next moment, the ground where they had stood was smashed into a deep pit by the dragon's tail. 100 meters away in a safe zone. Lu Chen gasped heavily. The data panel automatically displayed a warning. Stamina, 320, 2350, danger. Mental power, critical breakthrough, 99. Can you still fight? Xiao Yunhan asked, his condition not much better. Lu Chen gazed at the enraged iron-armored earth dragon and the trio of Lin Imo, who had fled at some point, and suddenly smiled. Of course. He retrieved the last vial of potion from his pocket, a high-energy restorative specially formulated by Su Qingwei, and downed it in one gulp. Stamina recovery, 320-1200. Mental power breakthrough achieved. A surge of new strength erupted from his mental core. Lu Chen felt that he was but a hair's breadth away from truly attaining the dominant level. One more time, he tightened his grip on the Blade Emperor. This time, he would slay it. Xiao Yunhan displayed a rare smile. Madman. The two charged back into the fray, pursued by the enraged dominant-level beast. Meanwhile, on the treetops in the distance, several mechanical hummingbirds quietly recorded the entire spectacle. Chapter 28. Xiao brother, watch closely. This strike will be quite impressive. The roar of the iron-armored earth dragon shook the entire forest. Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the data panel flickered before his eyes. Current status. Stamina, 1200, 2350, recovering. Mental power, critical breakthrough, 999. Points, 185, ranking 1. Iron-armored earth dragon data. Level, dominant 1 star. Potential, SS. Traits, physical resistance 70, fire resistance 50, ice weakness, 20. Xiao brother, watch closely. Lu Chen suddenly grinned. This strike will be quite impressive. Xiao Yunhan, who was controlling the Shadow King to restrain the dragon, almost tripped over his own shadow at the remark. What did you just call me? Before he could protest, Lu Chen had already made his move. The Blade Emperor, and he simultaneously adopted the blade-drawing stance, the extreme cold phoenix breath reaching its zenith. The ice crystal armor on his body radiating a blinding blue light. Void extreme cold dual slash. The first strike landed at the joint of the dragon's forepaw, instantly causing frost to spread. The second strike followed closely, precisely hitting the same spot. The iron-armored earth dragon emitted a pained howl, cracks finally appearing in the armor at its forepaw joint. Weak point attack. Damage increase 150. Splendid. In the monitoring room, a professor with a crimson beard slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "This new cohort is the finest I have ever witnessed." The other professors nodded in agreement. On the screen, the coordination between Lu Chen and Xiao Yunhan was nothing short of flawless. Whenever the iron-armored earth dragon sought to concentrate its assault on one, the other invariably intervened at a critical moment. At some point, Su Qingwei appeared at the doorway of the monitoring room, her gaze fixed on the main screen. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's fluid and exquisite blade technique, a faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips. "Is Miss Su back?" Director Li greeted her with a smile, adding, "Your student is quite impressive." "Just barely passing," Su Qingwei replied coolly, her eyes never leaving the screen. On the battlefield, the situation took a sudden turn. The iron-armored earth dragon reared up, its abdominal scales standing erect, a sign that it was about to unleash its dragon breath. "Fall back," Xiao Yunhan shouted, as the Shadow King transformed into a black barrier, shielding the two. However, Lu Chen took the opposite approach, charging directly toward the dragon breath. The Blade Emperor emitted an excited hum, and spiraling waves of energy coalesced around his blade arm. Xiao Ying, freeze in the void. Time seemed to suspend for a fleeting moment. As the dragon breath was expelled, it froze mid-air, allowing Lu Chen to seize the scant 0.3 seconds of opportunity to unleash a flurry of 3 swift slashes upon the dragon's exposed abdomen. With a splatter, dragon blood erupted forth, and the iron-armored earth dragon let out a woeful cry as it collapsed, toppling numerous trees. Points, 100. Current ranking, 1, 285 points. Lu Chen knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. The exertion of this battle had drained him significantly, his stamina perilously low. Stamina, 150, 2,350, extremely dangerous. Mental power breakthrough complete. Current level, half-step sovereign. 70-30, Xiao Yunhan remarked as he approached, offering 2 of the 3 dragon blood herbs to Lu Chen. "You take 7. Lu Chen unceremoniously accepted them, also extracting the crystal core from the dragon's head. "This one is mine as well." Xiao Yunhan rolled his eyes but did not object, realizing that had it not been for Lu Chen's timely void freeze, they might have ended up as skewers themselves. Dragon blood herb. 2. Purpose: enhances physical constitution, strengthens dragon-type pets. Value: 50 credits each. Iron-armored earth dragon crystal core, sovereign 1 star. Purpose: forging material, redeemable for 80 credits. Just as the two were about to depart, Lu Chen suddenly turned his gaze toward the right side of the woods. "Have you seen enough?" A boy dressed in plain school attire awkwardly stepped forward, cradling a fluffy white creature in his arms. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. My name is Chunsen, a new student." Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, and the all-seeing eye instinctively began to analyze. Chunsen, pet, Star Moon Fox, King 5-star, SSS potential. Skill, Star Domain, Law level. SSS potential? Lu Chen felt a stir within. How could such a gifted individual not be a special recruit? "What is it?" Lu Chen inquired directly. Chunsen's eyes sparkled. "I witnessed your battle. It was incredible." He took a few enthusiastic steps forward. "Can I join you? I know where there are better resource points." Xiao Yunhan frowned. "On what grounds should we trust you?" "On this." Chunsen raised his wristband, which displayed points, 155, rank 5. In the monitoring room, the professors buzzed with excitement. This cohort truly harbors hidden talents. Chunsen, I recall his file. He hails from a common background. How did someone with SSS potential not get specially recruited? The admissions office should investigate. Su Qingwen mused, focusing on the Star Moon Fox in Chunsen's arms. On the battlefield, Lu Chen weighed the pros and cons. Chunsen's strength was undeniable, yet his origins remained dubious. Ultimately, the allure of potential benefits prevailed. "Lead the way," Lu Chen decided, "but I take 6, and you each take 2. Chunsen nodded eagerly. "No problem." He pointed toward the northwest. "There's a cold pond over there, and at the bottom lies the ice crystal lotus, guarded by a sovereign 2-star ice python." Lu Chen and Xiao Yunhan exchanged glances. The ice crystal lotus was indeed an exceptional supplementary material for the extreme cold phoenix breath technique, worth the risk. The trio set off towards the cold pond. Along the way, Chunsen circled around Lu Chen, bombarding him with questions. "Your drawing technique is so cool. Can you teach me? What breed is your pet? I've never seen one like that. What do you usually like to eat?" Xiao Yunhan shook his head from behind. Chunsen's gaze toward Lu Chen resembled that of an infatuated fan. Half an hour later, the cold pond came into view. The water shimmered a deep blue, with a faint chill wafting off its surface. Scattered about were the skeletal remains of ferocious beasts, clearly indicating that this was not a hospitable place. "Down there," Chunsen whispered, "the ice python should be in slumber." Before he could finish, Lu Chen suddenly sprang forth, slicing toward the empty space to the right. Clang! With a resounding clash of metal, an invisible figure stumbled into view. "Lin Mo," Lu Chen sneered. "Haven't learned your lesson yet?" Lin Mo's expression darkened as 7 individuals emerged behind him, encircling the cold pond. 3 of them wielded specialized energy disruptors, evidently intent on sealing spatial abilities. "Hand over the dragon blood herbs," Lin Mo said menacingly. Or else what?" Lu Chen interrupted, turning to Chen Xian. "Didn't you want to know what my pet is?" The Blade Emperor slowly materialized from the shadows, the spatial waves around its blade arm vibrating violently. Simultaneously, Xiao Yunhan's Shadow King and Chunsen's Star Moon Fox entered combat mode. Though Lin Mo had the numbers, the ominous aura emanating from Lu Chen's side caused him to falter. 3 seconds, Lu Chen raised 3 fingers. Leave now, or perish. Lin Mo's expression shifted, and he ultimately gritted his teeth, saying, retreat. As they fled in disarray, Chen Xin gazed at Lu Chen in awe. That was so cool. How did you notice them? Intuition, Lu Chen replied dismissively, not wishing to elaborate on the capabilities of the all-seeing eye. He turned his attention back to the cold pond. Now, how do we lure out the ice python? Chen Xin produced a small vial from his pocket. With this, the blood of the fire lizard, it's the scent the ice python detests most. In the monitoring room, the professors erupted into laughter. This new cohort is simply delightful. That Lu Chen possesses the vigor of my youth. Chen Xin is also commendable. He understands how to leverage the instincts of ferocious beasts. Su Qingwei observed Lu Chen's figure on the screen, murmuring softly to herself, he has made significant progress. By the edge of the cold pond, their plan solidified. Chen Xin would use the Star Moon Fox's star domain to distract the ice python, while Xiao Yunhan would seal their escape route, and Lu Chen would take the lead in the assault. As the blood of the fire lizard was poured into the pond, the entire body of water began to bubble. A massive, crystalline python erupted from the depths, its icy vertical pupils locking onto the trio. The oppressive aura of a sovereign 2-star made the air feel thick and viscous. Yet, Lu Chen wore an exhilarated smile. This was precisely the pressure he craved. Now, the stunning extreme cold triple slash once again erupted forth, this time interlaced with faint spatial rifts. The ice python, in pain, expelled a frigid torrent. Chen Xin Star Moon Fox timely unfurled the star domain, redirecting the icy blast, while Xiao Yunhan commanded the Shadow King to launch a surprise attack from below, piercing the python's vital spot. The battle raged on for a full 20 minutes. As the ice python finally collapsed, all three were left battered and bruised. Points, 120. Current ranking, 405 points. Second place, Xiao Yunhan, 205 points. Third place, Chen Xin, 195 points. Lu Chen submerged himself in the pond's depths, successfully retrieving 3 ice crystal lotuses. In accordance with their agreement, he took 2 ice crystal lotuses, and both Xiao Yunhan and Chen Xin received half a lotus each. The latter insisted on giving her share to Lu Chen, but was met with a stern refusal. Ice Crystal Lotus 2. Usage, enhances ice-type skills and improves cold attribute resistance. Value, 60 academic credits per lotus. On the journey back, Chen Xin continued to chatter. Lu Chen, may I treat you to dinner after the trials? I know of a splendid restaurant nearby. Xiao Yunhan could hardly bear it. He prefers women. Chen Xin's face flushed bright red. I didn't mean it that way. Lu Chen, uninterested in their banter, was contemplating how to maximize the resources he had acquired. The ice crystal lotus combined with the dragon blood grass should allow him to further enhance his extreme cold phoenix breathing technique. In the monitoring room, the professors began tallying the final scores. Su Qingwei glanced at the data on the screen regarding Lu Chen, a flicker of satisfaction crossing her eyes. This kid, she murmured, hasn't disgraced me after all. Chapter 29, The Intoxicated Professor Su. The first place in this year's freshman trials goes to Lu Chen. With the host's announcement, the entire arena of the Jingbei Beastmaster University erupted in deafening cheers. Fireworks burst from the ceiling, painting the stage in vibrant colors. Lu Chen stood on the podium, the latest data panel materializing before him. Current status. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Stamina, 2350, 2350. Mental power, half-step sovereign. Points, 405, first place. Pet information. Name, Void King Little Shadow. Level, 9-star sovereign, breakthrough stage. Potential, legendary. Talent, Battle King's Will. Skills, Void Slash, rule level, Void Immobilization, domain level. Space tier, transcendent level. Now, let us invite Professor Su Qingwei to present the award to the champion. Lu Chen looked up to see Su Qingwei, clad in a flowing white dress, gracefully ascending the stage. Today, she wore no teacher's uniform but a fitted gown of moonlight blue, subtly revealing the elegant lines of her legs as she moved. Holding a crystal trophy, her expression remained as frosty as ever. Well done, Su Qingwei whispered as she handed him the trophy, her voice barely audible to the two of them. Come to my residence tonight. I have matters to discuss. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Yet before he could respond, Su Qingwei had already turned away. Flashes from cameras illuminated the crowd as reporters clamored to capture the newly crowned champion. Lu Chen, over here. What are your thoughts on winning the championship? It is rumored that you are the only recipient of the mythical tier cultivation program this year. Is that true? Lu Chen exchanged pleasantries, his gaze scanning the audience. Lin Mo stood in 6th place, his face dark enough to rain. What caught Lu Chen's attention even more was the empty spot in 5th place. That fellow named Chu Tian had not come to accept his award. The Chu family. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. The all-seeing eye activated automatically, searching the crowd for suspicious targets. Xiao Yunhan approached and clapped him on the shoulder. "Who are you looking for?" "Chu Tian." Lu Chen replied. "Ah, that guy," Xiao Yunhan said, a rare seriousness crossing his face. "I inquired just now. He is the legitimate son of the current head of the Chu family, at the peak of 9-star sovereign. It is said he possesses a dominator-level abyssal demon wolf." Lu Chen nodded. He knew a bit about the enmity between the Chu family and his father. Chu Tian's sudden appearance in Jingbei was no coincidence. After the award ceremony, Lu Chen declined all interviews and headed straight back to his dormitory. He needed to prepare for the arena competition the next day, but more importantly, he had to digest the gains from today. Locking the door behind him, Lu Chen retrieved 2 dragon blood grasses and 1 ice crystal lotus. The Beastmaster library automatically presented the usage plan. Dragon blood foundation method. Materials: 2 dragon blood grasses, 1 ice crystal lotus. Effects: permanently increases stamina cap by 30. Enhances ice resistance. Establishes dragon blood foundation. Risk: pain index 98 out of 10. A pain index of 98? Lu Chen smirked, intrigued. Without hesitation, he proportionately prepared the materials and swallowed them in one gulp. Instantly, it felt as though countless red-hot steel needles pierced through every vein in his body. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he refrained from uttering a single groan. Stamina value breakthrough in progress. 2500, 2800, 3000. Ice resistance, 20. Acquired special status, dragon blood boiling. Stamina recovery rate increased by 50 during combat. 2 hours later, Lu Chen lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat. Yet a satisfied smile graced his lips. The data panel had been refreshed. Current status: stamina, 3000, 3000, dragon blood foundation. Mental power, half-step sovereign. Special status: dragon blood boiling, activated. Outside, the lights had begun to twinkle. Lu Chen took a cold shower, changed into clean clothes, and headed towards Su Qingyue's residence. The faculty villa area was situated in the northwestern corner of the campus, an environment of serene beauty. When he rang the doorbell, he could faintly hear the sound of glass clinking from within. The door swung open, releasing a gentle waft of aromatic alcohol. Su Qingyue leaned against the doorframe, her cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue. She had changed into a silk nightgown, the neckline slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone. "You've arrived?" Her voice was softer than usual. "Come in." Lu Chen found himself momentarily taken aback. He had never seen Su Qingyue in this light. In her slightly tipsy state, the aloof, icy demeanor that usually surrounded her had dissipated, replaced by a languid sensuality. "Teacher, have you been drinking?" Su Qingyue chuckled lightly, turning to walk toward the living room. "Just a little. Please, have a seat." In the living room, an open bottle of Ice Phoenix tears rested on the coffee table. This was a renowned spirit from the north, said to intoxicate even sovereign-level Beastmasters after 3 cups. Lu Chen noted that the bottle was already half empty. "Do you feel confident about tomorrow's arena matches?" Su Qingyue swirled her glass. "First place is guaranteed." Lu Chen replied confidently. "Do not underestimate Chu Tian." Su Qingyue suddenly turned serious. The Chu family would not appear in Jingbei without reason. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. "Teacher knows about the Chu family?" "I know a bit." Su Qingyue took a sip of her drink. "I've heard some things about your father's situation." The room fell into a brief silence. Lu Chen had not anticipated that Su Qingyue would bring this up, nor that she would know about his father's affairs. "Let us discuss important matters." Su Qingyue set down her glass. "You should consider acquiring a second pet." She waved her delicate hand, and a shimmering ice blue screen unfolded, displaying a translucent cicada-like creature. Time cicada, projection. Potential: SS, capable of beneficial mutation. Talent: time ripple. Best contract period: larval stage. Acquisition location: second layer of the ancient dragon abyss. With Little Shadow's spatial abilities combined with the time cicada's temporal powers, Su Qingyue's eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. This could create miracles. Lu Chen immediately grasped her intent. The void immobilization in conjunction with time manipulation could indeed yield a qualitative transformation. The Beastmaster library also timely provided relevant information. Time cicada mutation path. Eternal time cicada, SSS potential requires time sand space crystal. Void time cicada, legendary potential requires time tier void essence. Master of temporal catastrophe, forbidden potential requires shards of the time law and space law. I possess 3 opportunities to enter the ancient dragon abyss. Lu Chen pondered. Yet the larva of the time cicada is elusive. Suddenly, Su Qingyue leaned closer. Her breath laced with the fragrance of wine brushing against Lu Chen's ear. "I can assist you." Her voice, as delicate as a feather, held no conditions, merely an assurance of her faith in his future. The proximity allowed him to count her eyelashes. Rarely feeling a twinge of discomfort, Lu Chen's ears flushed slightly. He subtly leaned back. "Thank you, teacher." Su Qingyue seemed amused by his reaction, lightly laughing as she returned to her seat. "After the arena competition, there will be the qualification battle for the heavenly ruins. Don't let me down." She poured herself another glass of wine and downed it in one swift motion. The strap of her nightgown slipped with the movement, revealing an expanse of snowy skin. Lu Chen quickly averted his gaze and rose to take his leave. "Leaving so soon?" Su Qingyue tilted her head, a hint of intoxication in her eyes. Was she shy? Lu Chen maintained his composure. "There's a competition tomorrow. You should rest early as well." "Teacher." Upon stepping out of the teacher's villa area, the night breeze invigorated Lu Chen's mind. He reflected on their conversation that evening, Su Qingyue's unusual demeanor, and the ambiguous physical interactions. Something felt amiss. Furrowing his brow, Lu Chen thought, Su Qingyue is not one to indulge in drink, nor would she engage in flirtatious behavior with students. Her actions tonight seemed more like a test of sorts. Back in his dormitory, Xiao Yunhan was already asleep. Lu Chen quietly completed his evening routine and lay in bed, summoning the comprehensive data panel. Host comprehensive data. Beastmaster level, half-step sovereign. Stamina, 3000, 3000, Dragon Blood Foundation. Mental strength, critical value, breakthrough imminent. Contract positions, 2, expandable. Beast 1, name, Void Monarch, Little Shadow. Level, Monarch 9 stars, breakthrough critical. Potential, legendary. Talent, Will of the Battle King. Skills, Void/Law level, Void fixation, domain level, space tier, law level. Special status, Dragon Blood Boiling, 50 stamina recovery during battle. Frost Affinity, 20 resistance to ice. Held items, Dragon Blood Grass X1, Ice Crystal Lotus X1, Ironclad Earth Dragon Core X1. 3 opportunities to enter the Ancient Dragon Abyss. Tomorrow's arena competition will reward the champion with a ticket to the heavenly ruins. Within lies the void essence he requires, a crucial material for evolving the time cicada. Lu Chen closed his eyes, envisioning the profile of Chu Tian. This heir of the Chu family, deliberately absent from the award ceremony, is surely plotting something. Yet it matters little. Before absolute strength, any conspiracy is futile. A cold smile crept across Lu Chen's lips as he thought, let everyone witness what true genius is. Chapter 30, The First Battle of the Arena. As the morning sun pierced through the gaps in the curtains, Lu Chen had already completed his physical training for the day. He summoned his data panel, satisfied as he observed the indicators. Current status. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Stamina, 3000, 3000, Dragon Blood Foundation. Mental strength, half-step sovereign. Special status, Dragon Blood Boiling, activated. Beast information. Name, Void Monarch, Little Shadow. Level, Monarch 9 stars, breakthrough critical. Potential, legendary. Talent, Will of the Battle King. Skills, Void/Law level, Void fixation, domain level, space tier, transcendent level. Ding. The communicator vibrated suddenly. A secured number appeared on the screen, belonging to his father's exclusive line. Dad, Little Chen. Lu Shan's voice came through the communicator, deep and serious. I heard you secured first place in the freshman trials? Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. A piece of cake. Don't be careless. Lu Shan's tone suddenly turned grave. The Chu family's people have appeared in the north of the capital, haven't they? Lu Chen's expression sharpened. How do you know? Some things are not yet the time to share with you. Lu Shan paused. Remember, if anyone seeks to take advantage of you, our Lu family has no need to fear anyone. The communication abruptly ended. Lu Chen stared at the communicator, deep in thought. His father evidently knew something, but it seemed he had not yet reached that level of understanding. It appears the power of the Lu family is not to be underestimated. Lu Gu. Zhao Dafu's booming voice echoed from outside. Hurry. The arena competition is about to begin. The stadium was alive with noise. The venue, capable of accommodating 100,000, was filled to capacity, with even the aisles crowded with spectators. Major media outlets had set up their broadcasting equipment in prime positions, and the announcer's passionate voice reverberated throughout the arena. Old Lu, over here. Zhao Dafu waved his ticket. VIP front row seats. Cost me 30,000. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. You certainly know how to do business. Hee. Zhao Dafu rubbed his hands together. I hoarded 50 tickets for this arena competition. Flipping them earned me 200,000. By the way, I've designed your support item too. He pulled out a glowing sign that read Lu God Invincible, adorned with a chibi version of Little Shadow. Lu Chen. Don't dislike it. Zhao Dafu lowered his voice. Do you know how many female fans you have now? The support club alone has over 3,000 members. Lu Chen could not be bothered to respond, his gaze sweeping over the arena. The competition today employed a single elimination format, with 100 freshmen drawing lots to determine their opponents. His first match was in the afternoon, against an unremarkable commander-level Beastmaster, a trivial concern. Look, Xiao Yunhan is up, Zhao Dafu suddenly exclaimed. The big screen displayed the battle information. Xiao Yunhan, Monarch 9 stars, vs Zhao Wujing, Monarch 8 stars. Wow, starting off with a tough match. Zhao Dafu gasped. That Zhao Wujing is the top student from Xishan province, with SS level potential. Lu Chen nodded slightly. He was well aware of Xiao Yunhan's strength. Yet Zhao Wujing was no pushover either. The Earth Bear is a top contender among Earth-type beasts, known for its extraordinary defense. With the referee's command, the match commenced. Come forth, knight, Xiao Yunhan called out. A swirl of black mist erupted from his palm, swiftly coalescing into a pitch-black wolf-like creature. Its eyes glowed crimson, surrounded by a faint black aura. Knight Demon Wolf, projection. Level, Monarch 9 stars. Potential, SSS. Talent, Shadow Devour. Skills, Shadow Assault, domain level. Knight Demon Claw, transcendent level. Simultaneously, Zhao Wujing summoned his own beast. A colossal bear, standing 5 meters tall, crashed to the ground, its brownish-yellow fur adorned with rock-like patterns. Roar. The Earth Bear pounded its chest, unleashing a deafening roar. The arena floor trembled as earth walls sprang up, transforming half the arena into a labyrinthine structure. Xiao Yunhan is in danger. Zhao Dafu clutched the railing anxiously. The Earth Bear's earth maze can severely limit its opponent's movement. Yet Lu Chen merely smiled. Watch closely. No sooner had he spoken than the Knight Demon Wolf suddenly transformed into a shadow, darting through the earth walls with astonishing speed. Its movements were utterly unpredictable, yet it managed to evade the attacks of the earth-sensing bear with remarkable precision each time. Shadow Assault. With a command from Xiao Yunhan, the Knight Demon Wolf surged forward with sudden acceleration. Its form became indistinct under the sunlight, as if it had melded into the very air. A muffled thud echoed as the Knight Demon Wolf's claws struck fiercely against the bear's back. To everyone's astonishment, the blow merely left a few white scratches on the bear's thick fur. Useless. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily, declaring that the bear's defenses were akin to those of a sovereign beast. Xiao Yunhan remained impassive and simply snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the earth-sensing bear let out a pained howl. The area where it had been struck began to rot in a most peculiar manner, as black veins spread beneath its fur like living tendrils. Shadow corruption? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This was the hidden ability of the Knight Demon Wolf, capable of infusing shadow energy into its foes, causing lingering damage. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted dramatically. Quick, use earth healing. The earth-sensing bear slammed its paws into the ground, enveloped in a yellowish glow. However, to everyone's shock, those black veins not only failed to vanish but spread even more rapidly. Useless, Xiao Yunhan stated flatly. Shadow corruption ignores defenses. The earth-sensing bear's movements grew increasingly sluggish until it finally collapsed with a resounding crash. The referee promptly announced, Xiao Yunhan wins. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. No one had anticipated that what appeared to be an evenly matched duel would conclude so swiftly. Wow, Zhao Dafu exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. Old Xiao is so fierce. Yet Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Xiao Yunhan's victory came too easily, defying logic. Given the earth-sensing bear's defensive capabilities, it should have been able to endure at least 3 to 5 rounds. He activated his eye of all things, scrutinizing the situation on the arena. Suddenly, he noticed an unnatural black glimmer in the bear's eye as it fell. I see, Lu Chen realized. Xiao Yunhan must have tampered with things before the match. The claws of that Knight Demon Wolf had undoubtedly been coated with some agent enhancing shadow corruption. Truly, Xiao Yunhan, appearing cold and serious on the surface, was ruthless behind the scenes as well. A smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips. Now this was getting interesting. Next up, we invite the participants from the next group. The host announced, Lin Mo versus Chun Tsin. Lu Chen's interest was piqued. Lin Mo was ranked 6th in the trials, while Chun Tsin was his little admirer, possessing SSS level potential as a Star Moon Fox. Once the match commenced, Chun Tsin's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. Although his Star Moon Fox was only at the King level 5, the Starfield domain he unleashed was able to overpower Lin Mo's King, level 8 Thunderhawk. Starfall. With Chun Tsin's command, countless starlights cascaded from the heavens, transforming the entire arena into a dazzling river of stars. The flames of the Fire Lion Griffin were effortlessly extinguished before the might of the starlit power. Chun Tsin wins. Lin Mo stepped down from the arena with a pale face, casting a vicious glare at Lu Chen as he passed by. Lu Chen remained unfazed, instead giving Chun Tsin a thumbs up. The latter blushed instantly, bowing awkwardly. TSK, yet another youth you've ensnared, Zhao Dafu remarked, shaking his head. Just as Lu Chen was about to retort, his communicator vibrated. It was an anonymous message. Beware of Chu Tian. His pet is not the abyssal demon wolf as recorded. A friend. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Not the abyssal demon wolf. What could it be then? It appeared that this Chu Tian was more dangerous than he had initially assumed. Time flew by, and before long, afternoon had arrived. The atmosphere in the venue grew even more fervent as the next contestant to appear was the champion of this trial, Lu Chen. This upcoming duel would see the first-ranked Lu Chen facing off against Yin Feng from the southern wilderness. Lu Chen walked onto the arena with composure. His opponent was a robust young man with dark skin, accompanied by a massive rock-armored lizard. Rock-armored lizard, projection. Level, King level 3. Potential, A. Talent, petrified skin. Skill, rock impact awakened. Lu Chen nearly laughed aloud. An opponent of this caliber was hardly worthy of warming him up. Match begins. Yin Feng bellowed, and the rock-armored lizard curled into a ball, rolling towards Lu Chen with astonishing speed. This was the lizard's signature skill, rock impact, powerful enough to shatter steel. Lu Chen remained motionless until the lizard was less than 3 meters away, then gently raised his hand. Little shadow. Whoosh. A flash of silver light appeared as the elegant void monarch manifested before its master. It didn't even need to employ any skills, with a casual swipe of its claw. Boom. The rock-armored lizard was sent flying back at a speed even greater than it had come, crashing heavily against the protective barrier and losing consciousness. The arena fell silent. 1 second, 2 seconds. Lu Chen wins. The referee was the first to react. The venue erupted in thunderous applause. The screams of female fans nearly threatened to lift the roof off. So cool. Instant kill. Is this the strength of a champion? Lu Chen calmly recalled Little Shadow and turned to exit the stage. An opponent of this level didn't even qualify to make him break a sweat. Brother Lu, you're really bullying them. Zhao Dafu approached, saying this while his face beamed with pride. Lu Chen shrugged, saving time. The subsequent matches posed no suspense. Lu Chen cut through his opponents like a hot knife through butter, each one failing to withstand more than 3 moves before him. Little Shadow didn't even need to use any skills, sweeping through the arena solely with raw physical power. By evening, the first round of matches concluded. The big screen displayed the list of those advancing, with Lu Chen, Xiao Yunhan, Chun Xin, and others successfully moving on to the next round. Tomorrow's quarterfinals, the host announced. The most anticipated duel is Lu Chen against Chu Tian. The crowd erupted once more. The champion of the trials facing the mysterious 5th-ranked contender was undoubtedly the highlight for tomorrow. Lu Chen gazed towards the contestant area, finally spotting the absent Chu Tian during the awards ceremony. The latter was also looking at him, sporting a smile that hinted at deeper meaning. Their gazes met in the air, as if sparks were flying. Interesting, Lu Chen chuckled softly, turning to leave. Regardless of what cards Chu Tian held, they would ultimately be futile struggles in the face of absolute strength. On his way back to the dormitory, Lu Chen once again pulled up his data panel. Current record, 4 wins, 0 losses. Stamina consumption, 3. Mental energy consumption, 5. Tomorrow's opponent, Chu Tian, suspected hidden strength. Old Lu, Xiao Yunhan appeared by his side at some point. Be careful in tomorrow's match. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Have you discovered something? Chu Tian's data is problematic. Xiao Yunhan lowered his voice. I've checked his entrance test records. His mental energy fluctuations are not consistent with king level. Lu Chen's heart stirred. Could it be that Chu Tian was also concealing his strength? Just like Su Qinghua? Thanks. He patted Xiao Yunhan on the shoulder. We'll find out tomorrow. As night fell, Lu Chen stood by the window of his dormitory, gazing at the distant lights. Tomorrow's match might prove to be more intriguing than he had anticipated. Chapter 31, the quarterfinals. The morning at the Beijing Northern Beast Tamer University was shrouded in a thin mist. Lu Chen stood before the dormitory window, summoning the latest data panel. Current status. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15 years. Physical strength, 3000, Dragon Blood Foundation. Mental power, half-step sovereign. Pet information. Name, Void Monarch, Little Shadow. Level, Monarch 9 stars. Breakthrough threshold. Potential, legendary. Talent, Will of the War King. Skills, Void / Rule level, Void Freeze, Domain level. Space tier, Transcendent level. Today's opponent. Chu Tian, suspected hidden strength. Pet, unknown, not recorded in data, Abyssal Demon Wolf. Old Lu, I'm off. Xiao Yunhan rapped on the door. There are even more media today than yesterday. Outside the gym, a throng had already gathered. Scalpers were selling tickets at exorbitant prices, while fans waved various support banners. Lu Chen even spotted someone wearing a t-shirt emblazoned with Little Shadow's likeness. Lu God, look over here. Can I get your autograph? Ah, he is looking at me. Zhao Dafu squeezed through the crowd, perspiring profusely as he approached. Wow, today's tickets are selling for 100,000 each. Luckily, I stocked up in advance. Lu Chen glanced at him with a sidelong look. How much did you make? Hee hee, Zhao Dafu rubbed his hands together. Yesterday's batch earned me 200,000. And today's will at least double if you don't walk away. Entering the player's rest area, Lu Chen immediately felt several sharp gazes upon him. Aside from the familiar Xiao Yunhan and Chunsen, there were several unfamiliar faces, dark horses from yesterday with hidden strengths. So that's Lu Chen, trial champion, rumored to have a mythic level training program. Humph, today he'll reveal his true colors. Lu Chen ignored them and walked straight to his seat. Suddenly, he paused. In the corner of the rest area, a young man clad in a black trench coat was looking at him with a smirk. Chu Tian. The other was even gloomier than his profile photo, pale skin revealing faintly visible blue veins. Most striking were his eyes, with pupils resembling those of a cold-blooded creature. I've long admired your reputation. Chu Tian approached, his voice gravelly. The genius of the Lu family. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. The emphasis on the Lu family was a blatant provocation. The young master of the Chu clan, Lu Chen retorted in kind. I've heard your pet is quite special? Chu Tian's pupils constricted slightly, then he chuckled. You will soon witness it firsthand. The two exchanged glances for a second before turning away. This brief probe was sufficient. They both understood the other's prowess. Attention, competitors, the announcement rang out. The quarterfinals are about to commence. Please prepare the first group. The big screen illuminated with the matchups. Match 1, Xiao Yunhan versus Lin Mo, Revenge Battle. Match 2, Chun Tsen vs Dark Horse from Xishan Province. Match 3, Lu Chen versus Chu Tian. Match 4, interesting, Lu Chen chuckled lightly. Lin Mo lost to Chun Tsen yesterday, and now he faces Xiao Yunhan. Zhao Dafu leaned closer. I bet old Xiao will finish the fight in 3 moves. Once the matches began, Xiao Yunhan's performance stunned the audience once more. His Night Demon Wolf unleashed an eternal night in broad daylight, transforming the entire arena into an absolute dark domain. Lin Mo's Flame Griffin was eradicated before even casting a skill. Xiao Yunhan wins. Following was Chun Tsen's match. This seemingly shy youth pulled off another upset. As the Star Moon Fox's star field evolved into a new ability, Starfall, which sent his opponent's Monarch 9 stars Thunder Giant Eagle flying. Chun Tsen wins. The crowd erupted. No one had expected this little fan of Lu Chen's to make it to the top 4. Now, please welcome the third group of competitors. The venue fell silent. Everyone holding their breath in anticipation for the showdown between the trial champion and the mysterious 5th seed, a duel destined to be spectacular. Lu Chen walked confidently onto the stage. Opposite him, Chu Tian strolled forward leisurely, his black trench coat billowing without wind. The match begins. As the referee's voice echoed, Chu Tian suddenly tore off his trench coat, revealing arms covered in strange patterns. The patterns writhed as if alive, emitting a nauseating stench. Come forth, my treasure. The ground split open, and a colossal creature emerged. As the dust settled, terrified screams erupted from the audience. This was no mere abyssal demon wolf as recorded in the data, but a monster towering 3 stories high. Its upper body humanoid while its lower half was that of a spider, 8 multifaceted eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Unknown creature, projection. Level, Sovereign 1 star. Potential, SSS, mutating. Talent, Flesh Devour. Skills, Web Prison, domain level. Venom Spray, transcendent level. Sovereign level. Zhao Dafu exclaimed in shock. This is outrageous. The audience was in an uproar. The emergence of a sovereign-level pet in a rookie competition was akin to a dimensional assault. Yet Lu Chen smiled. As his father had said, the Chu clan never played by the rules. He had already discerned through the eye of all phenomena that Chu Tian's mental power fluctuations were not monarch level, but rather concealed sovereign level. Are you frightened? Chu Tian licked his lips. This is a special gift prepared just for you. Lu Chen offered no reply, merely raising his hand gently. Little shadow. A silver flash illuminated the air as the void monarch appeared gracefully. Compared to the monstrous adversary, its size was pitifully small, yet its aura was undeniably formidable. Roar. The monster launched the first attack, opening its cavernous maw to spew forth a deluge of green venom. The venom transformed mid-air into a massive net, descending upon Little Shadow. Void freeze. Little Shadow's eyes blazed with silver light, and the surrounding space instantly solidified. The venom net froze mid-air, resembling a paused film frame. Space tier. In the next moment, the solidified space shattered like glass. The venom net was ripped into countless fragments, dissipating into nothingness. The audience erupted into deafening cheers. No one had anticipated that, despite the stark size disparity, the two pets would end their first clash in a draw. This is getting interesting, Chu Tian sneered. But this is just the beginning. He suddenly bit his finger, smearing blood upon the monster-esque body. The strange patterns sprang to life, pulsating like veins. Flesh sacrifice. The monster-esque form began to twist and contort, for fleshy tumors bulging from its back. The tumors rapidly expanded, bursting forth to reveal 4 smaller monsters identical to the original. 5 against 1, let us see how you defend. Chu Tian grinned menacingly. The 5 monsters charged simultaneously. Though Little Shadow moved with remarkable speed, it found itself somewhat overwhelmed by the all-encompassing siege. A stream of venom grazed its forelimb, instantly corroding a charred black patch. Little Shadow. Lu Chen's expression sharpened. The Void Monarch emitted a high-pitched shriek, radiating silver light. It ceased holding back and unleashed its most formidable attack, Void Slash. A silver line sliced through the air. This seemingly casual strike harbored the terrifying power of spatial laws. Swish. The 2 foremost doppelganger monsters suddenly froze, a bloodline appearing cleanly down their middle, and they were neatly bisected. What? Chu Tian's expression shifted dramatically. The audience was enveloped in a profound silence. No one could have anticipated that Lu Chen's beloved beast could annihilate a Dominion-level avatar with a single strike. But the spectacle was far from over. Lu Chen smirked. Xiaoying, spatial leap. In an instant, the Void Monarch's form flickered and appeared behind the remaining 3 monsters. Another Void Slash, and yet another avatar, was obliterated. Damn it. Chu Tian gritted his teeth. Web of the spider cage. The primary monster suddenly unleashed a torrent of white threads, weaving them into an enormous net that enveloped the entire arena. Even more terrifying was the toxic slime that coated the net. Any touch would result in paralysis. Xiaoying was forced to halt the pursuit, maneuvering cautiously within the constricted space. Ha! Chu Tian cackled. Let us see how long you can evade. Yet Lu Chen wore a mysterious smile. Do you think that's all I can do? He suddenly closed his eyes, feeling the dragon blood surging within him. An unprecedented force erupted from his dantian, coursing through his meridians to fill his entire being. Crack! It was as if something shattered. Lu Chen's eyes flew open, his pupils gleaming with silver light. Breakthrough. Beastmaster level. Dominator 1 star. Mental power surged to 5,000. Beast synchronization breakthrough. Void Monarch ascended to Dominator 1 star. New skill unlocked. Void traversal, rule level. This is impossible. Chu Tian's face turned pale. A breakthrough in the heat of battle. The audience erupted into pandemonium. Who had ever witnessed a monster breaking through during combat? This was beyond the realm of reason. Xiaoying, Lu Chen whispered, let's bring this to a close. The Void Monarch let out a deafening roar, its body slowly becoming transparent. In the next moment, it vanished from sight, not due to incredible speed, but through true spatial traversal. Swish, swish, swish. Amidst the shimmering silver light, the remaining 2 avatar monsters fell one after another. The primary monster, in a state of panic, flailed its claws, unable to even graze a hair on Xiaoying. The final blow. Lu Chen raised his hand, altering the Void Slash. Xiaoying's figure suddenly appeared directly above the monster. This time, it did not swipe with its claws but instead melded into the very fabric of space, transforming into a silver blade of light that spanned the heavens. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the massive body of the monster was cleaved in 2. Green blood gushed forth, staining half the arena in a grotesque hue. Silence. A deathly silence. Then, a wave of cheers erupted, nearly toppling the roof. Lu Chen triumphed. Chu Tian slumped to the ground, disbelief etched across his face. He could not fathom how his meticulously prepared trump card had been so utterly defeated. Lu Chen approached him slowly, leaning down to whisper, tell the people of the Chu clan that I will collect the debts of the Lu family, piece by piece. Chu Tian's pupils constricted. What do you know? Lu Chen offered no reply, turning to leave. This victory was merely the beginning. The enmity between the Chu clan and the Lu family was far from settled. As he exited the arena, Lu Chen noticed a familiar figure in the audience, Su Qinghua. Today, she wore a white professional outfit, gazing at him with a complex expression. Lu Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He understood that his performance today had garnered considerable attention from various quarters. The breakthrough in the heat of battle and the ability to challenge opponents of a higher tier would bring him both greater opportunities and greater dangers. Old Lu, you were incredible. Zhao Dafu rushed over, rendered almost speechless with excitement. A Dominator-level beast. You actually took down a Dominator-level opponent. Xiao Yunhan rarely displayed a smile, offering his congratulations. Chun Tsin stood nearby, his eyes filled with admiration. Lu Shan, may I invite you to dinner? Lu Chen chuckled, about to respond when a wave of dizziness washed over him. The period of weakness following his breakthrough had arrived. He needed to recuperate swiftly. I need to return to my dorm. There's the semifinals tomorrow, he informed the crowd. As he departed the sports hall, Lu Chen once more accessed his data panel. Post-breakthrough status, Beastmaster level, Dominator 1 star. Stamina, 5,000, Dragon Blood enhancement. Mental power, Dominator 1 star, stabilization period. New skills for Beast, Void traversal, rule level short range spatial leap, ignoring barriers. Next phase goal, stabilize the realm. Prepare to contract the second beast, Cicada of Time. As night fell, Lu Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, recuperating. Today's battle had provided him with profound insights. The power at the Dominator level was far beyond his expectations. Yet it also made him acutely aware that the threat posed by the Chu clan was more severe than he had anticipated. Knock, knock. A knock echoed at the door. Come in. Xiao Yunhan entered, holding a dossier. I found something out. Chu Tian's beast is a product of the Forbidden Objects Research Institute, known as the human-faced spider demon, a forbidden creature synthesized from human and ferocious beast genes. Lu Chen's gaze turned icy. The Chu clan is colluding with the Forbidden Objects Research Institute? Not just that. Xiao Yunhan lowered his voice. I suspect they are targeting you. Lu Chen fell into contemplation. The Chu clan's preparation of beasts specifically designed to counter spatial types indicated an unusual obsession with the Lu family. In tomorrow's semifinals, Xiao Yunhan suddenly remarked, Be wary of Chen Xian. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. What issue does he present? His star moon fox seems unusual. Xiao Yunhan frowned. The stellar domain shouldn't possess such overwhelming power. Lu Chen pondered. Indeed, Chen Xian's performance had been somewhat anomalous. While SSS grade potential was rare, it should not easily overpower opponents of the 9th star monarch level. I'll be cautious, he nodded, expressing his gratitude. After Xiao Yunhan departed, Lu Chen stood before the window, gazing at the distant starry sky. Tomorrow's match might unveil even more secrets. Chapter 32. Qin Wuya, the bloodied hands of the Qin family? As the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, Lu Chen had already completed his stabilization training at the Dominator level. He accessed his latest data panel. Current status, name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Beastmaster level, Dominator 1 star, stabilization period. Stamina, 5,000, Dragon Blood Foundation. Mental power, Dominator 1 star. Beast information name, Void Monarch, Xiaoying. Level, Dominator 1 star. Potential, legendary. Talent, Will of the War King. Skills, Void/Rule level. Void Stasis, Domain level. Spatial tier, Transcendent level. Void Traversal, Rule level. Today's schedule, first semifinal match, Xiao Yunhan vs Qin Wuya, Dragon Bloodline. Second semifinal match, Lu Chen vs Chen Xian Qin Wuya. Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly. The name was unfamiliar, yet the surname heightened his vigilance. The Qin family was another enemy his father had mentioned. Old Lu, it's time to go. Xiao Yunhan entered, unusually clad in a black combat suit. This match might be quite challenging. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Is Qin Wuya very strong? It's not just a matter of strength. Xiao Yunhan's expression grew serious. His beast is a pure-blood dragon breed. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. Pure-blood dragon breeds are legendary in the Beastmaster world. Each adult specimen is at least a mythical level entity. The fact that Qin Wuya could command a dragon breed indicated a formidable background. The Jingbei Sports Arena buzzed with even greater fervor than the previous days. Scalpers had inflated ticket prices to an astonishing 200,000 per seat. While a multitude of media outlets trained their cameras on the arena, Lu Chen even spotted several spectators clad in military uniforms. Was the military also intrigued by this match? Lu Gu, Zhao Dafu, drenched in perspiration, squeezed through the crowd, breaking news. That Qin Wuya is of the direct lineage of the Qin family in the capital. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. The Bloodhand Qin family? Indeed. Zhao Dafu lowered his voice. I've heard they have a rather twisted tradition, wherein every generation must personally slay a dominant beast to inherit their legacy. Lu Chen pondered this. The Qin family and the Chu clan were both esteemed families in the beast taming world. Curiously, Qin Wuya seemed to harbor no animosity towards him, having barely acknowledged him in the earlier rounds. Now let us welcome the first group of semi-finalists. The host's voice resonated throughout the arena. Xiao Yunhan versus Qin Wuya. The audience erupted into thunderous cheers. Xiao Yunhan, one of the biggest dark horses of the tournament, had garnered a significant fanbase, while Qin Wuya's enigmatic identity only heightened the anticipation. Xiao Yunhan ascended the stage with his characteristic stoic demeanor, while his opponent emerged from the opposite passage, a towering youth with fiery red hair, his bare torso marred by grotesque scars, each step seemingly sending tremors through the arena. The match begins. Arise, Dark Knight. Xiao Yunhan summoned his beast first. As the Dark Knight demon wolf materialized, Qin Wuya, too, made his move. He bit his finger, tracing a blood mark in the air. By my blood, I call upon your true name, Crimson Scale. With a thunderous roar, an immense creature burst forth. It was a colossal crimson dragon, exceeding 10 meters in length, its scales shimmering like rubies, and its wings nearly engulfing half the arena. Crimson Scale Earth Dragon, projection. Level, dominant, 2 stars. Potential, SSS, can evolve. Talent, Dragon S Might skills. Dragon S Breath, rule level. Dragon Scale Armor, domain level. Rending Claw, extraordinary level. The audience gasped in astonishment. A pureblood dragon of dominant 2 stars was far beyond the usual level for a novice competition. Fascinating. Lu Chen activated his all-seeing eye, scrutinizing the crimson scale earth dragon. Within his vision, the dragon was enveloped in a dense aura of blood, evidently having endured countless battles. On the stage, the Dark Knight Demon Wolf appeared somewhat intimidated before the dragon's might. This was a suppression of bloodline, as dark creatures were inherently at a disadvantage against dragonkind. Eternal night descends. Xiao Yunhan decisively summoned his strongest domain. Darkness enveloped the entire arena, plunging the audience into a pitch-black void. Petty tricks, Qin Wuya scoffed. Crimson scale, dragoness breath. A fire pillar, exceeding 2 meters in diameter, erupted from the darkness, instantly tearing through the eternal night domain. The Dark Knight Demon Wolf barely managed to evade, yet was still caught by the residual force, leaving one side of its body charred. Shadow corruption. Xiao Yunhan gritted his teeth and shouted. The Dark Knight Demon Wolf, enduring its pain, transformed into a shadow and lunged at the crimson scale earth dragon. Its claws left a few black marks on the dragon's scales. However, these marks vanished within mere seconds, evaporated by the searing energy within the dragon's blood. Futile. Qin Wuya shook his head. Pureblood dragons are immune to all negative states. Xiao Yunhan's expression shifted. Shadow corruption was his strongest move, yet it had proven entirely ineffective. Let it end. Qin Wuya raised his hand. Dragon scale storm. The crimson scale earth dragon suddenly began to spin at high speed. Thousands of dragon scales detaching from its body, transforming into a metallic tempest that swept the arena. The Dark Knight Demon Wolf had nowhere to hide, instantly being shredded to pieces. Xiao Yunhan concedes. The referee promptly intervened, erecting a protective barrier. As the dust settled, the crowd beheld Xiao Yunhan half kneeling on the ground, cradling his barely breathing Dark Knight Demon Wolf. His battle attire was soaked in blood, yet he still fiercely protected his beast. The medical team swiftly ascended the stage. Qin Wuya didn't spare a glance at his opponent and turned to leave. Wait, Xiao Yunhan suddenly called out, his voice hoarse. Why did you go all out against me? Qin Wuya paused, his back to him. Because you are of the dark element. After a moment, he added. And you are too weak. The arena fell into silence. Such words were profoundly insulting, causing even the referee to frown. Lu Chen's gaze turned icy. It was evident that Qin Wuya had acted with intent. He could have easily won, but chose to severely injure Xiao Yunhan's beast. Now, let the second group of semi-finalists prepare. The host hurriedly attempted to smooth over the situation. Lu Chen hastened towards the contestant passage, but as he passed the medical area, Xiao Yunhan suddenly grasped his wrist. Be careful, Xiao Yunhan said, blood still at the corner of his mouth. He may target you. Lu Chen nodded, a glint of determination flickering in his eyes. Regardless of Qin Wuya's motives, anyone who dared to harm his brother would pay the price. In the second semi-final match, it was Lu Chen versus Chen Tsin. Chen Tsin stood upon the stage, his complexion exceptionally pale. His star moon fox also appeared somewhat listless, a far cry from its previous lively state. The match begins. Lu Chen, Chen Tsin stammered. I concede. The crowd erupted in astonishment. No one had anticipated that the once surprising Chen Tsin would concede so abruptly. The referee was taken aback. Are you certain? Chen Tsin bowed his head, unable to meet Lu Chen's gaze. My star moon fox is not in good condition. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Something felt off, very off. Through his all-seeing eye, he could see a strange energy coursing through Chen Tsin's body, while dark tendrils coiled around the star moon fox, a color that was certainly not that of stellar energy. Since the contestant Chen Tsin has conceded, I declare Lu Chen directly advances to the finals. Sparse applause echoed through the audience. This long-awaited showdown concluded in such a disappointing manner. Lu Chen did not leave immediately. Instead, he approached Chen Tsin. What is going on? Chen Tsin trembled, his voice barely above a whisper, and nothing. Look at me, Lu Chen commanded. Chen Tsin lifted his head, a flicker of struggle in his eyes. In that instant, Lu Chen's all-seeing eye captured a glimmer of crimson deep within his pupils, reminiscent of the hue seen in Chu Tian's spider demon. You have come into contact with Chu Tian? Lu Chen whispered. Chen Tsin's expression changed drastically, retreating in panic, and no, that's not it. Before Lu Chen could probe further, a tall figure suddenly interposed itself between them. See you in the finals. Qin Wuya had appeared on the stage, looking down at Lu Chen. I hope you won't disappoint me. Upon closer inspection, Lu Chen noticed that this scion of the Qin family bore no hostility in his eyes. Rather, there was an air of expectation. Do you know my father? Lu Chen asked directly. Qin Wuya's lips curled into a slight smile. Who doesn't know the name of Lu Chen? With that, he turned and departed, leaving Lu Chen with a multitude of unanswered questions. After exiting the sports arena, Lu Chen headed straight for the medical center. Xiao Yunhan's injuries were far more severe than anticipated. The Dark Knight Demon Wolf was nearly incapacitated and required a high-level treatment chamber for recovery. Old Xiao, Lu Chen gazed at his roommate on the hospital bed. There's something off about that Qin Wuye. Xiao Yunhan weakly nodded. He withheld his true strength. I can sense that the Crimson Scale Earth Dragon is not even his primary combat beast. Lu Chen's heart sank. If a pure-blood dragon of dominant 2 stars was not his main battle beast, how terrifying must Qin Wuye's true power be? Also, Chen Xin Xiao Yunhan coughed a few times. His aura bears a striking resemblance to Chu Tian's. As the conversation unfolded, the door to the hospital room was abruptly pushed open. An unexpected figure appeared at the entrance, Su Qingwei, dressed in an exquisite ice blue gown. Her stunning visage bore an unusual gravitas. Teacher? Lu Chen expressed his surprise. Su Qingwei strode directly to the bedside, her delicate hand waving, enveloping the Dark Knight Wolf in a radiant azure light. The wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Thank you, Professor Su. Xiao Yuhan managed to utter with difficulty. Su Qingwei inclined her head slightly, then turned her gaze towards Lu Chen. You must win tomorrow's finals. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Do you know Qin Wuye? Not exactly, Su Qingwei replied, a flicker of complexity crossing her eyes. However, the forces behind him are quite troublesome. Lu Chen keenly noted that she referred to forces rather than family, implying that Qin Wuye might represent more than just the Qin family. What does the teacher know? Lu Chen inquired cautiously. Rather than responding directly, Su Qingwei retrieved an ice crystal pendant from her bosom. Wearing this will help you withstand a single psychic attack of mythic level or below. Lu Chen accepted the pendant, feeling its chilling touch. It was evidently a precious artifact. Why had Su Qingwei suddenly bestowed it upon him? Qin Wuye's target is indeed you. Su Qingwei whispered, but it's not to harm you. Rather, it is to confirm something. Lu Chen's heart stirred. About my father? Su Qingwei remained non-committal. Regardless of what happens tomorrow, remember this. My students fear nothing, and neither does your Lu family. This echoed his father's warning. Lu Chen grew increasingly convinced that a complex web of connections existed among Qin Wuye, the Chu faction, his father, and Su Qingwei. As Lu Chen departed the medical center, dusk had fallen. He walked alone along the campus path, reflecting on the information he had gathered that day. 1. Qin Wuye is a direct descendant of the blood-soaked Qin family, possessing strength far beyond what is apparent. 2. Chen Xin may have been manipulated by Chu Tian, and the dark energy surrounding the star moon fox appears to be a product of forbidden material research. 3. Su Qingwei seems to be aware of Qin Wuye's true intentions. 4. Both the Qin family and the Chu faction are monitoring him, albeit with starkly contrasting attitudes. The finals tomorrow not only concern the qualifications for the Tianshu secret realm, but may also unveil some long-buried secrets. Chapter 33. The Battle of Dominance. Morning sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the gymnasium of Beijing Northern Beast Taming University, where the venue was packed to capacity with 100,000 spectators. Major media outlets had already set up their live broadcasting equipment, and the air was thick with tension and excitement. Lu Chen, Qin Wuye, Qin Wuye. The crowd surged with cheers, the two faction supporters nearly shaking the very foundations of the arena. Lu Chen stood at the center of the stage, hands in pockets, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade. In his mind, a data panel vividly appeared. Name: Lu Chen. Age: 15. Beast Tamer level. Dominator 1 star. Stabilization phase. Physical strength: 5,000. Dragon Blood Foundation. Mental power: Dominator 1 star. Pet: Void King, Little Shadow. Strength: Dominator 1 star. Potential: Legendary. Talent: Will of the War King. Skills: Void/Law level. Void Stasis, Domain level. Space Tier, Extraordinary level. Void Shuttle, Law level. Ah, so many have come to witness my prowess against the weak? Lu Chen chuckled softly, casting a glance at the opposing Qin Wuye. Clad in black, Qin Wuye's demeanor was austere. The crimson-scaled earth dragon coiled beside him, exuding an unmistakable aura of Dominator 2 stars. Yet, Lu Chen's all-seeing eye had already discerned that this fellow possessed a second pet. Begin the match. The referee commanded. Roar. The crimson-scaled earth dragon unleashed a mighty roar, its draconic might sweeping across the arena, leaving many spectators momentarily breathless. However, Lu Chen remained unmoved, the smile on his lips deepening. Dragon might. Is that all you have? He tilted his head, a playful glint in his eyes. Little Shadow, entertain it. With a flash, the figure of the Void King materialized, its obsidian scales glimmering coldly. The will of the War King surged forth, and the Dominator-level pressure clashed head-on with that of the crimson-scaled earth dragon. Boom. The two forces collided, and the ground of the arena cracked instantly. Qin Wuye's eyes narrowed slightly. He spoke at last. You are stronger than the rumors suggested. Thank you for the compliment, Lu Chen shrugged. However, You are far duller than I had heard. As the words left his lips, the crimson-scaled earth dragon suddenly exhaled a torrent of draconic flames. The searing heat rushing towards him, Lu Chen's figure flickered, invoking the extreme cold phoenix breath, cold air radiating from him and freezing the flames mid-air. Extreme cold space freeze. He called out, while Little Shadow's void stasis activated in tandem, enveloping the crimson-scaled earth dragon in an instant domain-level confinement. Roar. The crimson-scaled earth dragon thrashed and roared, struggling to break free. An opportunity. Lu Chen's eyes sharpened, his right hand forming a virtual grasp as a pitch-black long knife materialized. Void blade technique. The first strike. A fleeting brilliance. The blade gleamed like lightning, striking towards Qin Wuye in an instant. Clang. A blue long sword appeared out of nowhere, forcefully blocking the strike. Indeed, there is a second one. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, the all-seeing eye locking onto the floating azure sword spirit. Dominator 3 stars, a fusion-type pet. Dragon flame breath. Qin Wuye ordered coldly. The crimson-scaled earth dragon broke free from its constraints, flames erupting once more. Simultaneously, the blue sword spirit transformed into a streak of light, aiming directly for Lu Chen's throat. 2 against 1. Lu Chen scoffed, retreating swiftly. Little Shadow activated its void shuttle, swiftly transporting him out of danger. The second strike. Void Sky Breaker. He wielded his knife again, slicing through the air in an instant, creating dozens of afterimages. Clang, clang, clang. The blue sword spirit hastily parried, sparks flying. In the audience, gasps echoed one after another. Lu Chen's swordsmanship is stunning. Is this the void blade technique? Qin Wuye's brow furrowed slightly. He finally ceased holding back. Merging with the blue sword spirit, its blade now tinged with fiery crimson. Ultimate secret art, dragon flame heaven fall. Boom. A crimson sword light descended like a meteor, its might overwhelming. Lu Chen's pupils constricted, mental power surging. Little Shadow, fusion technique. Void extreme cold slash. Little Shadow's figure overlapped with his own. The law-level void slash perfectly merging with the extreme cold phoenix breath, a pitch-black blade of light enveloped in frigid air charging forward. Boom. At the moment of collision, the entire arena was engulfed in an energy storm. As the dust settled, Lu Chen knelt on one knee, blood trickling from his lips. While Qin Wuye staggered back a few steps, the blue sword spirit's brilliance dimmed. But it wasn't over yet. Lu Chen grinned, the will of the war king blazing fiercely. The third strike, fleeting eternity. The blade's light cascaded like a galaxy, and Qin Wuye's expression finally shifted, hurriedly raising his sword to defend. Clang. The blue sword spirit was sent flying, and Qin Wuye let out a muted groan, stumbling backward. Silence. Then, the entire arena erupted. Lu Chen had won. Dominator 1-star triumphs over Dominator 3 stars. A miraculous feat. Lu Chen slowly stood upright, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Qin Wuye. Thank you for the match. Qin Wuye remained silent for a moment, recalling his pet, and said blandly, You are quite strong. Likewise, Lu Chen smiled, turning to walk towards the edge of the stage. Suddenly, he turned back to add, by the way, remember to visit the pet grooming salon across from Beijing Northern University for the first place prize pet beauty package. The results are quite impressive. The audience was momentarily stunned, then erupted into even greater laughter and chatter. That fellow, even in victory, can't resist advertising? Ha ha. Truly a remarkable character, Lu Chen. Qin Wuye observed his retreating figure with a complex expression before ultimately turning away. On the sidelines, Bai Xiaotao excitedly waved her arms. Lu Chen, over here. Su Qingyu stood with her arms crossed, a slight smile gracing her lips. At least you haven't brought shame upon me. Xiao Yunhan leaned against the wall, chuckling softly and shaking his head. This guy is indeed a monster. As Lu Chen approached the group, a thought flashed through his mind. What is the connection between Qin Wuye and the Qin family? The Bloodhand Qin family, the vendetta against his father, must eventually be reconciled. Chapter 34. The Secret Realm of Tianshu and the Cicada of Time. Inside the gymnasium of the North Capital Beast Taming University, the fervor of 100,000 spectators had yet to dissipate. The cheers surged like waves as holographic projections rose on the central arena, showcasing a brilliant awards podium. Lu Chen stood at the pinnacle, a subtle smile playing on his lips as his gaze swept over the densely packed crowd below, ultimately resting on the prize in his hand, Tianshu Secret Realm Pass. First place, Lu Chen. The host's voice resonated throughout the venue. The reward included 3 entries into the Tianshu Secret Realm, along with a specially crafted dominant resource package from North Capital University. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The Tianshu Secret Realm. That is a premier cultivation sanctuary personally crafted by the former principal. The flow of time is 18 to 1 for every day outside. 8 days pass within. It's simply a cultivation cheat. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, internally elated. This is a tremendous gain. The holographic projection shifted, revealing detailed information about the Tianshu Secret Realm. Tianshu Secret Realm. Time flow rate, 18. Resource types, spirit pools, rare evolution materials, high-level monster habitats. Danger level, dominant, no wild pets, but powerful monsters exist. Indeed, North Capital is impressive, Lu Chen murmured to himself. This place far surpasses an ordinary training room. Standing nearby, the second place Qin Wuyi bore a cold demeanor, his gaze occasionally flickering towards Lu Chen, as if he wished to speak, but refrained. The third place Xiao Yunhan appeared far more composed, nodding slightly at Lu Chen. Congratulations. Thanks, Xiao brother, Lu Chen beamed. Xiao Yunhan's eye twitched. Don't call me that. All right, Xiao brother it is. After the award ceremony concluded, as Lu Chen descended the stage, a tall figure intercepted him. Su Qingyu, clad in a white trench coat. Her long, snowy legs partially visible beneath the hem, bore a faint smile on her exquisite visage. Well done. Lu Chen set aside his playful demeanor, nodding earnestly. The Tianshu Secret Realm is a splendid opportunity. Do not squander it. Su Qingyu remarked coolly. By the way, what have you decided regarding the Cicada of Time? Lu Chen's eyes flickered. The Cicada of Time, an SS-level time-type pet, is a rare existence found in the Valley of Time on the second layer of the ancient dragon abyss. Su Qingyu had previously mentioned that if it could be combined with Xiao Ying's spatial abilities, it would result in a qualitative transformation. I already possess 3 entry qualifications for the ancient dragon abyss, Lu Chen whispered, but the larval form of the Cicada of Time is difficult to locate. Su Qingyu nodded slightly. The environment of the Valley of Time is peculiar. With chaotic time flow, you must prepare adequately. Understood. Just then, Su Qingyu's eyes narrowed. Do not presume that having secured first place allows you to relax. Tomorrow's 8 a.m. theory class. Be late, and you'll regret it. Lu Chen. In the dormitory. Lu Chen slumped on the sofa, his mind swirling with the information provided by the Beast Library. Cicada of Time mutation routes. Eternal Time Cicada, SSS potential requires time sand space crystals. Void Time Cicada, legendary potential requires tears of time essence. Master of Time Calamity, taboo potential requires fragments of time law and space law. Taboo potential, Lu Chen murmured. This is likely something even mythic-level beast tamers would envy, right? Just as he pondered, a crisp, cold female voice suddenly echoed in his ears. I can help you. Lu Chen shot upright, his gaze sweeping sharply around. Who? No response. Was it an auditory hallucination? He furrowed his brow, yet his instincts told him that the voice he had just heard was no mere figment. The following morning, 8 a.m. 8 a.m. Lu Chen trudged along the campus path, haunted by the dread of early classes from his past life. Lu Gu. Chen caught up from behind, excitedly exclaiming, yesterday's competition was incredible. That void blade technique of yours was simply unbeatable. It was all right, Lu Chen yawned. What class do we have today? Acquisition and preservation of exotic beast materials, Chen replied, pulling out the course schedule. I heard the lecturer is Professor Zhou from the Research Institute. He's notoriously strict. Oh, Lu Chen replied with little interest. The classroom soon filled to capacity, and Professor Zhou adjusted his glasses. Diving straight into the topic, today we will discuss the key points of collecting high-level exotic beast materials, especially time-type and space-type materials. As these resources often come with significant risks, Lu Chen, initially drowsy, snapped to attention upon hearing time-type. The quintessential example of time-type materials is time sand. Found in the second layer of the ancient dragon abyss, caution is required when collecting due to time turbulence. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled as he silently noted the critical information. As the class bell rang, Lu Chen had just exited the classroom when Xiao Yunhan followed him. When do you plan to visit the Tianshu Secret Realm? No rush, Lu Chen stretched lazily. I need to sort out the Cicada of Time matter first. Cicada of Time? Xiao Yunhan questioned. A rare pet from the ancient dragon abyss, Lu Chen casually explained. By the way, do you want to come along? After all, you have the entry qualification. Xiao Yunhan shook his head. I don't need a time-type pet for now. TSK, no ambition. While the two conversed, Bai Xiao Tao suddenly bounded around the corner, grinning. Lu Chen, congratulations on your victory. Shall we celebrate? My treat. Lu Chen glanced at her. Your treat? I hope it's not the cafeteria again. Hey, what's wrong with the cafeteria? Our cafeteria has 5-star standards. Fine, fine. Lu Chen waved his hand in resignation. But it has to be another day. I have something on. What is it? A secret. Bai Xiao Tao puffed out her cheeks, so mysterious. In the evening, at the dormitory, Lu Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, his mental energy immersed in the beast taming space. Xiao Ying's figure gradually materialized. The aura of the Battle King was more solid than before. Ancient Dragon Abyss, Cicada of Time, Lu Chen murmured to himself. This time, I must succeed. Chapter 35. Teacher Su comes again at 6 a.m. Early morning, as dawn barely broke, Lu Chen's communicator vibrated violently. Groggily, he opened his eyes and glanced at the time, 5:30. 6 a.m. Lu Chen instantly awakened, gritting his teeth as he grabbed the communicator. Which lunatic is messaging at this hour? The screen displayed a message from Su Qingyu. Ice Phoenix Tower. Arrive within half an hour. Brief, cold, and impervious to refusal. Lu Chen's lips twitched, but then he couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, truly the teacher. Even her methods of torment are so elegant. He quickly finished his morning routine, grabbing a bottle of mental energy potion from his desk and downing it. Mental energy recovery in progress. Current status, dominant 1 star, stable phase. Lu Chen exhaled a deep breath, feeling the surging mental energy within him, nodding in satisfaction. This is far more effective than coffee. Ice Phoenix Tower. As Lu Chen stepped into the tower, an icy chill enveloped him, yet he remained unfazed, not even furrowing his brow. At the pinnacle of the tower, Su Qingwei stood gracefully in a flowing white garment, her ice blue hair dancing with the wind, resembling a goddess of frost from a painted scroll. Teacher. Lu Chen approached respectfully, bowing slightly. Su Qingwei glanced sideways, her voice calm and measured. You are 2 minutes late. Lu Chen chuckled awkwardly. I ran into Bai Xiaotao on the way, and she insisted on chatting. Oh, Su Qingwei replied, a hint of amusement in her eyes. It seems you are quite full of energy. Therefore, today's training will be doubled. Lu Chen. Xiaoying, come forth. He commanded, and the beast space opened, revealing the figure of the Void King. Pet. Void King, Xiaoying. Level, Sovereign 1-star peak. Potential, Legendary. Talent, Will of the War King. Skills, Void / Rule level. Void Stasis, Domain level. Space Rending, Transcendent level. Void Shuttle, Rule level. As Xiaoying emerged, a surge of battle intent filled the air, its crimson eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Su Qingwen nodded slightly. Not bad. The sovereign level pressure is already stable. She waved her hand, and an ice blue luminescence gathered in her palm. The next moment, tweet. A piercing phoenix cry resonated throughout the Ice Phoenix Tower, and a terrifying chill erupted, plunging the entire tower's temperature to freezing. Ice Prison Phoenix. Level, Mythical 2-star. Potential, SSS. Talent, Extreme Cold Domain. Skills, Frozen for Miles. Rule level, Cold Prison Descends. Rule level, Breath of Eternal Frost. Rule level, Nirvana Frost. Rule level. Lu Chen's pupils constricted, instinctively retreating half a step. Mythical level. The Ice Prison Phoenix unfurled its wings, its crystalline feathers refracting brilliant light, and merely standing there seemed to freeze the very space around it. Today's objective is quite simple, Su Qingwei stated coolly. Endure under the pressure of the little phoenix for half an hour. Lu Chen's lips twitched. Teacher, do you perhaps have a misconception about my strength? Do you have any objections? None. Lu Chen straightened his posture, vowing to complete the task. Su Qingyue's lips curled slightly. Begin. Boom. The Ice Prison Phoenix unleashed its pressure without reservation. A terrifying chill surged like a tidal wave, making it difficult for Lu Chen to breathe. Xiaoying let out a low growl, the will of the War King erupting in full force, faint void ripples manifesting around it as it struggled against the oppressive force. Crack. The ice beneath their feet began to fracture, cold sweat beading on Lu Chen's forehead, yet his gaze sharpened. Not enough, he muttered through gritted teeth. Xiaoying, Void Shuttle. Whoosh. Xiaoying's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the Ice Prison Phoenix the next second, delivering a fierce void slash. Clang. The Ice Prison Phoenix didn't even turn its head. With a gentle flap of its wings, the void slash was instantly frozen midair, followed by a resounding shatter. Lu Chen, absurd. Su Qingyue's voice echoed calmly. Do not think of taking shortcuts. Focus on enduring. Lu Chen inhaled deeply, ceasing any attempts to attack, instead channeling all his mental energy to assist Xiaoying in resisting the pressure. Seconds ticked by, each moment felt as protracted as a year. Finally, ding. Detected activation of pet potential. Xiaoying has comprehended a new skill, Void Barrier, Domain level. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. It worked. Half an hour later, the pressure dissipated. Lu Chen collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, yet a smile of exhilaration graced his face. Teacher, I succeeded. Su Qingwei approached him, a rare look of approval crossing her features. Not bad. You persevered longer than I anticipated. Lu Chen grinned. So, is there a reward? A reward? Su Qingwei raised an eyebrow. If you dare to doze off in today's theory class, I will have you experience the Ice Phoenix Tower once more. Lu Chen. At noon, in the cafeteria, as Lu Chen entered, he was met with a flurry of whispers. Look, it's Lu Chen, the top freshman, the national champion. I heard he withstood the Ice Prison Phoenix under Professor Su today. Maintaining his composure, Lu Chen walked directly to the food counter. Though internally, he reveled in the newfound popularity. Just as he sat down, Chun Tsen approached with a tray. "Brother Lu, I heard you had special training in the Ice Phoenix Tower today. How was it?" Lu Chen bit into a chicken leg, mumbling, "It was all right. Just almost got turned into an ice sculpture." Chun Tsen gazed up at him in admiration. "So impressive. That's the pressure from a mythical level pet." Lu Chen waved his hand, about to respond when his communicator buzzed. It was a message from Zhao Dafu. "Brother Chun, the promotional video is ready. See you after the afternoon theory class." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, replying, "Great. Make sure to use the best LED screen." The afternoon theory class remained as dull as ever, with the lecturer droning on about the classification and preservation methods of exotic beast materials. Lu Chen fought to stay awake, managing not to doze off. As soon as the class ended, he bolted from the classroom, heading straight for the commercial district. Zhao Dafu had been waiting eagerly, rushing toward Lu Chen as soon as he spotted him. "Brother Chun, look at this." He pointed to the enormous LED screen in the center of the square, which was currently showcasing a dazzling promotional video. In the footage, Lu Chen stood in the center of the arena, Xiao Ying's figure darting through the void, delivering a slash that tore through space. "How about that? Quite imposing, right?" Zhao Dafu beamed. "This was produced by the best team." Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. Let us continue to expand our scale." Rubbing his hands together, Zhao Dafu said, "Brother Chun, should we move into other cities next?" Lu Chen smiled slightly. "No rush. Let us first solidify our foundation." As night fell, Lu Chen returned to his dormitory, lying on his bed and reflecting on the day's achievements. Current status: Name: Lu Chen. Age: 15. Beastmaster level. Sovereign 1-star. Peak. Physical strength: 5,000. Dragon Blood Foundation. Mental power: Sovereign 1-star. Pet information: Name: Void King, Xiaoying. Level: Sovereign 1-star peak. Potential: Legendary. Talent: Will of the War King. Skills: Void/Rule level. Void Stasis, Domain level. Space Rending, Transcendent level. Void Shuttle, Rule level. Void Barrier, Domain level. Void Barrier, Lu Chen murmured to himself. "This will enhance my survivability significantly." He closed his eyes, visions of the ice prison phoenix's terrifying pressure and Su Qingyue's cool gaze flooding his mind. "Teacher, your efforts are truly commendable." Chapter 36, The Ancient Dragon Abyss, a place to rest in peace in the early morning. Lu Chen stood at the equipment procurement office of the North Beijing Beastmaster University. His fingers lightly tapped on the counter as he surveyed the array of merchandise. "Boss, I'd like 10 bottles of advanced mental power potions, 3 sets of sovereign-level protective gear, and a shadow dagger." The shopkeeper glanced up lazily. "An advanced mental power potion is 500,000 each. A set of sovereign-level protective gear is 3 million. And the shadow dagger costs 2 million, totaling 10 million. Lu Chen's lips twitched. "TSK, this is daylight robbery." The shopkeeper shrugged. "Buy it or not." Lu Chen sighed, retrieving his communicator to transfer funds. "Very well. After all, Zhao Dafu has earned enough." Account balance: 1,000,000. "Ah, money flows like water," Lu Chen murmured, casually stuffing potions and equipment into his backpack. At that moment, his communicator vibrated, and a message from Su Qingyue appeared. "Come to my office." Su Qingyue's office remained as desolate as ever, its icy blue decor mirroring her own demeanor, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. Lu Chen pushed open the door, grinning as he said, "Teacher, you summoned me?" Su Qingyue lifted her gaze, her tone indifferent. "I heard you intend to venture into the ancient dragon abyss?" Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. "Such swift news travels? It's not that large in Jingbei." Su Qingyue retrieved a silver-white bracelet from her drawer and tossed it to him. "Take it." Lu Chen caught the bracelet, feeling its chilling surface engraved with intricate runes. Ice Phoenix Storage Bracelet. Capacity: 100 cubic meters. Features: constant temperature preservation, detection isolation. A splendid item. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled. "Teacher, are you concerned I might starve in the ancient dragon abyss?" Su Qingyue scoffed. "I fear you might perish too swiftly, wasting my cultivated resources." Lu Chen flashed a grin. "Rest assured, I possess a robust constitution." Su Qingyue cast him a rare, serious glance. The ancient dragon abyss is no trifling matter. Even in the first layer, the burial ground, numerous apex beasts reside. Do not underestimate it. Lu Chen suppressed his smile, nodding earnestly. "Understood." In the afternoon, Lu Chen stood at the entrance of the ancient dragon abyss, gazing up at the towering black stone door. The door was adorned with a menacing dragon head, its crimson eyes seemingly scrutinizing every entrant. "This is the ancient dragon abyss." Lu Chen inhaled deeply and stepped forward. First layer of the ancient dragon abyss, burial ground. The scenery before him shifted abruptly. The once clear sky was replaced by a grayish mist. Beneath his feet lay cracked black earth, and in the distance, mountains of pale bones were vaguely visible. The air was thick with a faint dragon's might, exuding an oppressive aura. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, activating his all-seeing eye, revealing a faint stream of data. Environmental analysis, dragon's might suppression, all attributes, 10. Rare resource distribution, 300 meters northwest, dragon bloodgrass, 500 meters southeast, shadow or vein. Resources right from the start. Lu Chen's lips curled upwards, yet he knew it wouldn't be so simple. With a thought, the silhouette of Xiao Ying materialized from the beast's space. Its crimson eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Pet, Void Sovereign, Xiao Ying. Level, Apex 1 star. Potential, Legendary. Talent, Will of the War King. Skills, Void/Law level. Void Stabilization, Domain level. Space Tier, Transcendent level. Void Shuttling, Law level. Void Barrier, Domain level. Xiao Ying, head northwest, go. 300 meters ahead. A patch of crimson grass stood out starkly against the dreary environment, each blade flowing with faint golden patterns, reminiscent of dragoness blood. Blood Dragon Vine. Quality, Rare. Effect, significantly enhances pet's physical strength, with a chance to awaken dragon lineage. As Lu Chen moved to harvest, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Boom. A massive beast erupted from the earth, its fearsome head covered in thick bone armor, its crimson eyes fixated on Lu Chen. Crimson Flame, Earth Dragon Beast. Level, Apex 3 star. Potential, SS. Talent, Earth Power. Skills, Earthquake Charge, Domain level. Rock Armor, Law level. Flame Devour, Transcendent level. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. As expected. It's not that simple. The Earth Dragon Beast roared, slamming its forepaw into the ground. With a thunderous crash, the earth split open with numerous fissures. A violent shockwave barreling toward Lu Chen. Xiao Ying, Void Barrier. Swish. A translucent void barrier instantaneously unfurled, absorbing the entirety of the shockwave. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Void Slash. Xiao Ying's figure vanished abruptly, reappearing above the Earth Dragon Beast, delivering a fierce downward strike of dark blade light. Clang. The blade struck the bone armor, sparks flying, as the Earth Dragon Beast howled in pain, its heavy tail sweeping toward Xiao Ying. Bang. Xiao Ying was sent flying several meters, but quickly regained its stance, its fighting spirit undiminished. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. TSK. Quite thick-skinned. His mind raced, and the data on the Earth Dragon Beast's weaknesses materialized instantaneously. Weakness, third bone segment of the neck, defense weak. Xiao Ying Space Tier. Roar. Xiao Ying let out a low growl, its claws plunging into the void, yanking fiercely. Crack. A dark fissure twisted around the Earth Dragon Beast, precisely appearing at its neck. Uffed. Blood gushed forth as the Earth Dragon Beast emitted a chilling wail, its massive body crashing to the ground. Kill the Apex 3 star Earth Dragon Beast. Materials obtained: Earth Dragon Heart, Rare, Earth Dragon Bone Armor, Advanced. Lu Chen whistled. Not bad, a promising start. He promptly stored the materials in his bracelet, harvested the dragon bloodgrass, and then clapped his hands in satisfaction. Next stop, shadow or vein. 500 meters away, a concealed cave entrance was obscured by vines. Lu Chen brushed aside the vines and stepped inside. The cave was dimly lit, yet the night vision ability of his all-seeing eye rendered it as clear as day. Shadow or vein. Quality, Epic. Effect, top-tier material for forging dark-type weapons, with a chance to yield shadow crystals. Just as Lu Chen was about to commence his mining, a low rumble echoed from the depths of the cave. Guardians, are there? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, signaling Xiao Ying to remain vigilant. In the darkness, a pair of eerie green eyes slowly illuminated, followed by a pitch-black wolf-like beast stepping forward. Shadow Wolf King. Level, Apex 5 star. Potential, SSS. Talent, Shadow Affinity. Skills, Shadow Assault, Law level. Soul Devour, Domain level. Shadow Doppelganger, Transcendent level. Lu Chen's lips twitched. What luck, truly unmatched. The Shadow Wolf King emitted a low growl, its form suddenly blurring, and in the next moment, 3 identical wolf apparitions lunged at him from different directions. Shadow Doppelganger? Lu Chen scoffed. Xiao Ying, Void Stabilization. Swish. The void rippled, and the 3 wolf apparitions froze mid-air. Void/Annihilate. The dark blade light swept through, 2 of the doppelgangers disintegrating instantly. Yet the real Shadow Wolf King eerily appeared behind Lu Chen, its claws aimed at his back. TSK, quite crafty, Lu Chen thought, not bothering to turn. And he executed a reverse void drawl stunning. Clang. The glimmering blade light flashed, and the head of the Shadow Wolf King flew high, blood spraying forth. Kill the Apex 5 star Shadow Wolf King. Materials obtained: Shadow Crystal, Epic, Wolf King's Fong, Rare. Lu Chen shook the blood from his blade, grinning broadly. as expected. The blade technique taught by my teacher is exceptionally effective. He collected his spoils and turned towards the ore vein, beginning to mine extensively. 3 hours later, Lu Chen stood at the center of the burial ground, his storage bracelet brimming with materials. Current harvest, Dragon Blood Grass X50, Shadow or X200. Heart of the Earth Dragon X3, Shadow Crystal X1. Ah, this is quite the lucrative haul. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, preparing to depart, when suddenly, an unusual wave emanated from the Eye of all things. He turned his gaze towards a nearby mound of bones, his pupils narrowing. Could it be hidden resources? He hurriedly approached and cleared away the accumulated bones, revealing a lustrous black crystal. Ancient Dragon Crystal. Quality, mythical. Effect, contains pure dragon lineage, significantly enhancing the potential of dragon-type pets. Lu Chen inhaled sharply. This item is worth a fortune. Just as he reached out to grasp it, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Roar. A deafening dragon's roar resonated throughout the burial grounds, a terrifying pressure descending like a mountain. Lu Chen's expression changed drastically. Damn. Chapter 37. Dragon of Time's Rift. The burial grounds of the ancient dragon abyss. The overwhelming dragon might surged forth like a tsunami, causing Lu Chen's bones to tremble, making even breathing a laborious task. He abruptly looked up to see a massive shadow spiraling down from the dim sky. It was a true dragon. Its black scales shimmered with a metallic luster, its crimson-slit pupils cold and merciless. When its wings unfurled, they blotted out the sun, and with a mere flap, it stirred up a tempest, scattering the bones on the ground. Ancient Black Dragon. Projection. Level, Mythical 1 star. Potential, SSS. Talent, Dragon Might Suppression. Skills, Dragon Breath, Rule Level. Dragon Scale Shield, Rule Level. Space Tier, Rule Level. Holy smokes, Lu Chen's lips twitched. This creature is a boss guarding the entrance, isn't it? The ancient black dragon gazed down at him, a flicker of disdain flashing in its eyes before it opened its massive jaws, gathering scorching dragon breath deep within its throat. Run. Without hesitation, Lu Chen seized the ancient dragon crystal from the ground and turned to flee. Boom. The searing dragon breath erupted, melting the ground beneath into bubbling magma. Little Shadow. Spatial Traversal. Whoosh. Little Shadow's figure instantly appeared beside Lu Chen, enveloping him in spatial power, and in an instant, both he and his pet vanished from the spot. Roar. The ancient black dragon roared in fury, its claws striking the void with such force that it forcibly tore open a rift in space. Crack. Lu Chen felt darkness engulf him as an irresistible force pulled him into the rift. The second layer of the ancient dragon abyss, Valley of Time. Thud. Lu Chen landed heavily on a patch of soft grass, dazed and disoriented. After a few moments, he sat up, surveying his surroundings, and discovered he was in a peculiar realm. The sky shimmered in a dreamy lavender hue. Countless tiny specks of light floated like stars in the air. The grass and trees below glimmered with a faint silver light, as if time flowed exceedingly slowly here. So this is the Valley of Time? Lu Chen rubbed his temples and glanced at the ancient dragon crystal in his hand, sighing in relief. Thankfully, it was not lost. Just as he prepared to rise, a faint crackling sound reached his ears. Lu Chen turned alertly to see, not far away, beneath a silver ancient tree, a half-human-sized egg lying quietly. The surface of the eggshell was adorned with enigmatic patterns, occasionally shimmering with silver light and emanating a subtle dragon might. Is this a dragon egg? Lu Chen frowned, instinctively activating the Eye of all things. Time Cicada, Dragon Form. Current form, Dragon Egg, about to hatch. Potential, SSS, can evolve. Talent, Time Manipulation. Skills, Time Acceleration, Rule Level. Time Rewind, Rule Level. Time Rift Traversal, Rule Level. Time Cicada. Lu Chen's pupils contracted. The SS level pet that Teacher Su mentioned has actually transformed into a dragon. He quickly approached and reached out to touch the eggshell. As soon as his fingertip made contact, the eggshell trembled violently. Crack. A fissure appeared at the top of the shell, and a crystalline little paw emerged, followed by a round little head peeking out, blinking its big, watery eyes curiously at Lu Chen. This was a tiny dragon, no bigger than a palm, entirely silver white. Its scales were as translucent as crystal, and on its back were a pair of dragon wings as thin as cicada wings. Its tail was slender, the tip shimmering faintly with golden light. Daddy? The little dragon tilted its head and spoke in a babyish voice. Lu Chen. Daddy. The little dragon flapped its wings joyfully and flew directly onto his shoulder, affectionately rubbing its face against his. Lu Chen's lips twitched. Wait, I'm not your dad. Daddy. The little dragon ignored him, continuing to snuggle. With no other option, Lu Chen decided to check its information. Dragon of Time's Rift, Juvenile Stage. Level, King 1 star, growing. Potential, SSS, can be enhanced to forbidden level. Talent, time manipulation. Skills, time acceleration, rule level. Time rewind, rule level. Time rift traversal, rule level. Gasp, Lu Chen inhaled sharply. This potential is even more outrageous than Little Shadow's. Just as he was about to delve deeper, the little dragon suddenly jumped from his shoulder and pounced on a piece of the eggshell, crunching it enthusiastically. Hey, you're eating your own eggshell? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Delicious. The little dragon mumbled through mouthfuls, quickly devouring the entire eggshell. Afterward, it let out a satisfied burp, its body visibly growing larger. Dragon of Time's rift level up. King 2 stars. Lu Chen, this is possible. While he was still in shock, a piece of information suddenly surfaced in his mind from the bestiary library. Evolution path of the Dragon of Time's Rift. Eternal Time Dragon. SSS potential requires Time Sand Crystal. Void Time Dragon. Legendary potential requires Tears of Time Essence. Time Cataclysm Dragon Lord. Forbidden potential requires fragments of Time Law and Space Law. Forbidden level. Lu Chen's heart raced. If this creature were to be nurtured, wouldn't it be unstoppable? He looked at the little dragon and flashed a kind smile. Little one, how about you stick with me? The little dragon tilted its head. Daddy? Lu Chen. All right, you can call me whatever you like. He extended his hand, and the little dragon joyfully flew into his palm, affectionately rubbing against him. Since you called me Dad, I ought to give you a name. After pondering for a moment, he decided on Little Cicada. Little Cicada. The little dragon, now named Little Cicada, happily repeated, then suddenly flew to perch on his head, remaining still. Lu Chen, feeling helpless, chose to ignore it and began to survey the surroundings. The flow of time in the Valley of Time differed from the outside world. He needed to act swiftly to find resources. Just as he took a step, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly erupted in the distance. Boom. A silver beam shot into the sky, and soon, the entire flow of time in the Valley of Time became chaotic. Lu Chen's expression changed. Time turbulence? Little Cicada flew up from his head, flapping its wings with excitement. Daddy, something delicious. Lu Chen followed its gaze and saw, at the center of the beam, a crystalline and translucent gem. Fragment of Time Law. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. A treasure. As he was about to charge forward, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and a colossal beast emerged slowly from beside the luminous pillar. Guardian of Time. Level, Sovereign 9 stars. Potential, SSS. Talent, Time Immunity. Skills, Time Stasis, Law level. Blade of Time, Law level. TSK, it truly isn't so simple. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, his fighting spirit surging. Showing. Whoosh. The figure of the Void Monarch materialized, its crimson eyes fixated on the Guardian of Time. Xiao Chan also fluttered to his side, baring its teeth defiantly. Daddy, strike it. Lu Chen grinned. All right. Today I'll teach it what it means to be a nemesis of time. Chapter 38. Unprecedented Void Dragon Lord. At the entrance of the ancient dragon abyss, Su Qingyue stood with her sword, her ice blue hair dancing gently in the wind, her long legs shimmering under the sunlight. She narrowed her cold eyes, locking onto Lu Chen. You say you found a dragon? Lu Chen flashed a smile and waved his hand. Whoosh. A silver light flickered, and the figure of Xiao Chan appeared, its half-human height exuding an air of majesty, its translucent silver scales glistening, and as it spread its wings, the power of time rippled like waves. Dragon of the Time Rift, Xiao Chan. Level, Monarch 5 stars. Potential, SSS, can evolve to Forbidden level. Talent, Time Manipulation. Skills, Time Acceleration, Law level. Time Rewind, Law level. Rift Traversal, Law level. Su Qingyue's pupils constricted, her red lips parted. Dragon of the Time Rift? Lu Chen shrugged. Lucky for me, it has recognized me as its father. Xiao Chan flew to Su Qingyue, tilting its head to examine her, its childish voice chiming. Pretty sister. Su Qingyue. She fell silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly pinched Lu Chen's ear. Her voice cold. Do you know how rare the Dragon of the Time Rift is? It has only appeared twice in the entire history of the Dragon Abyss. Lu Chen grimaced. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Teacher, be gentle. Su Qingyue snorted coldly, releasing her grip, but a barely perceptible smile flickered in her eyes. Follow me. At the top level of the Ice Phoenix Tower, in the training room, Su Qingyue tossed a crystal core of ice blue hue to Lu Chen, a legendary void crystal core. When combined with the ancient dragon crystal, can allow your void monarch to evolve. Lu Chen caught the crystal core, his eyes brightening. Teacher, is this? Don't overthink it. Su Qingyue turned her back to him, her tone still aloof. I simply don't want you to waste the ancient dragon crystal. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. He chose not to expose her double entendre, merely expressing solemn gratitude. Thank you, teacher. Su Qingyue responded with a soft hum, moving to the window, her long legs crossed, her ice blue eyes gazing into the distance. Let us begin. I will provide you protection. Lu Chen nodded, sitting cross-legged, retrieving the ancient dragon crystal and the void crystal core. The information from the beast library surfaced in his mind. Void Monarch Evolution Route. Void Dragon Lord. Legendary potential requires ancient dragon crystal and legendary void crystal core. Void Overlord. Forbidden potential requires fragments of space laws and source of the void. Eternal Monarch. Overlord potential requires fragments of time laws and space laws. Xiaoying. Lu Chen softly called out. Whoosh. The figure of Xiaoying materialized, its crimson eyes locked onto the ancient dragon crystal, its fighting spirit boiling. Eat up. Lu Chen offered the two materials. Without hesitation, Xiaoying swallowed them whole. Boom. A violent surge of energy erupted instantly, and Xiaoying's body began to swell dramatically. Its dark scales gradually tinged with a hint of dark gold, the void ripples behind it solidifying, as if to morph into substantial dragon wings. Lu Chen promptly channeled his mental energy to stabilize Xiaoying's evolution process. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. 7 days passed. In the training room, Xiaoying's evolution had reached its final stage. Its entire body was enveloped in a cocoon of dark energy. The energy fluctuations even causing cracks to appear in the millennium-old ice of the Ice Phoenix Tower. Su Qingwei stood by, the ice prison phoenix circling above her head, releasing cold air to stabilize the space. Crack. Finally, a fissure appeared in the energy cocoon, followed by a claw covered in dark golden scales tearing through the shell. Roar. The deafening roar of a dragon reverberated through the Ice Phoenix Tower as a massive dragon-like creature emerged from the cocoon. Its body was pitch black, the edges of its scales shimmering with a dark golden luster, and it possessed a pair of translucent void dragon wings, its crimson eyes brimming with an overwhelming fighting spirit. Merely standing there, it seemed to make space itself bow in submission. Void Dragon Lord, Xiaoying. Level, Sovereign 5 stars. Potential, Legendary. Talent, Will of the War King, Advanced. Skills, Void Slash, Law Level. Void Freeze, Law Level. Space Tier, Law Level. Void Dragon Breath, Law Level. Void Barrier, Law Level. Lu Chen let out a long breath. His face pale, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. It's a success. Su Qingwei retracted the ice prison phoenix and walked to his side. Rare approval gracing her features, not bad. Lu Chen grinned. Teacher, am I not impressive? Su Qingwei cast him a sidelong glance. Your mental energy is overexhausted. And you still have the energy to be cheeky? Just as Lu Chen was about to retort, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision, and he collapsed directly into a soft embrace. Su Qingwei caught him, sighing helplessly, a flicker of concern flashing in her ice-blue eyes, showing off. 3 hours later, when Lu Chen awoke, he found himself lying in the resting room of the Ice Phoenix Tower, a soft ice-blue blanket draped over him, a faint aroma lingering in the air. Awake? Su Qingyue's voice came from nearby. Lu Chen turned his head to see her sitting by the window. Her long legs crossed. She held an ancient tome in her hands. Sunlight streaming through the window, casting her in a picturesque glow. Teacher, how long did I sleep? Lu Chen sat up. 3 hours. Su Qingyue closed the book and walked to him, handing over a glass of ice-blue potion. Drink this. Lu Chen took it and gulped it down. The icy sensation instantly cleared his groggy mind. Thank you, teacher, he said with a smile. Su Qingwei lightly acknowledged him. Then said blandly, your Void Dragon Lord's potential has already surpassed the ordinary legendary level, and in the future, there is even hope to challenge the forbidden level. Lu Chen nodded, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. It's not enough. Su Qingwei raised an eyebrow. Oh? Lu Chen clenched his fist. His voice low. The Bloodhanqin family, the Chu sect, they owe the Lu family a debt, and I will collect it all, piece by piece. Su Qingwei quietly observed him, and after a moment, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. You have ambition. She turned to walk towards the door, her long legs moving gracefully, leaving behind a casual remark. Next time, don't overexert yourself. Fainting means I have to carry you. Lu Chen. He rubbed his nose, watching Su Qingyue's departing figure, and suddenly smiled. Truly, his teacher had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Chapter 39. Representative of the Dragon Clan. At the Beibei Beast Taming Academy, Dormitory Building A. As Lu Chen pushed open the dormitory door, he saw Xiao Yunhan seated cross-legged on the sofa, meditating, surrounded by a faint shadowy energy. Upon hearing the door open, his cold, piercing eyes gradually opened. You're back? Xiao Yunhan's voice remained as frosty as ever. Yes. Lu Chen casually tossed his backpack onto the sofa, suddenly revealing a mischievous smile. Xiao brother, let me show you something amazing. Xiao Yunhan furrowed his brows slightly. Do not call me. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of silver light appeared as Xiao Chan fluttered its wings. Hovering in midair, tilting its head to scrutinize Xiao Yunhan. Are you the roommate my father spoke of? The expression on Xiao Yunhan's face instantly froze. This is the time-space dragon, a variant of the dragon species from the realm of time and space. Lu Chen casually remarked, snapping his fingers. And this? A ripple of pitch-black void spread out, revealing the evolved Xiao Ying stepping forth with grace. The dark, golden dragon scales glinted coldly under the light, and its crimson eyes looked down at Xiao Yunhan with an air of superiority. Void Dragon Lord Xiao Ying. Level, Sovereign 5 stars. Potential, Legendary. Talent, Will of the War King, Advanced. Skills, Void Slash, Rule Level, Void Stasis, Rule Level, Space Tier, Rule Level, Void Dragon Breath, Rule Level, Void Barrier, Rule Level. The perpetually icy expression on Xiao Yunhan's face finally showed a crack. Lulu. He abruptly stood up, his voice rising in pitch. You have a time-space variant, and it's a dragon species. Lu Chen dug at his ear. Stay calm. It's just 2 dragons. Just 2. Xiao Yunhan took a deep breath and suddenly grasped Lu Chen's shoulders. Do you know how rare dragons are? There are fewer than 20 registered in the entire alliance. Lu Chen blinked. So? Xiao Yunhan suddenly released his grip, covering his face as he sat back on the sofa. Here I am, worrying about the Shadow Demon Wolf breaking through to Sovereign 3 stars, and you already possess 2 dragons with top-tier talents. This world is so unfair. Observing his usually aloof roommate in such a state, Lu Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Xiao brother, your persona has crumbled completely. Xiao Yunhan lifted his head, shooting him a resentful glare. Scram. Don't be disheartened. Lu Chen patted his shoulder. I'll take you to the ancient dragon abyss someday. Perhaps you might find a dragon too. Do you think dragons grow on trees? Xiao Yunhan retorted irritably, but soon found himself leaning in closer to observe Xiao Chan. But it truly looks magnificent. Xiao Chan proudly puffed out its chest. Of course. Suddenly, Lu Chen recalled something and pulled out his phone to dial Zhao Dafu's number. Hey Lao Zhao. I've got a lucrative opportunity. On the other end, Zhao Dafu's excited voice responded. Chen Gu, tell me. I've acquired 2 pure-blood dragons, and I plan to have them endorse our pet chain store. A cunning smile crept across Lu Chen's lips. Get the promotional plan ready. We're about to make a big splash. Holy moly, dragon endorsement. Zhao Dafu's voice shot up an octave. Chen Gu, you're incredible. I'll prepare right away. I guarantee our chain store will explode in popularity. Hanging up, Lu Chen turned to the visibly perplexed Xiao Yunhan. A business genius? Likewise, Lu Chen shrugged. Let us head to the training room and see how they coordinate. Inside the dormitory's independent training room, silver light and black radiance intertwined as Xiao Chan and Xiao Ying moved rapidly across the floor. One manipulated time, the other commanded space. Their teamwork was nothing short of seamless. Time acceleration. Lu Chen commanded. Xiao Chan flapped its wings, enveloping Xiao Ying in silver light, instantly tripling its speed. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Ying's figure vanished from its original position, reappearing directly behind the training dummy. Void Dragon Breath. A torrent of dark golden energy surged forth, obliterating the specially designed training dummy into fragments. Impressive. Lu Chen whistled. Shall we try a combo move? Xiao Chan flew atop Xiao Ying, affectionately nuzzling its dragon horn. Brothering, let's put on a fantastic show for Dad. A flicker of amusement crossed Xiao Ying's crimson eyes as it slightly nodded. Suddenly, a dazzling silver light enveloped Xiao Chan, while Xiao Ying unfurled its void dragon wings, and their energies began to merge perfectly. Time-space intertwining. A tempest of silver and black energy swept through the entire training room, tearing apart space and distorting time, causing chaos in the gravitational field. Had it not been for the mythic-grade protective barrier in the training room, this strike could have leveled the entire dormitory building. As the dust settled, Lu Chen surveyed the ravaged training room, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. You two are practically born allies. Xiao Chan joyfully fluttered back to Lu Chen's shoulder. Brother Ying is super powerful. Xiao Ying elegantly folded its wings, letting out a soft hum, but the slight upturn of its mouth revealed its good spirits. Xiao Yunhan, standing nearby, was utterly awestruck. The power is already nearing mythic level, isn't it? Lu Chen stroked his chin, just a bit short, but it should suffice against an ordinary sovereign 9 stars. Monster, Xiao Yunhan murmured. Lu Chen suddenly remembered something and brought up his data panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Beastmaster level, sovereign 2 stars. Stamina, 4980, 5500, Dragon Blood Foundation. Mental power, 950, 1000. Beasts, Void Dragon Lord, sovereign 5 stars. Time-space dragon, king 5 stars. Skills, Void Blade Technique, extreme cold phoenix breath. Talent, Eye of All Things, level 2, affinity for forbidden objects. Gazing at his progress, a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Yet, as he recalled the moments when his father taught him the Void Blade Technique, and the lurking enemies in the shadows, he murmured to himself, not enough. Noticing the shift in his expression, Xiao Yunhan asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Chen shook his head, offering his characteristic devil-may-care smile. "Nothing, just thinking about what good treasures I might find next time I venture to the ancient dragon abyss." Xiao Yunhan felt a twinge of sympathy for the fierce beasts residing in the ancient dragon abyss. Chapter 40. The Top Scholar Building. In the bustling commercial district of North Beijing, a brand new 5-story building attracted a crowd. The golden plaque bearing the 3 characters Top Scholar Building shone brilliantly in the sunlight, while 2 imposing dragon sculptures at the entrance drew passers-by to stop and take photos. Make way, Zhao Dafu, sweating profusely, directed the staff. "Lay the red carpet a little more to the left. Yes. Hang that banner a bit higher." Lu Chen leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window on the 2nd floor, observing the lively scene below with a playful smile tugging at his lips. "Chenggu." Zhao Dafu rushed up breathlessly. "Everything is ready. We are just waiting for the ribbon-cutting ceremony." Lu Chen nodded, casting his gaze across the street at several suspicious figures lurking about. "Have the reporters been arranged?" "Absolutely." Zhao Dafu rubbed his hands. "The top 20 media outlets in the country are here. Even the editor-in-chief of the Beastmaster Weekly is present. By tomorrow, our Dragon Beauty package will at least triple in price." Zhao Dafu's eyes lit up. Just then, a commotion erupted below. Lu Chen turned to see a long black limousine slowly pull up in front of the store. The door opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in a tang suit stepped out. "Is that Qin Jintian?" Zhao Dafu gasped. "The current head of the Bloodhand Qin family?" Lu Chen squinted, the eye of all things subtly activating. "Qin Jintian. Beastmaster level, mythical 3 stars. Pet, primal blood dragon, mythical 1 star. Relationship, holds respect for Lu Chen." This revelation left Lu Chen somewhat astonished. His father had clearly stated that the Bloodhand Qin family were adversaries. Why then did this patriarch harbor respect for his father? "Let us descend and meet him," Lu Chen declared, adjusting his collar as he strode purposefully towards the elevator. In the grand lobby, Qin Jintian was admiring the wall-mounted pet evolution charts. Noticing Lu Chen's approach, he inclined his head slightly. "Young Master Lu." "Patriarch Qin." Lu Chen replied with a respectful bow. "I did not expect you to come in person." Qin Jintian chuckled, his voice resonant. "As Lu Shan's son opens a business, it is only natural for me to show my support." He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze lingering momentarily on the 2 young dragons. "It appears you have inherited your father's talent, even surpassing it." A jolt coursed through Lu Chen's heart. His father had never mentioned having such acquaintances in the capital. "Uncle Qin, you knew my father?" "More than just knowing," Qin Jintian said, his tone laden with significance. 20 years ago, had it not been for Lu Shan's timely intervention, I would have perished in that place." Just as Lu Chen was about to inquire further, the host of the ribbon-cutting ceremony announced the commencement of the opening event. Qin Jintian patted Lu Chen's shoulder. "Come visit the Qin family sometime. There are matters you ought to be made aware of." As he watched Qin Jintian's retreating figure, Lu Chen pondered deeply. The secrets surrounding his father seemed to be more numerous than he had imagined. The ribbon-cutting ceremony unfolded seamlessly. When Xiao Ying and Xiao Chan made their grand appearance, the crowd erupted in excitement. Flashes from cameras illuminated the room, and reporters clamored to pose their questions. "Lu Chen, may I ask how you acquired 2 rare dragon species?" "That falls under trade secrets," Lu Chen replied with a professional smile. "However, I can disclose that Zhuangyuan Building will soon unveil a dragon blood evolution package, enabling ordinary pets to attain dragon lineage characteristics." This groundbreaking announcement triggered a frenzy. The backstage reservation system was instantly overwhelmed, with the digits on the price list continuously multiplying. "Brother Chen," Zhao Dafu rushed over, exhilarated. "The bookings are already scheduled 3 months out. We are going to strike it rich." Lu Chen smiled quietly. This is merely the beginning. Armed with the knowledge from the Beast Library, he was confident in transforming Zhuangyuan Building into the nation's premier pet breeding center. That evening, in the office on the top floor of Zhuangyuan Building, Lu Chen was reviewing the day's sales reports when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. He looked up sharply to find a tall figure standing by the window. "Dad." Lu Chen turned around, his usually stern face breaking into a rare smile. "The store looks impressive." Lu Chen quickly rose. "What brings you here?" "I heard my son has stirred quite the commotion in the capital, so naturally, I had to come and see." Lu Chen took a seat on the sofa, glancing over the financial reports. "It seems you have a knack for business." Lu Chen poured a cup of tea for his father. "Today, Qin Jintian visited." Lu Shan's hand paused slightly. "What did he say?" "He mentioned that you saved his life," Lu Chen stated, locking eyes with his father. "He also said there are things I should know." A brief silence enveloped the office. Lu Chen sighed softly and retrieved an ancient jade pendant from his pocket, placing it on the table. "It is time to teach you the true use of the Jinghong jade." Lu Chen picked up the pendant, feeling its warm texture. This was the family heirloom his father had entrusted to him years ago. The Bloodhand Qin family. Lu Shan's voice was low. Not all are enemies. The past is quite complicated. Qin Jintian indeed owes me a life, but we must be cautious of the Qin family's elder lineage. Lu Chen tightened his grip on the jade pendant. Dad, who exactly did you offend? Why must we hide in Tianxiong City? Lu Shan stood and walked to the window, gazing out at the nightscape of the capital. Some enmities are too early to disclose. However, I take great comfort in witnessing your growth. Those words warmed Lu Chen's heart. His father rarely expressed such sentiments, making this acknowledgement profoundly precious. By the way, Lu Shan suddenly shifted the subject. There may be news from your mother soon. Lu Chen's head snapped up. Mother. But Lu Shan offered no further words, merely patting his son's shoulder. Focus on preparing for the national competition. You may engage with the Qin family, but remain vigilant. With that, his figure began to fade. Seemingly traversing through the void, Lu Chen stood rooted, unable to calm the storm within him. The whereabouts of his mother, his father's enemies. The secrets of the Qin family. Each was a puzzle swirling in his mind. A chime from his phone interrupted his thoughts. It was a message from Zhao Dafu. Brother Chen, I just received word that the Chu family has sent someone to make a reservation. Lu Chen smirked, replying, arrange the most expensive package for them. And multiply the price by 5. Setting down his phone, he glanced once more at the Jinghong jade in his hand. His father was right. The foremost task now was to enhance his strength. The national competition would be his first step onto the grand stage. Chapter 41, The Shattered Jade of Jinghong. The clamor of Zhuangyuan Building's grand opening celebration had scarcely faded when Lu Chen eagerly returned to Beijing North University. Walking along the tree-lined path of the campus, he caressed the Jinghong jade nestled in his arms. His father's profound words echoed in his ears. Lu Chen, a bright voice called out from behind. He turned to see Bai Xiaotao sprinting toward him, a stack of books clasped in her arms, her ponytail bouncing jubilantly. I heard your Zhuangyuan building open today. Why didn't you invite me? With a feigned pout, Bai Xiaotao pretended to be upset. Lu Chen shrugged. The esteemed Miss Bai is far too busy. I dare not intrude. Enough of that. Bai Xiaotao shot him a glare before lowering her voice conspiratorially. By the way, when are you planning to use your passage to the Tianshu secret realm? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. What? Are you interested, Senior Bai? Not at all. Bai Xiaotao blushed. I'm just reminding you, while the time flow in the Tianshu secret realm is 118, summoning pets is prohibited. You'll have to rely solely on your own strength. You'd best train at the Ice Phoenix Tower first. A flicker of realization crossed Lu Chen's mind. This girl, despite her carefree demeanor, genuinely cared for his welfare. Thank you, he said sincerely. Once I return from the secret realm, I'll gift you a complete Dragon Clan beauty package. Bai Xiaotao's eyes sparkled. Really? I want to give Xiao Xue the full treatment. Xiao Xue was her primary pet, the Ice Crystal Phoenix. After bidding farewell to Bai Xiaotao, Lu Chen made his way back to his dormitory. With Xiao Yunhan absent, the room was silent enough to hear the ticking of the clock. He locked the door, retrieving the Jinghong jade from his pocket and placing it on his desk. Jinghong jade. Type, heritage treasure. Status, inactive. Hint, requires blood to bond. Lu Chen bit his finger, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall upon the jade. Instantly, the blood was absorbed, and the Jinghong jade emitted a soft azure glow. With a sudden crack, fine fissures appeared on its surface. The cracks multiplied, ultimately causing the jade to shatter, revealing a delicate, gossamer-thin sheet of jade within. The surface of the jade was inscribed with an array of intricate runes, shimmering with an enigmatic radiance under the light. Techniques, Jade Shatter. Inherited secret skill, Jade Shatter. Effect, consumes mental energy to unleash threefold combat power for a brief period. Cost, mental energy depletion for 24 hours post-use. Limitation, usable only once per day. Lu Chen inhaled sharply, astonished by the sheer potency of this life-saving technique. Despite the substantial cost, facing the brink of death, the exhaustion of mental energy is far preferable to losing one's life. He was eager to put the technique into practice. As his mental energy flowed along a specific pathway, it swiftly formed a peculiar cycle within his body. With the infusion of mental energy, he felt his entire blood surge, a torrent of power coursing through his meridians. This was the sensation of threefold eruption. Lu Chen stifled the urge to immediately test it and gradually withdrew his energy. Now was not the opportune moment. He needed to acclimatize to this augmentation of power. With this thought in mind, he resolved to heed Bai Xiaotao's advice and train in the Ice Phoenix Tower first. 7th floor of the Ice Phoenix Tower. The biting cold was almost tangible as Lu Chen, bare-chested, perspired in an environment of -50 degrees. The extreme cold phoenix breathing technique automatically activated, forming a thin, icy blue membrane on his skin to fend off the frigid assault. 997, 998, 999, 1000. After completing his final set of weighted squats, Lu Chen collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The sweat that had just emerged from his pores crystallized into tiny ice shards, glistening on his skin. Stamina, 4,500, 5,500, Dragon Blood Foundation. Mental energy, 500, 1,000. Extreme cold resistance, 30. Observing the data that materialized in his mind, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The effects of a week of intense training were remarkable. His physical condition had improved significantly, particularly his adaptability to extreme cold environments. Time to test the Jade Shatter. He took a deep breath and activated the technique. In an instant, his mental energy ignited like a raging fire, his muscles visibly swelling at an astonishing rate, veins protruding. A punch was thrown, producing a sonic boom in the air. Boom. The alloy target set for testing was shattered in a single strike, splitting in two. This was the essence of threefold strength. Lu Chen hastily ceased the technique's operation, instantly besieged by dizziness. The expenditure of mental energy was even more severe than he had anticipated. Merely a few seconds of eruption had consumed nearly 1/3 of his mental reserves. It seemed prudent to exercise caution in its use. After a brief respite, Lu Chen exited the Ice Phoenix Tower. The day had drawn to a close, yet he resolved to enter the Sky Ruin's secret realm that very night. Time waits for no one. Every moment leading up to the national competition was invaluable. At the entrance to the Sky Ruin's secret realm, Su Qinghua had been waiting for some time. Clad in a white training outfit, her black hair tied back in a high ponytail, she exuded an air of competence and vigor. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Lu Chen inquired, somewhat surprised. Su Qinghua replied coolly, "I heard you were entering the Sky Ruin's secret realm, so I came to remind you of a few precautions." She handed him a storage pouch. It contained some supplies that will be useful inside the realm. Lu Chen accepted the pouch, warmth blossoming in his heart, though his teacher appeared aloof. She always considered his well-being. "Thank you, teacher." "Remember," Su Qinghua said earnestly, "summoning beasts is prohibited within the Sky Ruin's secret realm. You must rely solely on yourself. The beasts within, though artificially introduced, possess formidable strength. Even the weakest are at the king level." Lu Chen nodded, "I understand." Su Qinghua hesitated, then finally spoke, "Additionally, regarding your father, if you require assistance." Lu Chen's heart jolted. Why would she suddenly mention his father? "Do you know him?" Su Qinghua shook her head. "Not personally. It's just that the incident 5 years ago was far-reaching." She seemed reluctant to elaborate further. "Go now, and stay safe." With a heart full of questions, Lu Chen stepped into the teleportation array. As the white light enveloped him, the scene before him took his breath away. The Sky Ruin's secret realm was even more magnificent than he had imagined. The sky displayed a resplendent purplish-red hue, with countless floating islands scattered across the sea of clouds, each emanating unique energy fluctuations. In the distance, a waterfall cascaded from the highest island, the water crystallizing into ice midair, only to vaporize into mist before reaching the ground. A breathtaking cycle of beauty. Sky Ruin's secret realm. Time flow rate, 18. Current area, outer safe zone. Warning, summoning beasts is prohibited. Lu Chen stretched his limbs, savoring the rich spiritual energy in the realm. The concentration of spiritual energy here was over 5 times that of the outside world, each breath invigorating his spirit. Let us start with the nearest island. He leapt forward, racing towards the closest floating isle. The island was lush and verdant, with faint roars of beasts echoing in the air. Without the aid of summoned beasts, this would be a pure test of physicality and willpower. Yet Lu Chen felt no trepidation. With the shattering jade in hand, the extreme cold phoenix breathing technique and void blade technique at his side, along with the assistance of the all-seeing eye, he was confident in carving out his own path in this secret realm. Let me see how much I can enhance in these 8 days. Chapter 42. Illusory Slaying of Demons. The air in the Sky Ruin's secret realm bore a metallic chill. Lu Chen inhaled deeply, feeling a slight sting in his lungs. His right hand rested on the hilt of the long knife at his waist, a gift from his father before his departure, which he had named Illusion. To sever all illusions, indeed. A cold smile crept across Lu Chen's lips. How fitting for my style. Current status. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Beastmaster level, 2-star overlord, stable phase. Stamina, 5,500, 5,500, Dragon Blood Foundation. Mental energy, 1-star overlord. Beast, Void Dragon Master, Xiaoying, Strength, 5-star Pinnacle Overlord. Beast, Time-Space Dragon, Xiaochan, Strength, 9-star King. The absence of Xiaoying and Xiaochan felt peculiar. Lu Chen rolled his wrist, exhilarated yet tense by this pure physical combat. The all-seeing eye quietly activated, faint golden patterns swirling in his pupils as the environmental data flowed into his mind like a torrent. 300 meters to the northeast, an anomalous energy fluctuation. Lu Chen's figure flickered, and in a few leaps, he arrived before a rocky wall. The wall was coated in moss, yet to his discerning eye, The arrangement of the moss clearly indicated human tampering. Placing his palm against the rock, he allowed his mental energy to seep in, immediately sensing the surging waves of spiritual power within. A small spiritual vein. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. It would be perfect for enhancing his mental and physical strength. Just as he prepared to break through the wall, a low growl suddenly resonated from behind him. The ground trembled slightly as a black giant tiger, over 5 meters in length, emerged from the forest. Its body was covered in metallic scales, with a lightning-shaped white pattern adorning its forehead. Its amber vertical pupils locked onto Lu Chen. Sky-cleaving demon tiger. Strength, 2-star overlord. Potential, SS. Talent, blood ignition, doubles combat power for a short period. Skills, sky-cleaving claw, extraordinary. Tiger's roar shock, extraordinary. Shadow assault, domain level. Intriguing. Lu Chen slowly drew the illusory blade, the moment it was unsheathed. A melodious dragon's roar resonated through the air. It seemed he must first deal with the sentinel. The demonic tiger appeared to comprehend his provocation, its eyes flashing with a fierce light. Instead of lunging at once, it circled Lu Chen, displaying an extraordinary level of combat intelligence. A chill coursed through Lu Chen's heart. This beast was indeed more formidable than he had anticipated. With a sudden roar, the demonic tiger launched its attack, moving with such astonishing speed that it nearly left an afterimage. Lu Chen's pupils contracted as the eye of all things activated in full force, barely allowing him to track its trajectory. The illusory blade sliced horizontally, clashing with the tiger's claws, sending sparks flying. The clang of metal rang out as Lu Chen was forced back 3 steps, feeling a tingling numbness in his hands. The demonic tiger also suffered. A deep gash appeared on its forepaw, yet this only ignited its ferocity, its scales bristling as it emanated a perilous aura. Had its blood-burning talent been activated? Lu Chen licked his lips, eager to test whose explosive power reigned supreme. The demonic tiger charged again, this time with even greater speed and strength. No longer willing to take the hit, Lu Chen swiftly evaded, employing the first stance of the void blade technique, the stunning falcon. The blade's light flashed like lightning, carving a graceful arc in the air, aimed directly at the demonic tiger's throat. Miraculously, the tiger twisted mid-air, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Simultaneously, its tail lashed out like a steel whip towards Lu Chen's waist. With a resounding thud, Lu Chen was sent flying, crashing through 2 large trees before coming to a halt. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his fighting spirit ignited even further. This blow had cost him nearly 1/5 of his stamina, yet it had thoroughly kindled his resolve. Such a beast. Lu Chen grinned wickedly as he stood, ready to showcase the true essence of the void blade technique. Gripping the blade with both hands, he assumed a peculiar starting stance. This was the second stance taught to him by his father, the Mountain Shatterer, emphasizing brute force to overcome skill, a single strike to cleave mountains. The demonic tiger sensed the threat, its fur standing on end as it let out a deafening roar. The soundwave attack surged forth, but Lu Chen had anticipated this. Activating the extreme cold phoenix breath technique, he conjured an ice wall before him. The soundwave was significantly weakened by the ice barrier, with the remaining force having minimal impact on him. Now it is my turn. Lu Chen stepped forward decisively, the illusory blade slicing down with a piercing sound. The demonic tiger attempted to evade, but found the surrounding space seemingly solidified. Its movement slowed, a consequence of the binding effect inherent in the void blade technique. With a swift thrust, the blade's light surged, leaving a grievous wound on the tiger's chest, blood gushing forth. Yet, rather than diminishing, its ferocity intensified, its eyes turning blood red as its body swelled even larger. A second blood burning? Lu Chen's expression shifted. This beast was fighting for its life. The tiger's aura now approached that of a 3-star overlord, its speed and strength reaching terrifying levels. It abandoned all finesse, engaging in a life-and-death struggle. Lu Chen found himself momentarily suppressed, acquiring several new wounds in the process. Stamina, 3,200 5,500. Mental power, 2-star overlord, 30 consumed. It appeared he had no choice but to employ that technique. A glint of determination flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. Taking a deep breath, he activated the Jade Shatter technique. In an instant, his mental power ignited within him like a raging fire, his muscles swelling and veins bulging. Threefold strength surged through his meridians, leaving him with an almost unbearable sensation. Die. The illusory blade emitted a blinding radiance, intricate spatial patterns manifesting along its blade. Though Lu Chen's strike appeared leisurely, it was in fact blindingly swift, creating fine cracks in the space it traversed. The demonic tiger attempted to evade, only to find that no matter how it moved, the blade's light followed relentlessly. It let out a desperate roar, summoning all its strength to counter with its claws. Boom. The blade met the tiger's claws in a brilliant explosion of light. The tiger's paw was cleaved off cleanly, yet the blade's momentum did not wane. Piercing straight through its skull, the massive body collapsed with a thud, blood staining the ground crimson. Lu Chen knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. The side effects of Jade Shatter began to manifest. His mental power was nearly depleted, his head pounding. Yet he paid no mind to this. Immediately turning his gaze to the demonic tiger's corpse, a beast of such caliber was a treasure trove of resources. Acquired. Blood of the sky-splitting demonic tiger can enhance physical strength. Acquired. Demonic tiger crystal core contains pure spiritual power. Acquired. Tiger king bone, forging material. Having gathered his spoils, Lu Chen dragged his weary body to the rock face. With a sweep of the illusory blade, the wall cracked, revealing a small spiritual vein pulsating with ethereal light within. The rich spiritual energy surged forth, revitalizing his spirit. Finally, his efforts had borne fruit. Lu Chen sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the energy from the spiritual vein. The extreme cold phoenix breath technique automatically activated, converting the spiritual power into cold energy that nourished his injuries. Simultaneously, he consumed the demonic tiger's blood, the searing energy flowing through him, forming a marvelous balance with the chilling spiritual energy. Stamina recovery in progress. 4,500, 5,500. Mental power recovery in progress. 2-star Overlord, 60. Physical strength enhancement in progress. Dragon Blood Foundation strengthening. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Lu Chen opened his eyes once more, a subtle transformation had occurred in his demeanor. His gaze was sharper, the contours of his muscles more defined, and every movement exuded a potent sense of strength. Current status. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Beastmaster level, 2-star Overlord, peak. Stamina, 5,800, 5,800, minor completion of Dragon Blood Foundation. Mental power, 2-star Overlord. Extreme Cold Phoenix Breath Technique, Domain Level Law. Void Blade Technique, Second Stance, Mountain Shatterer, great achievement. Not bad, Lu Chen clenched his fist. Feeling the surging power within him, time to move on to the next destination. He rose, sheathing the illusory blade. Through this battle, his understanding of his own strength had become much clearer. Without the assistance of a companion beast, relying solely on the Jade Shatter technique and his 2 major skills, he could indeed contend against a 3-star Overlord opponent. He wondered what treasures awaited deeper within the secret realm. Lu Chen gazed toward the distant floating islands, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. The time flow in the Tianshu secret realm was 8 times that of the outside world. He still had ample time to continue exploring and enhancing his power. Chapter 43. The blade intent condenses in the void. The air in the mid-level zone of the Tianshu secret realm was several times denser than that of the outskirts, each breath akin to swallowing quicksilver. Lu Chen stood upon the chain connecting 2 floating islands, the illusory blade angled toward the ground. The blood dripping from the blade bloomed into a dark red flower in the cloud sea below. The 7th had fallen. Lu Chen shook his numbed wrist, gazing at the collapsed corpse of the Hurricane Wolf King before him. This 3-star Overlord beast proved more troublesome than anticipated, leaving 3 deep, bone-exposing wounds on his left flank in its dying struggle. Current status. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Beastmaster level, 2-star Overlord, peak. Stamina, 4,200, 5,800, minor completion of Dragon Blood Foundation. Mental power, 2-star Overlord. Extreme Cold Phoenix Breath Technique, Law level. Void Blade Technique, Second Stance, Mountain Shatterer perfected. The beasts of the mid-level zone were not merely a tier stronger than those of the outskirts. Correspondingly, the enhancements gained from battle were also significantly more pronounced. In the brief span of merely 3 days within the secret realm, equating to less than 10 hours in the outside world, his physical prowess had surged by an impressive 500 points. Furthermore, his mastery of the Void Blade technique had begun to brush against a new realm of enlightenment. Yet, he was still a step away. Lu Chen sheathed his sword, when suddenly, a faint sound registered in his ears. The ground trembled rhythmically, and ancient trees in the distance toppled as a towering shadow, 5 meters in height, charged towards him with ferocity. The eye of all things activated automatically, golden patterns swirling within his pupils. Earth-shaking giant bear. Strength, 4-star sovereign. Potential, SS. Talent, Earth resonance. Defense doubles when standing on the ground. Skills, seismic wave, domain level. Rock armor, rule level. Berserk, extraordinary level. Ah, a formidable opponent indeed. Lu Chen licked the wound on his palm, feeling it was the perfect opportunity to test his newfound abilities. The giant bear suddenly reared up on its hind legs 100 meters away, slamming its massive paws down onto the ground. Instantly, the earth within a 100-meter radius rippled like waves, and dozens of earthen spikes erupted from below. Void Step. Lu Chen's form became ethereal as he wove through the rising spikes. This was a technique he had comprehended amidst continuous battles, applying the spatial properties of the Void Blade technique to his movement. Within 3 breaths, he had closed the distance to a mere 10 meters from the giant bear. A roar erupted. The bear opened its cavernous maw, a foul wind rushing towards Lu Chen. Yet, he suddenly closed his eyes. The illusory blade remained sheathed and still. Strangely, the bear's roar ceased abruptly, as if an invisible force had seized its throat. Fine black fissures manifested in the air, resembling a shattered mirror. Dozens of gaping wounds appeared on the bear's thick fur, blood gushing forth. Was this the essence of the blade? Lu Chen opened his eyes, astonished even at himself. He had not drawn his blade. He had merely unleashed the battle intent he had been cultivating for days, and yet, he could injure the enemy from a distance. The illusory blade quivered slightly within its sheath, as if responding to its master's breakthrough. The giant bear, now utterly enraged, had its eyes turned blood red, entering a frenzied state. It pounded its chest with its paws, and the thickness of its rock armor doubled, charging towards Lu Chen like a moving fortress. What a splendid challenge! Lu Chen pressed forward instead of retreating, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Unlike his previous direct draws, this time he first unleashed the Void Blade intent he had just comprehended. An invisible sharpness formed a cage around the giant bear, each breath akin to a blade's edge. Clang! The illusory blade finally emerged from its sheath, yet it only drew halfway before halting. Oddly, a gruesome wound materialized on the bear's body, piercing through its chest and abdomen, as if struck by an invisible blade. The third form of the Void Blade technique, condensation in space. This was a new technique Lu Chen had derived through life and death battles, merging spatial properties with blade intent, achieving the state where the blade had not yet reached. But its intent had already arrived. The bear's rock armor was rendered ineffective against this technique. With a final, desperate roar, the dying giant bear unleashed its last ounce of strength, sending forth 2 seismic waves from its paws. Lu Chen was caught off guard, propelled dozens of meters away by the shockwave, crashing through 3 ancient trees before finally halting. Stamina, 2,300, 6,000. Warning, 2 ribs fractured. Lu Chen spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, yet he laughed exuberantly. He staggered to his feet, gazing at the colossal bear's corpse that lay toppled in the distance, filled with a profound sense of satisfaction. Though the battle had been fierce, it was worth it. He had finally distilled his own blade intent. Void Blade intent, beginner. Effect, can injure enemies without drawing the blade. Attacks carry spatial tearing properties. Growth potential, extremely high. After collecting the spoils of victory, Lu Chen ventured into the giant bear's lair, a natural cave. The concentration of spiritual energy within was tenfold that of the outside world, and in a corner lay several jade stones radiating a lustrous glow. Earth Vein Spirit Jade. Quality, rare. Effect, aids in comprehending earth-related laws, enhances physical defense. Lu Chen settled into a meditative posture, cradling a piece of spirit jade in his palm. As he activated the extreme cold phoenix breath technique, he began to absorb the energy from the jade slowly. Uncharacteristically, this time he deliberately guided some of the energy to nourish his injured body. 3 days later, as the last piece of spirit jade turned to powder, the moment Lu Chen opened his eyes, the temperature within the cave plummeted. The breath he exhaled crystallized into tiny ice shards in the air, which he shattered with a mere thought. Current status. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Beast Tamer level, 3-star sovereign, early. Stamina, 6,500, 6,500. Dragon Blood Foundation minor completion. Mental strength, 3-star sovereign. Extreme cold phoenix breath technique. Rule, level minor completion. Void Blade technique. Third form, condensation, entry level. New, Void Blade intent, beginner. It was time to explore the core area. Lu Chen clenched his fist, the joints cracking like popcorn. After numerous fierce battles, his combat prowess had undergone a qualitative transformation. Now, even against a 5-star sovereign beast, he felt capable of fighting back. Exiting the cave, he beheld the floating island in the distance, enveloped in a rainbow of light. That was the core area of the Tianshu secret realm, rumored to hold the legacy of the former principal. A fiery glint flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. The illusory blade seemed to resonate with its master's battle intent, emitting a melodious blade song. Patience, old friend. Lu Chen gently caressed the blade's surface. Soon, you shall quench your thirst. He leaped towards the final chain connecting to the core area. Below the chain lay an unfathomable abyss, the raging winds sharp as blades. Yet for Lu Chen, this was merely the commencement of yet another trial. Chapter 44. The 9 Levels of Tianshu. The chain swayed violently in the fierce winds as Lu Chen grasped an iron ring with one hand, his body flapping like a flag in the storm. He squinted, the golden patterns of the eye of all things swirling in his pupils as he clearly observed the bronze palace floating amidst the colorful clouds 100 meters away. Was this the core area? Warning, detected rule, level gale. Strength, full force of a 5-star sovereign. Recommendation, activate protective blade, intent. A smile tugged at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth. The illusory blade had yet to be drawn. Yet a dense network of black fissures suddenly manifested within a 3-meter radius around him. The howling gale crashed against these spatial cracks, instantly torn asunder. It seemed the void blade intent was more effective than anticipated. He climbed the chain with the agility of a nimble monkey, with each 10-meter advance. The gale's intensity increased by 10%. When he was merely 30 meters away from the bronze palace, the chain abruptly snapped without warning. Alas! Lu Chen twisted in midair, finally drawing the illusory blade. The blade sliced through the space like fabric, creating an opening. Using this spatial fissure for leverage, he propelled himself forward, shooting towards the platform before the palace like an arrow. Upon landing, he was greeted by a staircase of 99 layers made of white jade. Ancient inscriptions adorned each step, reading from bottom to top: gravity, heart demon, inquiry of the way, true self, culminating at the peak with opening the void. The former principal certainly had a flair for the dramatic. Lu Chen flexed his shoulder, sore from the wind's relentless assault, and stepped onto the first stair. Boom! A sudden tenfold gravity bore down upon him without warning, and he nearly crumpled to his knees. His bones groaned under the immense weight, and the veins beneath his skin swelled with grotesque patterns. Current status: name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Physical strength, 5,800, 6,500, under gravitational suppression. Mental power, Dominator level 3 stars, unaffected. Extreme Cold Phoenix Breath technique is operating automatically. Void Blade intent consumption is intensifying. Is that all? Lu Chen grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, his spine straightening inch by inch. The extreme Cold Phoenix Breath surged within him. Icy blue patterns spreading from his neck to his cheeks. As he stood upright, the white jade steps beneath him became coated in a thin layer of frost. The second tier, with 20-fold gravity. The third tier, 30-fold gravity. By the time he reached the 33rd tier, the gravity had escalated to a terrifying 330 times. Blood oozed from every pore in Lu Chen's body, yet his gaze grew increasingly bright. He discovered that with each breakthrough of a limit, the foundation of his dragon blood solidified further. So it is a body-tempering mechanism. Upon stepping onto the 66th tier, gravity suddenly vanished. Before Lu Chen could catch his breath, the scene before him transformed abruptly. He found himself in a high school classroom. With a collapsing city visible outside the window, Zhao Dafu, bloodied and frantic, grasped his arm. "Brother Chen, save me." In the distance, Su Qingyue was encased in a massive ice crystal. Detected heart demon illusion. Intensity, customized according to the subject's mental weaknesses. Method of resolution, self-comprehension. How clutch. Lu Chen wielded the void blade, severing Zhao Dafu in half. Yet, in the next moment, more familiar faces surged from the darkness. By Xiao Hao with a broken sword lodged in her chest, and Xiao Yunhan pierced by chains through his peepa bone. Using my friend's tragic fates as a trial? Lu Chen's gaze turned icy. You have successfully provoked my ire. The void blade suddenly emitted a dragon-like tremor. Intricate void patterns manifesting on its blade. Without employing any techniques, Lu Chen merely unleashed the void blade intent he had just comprehended to its utmost limit. Crack. The entire illusion shattered like a mirror. He stood on the 88th tier, facing the final 11 levels of the Dao Inquiry steps. Physical strength, 3,200, 6,500. Mental power, Dominator level 3 stars, at the critical point. Warning, the next stage will directly interrogate the essence of martial arts. Lu Chen tossed a recovery pill into his mouth and resolutely stepped forward. As he did so, he suddenly found himself in an endless void. 3 luminous orbs materializing before him. The first orb contained the figure of his father, Lu Chen, executing the 5th form of the void blade technique. The second orb showcased Su Qingyue demonstrating the ultimate form of the extreme cold phoenix breath technique. Yet the third orb was utterly empty. An ancient voice echoed in the void, inherit or innovate. Lu Chen stared at the third orb for a long time, then suddenly smiled. I want them all. He reached out, simultaneously grasping at the 3 orbs. In the instant of contact, the first 2 orbs transformed into streams of light and entered his brow. The third orb, however, coalesced in his palm into a semi-transparent void dagger. Acquired, 4th form of the void blade technique, dreamlike prototype. Understanding of extreme cold phoenix breath technique, 20. Initiation of self-created battle technique, untitled, suggested to integrate with void blade intent. As Lu Chen ascended to the 99th tier, the bronze palace doors swung open with a thunderous roar. Inside the palace, There were no extravagant furnishings as anticipated, only 9 bronze pillars encircling a central altar. Suspended above the altar was a gray crystal the size of a fist. Detected the core of the celestial ruins inheritance. Nature, Supreme Space System inheritance. Compatibility, 92, extremely high. Just as Lu Chen reached out to touch the crystal, the 9 bronze pillars suddenly blazed with blinding light. From the radiance emerged 9 identical copies of Lu Chen, each wielding a void blade, their eyes cold as ice. True body stage. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, playing the replicant game. The 9 copies launched simultaneous attacks. Terrifyingly, they not only executed the first 3 forms of the void blade technique, but 2 had already unleashed the dreamlike prototype that Lu Chen had just comprehended. Physical strength, 2,500. 6,500. Mental power, Dominator level 3 stars, on the verge of depletion. Suggestion, utilize the second layer of the Myriad Manifestations Eye. Not yet the time. Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly plunged the void blade into the ground. You can replicate my techniques, but can you replicate this? He formed a peculiar hand seal, and the extreme cold phoenix breath technique began to merge with the void blade intent within him. This was the inspiration he gained at the Tao Inquiry steps, combining the principles of ice with the properties of space. Ice Soul Void Convergence, centered around the void blade. Countless black ice crystals materialized out of thin air. These ice crystals were not static. They engaged in continuous microscopic spatial jumps. As the 9 copies approached, they were pierced by the ice crystals, their bodies riddled with 1,000 holes as though struck by countless spatial needles. The gray crystal flew into Lu Chen's hand, a torrent of information flooding into his mind. Acquired, opening of the void, rule level. Effect, tear apart space to form an absolute domain, within which certain physical rules can be modified. Limitations, 3 times per day, each instance not exceeding 10 seconds. Growth potential, eternal level. Lu Chen knelt on one knee, his muscles trembling uncontrollably. This level of inheritance was far beyond what a dominator could easily digest. Just as he was about to succumb, the gray crystal unexpectedly released a thread of energy, infusing it into his dantian. Physical strength restored to 4,000. Mental power breakthrough to dominator level, 4 stars. Void blade intent advanced to minor accomplishment. The bronze palace began to collapse, and Lu Chen was teleported back to the initial floating island. He looked down at his palm, and with a mere thought, the space 3 inches from his palm twisted into a miniature black hole. This is the opening of the void. Suddenly, a familiar energy fluctuation emanated from afar. Lu Chen turned to see Su Qingyue approaching, her icy blue hair flowing behind her. She landed before Lu Chen, her expression revealing rare surprise. You obtained the inheritance? Didn't the instructor already know this place held an inheritance? Lu Chen smiled slyly. Let me guess. You have a connection with the old principal? A flicker of complexity crossed Su Qingyue's eyes as she softly replied, He is my father. Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, his expression changed dramatically. He abruptly pushed Su Qingyue aside and activated the recently acquired ability of the opening of the void. The space within a 10-meter radius instantly froze, a spatial rift capable of annihilating a mythic level being solidifying at the spot where Su Qingyue had just stood. The celestial ruins are about to collapse. Su Qingyue's face turned grave. Someone was attacking the spatial nodes from the outside. Lu Chen glanced at the inheritance crystal he had obtained and suddenly understood. This was a bait deliberately set out by someone? Let us go. Su Qingyue grasped Lu Chen's wrist, urging him to leave swiftly. As they raced toward the exit of the secret realm, Lu Chen glanced back one last time at the crumbling celestial ruins. He vaguely saw a pair of enormous eyes flash in the void, their gaze seemingly filled with anticipation. Chapter 45, The Eye of the Void. In the moment the celestial ruins collapsed, Su Qingyue formed a hand seal, and an icy blue sword light rent the space, forcibly opening a passage. Lu Chen followed closely behind, but just as they were about to escape the secret realm, he suddenly turned back. Those enormous eyes were peering through the fractured spatial rift, fixated upon him. I have found you. A chilling female voice resonated directly within his mind. Bang! The two of them tumbled heavily onto the grassy expanse of the academy's rear hill. Su Qingyue swiftly regained her footing, her ice sword gripped firmly, her gaze scanning the surroundings with caution. What was that just now? She inquired, her brow furrowed. Lu Chen brushed off the grass clinging to him, grinning broadly. Teacher, are you not at the mythic stage? Why are you more anxious than I am? Su Qingyue shot him a frosty glance. Enough of your banter. What did you just hear? A woman's voice. Lu Chen shrugged. She said she found you. Su Qingyue's pupils constricted, a surge of icy energy emanating from her sword. The researchers from the Forbidden Objects Institute? The Forbidden Objects Institute? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Are they targeting me? No. They are after Kaishu. Su Qingyue's tone turned grave. My father was entangled with this legacy back then, Before she could finish, a gaping chasm of darkness suddenly tore open in the sky, and a colossal eye, forged entirely of pure energy, slowly emerged, gazing down upon them. Warning, forbidden object fluctuation detected. Name, Eye of the Void, fragmented. Level, rule class, forbidden object. Effect, locks onto target, disregarding spatial barriers. User, unknown, above mythic stage. Run. Su Qingyue seized Lu Chen, slashing her ice sword to freeze the space, attempting to obstruct the eye's gaze. However, the Eye of the Void merely blinked, and the frozen space shattered instantaneously. TSK, there's no escape now. Lu Chen licked his lips, golden patterns swirling in his eyes, the all-seeing eye operating at full capacity. Teacher, shouldn't you take this more seriously? Su Qingyue snorted coldly, her aura suddenly surging. Boom. The oppressive force of the mythic stage was unleashed without reservation, instantly cloaking the trees of the rear hill in a layer of frost. The ice sword in her hand radiated a blinding blue light, and wherever its tip pointed, the very air froze into fine shards of ice. Stay back, she instructed Lu Chen without looking back. Yet Lu Chen grinned. Teacher, have you forgotten? I am no longer a soft persimmon. With a wave of his hand, two rifts in space opened beside him. Little Shadow, Little Chen, roar. The Void Dragon Lord, Little Shadow, burst forth from the rift, its peak dominion radiating a fierce dragon might, its claws sweeping to unleash multiple spatial slashes toward the Eye of the Void. Meanwhile, on the other side, the time-space dragon, Little Chen, hovered in midair, the flow of time around it distorting dramatically, its dual pupils shimmering with silver light, murmuring, Blade of Time. An intangible blade of time sliced toward the Eye of the Void. Bang, bang, bang. The Eye of the Void was struck by the dual assaults, energy fluctuations rippling violently. Yet soon it stabilized, even revealing a human-like mockery. Interesting. That female voice echoed again. A mere dominion stage dares to resist? In the next moment, the Eye of the Void abruptly contracted, a jet-black energy beam shooting straight at Lu Chen. Watch out. Su Qingyue instantly flashed in front of Lu Chen, her ice sword raised to block, the mythic ice law erupting in full force. Boom. The aftermath of the energy collision overturned the ground within 100 meters, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Lu Chen was pushed back several steps by the shockwave, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Yet he grinned even more wildly. Teacher, you finally decided to take this seriously? Su Qingyue replied coldly. Shut up and focus on the battle. All right, as you wish. Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharpening. He fixed his sight on the Eye of the Void, the all-seeing eye working frantically to analyze its weaknesses. Analyzing. Weakness. Energy core located at the center of the pupil. Method to breach. Dual interference of space and time. Little Shadow, Little Chen. Lu Chen called out, coordinate with me. The two beasts instantly comprehended. Little Shadow deployed a void barrier, deflecting all attacks from the Eye of the Void, while Little Chen initiated a time stasis, briefly delaying the movements of the Eye of the Void. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen drew his illusory blade. Kaishu. Buzz. Within a 10-meter radius around him, the space warped suddenly. The laws of physics temporarily altered. Gravity vanished. The air solidified. Even the light was devoured. The energy beam from the Eye of the Void was brutally severed within the realm of Kaishu. Now, Lu Chen bellowed, his blade aimed directly at the pupil of the Eye of the Void. Su Qingyue simultaneously struck, her ice sword transforming into a stream of frigid light, piercing forth. Crack. A fissure appeared in the pupil of the Eye of the Void, energy violently spilling forth. No, impossible. The female voice finally carried a hint of fury. A mere dominion stage. How could it possibly injure the Eye of the Void? Because, Lu Chen grinned, my teacher is at the mythic stage. Su Qingyue coldly added, you talk too much. She twisted her sword's tip, the ice law erupting entirely, instantly freezing the Eye of the Void, and then, boom. It shattered into countless ice shards. The battle concluded. Lu Chen exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground. Teacher, you've been quite secretive. He jested. Su Qingyue sheathed her ice sword, responding coolly. You're not too shabby yourself, being able to wield Kaishu right after obtaining the legacy. Lu Chen chuckled. Of course. I am your student. Su Qingyue dismissed him with a glance. Looking up at the sky, her brow furrowed. The Forbidden Objects Institute will not let this go. Since they have targeted Kaishu, they will certainly return. Let them come. Lu Chen stretched lazily. After all, you are here, teacher. Su Qingyue shot him a glance. Enough of your chatter. I will personally train you next to master all the abilities of Kaishu as swiftly as possible. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. A one-on-one special training? Yes. Su Qingyue nodded, but she suddenly revealed a dangerous smile. This training will be even more. Lu Chen's smile faltered. Teacher, that expression is a bit frightening. Now you know fear? Su Qinghua huffed lightly. It's too late. Chapter 46. The Secret Pavilion. Su Qinghua's special training lasted a full 3 days. When Lu Chen returned to his dormitory, battered and bruised, he found Xiao Yunhan sitting by the window, polishing a jet-black dagger. Upon seeing him enter, he merely lifted his eyelids. Still alive? Thanks to you. Lu Chen collapsed onto his bed, wincing at the pain. Old Xiao, could you fetch me a recovery potion from the third drawer on the left? Xiao Yunhan set down his dagger, retrieved the potion from the drawer, and tossed it to him. Su teacher's special training? Emichim. Lu Chen gulped down the potion, feeling its restorative power coursing through his body. That woman was truly merciless. Xiao Yunhan's lips curled slightly. It's not easy to make you cry out in pain. Lu Chen remained silent. Instead, he stared blankly at the ceiling. The sudden actions of the Forbidden Objects Institute made him realize an important issue. He had far too little information at his disposal. Who was the woman controlling the Eye of the Void? Why was she so fixated on Kaishu? What entanglements existed between Beijing University and the Forbidden Objects Institute? What are you thinking about? Xiao Yunhan asked. Old Xiao, Lu Chen suddenly sat up. Have you heard of the Secret Pavilion? Xiao Yunhan's hand paused in polishing the dagger. An intelligence organization? It was disbanded 20 years ago. Exactly. A glint of brilliance flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. I was thinking, perhaps we should establish our own intelligence network. Xiao Yunhan set down his dagger, looking at Lu Chen seriously. Have you gotten into trouble? It's not me who's in trouble. Lu Chen grinned. It's trouble that has found me. He briefly recounted the matters concerning the Forbidden Objects Institute, of course omitting the specific details about Kaishu. After listening, Xiao Yunhan fell into a momentary silence before suddenly retrieving a black badge from his bosom and placing it on the table. This is the communication emblem of the Shadow Pavilion, he remarked nonchalantly, a keepsake from my father. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. The Shadow Pavilion? That underground organization specializing in intelligence trafficking? Indeed, Xiao Yunhan nodded. If you genuinely wish to establish an intelligence network, this would be a promising starting point. Lu Chen picked up the badge, idly toying with it, before suddenly breaking into a grin. Old Xiao, I never would have guessed you possessed such connections. Xiao Yunhan averted his gaze. It's merely a suggestion. Thank you. Lu Chen tucked the badge away and retrieved a communicator from his bedside, dialing a number. On the other end, Zhao Dafu's exaggerated voice soon echoed. Brother Chen, you finally contacted me. The profits from the Scholar's Tower have tripled this month. Let me tell you. Dafu, Lu Chen interrupted. I need to establish an intelligence organization. There was a brief silence on the line, after which Zhao Dafu's tone turned exceptionally serious. How much funding is required? All of it. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Dafu replied, give me 3 days, and I will mobilize all the liquid assets. Lu Chen smirked. Aren't you going to ask why? Brother Chen has his own reasons for doing things. Zhao Dafu chuckled. Besides, intelligence is money. This deal is bound to be profitable. After hanging up, Xiao Yunhan pondered. Your friend is rather remarkable. Indeed, Lu Chen stretched lazily. Which is why he is my financial steward. Over the next 3 days, Lu Chen focused on recuperating while simultaneously planning the framework of the intelligence network. Through Xiao Yunhan's connections, he reached out to several retired intelligence agents from the Shadow Pavilion, offering them handsome salaries as consultants. Meanwhile, Zhao Dafu utilized his commercial network to secretly acquire properties in various cities to serve as strongholds. Preliminary structure of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Core members: Lu Chen, leader; Zhao Dafu, financial officer; Xiao Yunhan, underground operations head. Peripheral members: 12 former intelligence agents from the Shadow Pavilion. Strongholds: 7, distributed across different cities. Funding sources: profits from the Scholar's Tower chain, Lu's business network. On the 4th morning, Lu Chen convened the first core meeting in his dormitory. Zhao Dafu hurriedly arrived from afar, immediately producing a hefty stack of documents. Brother Chen, I've got it all sorted, he exclaimed excitedly. This is the dossier of the first batch of intelligence personnel, all carefully selected talents. Lu Chen perused the documents and nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Xiao Yunhan, however, brought unexpected news. The Forbidden Research Institute has recently begun investigating an experimental accident from 20 years ago. What kind of experiment? Lu Chen's alertness heightened. I'm not sure of the specifics. Xiao Yunhan shook his head, but it is rumored to be related to spatial abilities. Lu Chen squinted. Isn't that precisely when Su Qingyue's father went missing? It seemed the Forbidden Research Institute's obsession with the void was no mere coincidence. Continue the investigation. Lu Chen tapped the table, focusing intently on the movements of the Forbidden Research Institute. Zhao Dafu scratched his head. Brother Chen, we currently have sufficient funds, but we lack high-tier combat power. What if we truly confront the Forbidden Research Institute? Leave the combat power issue to me, Lu Chen replied confidently. Old Xiao, How many beast tamers specializing in the shadow element can you contact? After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yunhan responded, around 10, all of whom are at least king level. That will suffice, Lu Chen smiled. Inform them that the Heavenly Secret Pavilion welcomes any talented individuals, and the remuneration will be generous. After the meeting concluded, Lu Chen stood alone by the window, calling up his data panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Beast Tamer level, Sovereign 4 stars. Physical strength, 7,000, 8,000, Dragon Blood Foundation. Mental power, Sovereign 4 stars, critical point. Beast 1, Void Dragon Lord, Little Shadow. Strength, Sovereign 5 stars peak. Potential, legendary. Talent, Will of the War King. Skills, Void/Law, Void Freeze, Law. Void Barrier, Law. Spatial Tier, Domain. Beast 2, Time-Space Dragon, Little Chen. Potential, SSS. Skills, Time Acceleration, Law. Time Stasis, Law. Blade of Time, Domain. Current abilities, Extreme Cold Phoenix Breathing Technique, Law level. Void Draw Technique, 4th form, Dreamscape prototype. Void Blade Intent, minor accomplishment. Jade Shatter, once per day. Void, 3 uses per day. Gazing at the figures displayed on the panel, Lu Chen fell into deep contemplation. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion was merely the first step. To genuinely confront a behemoth like the Forbidden Research Institute, he needed to grow stronger at an accelerated pace. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Xiao Yunhan returned, holding a black envelope. Just received this from the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion. Lu Chen opened the letter, which contained only a few brief lines. The Forbidden Research Institute will soon send personnel to infiltrate Beijing North University. Target, Lu Chen. Operation codename, Hunt the Void. Lu Chen let out a cold laugh. How fortuitous. He crumpled the letter in his fist, golden patterns swirling in his eyes. Since the enemy had delivered themselves to his doorstep, he would make them aware of how foolish it was to provoke a beast tamer with the ability to manipulate the void. Chapter 47, Operation Hunt the Void. In the private training arena of the dormitory on a clear morning, Lu Chen was testing Little Shadow's new skill. The Void Dragon Lord unfurled its wings. Dark ripples of spatial energy coursing across its scales. Suddenly, with a powerful flap, it vanished from sight, reappearing 50 meters away in the next instant. Void Flicker. Effect, short distance spatial jump. Consumption, moderate. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Not bad, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, turning to the hovering Little Chen. Your turn. The time-space dragon let out a soft hum, its silver eyes rippling as the flow of time within a 3-meter radius suddenly slowed. A falling leaf appeared almost suspended in midair, while Little Chan's claw moved at normal speed, cleanly slicing the leaf in two. Time differential. Effect, local alteration of time flow. Range, 3 meters. Duration, 5 seconds. Just as Lu Chen was about to record the data, his communicator vibrated. A text from Xiao Yunhan appeared. Target confirmed. 3rd floor of the library, disguised as a student. A glint of coldness flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. The personnel from the Forbidden Research Institute had arrived much quicker than he anticipated. He recalled both beasts and leisurely made his way toward the library, simultaneously pulling up his mental data panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Beast Tamer level, Sovereign 4 stars, peak. Physical strength, 7,500, 8,000. Mental power, Sovereign 4 stars, critical point. Current abilities, Extreme Cold Phoenix Breathing Technique, proficiency level 72. Void Blade Intent, minor accomplishment. Jade Shatter, available. Void, 3 uses remaining today. As he stepped onto the last flight of stairs to the 3rd floor of the library, the area was sparsely populated. The Eye of All Things automatically activated, and faint golden streams of data flickered at the edges of his vision. Seated by the window was a bespectacled young woman, engrossed in perusing a tome entitled An Overview of Spatial Theory. Target scan. Disguise, student, Linyu, sophomore. True identity, level 3 executor of the Forbidden Objects Research Institute. Strength, pinnacle of the Monarch 9 stars. Danger assessment, moderate. Lu Chen ambled nonchalantly to the adjacent bookshelf, casually extracting a volume. The girl, seemingly sensing something amiss, glanced up briefly before hastily lowering her gaze once more to her book. Excuse me, Lu Chen suddenly interjected. Might I borrow the 72 applications of spatial folding? The girl's fingers momentarily froze. I'm sorry, I'm currently reading. How fortuitous, Lu Chen grinned. I share a keen interest in the spatial sciences as well. Adjusting her glasses, the girl's eyes flashed with a hint of caution. You are Lu Chen, he declared, directly revealing his name while keenly observing her reaction. Indeed, her pupils dilated for a fleeting moment, though she quickly regained her composure. It did not escape the perceptive grasp of the Omniscient Eye. Ah, so you are Junior Lu? She managed a strained smile. I am Lin Xiaoyu, a sophomore. Greetings. Senior Lin. Lu Chen feigned ignorance of her unease. I heard the school is hosting a seminar on spatial studies soon? Ah, yes, Lin Xiaoyu replied, clearly disinterested. The specific date has yet to be determined. Suddenly, Lu Chen leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Is it true that only you were dispatched for the hunting ruins operation? Lin Xiaoyu's complexion shifted dramatically, the book in her grasp clattering to the floor. She sprang to her feet, her chair screeching against the ground, drawing the attention of nearby students. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating, she stammered, attempting to maintain her composure, though her voice trembled. Lu Chen bent down to retrieve the book, leisurely brushing off the dust. No need to be alarmed. I was merely jesting. Your reaction, however, is quite intriguing. Lin Xiaoyu snatched the book from his hands, hastily packing her bag. I have class. I must take my leave. Observing her panicked retreat, golden patterns flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. During their brief interaction, he had already marked her with a spatial signature, allowing him to track her via the shadow. Just then, his communicator vibrated again, revealing an encrypted message from Zhao Dafu. Discovered. Lin Xiaoyu is an alias. Her true name is Mou, a shadow cultivated by the Forbidden Objects Research Institute. Adept in mental manipulation. Lu Chen responded. Continue the investigation. Ascertain whom she has recently interacted with. Upon exiting the library, Lu Chen collided with Bai Xiaotao. The girl, sporting twin ponytails and clutching several hefty tomes, nearly crashed into him. Lu Chen, Bai Xiaotao exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. I was just looking for you. What brings you here, Senior Bai? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Bai Xiaotao leaned in conspiratorially, lowering her voice. I've heard whispers of outsiders infiltrating the school. You should be cautious. Lu Chen's interest piqued. Who informed you of this? My father, Bai Xiaotao replied matter-of-factly. He advised me to warn you against acting alone recently. Lu Chen pondered this revelation. It appeared the principal had also sensed the anomalies. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a disturbance in the spatial signature. Lin Xiaoyu was moving swiftly, heading outside the school grounds. Thank you, Senior. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Lu Chen hastily bid farewell and sought a secluded corner to summon the shadow. Track that signature. With a low growl, the shadow cleaved a rift in the air. Lu Chen stepped through, instantly materializing in the woods beyond the school's walls. Not far away, Lin Xiaoyu was engaged in conversation with a man clad in a black trench coat. New target scan. Identity, Level 2 Executor of the Forbidden Objects Research Institute. Strength, Sovereign 2 stars. Danger assessment, high. Lu Chen concealed his presence, utilizing the shadow's spatial cloaking abilities to draw nearer. Their dialogue drifted to his ears, confirmed the target possesses the open ruins. Capture her alive. The operation tomorrow night will deploy the Forbidden Object, 749. The man in black suddenly turned alert. Who is there? Lu Chen cursed under his breath, preparing to retreat, only to find the man's gaze had shifted past him, fixating on a figure emerging from the distant thicket, Xiao Yunhan. Just passing through, Xiao Yunhan stated expressionlessly. Lin Xiaoyu's face paled. It's his roommate. The man in black's eyes glinted with malice. Eliminate him. A confrontation loomed as the man drew forth a dark red dagger, its blade entwined with ominous black energy. Xiao Yunhan summoned his beast, the Night Shadow Wolf, emanating the aura of a Monarch 9-star. Lu Chen refrained from immediate action, opting instead to analyze the situation through the Omniscient Eye. Forbidden Object, 749, Blood Corrosion Blade. Effect: wounds cannot heal. Cost: continuous drain on the user's life force. Countermeasure: avoid contact. The man in black struck first, the blood blade carving an eerie arc through the air. Xiao Yunhan sidestepped, while the Night Shadow Wolf leapt from the shadows, only to be thwarted by an unexpectedly materializing spatial barrier. What? The man in black exclaimed, bewildered as he scanned his surroundings. Lu Chen then stepped from his concealment. 2 against 1 seems rather unfair, wouldn't you say? Lu Chen. Lin Xiaoyu gasped in astonishment. The man in black quickly regained his composure. Perfect. This saves us the trouble of finding you. The blood blade suddenly elongated, transforming into a 3-meter-long energy blade that swept toward Lu Chen. He neither dodged nor flinched, drawing forth the illusory blade. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated as the blood corrosion blade was parried, yet the black energy coiled around him like a living entity. Lu Chen had anticipated this, activating the extreme cold phoenix breath technique, the icy blue aura freezing the black energy. Shadow. The Void Dragon Lord surged forth from the contract space, unleashing a spatial rift aimed directly at the man in black. The latter scrambled to evade, but a piece of his sleeve was torn away, revealing an arm adorned with bizarre tattoos. Do all of you from the Forbidden Objects Research Institute have a penchant for such avant-garde artistry? Lu Chen quipped, his offensive unrelenting. The illusory blade, paired with the void blade intent, unleashed spatial tremors with each strike. The man in black found himself at a disadvantage, suddenly grinning wickedly. You think this is the end? He ripped open his trench coat, revealing a dark purple crystal embedded in his chest. Cracks appeared on the crystal's surface, a terrifying energy pulse radiating outward. Self-destructing forbidden object. Energy level, sovereign 5 stars. Explosion radius, 500 meters. Countdown, 10 seconds. Madman. Xiao Yunhan's expression turned grave. Lu Chen, however, remained remarkably composed. Little Chen. The temporal dragon flashed with silver light, triggering the time-stopping mechanism. The 10-second countdown froze in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen unleashed the open ruins ability, creating an isolated space around the man in black. Spatial banishment. The stilled explosion, along with the man in black, was cast into the chaotic currents of space. When time resumed its flow, only a stunned Lin Xiaoyu remained. Now, Lu Chen turned to her. It is your turn. Lin Xiaoyu's face drained of color as she suddenly bit down on a poison pouch hidden in her teeth. Xiao Yunhan rushed to intervene, but it was too late. She soon collapsed, frothing at the mouth. TSK, Lu Chen shook his head. Those from the Forbidden Objects Research Institute are rather ruthless with themselves. After inspecting the body, Xiao Yunhan remarked, no other clues. Not necessarily. Lu Chen knelt down, the Omniscient Eye locking onto Lin Xiaoyu's wrist. There. He discovered a nearly imperceptible micro-tattoo, a sequence of numbers. ID. E307. Affiliation, Field Group of the Forbidden Object Research Institute. Superior, Level A and above. Lu Chen noted down the number and sent it to Zhao Dafu. Investigate the relevant information regarding this number. On the way back to school, Xiao Yunhan suddenly inquired, why deliberately expose yourself to that Lin Xiaoyu? Fishing, Lu Chen replied with a smile. Since the Forbidden Object Research Institute wants to capture me, it is better to lure them out. That's too risky. With you all here, what is there to fear? Lu Chen patted his shoulder, by the way. Thanks for earlier. Xiao Yunhan turned his face away. Spare me. That evening, Zhao Dafu sent over the decrypted information. E307 affiliated with the Hunt Group, code name of the leader, professor, at least mythical level. Latest intelligence. The Forbidden Object Research Institute has dispatched a second wave. Lu Chen gazed at the intel, golden patterns swirling in his eyes. This game of cat and mouse has only just begun. Chapter 48. The Principal's Summons. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the dormitory where Lu Chen was seated in a meditative posture on his bed. Although he had triumphed in the encounter with the Forbidden Object Research Institute last night, it had not come without considerable exertion. He opened his eyes and accessed his data panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Beastmaster level, Dominator 4 stars, peak. Stamina, 6,800, 8,000, recovering. Mental power, Dominator 4 stars, critical point. Beast 1, Void Dragon Lord, Little Shadow. Strength, Dominator 5 stars, peak. Skill proficiency, Spatial Tear, 89. Beast 2, Time-Space Dragon, Little Cicada. New skill awakened, Time Rewind, beginner. Current abilities. Extreme Cold Phoenix Breath Technique. Rule level proficiency, 75. Void Blade Intent, minor accomplishment. Opening of the ruins, 3 remaining today, 3. Knock, knock, knock. A knock resounded. Xiao Yunhan entered, holding a gilded invitation from the principal's office. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and took it. The invitation bore the gilded words, come see me immediately, signed by Yuan Shan. By principal? Lu Chen pondered. It seems our incident last night has stirred him. Xiao Yunhan leaned against the doorframe. Do you need me to accompany you? No need. Lu Chen stood up to adjust his collar. If old Bai wanted to harm me, he would have acted long ago. The principal's office was located on the top floor of the administrative building. As Lu Chen ascended in the elevator, he noticed the walls were inscribed with spatial stability runes, clearly to prevent anyone from directly teleporting in. Ding! The elevator doors opened to reveal a corridor adorned with oil paintings. At the end stood a grand black door, intricately etched with a lifelike nine-tailed fox design. Just as Lu Chen approached, the door opened automatically. Come in, a gentle male voice beckoned. The office was exceedingly spacious, with a floor-to-ceiling window offering a panoramic view of the entire Jingbei University. Yuan Shan stood before the window, his back to the door. His silver-gray hair casually secured with a jade hairpin, his white robe immaculate. Sit down. He turned around, revealing a face that seemed ageless, with a few fine lines at the corners of his eyes adding to his scholarly demeanor. Lu Chen casually plopped down on the sofa. What does the principal want with me? Yuan Shan smiled slightly and slid a small wooden box from his drawer. First, take a look at this. The box opened to reveal a rusted bronze nail, its surface covered in strange patterns. Forbidden object fluctuations detected. Name, bone corroding nail, fragment. Level, rule level. Effect: seals all abilities of the target. Cost: the user endures equivalent pain. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. This is 20 years ago. I used it to save your father's life. Bai Yuanshan said softly. Regrettably, it was still a step too late. Lu Chen abruptly looked up. What do you mean? Bai Yuanshan moved to the window, facing away from Lu Chen. Didn't your father tell you? Well, he has that stubborn temperament. With a sigh, he continued. Back then, we were investigating a piece of forbidden object from another continent when we were ambushed. I was held by 3 mythical level enemies, and by the time I broke free, your father was already gravely injured, and your mother. He turned back. A flicker of pain in his eyes was swept away by a spatial rift. Lu Chen's fingers instinctively tightened around the armrest of the sofa. His father had never mentioned these details. Whenever he inquired about his mother, he was only told that the time was not right. So your father harbors hatred towards you? Lu Chen's voice was slightly hoarse. Bai Yuanshan offered a bitter smile. He believes I deliberately delayed. For all these years, I have been pursuing the whereabouts of that group of people, but the clues are scarce. He gestured towards the bone-corroding nail. Take this. It might come in handy. Lu Chen did not take it. The principal did not summon me today merely to recount tales, did he? Astute. Bai Yuanshan returned to his desk. There are 2 matters. First, I will handle the situation with the Forbidden Object Research Institute. They will not disturb you for the time being. Second, he opened a drawer and retrieved a document. The National Beastmaster competition begins in 2 weeks. I have reserved a recommendation spot for you at Jingbei University. Lu Chen took the document and skimmed it. The rewards list for the national competition was astonishing. Top-tier evolution materials, rights to use forbidden objects, and qualifications to enter the core area of the Tianqiu. Why me? Lu Chen closed the document, noting that there were many stronger individuals than him at the school. Bai Yuanshan smiled knowingly. Because you resemble your father the most. He rose, saying that during this time leading up to the competition, prepare well. The school's resources are at your disposal. Lu Chen toyed with the bone-corroding nail and suddenly asked, does the principal know the origins of opening of the ruins? Bai Yuanshan's movements subtly paused. The inheritance of the Tianqiu secret realm. What of it? Nothing much. Lu Chen stood, putting the bone-corroding nail away. He was merely curious. Before leaving, Lu Chen paused at the door. Principal, if I uncover clues about those people, notify me. Bai Yuanshan's voice turned grave. This time, I will not fail. Exiting the administrative building, Lu Chen let out a long breath. The information he had received today was overwhelming. He needed time to digest it. Suddenly, his communicator vibrated. It was an encrypted message from Zhao Dafu. Found it. The superior code name for E-307 is Professor. Real name Qin Wuyan, the 3rd in command of the Forbidden Object Research Institute. Latest intelligence. He is mobilizing manpower, suspected of attempting to forcefully invade Jingbei. Lu Chen scoffed coldly and replied, do not concern yourself. The principal will handle it. Gather comprehensive information on opponents for the national competition. Just as he sent the message, a pink figure rushed past him, nearly colliding into him. Lu Chen, Bai Xiaotao stood defiantly in front of him, her cheeks puffed up in anger. Have you seen my dad? Is he being all mysterious again? Lu Chen looked at the principal's daughter and suddenly remembered something. Senior Bai, may I ask you something? What weapon does your father usually use? Bai Xiaotao tilted her head in thought. The 9-tailed fox, his destined beast. But she lowered her voice. I heard my mother say that when Dad was young, he used a very sinister sword, but it was sealed later. Why was it sealed? I don't know. Bai Xiaotao shook her head. Mom said that sword devours the user's memories. Lu Chen pondered thoughtfully. It seems Bai Yuanshan harbors many secrets. Upon returning to his dormitory, Xiao Yunhan was absent. Lu Chen locked the door, took out the bone-corroding nail, and examined it closely. Beneath its rusted surface, faint, intricate runes were discernible. He employed the eye of all things to scan, discovering that the internal structure was extraordinarily intricate. Bone-corroding nail, fragmented. Completeness, 63. Repair plan, requires 9 nether dark iron, stardust. Post-repair effect, can temporarily seal mythic tier targets. Lu Chen stowed the bone-corroding nail into his storage ring and retrieved the information regarding the national competition for perusal. Past champions were predominantly of mythic tier. This year, one could only wonder what prodigies would participate. It was imperative to hasten the enhancement of his strength, he murmured to himself. Xiaoying poked her head out from the contract space, affectionately nuzzling against his face. Lu Chen affectionately ruffled the dragon's head. Do you wish to try out a new technique? In the training ground, Lu Chen summoned 2 of his beast companions. Xiaoying spread her wings, with spatial ripples swirling around her. Xiao Chan hovered in midair, silver threads of temporal power radiating outward like ripples. Xiaoying. Attempt to combine spatial tier and void barrier. The void dragon lord emitted a low roar, sweeping his claws, and a spatial rift with defensive properties suddenly manifested, not only tearing the target, but also devouring all counterattacks. New skill generated, Void Rift. Effect, integrated attack and defense. Rating, rule level. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction and turned to Xiao Chan. To what extent can you employ time rewind? The Dragon of Time sang softly, enveloping a training dummy in silvery light. The wounds on the dummy began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, but after merely 3 seconds, they crumbled once more. Time rewind, beginner. Effect, localized time reversal of 3 seconds. Consumption, enormous. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Not bad. It could save a life in critical moments, Lu Chen said, patting Xiao Chan's head. Training continued until dusk, and Lu Chen, drenched in sweat, sat on the ground to rest. His communicator buzzed again. This time it was Chun-san. Brother Chun, I just learned that this year's competition features a monster who has reached 9-star dominator at the age of 16. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow in response. Send me the details. Shortly after, a detailed dossier arrived. Name, Yi Wuju. Age, 16. Beastmaster level, 9-star dominator. Beast 1, Abyssal Demon Tiger, 9-star dominator. Beast 2, unknown. Background, direct descendant of the Yi family, suspected of possessing a forbidden item. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. A 16-year-old 9-star dominator was indeed a formidable rival. However, it was intriguing. A smile, brimming with fighting spirit, curled at the corners of his mouth. This was indeed interesting. Chapter 49, A Gathering of Heroes. In the deep of night within the dormitory, 5 holographic projection files floated before Lu Chen. Each dossier bore the striking red label of top secret. Zhao Dafu had just procured these documents through a special channel from the Heavenly Secret Tower and was currently reporting via encrypted communication. Brother Chen. The depth of this national competition is far beyond our expectations. Lu Chen lightly tapped his fingertip, and the first file unfurled. Magic Capital Beastmaster University Representative Team. Seed Player, Wei Wuxin, Team Captain. Age, 17. Beastmaster level, 8-star dominator. Beast 1, Shadow Flame Tiger, 9-star dominator. Beast 2, Shadow Dragon King, 7-star dominator. Special ability, suspected mastery over the Dark Principle. Achievements, single-handedly eliminated a mythic-level beast den. The projection depicted a youth clad in black, his gaze sharp as an eagle, with 2 fierce dark-type beasts floating behind him. Lu Chen noted the bone ring adorning his left ring finger, etched with strange runes. Dark Principle? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, finding it quite intriguing. The second dossier automatically opened. Northwest Comprehensive University Representative Team. Seed Player, Lan Xing, age, 16. Beastmaster level, 7-star dominator. Beast, Ice Crystal Phoenix, 8-star dominator. Bloodline, Pure Fire Phoenix Bloodline. Special ability, Absolute Zero Domain. Weakness, insufficient sustained combat ability. In the projection, a blue-haired girl stood atop the Ice Phoenix, with the surrounding air crystallizing into fine shards of ice. Lu Chen gazed longer. Her proficiency in ice magic likely rivaled that of Su Qinghua. Brother Chen, focus on the third one, Zhao Dafu urged. The third dossier flickered open. Jiangnan Beastmaster University Representative Team. Seed Player, Enan Lewis. Age, 16. Beastmaster level, 9-star dominator, peak. Beast, Golden Sacred Dragon, 9-star dominator. Bloodline, Royal Bloodline of the Western Dragon Clan. Special ability, Dragon Language Magic. Background, Western Noble. Suspected of possessing family forbidden items. The projection showcased a golden-haired girl, arrogantly tilting her head, with a magnificent golden dragon spiraling beside her. Lu Chen observed the pendant hanging around her neck, clearly a miniature forbidden item. The Golden Sacred Dragon, Lu Chen squinted, akin to Xiao Ying's kin. Xiao Ying emerged from the contract space, disdainfully snorting at the sight of the Golden Sacred Dragon in the projection. The fourth dossier was a team report, Beastmaster Alliance Representative Team. Characteristics. All 5 members are above 5-star dominator. Tactics, perfect coordination. Killer move, combination field technique. Threat level, S-class. The final dossier made Lu Chen sit up straight. Southwest Military University Representative Team. Seed Player, Lin Zhan. Age, 18. Beastmaster level, 9-star dominator. Beast, War Giant Beast, 9-star dominator. Special ability, Battlefield Domination, enhances all attributes of allied forces within range by 30. Background, a war machine secretly cultivated by the military. The projection displayed a young man with a buzz cut, his expression impassive, standing behind a towering steel beast 3 stories high, equipped with what appeared to be forbidden-level weaponry. Lu Chen closed the projection, rubbing his temples. Is there any more detailed information? That's all for now. Zhao Dafu's voice carried a hint of helplessness. The data from the Southwest Military University and Jiangnan Beastmaster University is too difficult to obtain. Their confidentiality level is exceedingly high. That's sufficient. Lu Chen summoned his data panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Beastmaster level, 4-star dominator, peak. Stamina, 8,000, 8,000. Mental strength, 5-star dominator, on the verge of breakthrough. Beast 1, Void Dragon Lord, Xiaoying. Strength, peak 5-star dominator. New skill, Void Rift, rule level. Beast 2, Dragon of Time, Xiaochan. New skill, Time Rewind, beginner. Current shortcomings. Overall level is relatively low, insufficient sustained combat ability. In comparison, aside from the remarkable potential of his two beasts, he indeed lacked advantages in other areas. Especially that Yi Wuju, a 16-year-old 9-star dominator, was simply absurd. Brother Chen, there's one more piece of news. Zhao Dafu lowered his voice. The Forbidden Item Research Institute has been unusually quiet lately. Principal Bai may have truly subdued them. Lu Chen snorted lightly. The old fox strikes with precision and decisiveness. He shifted the topic. Have you made any progress on the materials I requested? The 9 nether mysterious iron has appeared in the black market, but its price has been driven to exorbitant heights. The starry sand is even more troublesome, as it is said to be found only deep within the Tianshu secret realm. Lu Chen furrowed his brows. Indeed. The materials for repairing the corroded bone nail are hard to come by. However, setting aside the materials for now, he stood up. I will enter seclusion for the next 2 weeks. Continue gathering intelligence, especially the battle recordings of these individuals. After terminating the communication, Lu Chen was about to summon his beast for training when the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open. Xiao Yunhan entered, carrying a metallic box, which he casually tossed to Lu Chen. What is this? Lu Chen caught the box, feeling its weight. The principal sent it, Xiao Yunhan stated succinctly. It's an investment. Lu Chen opened the box, and his pupils constricted sharply. Inside lay 10 meticulously arranged top-tier mental power potions, 3 vials of dragon blood essence, and a fist-sized silver ore. Detected, starry sand. Purity, 92. Weight, sufficient to repair the corroded bone nail by 30. Old Bai is really investing heavily, Lu Chen whistled. Did he say anything? Xiao Yunhan shook his head and turned to leave, but paused. Do you need a sparring partner? Lu Chen grinned. I'm in need of a punching bag. Training ground, night. Xiao Yunhan's Dark Knight Demon Wolf lurked in the shadows, poised to launch a lethal strike at any moment. Lu Chen, however, stood with his eyes closed, the illusory blade hanging at his side. Are you not going to attack? Xiao Yunhan frowned. Waiting for an opportunity, Lu Chen replied with a slight smile. Just as his words fell, the Dark Knight Demon Wolf lunged from behind. Yet Lu Chen remained motionless until the wolf's claws were about to reach his back. Open void. The spatial rules within a 10-meter radius instantaneously altered. The Dark Knight Demon Wolf's movements became excruciatingly slow, as if struggling in glue. Lu Chen turned around, the illusory blade lightly tapping the wolf's nose. You've lost. Xiao Yunhan's pupils constricted. Is this the true application of open void? Not quite, Lu Chen replied, releasing his ability. Currently, I can only alter fundamental physical rules. I have yet to master anything more complex. For the next few hours, the two engaged in continuous sparring. Xiao Yunhan's shadow abilities were elusive, forcing Lu Chen to frequently employ open void and time reversal. By the early hours, Lu Chen's data panel had changed. Open void proficiency, 4,558. Time reversal duration, 3. 5 seconds. Stamina consumption, decreased by 15. Let's call it a day. Lu Chen slumped to the ground, drenched in sweat. Xiao Yunhan was also panting, while the Dark Knight Demon Wolf lay beside them, tongue lolling. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yunhan suddenly asked, why do you push yourself so hard? Lu Chen gazed at the ceiling of the training ground. Have you seen the profiles of those competitors? Yes. I don't want to lose, Lu Chen murmured. Especially not to embarrass the old man. Xiao Yunhan appeared contemplative. He understood who Lu Chen referred to as the old man, the once mighty Void Blade Saint, Lu Shan. On the way back to the dormitory, Lu Chen's communicator buzzed again. This time, it was by Xiao Tao. Lu Chen. My dad asked me to tell you to visit the Secret Realm Management Office tomorrow. He has arranged for a special training room for you. What type? A time flow adjustment room. Bai Xiaotao exclaimed. 1 day outside equals 3 days inside. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. This was precisely what he needed. After ending the call, he suddenly remembered something and turned to Xiao Yunhan. Old Xiao, are you participating in the competition? Xiao Yunhan shook his head. The school has other arrangements. What a pity, Lu Chen shrugged. Otherwise, we could team up and sweep the competition. Xiao Yunhan smiled rarely. When you win the championship, treat me. Absolutely. The next morning, Lu Chen stood at the entrance of the Secret Realm Management Office. The administrator was a bald old man who squinted at him. You are Lu Chen? That's me. The old man handed him a silver token. Third training room. You can stay for 2 weeks, which equates to 6 weeks inside. Exceeding the time will result in a forced ejection. That should suffice. The training room was a pure white space, with a massive hourglass floating in the center. The sand falling at a rate 3 times slower than normal. Lu Chen summoned 2 of his beasts, Xiaoying, Xiaochan. It's time for special training. For 6 weeks, he aimed to elevate his strength to contend with those monsters. Chapter 50. Time and Space Intertwined. In the time training room, Lu Chen stood in the center of the pure white space, a control panel hovering before him. With a flick of his fingertip, the space immediately warped and transformed into an icebound canyon. The icy wind howled, and distant wolf howls echoed. Simulated scene, Frost Canyon. Simulated beast, Frost Giant Wolf, boss level 3 star. Traits, extreme cold resistance, group combat. Weaknesses, fire element, space element. Xiaoying, Xiaochan, Lu Chen called softly. And the 2 beasts leaped from the contract space. Xiaoying spread its dragon wings, ripples of spatial energy flowing over its scales. Xiaochan floated in midair, silver time energy radiating like ripples. Go, Dad. Xiaochan affectionately nuzzled Lu Chen's cheek. Lu Chen's face flushed slightly, and he coughed. Focus. No sooner had he spoken than 7 ice-blue giant wolves charged forth from the depths of the canyon. Each stood 3 meters tall, drooling icy saliva from their fangs. They surrounded him in a fan shape, frost spreading beneath their paws. Time and space intertwine, Lu Chen murmured. Xiaoying's dragon eyes flashed, and the space before it twisted abruptly, unleashing 3 spatial slashes that howled forward. Simultaneously, Xiaochan softly chanted, enveloping the foremost 3 giant wolves in silver light. Their movements instantly slowed, as if mired in glue. Clang! The illusory blade unsheathed, and Lu Chen's figure darted like lightning, delivering a horizontal slash. Where the blade passed, fine cracks appeared in space. The trio of giant wolves, caught off guard by the time slowdown, were cleaved in half. The remaining 4 wolves, enraged, lunged forward, spewing icy breath. Lu Chen did not evade. Xiaoying immediately unfurled a void barrier, deflecting all the breath. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen altered his blade's momentum. Void blade technique, soaring phoenix. The blade glimmered like a fleeting phoenix, moving so swiftly that its trajectory was nearly imperceptible. The 4 giant wolves froze simultaneously, and then a torrent of ice-blue blood erupted from their necks as they crashed to the ground. Battle evaluation, perfect. Time taken, 47 seconds. Consumption, stamina 12, mental power 15. Suggestion, enhance group combat efficiency. Lu Chen accessed his data panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Beastmaster level, boss 4 star, peak. Stamina, 7050, 8000. Mental power, 6800, 8000. Beast 1, Void Dragon Master, Xiaoying. Space tier proficiency, 9193. Beast 2, Time Space Dragon, Xiaochan. Time stasis proficiency, 8588. New combined technique, time and space intertwined, beginner. The collaboration is not yet smooth enough. Lu Chen ruffled the heads of his 2 beasts, resting for 10 minutes before the next round. 10 minutes later, the space transformed once again, this time into a burning forest. The heat wave washed over him, and the trees crackled in the flames. Simulated scene, blazing forest. Simulated beast, fiery demon fox, ruler 4 stars. Traits, enchanting talent, flame manipulation. Weakness, ice type, temporal interference. Father, be cautious. This vile fox has the power to beguile. Little Chen vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Lu Chen nodded, activating the eye of all things. Indeed, from the depths of the forest emerged a demon fox, resplendent in crimson. Its size comparable to that of an ordinary fox, yet its 9 tails danced like flames. Its eyes glimmered, emanating an eerie mental wave. Enchanting wave detected. Intensity, ruler 4 stars peak. Resistance method, focused mental energy. Lu Chen was well prepared, the extreme cold phoenix breath circulating within him, an icy blue aura enveloping his mental sea. Just as he was about to act, the demon fox vanished, and in the next heartbeat, 9 pillars of fire erupted from the ground. Xiaoying, the Void Dragon Lord roared, unfurling his wings, instantly forming a spatial barrier that kept the fire pillars at bay. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen thrust the illusory blade towards the true form of the demon fox. Time reversal, Xiaochan suddenly exclaimed. The demon fox's movements bizarrely reversed by half a second, colliding perfectly with Lu Chen's blade. However, when the blade passed through, it only cut through an afterimage. An illusion? Lu Chen's pupils contracted. The real demon fox appeared behind him, its 9 tails coiling like chains. In a moment of peril, a cold smile crept upon Lu Chen's lips. I've been waiting for you. Void opening. Within a 10-meter radius, the laws of physics shifted instantaneously, flames extinguished, gravity vanished. The demon fox's tail attacks slowed dramatically. Lu Chen turned, a shadowy spatial rift coalescing upon the blade. One blade flow void sever. The blade flashed, cleaving through space as if it were mere cloth. The demon fox emitted a wretched scream, half of its body consumed by the spatial rift, the remaining part stumbling back. It's time to end this. Lu Chen afforded it no respite, invoking temporal spatial interplay. Xiao Ying and Xiao Chan exerted their strength simultaneously, merging spatial slashes with the blade of time, forming a distorted temporal rift that completely engulfed the demon fox. Battle assessment, excellent. Duration, 1 minute 22 seconds. Consumption, stamina 18, mental energy 23. Comprehension, advanced use of temporal spatial interplay. Lu Chen exhaled deeply, reviewing the latest data. Beast Master level, ruler 5 stars, breakthrough. Stamina cap, 8,000 9,000. Mental energy, ruler 5 stars. Void opening duration, 10 seconds 12 seconds. Time reversal, 5 seconds 7 seconds. New skill, Void Blade Intent Consolidation, can briefly freeze spatial rifts. Father, you look so handsome. Little Chan joyfully twirled around him. That strike was magnificent. Lu Chen's cheeks flushed, and he coughed lightly. I still have a long way to go. Over the next 5 days, Lu Chen relentlessly challenged increasingly formidable simulated beasts. After each battle, he meticulously analyzed the data and adjusted his tactics. By the 6th day, his panel had undergone significant transformation. Beast Master level, ruler 5 stars, breakthrough. Stamina cap, 8,000 9,000. Mental energy, ruler 5 stars. Void opening duration, 10 seconds 12 seconds. Time reversal, 5 seconds 7 seconds. New skill, Void Blade Intent Consolidation, can briefly freeze spatial rifts. On the morning of the 7th day, Lu Chen resolved to test his limits. He set the ruler 6 stars Thunder Demon Eagle as his adversary. This beast was renowned for its speed, with attacks that inflicted paralysis. In less than 10 seconds into the battle, Lu Chen found himself at a disadvantage. The speed of the demon eagle exceeded expectations. A flash of lightning tore through the air, leaving a gash on his left shoulder, electric currents coursing throughout his body. Damn it! Lu Chen half knelt on the ground. His muscles rendered uncontrollable due to paralysis. Xiao Ying and Xiao Chan were likewise ensnared in a web of lightning, unable to break free. The demon eagle circled above, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. In this critical moment, Lu Chen suddenly smiled. It seems I must resort to that technique. He resisted the paralysis with great effort, embedding the illusory blade into the ground, his hands forming an intricate seal. The extreme cold phoenix breath and void blade intent began to merge, intertwining icy blue and shadowy spatial energies along the blade. Ice Soul Temporal Pull. Centered around the illusory blade, countless black ice crystals coalesced from thin air. Within these ice crystals, micro-level spatial jumps occurred incessantly. The demon eagle dove down, colliding directly into the field of ice crystals. Crack! The demon eagle's body was pierced by thousands of spatial needles, instantly riddled with wounds. Battle assessment, ultimate victory. Comprehension, fusion technique Ice Soul Temporal Pull. Evaluation, capable of contending against ruler 7 stars beasts. Lu Chen collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. Little Chan nuzzled against him. Father, you're working too hard. There's no room for complacency. Lu Chen ruffled her hair. The monsters outside will show no mercy. After a brief rest, he reviewed the opponent data for the national tournament once more. Yi Wujiao, Wei Wuxin, and Lan Xing were all above ruler 7 stars in strength. Although he had made rapid progress, there remained a gap. With only a week left, Lu Chen clenched his fists. This was sufficient. That evening, he discovered a hidden compartment in the corner of the training room. Upon opening it, he found a piece of pitch-black metal and a small pouch of silver granules. 9 nether underworld iron. Stellar sand. Weight. Sufficient to restore 50 of the bone corrosion nail. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Old boy, I'll remember this favor. He immediately set about repairing the bone corrosion nail. As the two materials fused, more runes gradually emerged on the surface of the rusted nail. The emanating forbidden energy grew increasingly potent. Bone corrosion nail repair progress, 63/78. New effect, can briefly seal catastrophic level targets, 10 seconds. Grasping the restored bone corrosion nail, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. This would become one of his trump cards against those aberrations. The hourglass in the training room indicated that 2 weeks had passed outside, while 6 weeks had elapsed within. Lu Chen gazed at his transformed self and his companion beasts with satisfaction, nodding. It's time to emerge. Chapter 51. The national tournament commences. The central arena of Jingbei Beastmaster University, a circular venue with a diameter of 3 kilometers, was filled to capacity. Holographic projections suspended in the air cycled through highlights from past tournaments, eliciting bursts of exclamations from the audience. Lu Chen stood within the contestant passage, peering through the gaps at the bustling scene outside. Behind him were the other 9 members of the Jingbei team, including Bai Xiaotao and Xiao Yunhan. Nervous? Bai Xiaotao poked Lu Chen's shoulder. I've heard that Wei Wuxin from Modu is gunning for the championship. Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. I'm more curious about the background of the Golden Holy Dragon's master. Anan Lewis, a mixed blood. Xiao Yunhan added in a low voice. It is said to be a union of Western Beastmaster families and Eastern Beastmasters. Having reached the peak of Ruler 9 stars at just 16 years of age, just as Lu Chen was about to respond, a thunderous cannonade erupted within the arena. 7 colored beams of light surged skyward from the periphery of the arena, intertwining in the air to form a colossal emblem of the school. It's about to begin. Lu Chen adjusted his collar and summoned his latest data panel. Name: Lu Chen. Age: 15. Beastmaster level: Dominator 5 stars, Pinnacle. Stamina: 8,800, 9,000. Mental power: 8,500, 9,000. Pet 1: Void Dragon Lord, Little Shadow. Strength: Dominator 6 stars. Space tier proficiency: 97. Pet 2: Time Space Dragon, Little Cicada. Time stasis proficiency: 93. New skill: Time Space Rewind, Beginner. The holographic projection transformed into the image of the host, a middle-aged gentleman clad in a silver suit, hovering at the center of the venue. Esteemed guests, welcome to the 47th National College Beastmaster Competition. This prestigious event is hosted by the Beijing North Beastmaster University, featuring 320 elite competitors from 32 institutions. The audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers akin to a roaring tsunami. The host raised his hand to signal for silence, continuing, First, let us welcome the seated contestants from each school to the stage. The first to emerge was Wei Wuxin from the Magic City Beastmaster University. A tall youth clad in black stepped forth with measured grace. His countenance was stern, with a ghastly scar marring his left eye. With his entrance, the temperature in the venue seemed to plummet several degrees. Wei Wuxin, aged 17, a Dominator 8 stars Beastmaster. He commands a Dominator 9 stars Shadow Flame Tiger and a Dominator 7 stars Shadow Dragon King. He has single-handedly vanquished a mythic tier abyssal beast. The holographic projection simultaneously displayed scenes of Wei Wuxin's battles. A beast, comparable in size to a small mountain, collapsed before him, its carcass incinerated by shadow flames. With an impassive expression, Wei Wuxin strode to his designated position, followed closely by the other 9 members of the Magic City team. Next, from Northwest Comprehensive University, came Lan Xing. A girl in blue with a high ponytail advanced confidently, accompanied by a crystalline ice phoenix that floated beside her. Lan Xing, aged 16. A Dominator 7 stars Beastmaster. She possesses a purebred ice phoenix and has survived alone in the Arctic Circle for 3 months. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, activating the Eye of All Things. Ice Phoenix. Strength: Dominator 7 stars Pinnacle. Trait: Absolute 0. Weakness: Time System. The third contestant was Anan Lewis from Jiangnan Beastmaster University. The lights dimmed abruptly, and a golden beam descended from the heavens. Within the beam, a golden-haired, blue-eyed hybrid girl emerged gracefully, flanked by a golden holy dragon with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. Anan Lewis, aged 16, a Dominator 9 stars Pinnacle Beastmaster. She commands a purebred Western golden holy dragon. She is the youngest recipient of the title Dragon Speaker in the nation. The golden holy dragon unleashed a deafening roar, causing many spectators to blanch. Lu Chen noticed Little Shadow and Little Cicada tense up simultaneously. The clash of Eastern and Western dragons, he murmured, how intriguing. The fourth contestant, representing the Yi family, was Yi Wujiao. A youth in white led a team of 9, his strikingly handsome features almost ethereal, a pitch-black longsword sheathed at his waist. Yi Wujiao, aged 16, a Dominator 9 stars Beastmaster. He commands a Dominator 9 stars Abyssal Demon Tiger. His elder brother, Yi Wuchen, is regarded as the foremost among the contemporary youth. Lu Chen observed Yi Wujiao's gaze linger on Anan Lewis for a moment, a flicker of battle intent in his eyes. Finally, the host school, Beijing North Beastmaster University, Lu Chen. The corridor doors slowly opened, and the blinding sunlight caused Lu Chen to squint slightly. Taking a deep breath, he led his team to the center of the arena. Lu Chen, aged 15, a Dominator 5 stars Beastmaster. He possesses a Dominator 6 stars Void Dragon Lord and a Time Space Dragon. He is the youngest captain in the history of the national competition. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Lu Chen noticed Su Qinghue in the front row nodding slightly at him, while Zhao Dafu beside her waved a fluorescent sign that read Brother Lu will prevail with wild abandon. Now, let the captains from each school come forward to draw lots. Lu Chen and the other 4 captains approached the central platform. The drawing device hovered in the air, emanating a soft blue glow. The first round will be a tournament-style draw. The host explained, each contestant will be randomly matched against an opponent, and the battle environment will be determined by real-time voting from the audience. The victor advances, while the defeated enter the resurrection match. Wei Wuxin drew first, obtaining number 001. Lan Xing drew number 016. When it was An Lewis's turn, she drew a member from the Yi family. Yi Wujiao drew the second seed from Jiangnan. Lu Chen, please draw. Lu Chen placed his hand on the drawing device, and the screen rapidly scrolled before finally settling. Magic City Beastmaster University, Wei Wuxin. A gasp rippled through the crowd. A seeded matchup in the first round is exceedingly rare in the history of this competition. Wei Wuxin finally displayed his first expression of the day, a cold smile gracing his lips as he made a slashing gesture across his throat towards Lu Chen. Unfazed, Lu Chen merely patted his waist where the illusory blade rested. The host excitedly announced, the first round spotlight battle. Beijing North Lu Chen versus Magic City Wei Wuxin. The match will commence in half an hour. Now, audience, please vote for the battle environment. The holographic projection displayed 5 options: Lava Land, Extreme Ice Wasteland, Shadow Canyon, Time-Space Turbulence, and Primal Jungle. Lu Chen returned to his team, and by shout-out anxiously grasped his arm. Wei Wuxin can take down Calamity-level monsters single-handedly. Are you confident? It's a 50-50 chance, Lu Chen smiled. It's just the right opportunity to test my new technique. Xiao Yunhan handed him a vial of blue potion. Mental recovery potion enhances mental power recovery speed by 10. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Chen downed it, and the mental power value on his data panel began to rise slowly. By this time, the voting results were in. Time-Space Turbulence, garnering 42 of the votes. Lu Chen's eyes brightened at this environment, favorable for Little Shadow and Little Cicada. The host's voice resonated once more. Contestants, please prepare. The match is about to begin. Other contestants, please proceed to the observation seats. Lu Chen walked alone towards the central arena, where the terrain had begun to transform. The previously smooth ground was now riddled with countless spatial rifts, and the flow of time in different areas became chaotic, with some accelerating and others decelerating. Wei Wuxin stood opposite him, coldly remarking, to be a captain at 15, has Beijing North no one else? Age does not equate to strength. Lu Chen replied with a smile, just as scars do not denote handsomeness. A flicker of cold light flashed in Wei Wuxin's eyes, the scar on his left eye twitching slightly. I hope you can still talk back like that later. The referee hovered between the two. Match rules. The contest continues until one party concedes or loses combat capability. Intentional death is prohibited. Now begin. Shadow Flame Tiger. Wei Wuxin commanded, as a black giant tiger over 5 meters in size materialized, its body adorned with eerie dark purple flames. Lu Chen simultaneously summoned Little Shadow, Little Cicada. The Void Dragon Lord and Time-Space Dragon appeared in midair, their contrasting black and silver forms standing out vividly amidst the time-space turbulence. With Dominator 6 stars against 9 stars, Lu Chen gripped the illusory blade tightly, realizing he would need to employ some strategy. Wei Wuxin launched the first attack, Shadow Devour. The Shadow Flame Tiger opened its massive maw, unleashing a dark purple fire pillar 3 meters in diameter that twisted the very fabric of space. Void Barrier. Little Shadow spread its wings, a spatial shield forming instantaneously. Yet, at the moment the fire pillar made contact with the barrier, it began to corrode the spatial energy. The shadow flames can consume energy, Wei Wuxin scoffed. Your spatial defense is futile. Lu Chen remained calm and unhurried. Little Chen, the dragon of time and space, emitted a melodious roar, enveloping the arena in a silvery radiance, as time rewound itself. The shadow flames bizarrely retreated into the tiger's maw. And at this moment, Little Shadow launched a counterattack, tear the space apart. 3 spatial rifts, arranged in a triangular formation, surged towards the Shadow Flame Tiger. Wei Wuxin let out a cold snort, Shadow Leap. The Shadow Flame Tiger instantaneously vanished from its original spot, reappearing 10 meters behind Lu Chen, its claws descending with the force to rend the air. Open the void. The physical laws within a 10-meter radius abruptly shifted, causing the speed of the tiger's claws to diminish dramatically. Lu Chen pivoted and struck with a blade, executing the void drawing sword technique, startling Swan. The blade glimmered like lightning, yet just as it was about to connect, it was intercepted by an unexpectedly materializing shadow, the dominator of the 7 stars, the Shadow Dragon King. 2 against 1. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. The rules permit it. Wei Wuxin remarked coldly, Yield, you are no match for me. Lu Chen suddenly chuckled. Who said I possess only 2 beasts? In the astonished gaze of Wei Wuxin, Lu Chen retrieved the bone-corroding nail from the Beastmaster space, the forbidden item. with a repair degree of 78, emanating a heart-pounding aura. A forbidden item? Wei Wuxin's expression finally changed. How could you possibly wield a forbidden item? A secret. Lu Chen tossed the bone-corroding nail into the air. Little shadow, temporal lock. The Void Dragon Lord and the Dragon of Time simultaneously exerted their power. The dual effects of spatial solidification and temporal stasis momentarily immobilizing the two shadow-type beasts. Bone-corroding nail seal. The pitch-black nail transformed into a streak of light, accurately piercing the forehead of the shadow flame tiger. The Dominator of 9 Stars beast let out a pained roar, its power sealed by more than half. Now it's fair. Lu Chen flicked the illusory blade. Shall we continue? Wei Wuxin's expression darkened like water. Do you think this will allow you to win? Shadow Dragon King, Shadow Canopy. The Shadow Dragon King unfurled its wings, plunging the entire arena into absolute darkness, even muffling the gasps of the audience. In the darkness, Lu Chen heard Wei Wuxin's voice echoing from all directions. In the dark, I am the master. Lu Chen closed his eyes. The eye of all things operating at full capacity. Found you. Frost crystal time drawl black ice crystals, merging the forces of extreme cold and space. Erupted in the darkness, precisely striking Wei Wuxin's location. As the darkness dissipated, silence enveloped the arena. Wei Wuxin knelt on one knee, a wound piercing through his chest, while the Shadow Dragon King was pinned to the ground by the ice crystal, and the Shadow Flame Tiger continued to struggle against the seal of the bone-corroding nail. The referee paused for 2 seconds before announcing, "The match is over. The victor is Lu Chen from Jingbei Beastmaster University." The audience erupted into deafening cheers. Lu Chen retracted the bone-corroding nail and little shadow, stepping forward to extend his hand to Wei Wuxin. A splendid battle. Wei Wuxin stared at his hand for several seconds before suddenly smiling. Interesting. I will remember you. He clasped Lu Chen's hand and rose. Next time. It won't be so simple. Upon returning to his team, Bai Xiaodao rushed over excitedly. So cool. How could you even use a forbidden item? A secret weapon? Lu Chen winked, but I can't use it again in a short time. He checked the status of the bone-corroding nail. Bone-corroding nail, repair degree, 78. 72, cooldown, 48 hours. Xiao Yunhan handed him a towel. The next opponent has appeared. It's Yi Tian from the Yi family. Lu Chen gazed towards the spectator area, locking eyes with Yi Wujiao's icy glare. The latter mouthed, "You're doomed." It seemed trouble had found him. Lu Chen wiped his sweat and smiled. But this is what makes it interesting, isn't it? Chapter 52, A Clash of Dragons and Tigers. In the medical room of Jingbei Beastmaster University, Lu Chen was examining the status of the bone-corroding nail. The forbidden item, with a repair degree of 72, displayed dark red patterns on its surface, as if alive and slowly writhing. Using it once dropped its repair degree by 6, Lu Chen frowned. Seems I need to use it sparingly. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside the door, and Bai Xiaodao burst in. Lu Chen, quickly come watch the match. The Golden Holy Dragon is about to make its move. Lu Chen stowed the bone-corroding nail and hurried after Bai Xiaodao to the central arena. On the way, he brought up the latest data panel. Name, Lu Chen, age, 15, Beastmaster level, Dominator 5 stars, peak. Stamina, 8,200, 9,000, recovering. Mental power, 7,800. 9,000. Void Blade intent, refinement degree, 42. Extreme Cold Phoenix Breath technique. Rule level, minor success. Bone-corroding nail cooldown, 36 hours, 48 hours. The arena was filled to capacity. The audience's cheers nearly overturning the roof. A holographic projection replayed the morning's match segments. Xiao Yunhan narrowly lost to a hidden contestant from the Beastmaster Alliance. Yet the Shadow Demon Wolf's desperate strike inflicted considerable damage on the opponent. Whereas Xiao Yunhan, Lu Chen surveyed the surroundings. In the medical room, Bai Xiaodao pointed to the large screen. Look, it's about to be Yin and Lewis versus Yi Wuhan. In the center of the arena, the host passionately announced. Next match, Jiangnan Beastmaster University, S. Yin and Lewis versus Yi family's Yi Wuhan. A golden beam descended from the heavens as the mixed-race girl elegantly stepped forth. She donned a platinum and white combat outfit today, accentuating her figure exquisitely. Opposite her, Yi Wuhan was clad in all black, his expression grim. The match begins. Abyss Demon Ape. Yi Wuhan summoned first, a black giant ape towering over 6 meters. Pounding its chest and roaring, the pressure of a Dominator 4 stars sweeping across the arena. Yin Lewis smiled slightly, snapping her fingers. Arthur, come out to play. The golden holy dragon materialized out of thin air, its wingspan exceeding 15 meters, instantly making the Abyss Demon Ape appear diminutive. The holy dragon was entirely golden, each scale seemingly crafted from pure gold, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Golden Holy Dragon Arthur, power, Dominator 9 stars peak, Traits: Dragon Pressure. Light Immunity. Vulnerabilities: No data available. Lu Chen activated the Eye of All Things to analyze the Golden Holy Dragon's combat style. To his astonishment, a peculiar barrier seemed to envelop the Holy Dragon, blocking most of the detection. Interesting, Lu Chen squinted. On the field, Yi Wuhan's expression soured. Don't underestimate me. Demon Ape, Fury. The Abyss Demon Ape's eyes turned blood red in an instant, its form swelling once more, muscles bulging like rock. It seized a boulder 3 meters in diameter and hurled it fiercely at the Golden Holy Dragon. And Lewis didn't even lift an eyelid. Dragon Breath. The Golden Holy Dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing a 5-meter diameter beam of golden light. The boulder vaporized upon contact with the beam, which continued unimpeded, striking the Abyss Demon Ape squarely in the chest. Roar. The Demon Ape emitted a heart-wrenching scream. A horrifying gash burned into its chest. Yield, and Lewis said coolly. Arthur hasn't even used his full strength yet. Yi Wuhan gritted his teeth. No way. Demon Ape, Abyss. Before he could finish, the Golden Holy Dragon suddenly vanished, reappearing behind the Demon Ape, its tail sweeping like golden lightning. Bang! The Abyss Demon Ape was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing over 100 meters before slamming against the protective barrier, collapsing to the ground, already unconscious. Silence enveloped the arena. The match is over. The victor isn't Lewis. The referee's voice trembled slightly. The audience erupted into deafening cheers. Lu Chen noticed that Yi Wujiao's expression was as dark as water. Remarkable, Bai Xiaotao murmured. Is this the true power of a purebred Western dragon? Lu Chen pondered thoughtfully. If Xiaoying evolves to 9 stars, it should be able to rival it. The next match soon commenced, featuring Blue Star against the second seed from Magic City, Minghua. The duel between the two young women was equally captivating, as the Ice Crystal Phoenix and the Phantom Dream Butterfly danced gracefully across the arena, dazzling spectators with their vibrant abilities. Ultimately, Blue Star emerged victorious by a slender margin, yet Minghua's Phantom Dream Butterfly showcased astonishing illusionary skills, momentarily ensnaring the Ice Crystal Phoenix in a phantasm. Now, the main event had arrived. The host announced in a booming voice, in the first match of the revival round, Jingbei's Xiao Yunhan will face off against Northwest Gale Academy's Ma Tianxiang. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. So soon into the revival round? Xiao Yunhan stood on the field, undeterred by the injuries he sustained earlier that day. His opponent was a robust young man in his 20s, accompanied by a turquoise Qiong bird. Wind and Rain Qiong. Strength, peak 8 stars. Traits, Wind and Thunder dual system. Weakness, Dark type. The match began. Shadow Demon Wolf. Shadow Sword Spirit. Xiao Yunhan summoned 2 beasts simultaneously. The Demon Wolf had grown significantly larger since their last encounter, clearly having made strides in a short time. Ma Tianxiang smirked disdainfully. A mere 4 stars dares to challenge 8 stars. Qiong, unleash the fury of Wind and Thunder. The Wind and Rain Qiong let out a piercing cry, its wings unfurling as countless wind blades mingled with lightning surged forth. Shadow Barrier. Xiao Yunhan remained composed, and the Shadow Sword Spirit transformed into a dark wall, blocking most of the assault. Lu Chen observed keenly. Xiao Yunhan is mimicking my strategy. Indeed, seizing the moment of his opponent's attack, Xiao Yunhan abruptly changed tactics. Shadow Exchange. The Shadow Demon Wolf and the Sword Spirit instantaneously swapped positions, with the wolf appearing behind the Qiong, its claws glowing with a dark radiance as they struck down fiercely. With a tearing sound, a large patch of feathers was ripped from the Qiong's back, eliciting a pained cry. Ma Tianxiang fumed. You're courting death. Thunderstorm Domain. The entire arena was instantly shrouded in dark clouds, and countless bolts of lightning rained down. Xiao Yunhan and his 2 beasts fell into a defensive stance, forced to evade continuously. Are we going to lose? Bai Xiaotao anxiously clutched Lu Chen's arm. Yet. Lu Chen chuckled. No, he has a backup plan. As if to validate his words, Xiao Yunhan suddenly halted, forming a peculiar hand seal. Shadow Sacrifice. The Shadow Sword Spirit abruptly transformed into a mass of black mist, merging into the Shadow Demon Wolf. The wolf's size surged, its aura instantly breaking through to 5 stars. Shadow Assault. The wolf became a streak of black lightning, disregarding the tempest of thunder and directly lunging for the Qiong's throat. Not good. Ma Tianxiang hastily commanded the Qiong to evade, but it was too late. The wolf's fangs sank fiercely into the Qiong's neck, shadow energy surging violently within. The Qiong emitted a heart-wrenching scream, its struggles growing feebler. Stop. The match is over. The referee swiftly intervened, declaring the victor, Xiao Yunhan. The audience erupted into fervent applause. Lu Chen noticed Xiao Yunhan immediately glance in his direction, eyes filled with inquiry. Lu Chen gave a thumbs up, and Xiao Yunhan's lips curled into a rare smile. A fleeting glimpse of warmth from the usually aloof youth. Today's matches conclude here. The host announced, tomorrow, the second round of the main event and the revival matches will take place, so stay tuned. As the crowd dispersed, Lu Chen was unexpectedly halted by a familiar figure. Anan Lewis. Lu Chen, right? The mixed-blood girl said with a radiant smile. I look forward to facing your Eastern dragon. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. My Xiaoying is still a young dragon, not a match for your Arthur. No need for modesty, Anan winked. Anyone who can defeat Wei Wuxin is no ordinary character. She stepped closer, a faint scent of dragon musk wafting into Lu Chen's nostrils. Let me share a secret. Arthur mentioned your dragon possesses a unique aura. Before Lu Chen could respond, she gracefully departed, leaving him in contemplation. Hey, are you dazed? Bai Xiaodao nudged him with her elbow. Lu Chen snapped back to reality. I was pondering why Yi Wujiao has yet to make a move. I heard the Yi family has a tradition, Bai Xiaotao whispered. Key figures always appear last. On the way back to the dormitory, Lu Chen received a communication from Su Qingyue. Come to my office. In Su Qingyue's office, the icy beauty of a teacher was polishing her sword. Upon seeing Lu Chen enter, she got straight to the point. There's an issue with Yi Wujiao's abyssal demon tiger. Lu Chen was taken aback. What issue? That is no ordinary abyssal demon tiger, Su Qingyue said, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. I suspect it has fused with some forbidden object. Its strength may be approaching calamity level. A chill ran down Lu Chen's spine. No wonder Yi Wujiao is so confident. Tomorrow's opponent is Yi Tian from the Yi family, correct? Su Qingyue handed him a blue crystal. Take this. It may save your life in a critical moment. Lu Chen accepted the crystal, its touch icy. Heart of extreme ice, consumable. Effect, releases an absolute 0-degree domain, lasts for 3 seconds. Source, Su Qingyue's original power. Teacher. Lu Chen felt a surge of gratitude. Su Qingyue turned her face away. Don't die. I'm too lazy to take on another disciple. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Chen found Xiao Yunhan meditating, the shadow demon wolf beside him licking its wounds. You performed well today. Lu Chen tossed him a bottle of recovery potion. Xiao Yunhan caught it, murmuring, thank you. After a pause, he added, people from the Yi family are inquiring about you. Lu Chen scoffed, let them inquire. He checked the schedule for tomorrow, noting that his match was set for the afternoon against Yi Tian. Meanwhile, the morning's highlight featured Blue Star battling Wei Wuxin, who had swept through the losers bracket with 3 consecutive victories. Tomorrow promises excitement. Lu Chen stretched lazily and began his daily training. The illusionary blade trembled in his hand, the essence of the void flowing like water through his meridians. After this period of honing, Lu Chen felt he was on the brink of breaking through to 6-star supremacy. Xiaoying, Xiaochan, he softly called, tomorrow may be challenging. Are you ready? The two beasts nodded in unison, with Xiaochan affectionately rubbing against his cheek. Daddy is the strongest. Lu Chen smiled, ruffling her head, though his gaze gradually sharpened like a blade. Yi family, let's see what cards you hold. Chapter 53. The clash of ice and darkness. As the morning sun poured through the curtain seams into the dormitory, Lu Chen had already completed his morning training. The illusionary blade traced perfect arcs in his hand, the embryonic form of the 4th layer of the void blade technique manifesting. This was a lethal technique combining the power of the void with mental attacks. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Beastmaster level. Peak 5 stars. Stamina, 8,909,000. Mental power, 8,609,000. Void blade intent. Refinement degree 45. Extreme cold phoenix breath technique. Rule level, minor accomplishment. Bone corrosion nail cooldown, 12 hours. 48 hours, I can use it today. Lu Chen stowed the bone corrosion nail and glanced at Xiao Yunhan, still in meditation. Shall we watch the match? Xiao Yunhan opened his eyes, and the shadow demon wolf immediately perked up its ears. Blue Star versus Wei Wuxin, worth watching. The central arena was already packed to capacity. Lu Chen found Bai Xiaodao in the contestant area. Today, she had tied her hair in a high ponytail, excitedly waving her little fists. I have heard that Wei Wuxin has achieved an impressive streak of 3 consecutive victories in the losers bracket, with each match lasting no longer than 3 minutes. Bai Xiaodao leaned in and whispered. However, Sister Lan Xing is even more formidable. Her ice crystal phoenix has already reached the rank of 8 stars. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, inquiring, since when have you become so familiar with Lan Xing? Bai Xiaodao stuck out her tongue playfully. It's a secret among girls. On the arena, the host's exuberant voice reverberated. In the first match of the morning, Lan Xing from Beijing Northern Beastmaster University will face Wei Wuxin from Shanghai Beastmaster Academy. The girl clad in blue gracefully ascended the platform, her icy blue hair fluttering in the breeze. Opposite her, Wei Wuxin remained clad in dark attire, his gaze menacing. The match commenced. Ice Crystal Phoenix. Lan Xing softly called. and a massive ice blue phoenix with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters materialized, causing the temperature of the arena to plummet. Wei Wuxian smirked coldly. Shadow Flame Tiger. Shadow Dragon King. Black flames erupted, and the 9-star Shadow Flame Tiger let out a deafening roar. Following it, a colossal black dragon, over 15 meters in length, coiled into view. Its eyes glowing crimson. Shadow Flame Tiger. Strength. 9 stars. Attribute. Dual Shadow Fire. Weakness. Ice. Shadow Dragon King. Strength. 7 stars. Attribute. Shadow Devour. Weakness. Light. Lu Chen activated his all-seeing eye, swiftly analyzing the comparative strengths of both combatants. Although Lan Xing appeared to be at a disadvantage, ice inherently counters shadow fire. Frozen Domain. Lan Xing initiated, and the ice crystal phoenix spread its wings, unleashing a torrent of ice shards like a tempest. Unfazed, Wei Wuxian commanded, Shadow Barrier. The Shadow Dragon King exhaled a cloud of black mist, deflecting the ice crystals entirely. At that moment, a faint smile graced Lan Xing's lips. Phoenix Spear Spirit. A long spear, entirely ice blue, suddenly detached from the ice crystal phoenix and shot forth like a streak of light, targeting the Shadow Flame Tiger's eye. What? Wei Wuxian exclaimed in shock, hastily commanding the Flame Tiger to evade, but it was too late. With a sickening squelch, the Phoenix Spear Spirit pierced the Flame Tiger's left eye, erupting in a spray of black blood. Gasps filled the audience. Lu Chen was equally astonished. Lan Xing possessed a second beast, a unique entity coexisting with the ice crystal phoenix. Phoenix Spear Spirit. Strength. 7 stars. Attribute. Ice penetration. Weakness. Fire. Interesting, Lu Chen mused, narrowing his eyes. A dual beast fusion. No wonder she can challenge opponents beyond her rank. The situation on the stage was rapidly evolving. The injured Shadow Flame Tiger roared in fury, its black flames surging. Dark flame incineration. Torrential black fire engulfed the entire arena, swiftly melting the ice crystal phoenix's frozen domain. Yet, Lan Xing remained unperturbed, forming hand seals. Mirror of extreme ice. A massive ice mirror materialized, reflecting the black flames back at their origin. Boom. The Shadow Flame Tiger was struck by its own flames, letting out a pained howl. Wei Wuxian's face turned ashen. Shadow Convergence. The Shadow Dragon King suddenly transformed into a shadow, merging with the Shadow Flame Tiger. The tiger's form expanded dramatically, sprouting dragon wings, its aura approaching cataclysmic levels. You force my hand with this move, Wei Wuxian sneered. You are doomed. With a grave expression, Lan Xing recalled the Phoenix Spear Spirit, Ice Phoenix Fusion. The Ice Crystal Phoenix and the Spear Spirit simultaneously transformed into streaks of light, merging into Lan Xing's body. A pair of ice crystal wings unfurled from her back, and she wielded a chilling long spear. Come forth, Lan Xing commanded, charging towards the fused Shadow Flame Tiger. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures clashed fiercely in midair, ice and shadow energies erupting in brilliant flashes. The audience held their breath, captivated, afraid to miss a single detail. Lu Chen noted that each of Lan Xing's attacks struck precisely at the joints of the Shadow Flame Tiger, a weakness he had previously discerned with his all-seeing eye. Does she possess a similar ability? Lu Chen pondered silently. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as the Shadow Flame Tiger swatted Lan Xing aside, sending her crashing against the protective barrier. Yet, she rebounded, her spear shooting towards the tiger's throat like a comet. Squelch. The ice spear pierced through the tiger's neck, the frigid power instantly freezing the surrounding shadow energy. The Shadow Flame Tiger emitted a ghastly scream, its form beginning to disintegrate. No, Wei Wuxian shouted in outrage. But it was too late. The Shadow Flame Tiger and Shadow Dragon King were forcibly separated, both collapsing heavily injured. Lan Xing reverted from her fusion state. Her complexion pale, yet her gaze remained sharp. The match concludes. The victor is Lan Xing, the referee declared loudly. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. As Lan Xing descended from the stage, she cast a glance in Lu Chen's direction, her eyes imbued with a hint of inscrutable meaning. So impressive, Bai Xiaotao exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Sister Lan Xing actually concealed a second beast. Lu Chen chuckled lightly. Wei Wuxian's defeat was truly deserved. The second match commenced shortly thereafter, featuring Qin Wuye from Beijing against Li Jue from Jiangnan. Qin Wuye's Crimson Scale Earth Dragon and Qin Feng's Sword Spirit exhibited exceptional synergy, yet ultimately succumbed to the elusive Phantom Monarch of Li Jue. This afternoon is your match, Xiao Yunhan suddenly remarked. Yi Tian is no easy opponent. Lu Chen pulled up Yi Tian's profile. Yi Tian, age, 17, Beastmaster level, 7 stars, Beast, Abyssal Demon Serpent, 8 stars, Attribute, Abyssal Corrosion, Weakness, Light. Spatial attributes. It's the perfect opportunity to test a new technique. Lu Chen flexed his wrist, realizing that Xiaoying had been quite restless lately. During lunch, Lu Chen received a communication from Zhao Dafu. Brother Chen, I've made some progress on the matter you asked me to investigate. The Yi family is indeed secretly conducting beast transformation experiments, allegedly linked to forbidden items. Lu Chen's expression turned icy. Continue the investigation, but be cautious not to raise any alarms. The afternoon matches proceeded as scheduled. When Lu Chen stepped onto the arena, he found Yi Tian already waiting impatiently. The youth bore a sinister countenance, his eyes radiating unmasked hostility. So you are Lu Chen? Yi Tian sneered. I hear you're quite arrogant. Lu Chen lazily cleared his ears. Not as much as your Yi family, who resort to underhanded tactics even in competition. Yi Tian's expression shifted. What do you mean? The match began. The referee's announcement interrupted their exchange. Abyssal Demon Serpent. Yi Tian summoned first. A 20-meter-long black serpent erupted from the air, exuding a caustic black mist. Lu Chen, unperturbed, called out, Xiaoying, Shaoqian. The Void Dragon Lord and the Time-Space Dragon manifested simultaneously. Xiaoying had grown to 15 meters, her silver-gray scales shimmering with spatial ripples. Shaoqian retained her juvenile dragon form, yet was enveloped in temporal ripples. Void Dragon Lord Xiaoying, strength, pinnacle of 5 stars, skill proficiency, Void/Law level. Void Stasis, domain level, spatial tier, law level. Time-Space Dragon Shaoqian, strength, 4 stars, skill proficiency, time acceleration, domain level, time stasis, extraordinary level. Blade of Time, awaken level. How dare a mere 5-star challenge me? Yi Tian grinned maliciously. Demon Serpent, abyssal breath. The abyssal demon serpent opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of pitch-black energy, corroding the air around it. Lu Chen remained steadfast. Void barrier. Before Xiaoying, a translucent spatial barrier materialized, effectively blocking the abyssal breath entirely. Simultaneously, Xiaoqian vanished, only to reappear above the head of the magic dragon. Time acceleration. The dragon's movements became sluggish in an instant, and Xiaoying seized the opportunity. Spatial tier. The silver-gray claws slashed through the air, leaving 3 gaping wounds on the dragon's abdomen, deep enough to expose bone. Roaring in agony, the magic dragon writhed, dark blood splattering across the arena, corroding the specially designed ground into a series of craters. Yi Tian's expression darkened. The magic dragon has entered abyssal frenzy. Its eyes turned blood red, and the wounds healed at a visibly accelerated pace, its aura surging to the peak of the dominator level, 9 stars. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. Lu Chen's Wanxiang Eye operated at full capacity. Immediately discerning an anomaly, a foreign object within the magic dragon was supplying it with energy. Indeed, they have resorted to underhanded tactics, Lu Chen scoffed. Do not blame me then. He placed his right hand upon the hilt of the illusory blade, the intent of the void blade beginning to coalesce. Xiaoying, cover me. With a fierce cry, Xiaoying unleashed a multitude of spatial rifts around the magic dragon, forcing it into a full defensive stance. Lu Chen closed his eyes in concentration, the 4th layer of the void blade technique, Dreamscape, beginning to brew. Playing tricks. Yi Tian shouted furiously, Magic Dragon, tear him apart. The magic dragon burst through the spatial rifts, lunging at Lu Chen. Just as its claws were about to reach him, clink, the illusory blade was drawn, a phantom blade of light slicing through the dragon's forehead. There was no physical damage, yet the magic dragon froze in place, its eyes reflecting sheer terror. It was ensnared in the dreamscape woven by Lu Chen, experiencing its most harrowing nightmare. Void Slash. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen pursued. The illusory blade infused with spatial power striking fiercely at the dragon's neck. With a splatter, the dragon's head soared into the air, black blood gushing forth like a fountain. Yi Tian's face turned pale, staggering back. No, it cannot be. The match is over. The victor, Lu Chen. The referee's voice resonated throughout the arena. The audience fell silent for a moment before erupting into a deafening cheer. Lu Chen sheathed his blade, casting a glance at Yi Tian, whose face was ashen. Tell Yi Wujiao I am waiting for him. As he exited, Lu Chen noticed Yi Wujiao in the stands, fixated on him, his eyes brimming with malice. Brother Chen is incredible. Bai Xiaodao rushed over, attempting to embrace him, but Lu Chen sidestepped gracefully. Xiao Yunhan rarely smiled. That move, Dreamscape, was impressive. Just as Lu Chen was about to respond, a wave of dizziness washed over him. The repercussions of overexerting his Wanxiang Eye and Void Blade intent surfacing. Are you alright? Xiao Yunhan keenly detected his distress. Lu Chen waved dismissively. Just need a moment to rest. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lu Chen brought up the latest data. Stamina, 4,200, 9,000, recovering. Mental strength, 3,800, 9,000. Void Blade intent, refinement level 48. Extreme cold phoenix breath technique, law level, minor completion. Bone corrosion nail cooldown, completed. Tomorrow is the match against Lewis. Lu Chen murmured, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Chapter 54. The Battle of Eastern and Western Dragons. The morning mist enveloped the Beijing Northern Beastmaster University. As Lu Chen stood on the balcony of his dormitory, the illusory blade spinning at his fingertips. In last night's dreamscape, his father, Lu Chen, had vividly demonstrated the fifth layer of the void blade technique, Sky Gap. Unfortunately, he could only comprehend the fourth layer, Dreamscape, at present. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Beastmaster level, Dominator 6 stars, early. Stamina, 9,000, 9,000. Mental strength, 8,800, 9,000. Void blade intent, refinement level 50. Extreme cold phoenix breath technique, law level, minor completion. Bone corrosion nail status, ready. Brother Chen. Zhao Dafu's voice echoed from below, announcing that the live broadcast equipment was ready, having secured all 600 national recommended spots. Lu Chen retracted the data panel, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Is the promotional video for the Dragon Blood package edited? Absolutely. Zhao Dafu rubbed his hands together. The shots of you and Xiaoying are spectacular, paired with the slogan Authentic Eastern Dragon Clan. And pre-sales have already exceeded 100,000 copies. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Last night, he had specifically instructed Zhao Dafu to acquire the rights to broadcast the match, intending to leverage the opportunity of the Eastern and Western Dragon Clans duel to promote the Dragon Blood series nationwide. The central arena buzzed with excitement. Holographic projections looping highlights of the top 4 contestants. When the footage of Lu Chen's Void Dragon Lord tearing apart the abyssal magic dragon appeared, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Today's first match is yours. By Xiaohao, appearing from behind, wore a t-shirt emblazoned with a chibi version of Xiaoying. And Anne's golden holy dragon obliterated 3 Dominator 9-star test puppets during last night's training session. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. So formidable? Not only that. Xiao Yunhan handed him a document. Her golden holy dragon possesses mastery over dragon language magic, a unique ability of the Western Dragon Clan. Lu Chen quickly skimmed through the information, his Wanxiang eye automatically recording the key points. Golden holy dragon Arthur. Strength, Dominator 9 stars peak. Known skills, Holy Light Breath. Dragon Pressure, Golden Barrier. Suspected skills, Dragon Language Magic, Light System. Intriguing, Lu Chen felt the flames of battle igniting within him. Xiaoying precisely needed such an opponent. The arena suddenly dimmed, vibrant beams of light converging upon the central stage. The host's voice resonated throughout. The first match of the semifinals. Lu Chen from Beijing Northern Beastmaster University versus Anan Lewis from Jiangnan Beastmaster University. Emerging from the golden light, a mixed-race girl strode forth, clad in platinum battle armor that accentuated her striking figure. The golden holy dragon Arthur circled above her, its draconic might suffocating the front-row spectators. Lu Chen entered from the opposite passage, the illusory blade casually resting on his shoulder. Xiaoying and Xiaochuan floated on either side of him, their draconic might unwavering against the golden holy dragon. The clash of Eastern and Western Dragon clans. The host's voice trembled with excitement as the match commenced. Anan Lewis bowed gracefully. Arthur says your dragon is quite special. Lu Chen grinned. It will be particularly fierce shortly. Golden Breath. Anan wasted no time. The golden holy dragon unleashing a 5-meter-wide beam of golden light. Spatial stasis. Xiaoying spread her wings, creating spatial ripples that halted the golden beam midair. Concurrently, Xiaochuan accelerated. Time acceleration. Lu Chen darted forward like lightning, closing the distance to an void blade technique. Stunning swan. The blade light resembled the moon, yet just as it was about to strike, it was intercepted by a golden barrier, the golden barrier of the holy dragon. Dragon language magic, light binding. And Anne's lips parted slightly, and 12 chains of light shot forth from the void, racing towards Lu Chen's limbs. Void opening. The physical laws within a 10-meter radius of Lu Chen shifted instantaneously, causing the chains of light to decelerate sharply. Seizing the chance, he retreated while commanding. Xiaoying, spatial tier. 3 spatial rifts, arranged in a triangular formation, surged toward the golden holy dragon. Arthur remained unfazed, lightly flapping its wings. Dragon language magic, light refraction. The spatial rifts were unexpectedly refracted in various directions, tearing 3 gaping holes in the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. The audience gasped in astonishment. Lu Chen's expression grew solemn. This Western dragon's control over space was beyond imagination. Dragon language magic, light judgment. Anan pressed forward relentlessly. The golden holy dragon let out a resounding roar, and countless light swords descended from the heavens. The jade-shattered second layer was reactivated. Lu Chen abruptly altered his strategy, his illusory blade fragmenting into myriad shards, each one deftly intercepting a light sword. The metallic clangor reverberated throughout the arena. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Ying and Xiao Chan simultaneously unleashed their combined technique, time-space intertwining. Silver gray and silvery dragon breaths intertwined, forming a bizarre vortex of time and space. Ensnaring the golden, holy dragon within, Arthur emitted a pained howl, his dragon scales beginning to shed. Arthur! And Anne's expression shifted, invoking the dragon language magic of light. Before she could complete her incantation, Lu Chen had appeared like a specter behind her, the illusory blade poised against her alabaster neck. Do you concede? And Anne's pupils contracted sharply. Then she broke into a smile. You have won. A moment of silence enveloped the arena, followed by an eruption of cheers akin to a tidal wave. The host's voice trembled. The match is over. The victor is Lu Chen. The golden holy dragon extricated itself from the vortex of time and space, casting a wary gaze upon Lu Chen. Anan gently caressed the dragon's head. Arthur says your dragon carries the essence of the ancient dragon lineage. Lu Chen sheathed his blade. Tell it that our next encounter will be even more spectacular. As he descended, Lu Chen noticed Yi Wu Jiao in the audience. His cold gaze fixed upon him, exuding a palpable intent to kill. So impressive. Bai Xiao Tao rushed over to embrace him, but Lu Chen deftly sidestepped. That time-space intertwining move was simply extraordinary. Xiao Yunhan handed him a restorative potion. Yi Wu Jiao's match is about to begin. The second match featured Yi Wu Jiao against Lu Yuanji from the Beastmaster Alliance. Yi Wu Jiao's abyssal demon tiger was now larger than before, sporting dragon-like wings on its back, emanating a breath that rivaled the mythical level. His second beast, the abyssal tyrannosaurus, was even more ferocious, snapping off the forepaw of the blazing white tiger in one bite. Indeed, it has been modified. Lu Chen's all-encompassing eye operated at full capacity, clearly perceiving the strange black mist coursing within the two beasts. Despite Lu Yuanji's valiant efforts, the defensive capabilities of the Xian armor giant tortoise were ultimately dismantled by the corrosive energy of the abyssal demon tiger. The match concluded with an overwhelming victory for Yi Wu Jiao. In the afternoon, it was Blue Star facing Wu Tian. Xiao Yunhan reviewed the match schedule, noting that Wu Tian had been concealing his strength, rumored to possess a spirit of thunder that could invoke heavenly retribution. Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, his communicator abruptly chimed. Zhao Defu's excited voice came through. Brother Chen, the livestream viewership has surpassed 300 million. Orders for the Dragon Blood package are skyrocketing. We are making a fortune. Allocate 30% of the profits. Lu Chen replied quietly. Acquire those nearly bankrupt dragon-type beast cultivation bases. Understood. Zhao Defu grasped the implication. You mean to consolidate the supply chain, right? Brilliant. During lunch, Lu Chen trained alone in the arena, needing to recuperate from the considerable exertion of the battle against the golden holy dragon. Stamina, 6,500, 9,000, recovering. Mental power, 6,000, 9,000. Void blade intent, refinement level 52. Extreme cold phoenix breath technique, law level, minor accomplishment. I knew you would be here. Bai Xiao Tao entered, carrying a meal box. Xiao Yunhan sent me to bring you lunch. Lu Chen accepted the box, discovering it contained precious ingredients for mental energy replenishment. He is indeed considerate. Are you going to watch the matches this afternoon? Bai Xiao Tao inquired curiously. Lu Chen shook his head. I need to prepare for tomorrow's finals. Yi Wu Jiao's beasts have issues. I must devise a strategy. Bai Xiao Tao hesitated, ultimately nodding and departing. As evening fell, Xiao Yunhan returned with the match results. Blue Star narrowly defeated Wu Tian, but the Ice Crystal Phoenix was gravely injured and unlikely to participate in the finals. This meant that tomorrow's championship would pit Lu Chen against Yi Wu Jiao. Latest intelligence. Xiao Yunhan handed over an encrypted document, revealing that the Yi family was indeed conducting forbidden fusion experiments, and both of Yi Wu Jiao's beasts had merged with some form of dark forbidden object. Lu Chen swiftly scanned the document, his gaze growing colder. No wonder the abyssal demon tiger exhibits dragon-like characteristics. The principal asked me to convey to you. Xiao Yunhan lowered his voice. You may use the heart of extreme ice if necessary. Lu Chen touched the crystal given to him by Su Qinghua. A flicker of determination in his eyes. I understand the implications. In the stillness of the night, Lu Chen stood alone by the window. Xiao Ying and Xiao Chan nestled quietly on his shoulders, seemingly attuned to their master's gravity. Tomorrow will be a fierce battle, Lu Chen murmured. Are you afraid? Xiao Ying rubbed against his cheek, her dragon eyes ablaze with battle intent. Xiao Chan chimed in with a youthful voice. Daddy is the strongest. Lu Chen smiled, pulling up the latest data. Void Dragon Master Xiao Ying. Strength, Dominator 6 stars, breaking through the threshold. Skills, Space Rending, Law level, Void Fixation, Law Level. Void Barrier, Law Level. Time Space Dragon Xiao Chan. Strength, Dominator 5 stars. Skills, Time Acceleration, Law Level. Time Stasis, Domain Level. Blade of Time, Transcendent Level. Yi Wujiu. Lu Chen gazed towards the moonlight outside, the illusory blade trembling lightly in his grasp. Tomorrow, you shall witness what a true Eastern dragon lineage is. Chapter 55, The Night of Boiling Dragon Blood. The night sky above the North Beijing Beastmaster University was illuminated by holographic projections, displaying the battle between Lu Chen and the Golden Holy Dragon Arthur on 600 massive LED screens nationwide. The image froze at the moment the time-space intertwining consumed the Golden Dragon breath. With glaring advertisements scrolling below, pre-sale of the authentic Eastern Dragon Clan Top Scholars Dragon Blood package is now open. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Beastmaster level, Dominator 6 stars, midterm. Stamina, 9,200, 9,500. Mental power, 9,000, 9,500. Void Blade Intent, Refinement level 55. Extreme Cold Phoenix Breath Technique. Law level, minor accomplishment. Jade Shattered Opening State. 6 hours remaining on cooldown. In the training ground, Xiaoying traced bizarre silver trajectories in the air, while Xiao Chan's Blade of Time intermittently added golden sparks to the trails. The space surrounding the two beasts twisted like shattered glass. A manifestation of their newly comprehended skill, the embryonic form of time-space lock. Brother Chen, Zhao Defu's communication forcefully interrupted the data stream of the all-encompassing eye. Orders from the Magic City are exploding. Those Western Dragon worshippers insist on verifying whether the video is special effects. Lu Chen concentrated a wisp of Void Blade Intent at his fingertips. Tell them, after tomorrow's finals, the price will double. After ending the communication, Xiao Yunhan's figure emerged from the shadows. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion just intercepted intelligence. Yi Wujiu's abyssal demon tiger tore through the spatial barrier of the testing ground this morning. As expected, there are issues. Lu Chen's eyes glimmered with silver light. His brother Yi Wuchen served in the Demon Suppression Army, while this young man wielded the power of the Demon Abyss. We need to notify Su. Xiao Yunhan's words were abruptly cut off. No need. Lu Chen unsheathed his illusory blade by 3 inches. I wish to see whether the darkness of the Demon Abyss is more potent, or if my Void Blade Intent is sharper. At 3 in the morning, Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The data panel glowed faintly in the darkness. Void Dragon Master Xiaoying. Strength, Dominator 6 stars, breaking through the threshold. Newly comprehended skill, Time-Space Lock, unstable. Space Rending Proficiency elevated to Law level, major accomplishment. Time-Space Dragon Xiao Chan. Time Acceleration Breakthrough to Law level, minor accomplishment. Blade of Time evolved into Blade of Time-Space, transcendent domain. Daddy. The small cicada suddenly emerged from the Beastmaster space, its dragon tail adorned with peculiar luminescent patterns. Brother Ing and I have managed to stabilize the temporal lock for 3 seconds. Lu Chen remarked as he affectionately ruffled the dragon's head. Gazing out at the gradually brightening sky, the finals would commence in 5 hours, and at this moment, morning news broadcasts across the nation were airing the promotional video edited from last night. The footage seamlessly transitioned to a close-up of his blade's radiance and the dragon blood set unleashed during the Jade Shatter technique. Brother Chen, urgent news. Zhao Dafu burst through the dormitory door. The Yi family has bribed the live-streaming platform to delay your match by 30 seconds. Lu Chen smirked. They wish to obscure my new techniques? Inform them that it's either a live broadcast, or I shall have the Void Dragon Lord dismantle their satellite stations. The atmosphere in the central arena was more fervent than a volcanic crater. As Lu Chen stepped into the arena, the roar of the audience shattered a holographic advertisement 30 meters away. Yi Wujiu emerged from the opposite corridor, the abyssal demon tiger leaving corrosive footprints with every stride. Pre-match inspection, the referee's voice echoed through the loudspeakers. Both parties, please display your beast states. With a snap of his fingers, Xiaoying and Xiao Chan unfurled their dragon wings in unison. The scanning data from the eye of all things projected onto the arena's large screen. Void Dragon Lord Xiaoying. Strength, Pinnacle of 6-star Sovereign. Potential, Legendary. Skills, Space Tier, Law level. Void Freeze, Law level. Void Traverse, Law level. Yi Wujiu, with a grim expression, released the Abyssal Demon Tiger, causing a stir in the audience as the screen displayed the data. Abyssal Demon Tiger E. Strength, 9-star Sovereign. Anomalous Fluctuation. Energy Characteristics, 79 Dark Type, 21 Unknown Magic Power. Match begins. The referee's voice had barely faded when the Abyssal Demon Tiger suddenly rose on its hind legs, its forepaws ripping through space as it lunged at Xiaoying. Lu Chen executed a horizontal slash with his illusory blade, Jade Shatter. Countless shards of blade light formed a barrier reminiscent of a galaxy, and the tiger collided with it, producing a metallic screech. Yi Wujiu sneered, "Abyss descends." The entire arena was plunged into absolute darkness. Amidst the audience's gasps, Lu Chen heard the pain in Xiao Ying's dragon roar as the corrosive energy of the abyssal demon tiger began to erode the dragon scales. Open the void. Lu Chen reversed his blade, rewriting the physical laws within a 10-meter radius in an instant. The darkness was torn open, revealing Xiao Chan, who was initiating the temporal lock. Temporal blade. Xiao Chan's dragon horn burst forth with golden light, delivering a slash that transcended time towards the tiger's neck. However, Yi Wujiu abruptly hurled a black crystal core, abyssal Tyrannosaurus. The second beast roared forth from the core, its 7-star sovereign strength combining with the tiger to encircle Lu Chen. Though forced back 3 steps, a dangerous smile curled at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. Have you heard the ancient saying from the east? Those who walk the night path will eventually encounter ghosts. Fooling the gods. Yi Wujiu formed a seal with his hands. As dark mist surged from both of his beasts, corrosive domain. The corrosive energy surged tenfold, beginning to dissolve the arena's protective shield. Suddenly, Lu Chen sheathed his blade, a gesture that made Yi Wujiu's pupils constrict, the initiation of the void blade technique. Jade Shatter Galaxy. In the instant the illusory blade was drawn, Xiao Ying's spatial tear and Xiao Chan's time acceleration synchronized flawlessly. The shattered blade light extended infinitely through time and space, forming a celestial river across the arena. As the abyssal demon tiger's right forepaw made contact with the star river, it disintegrated into fine powder, while the Tyrannosaurus dragon breath was rebounded by the reversed flow of time. Impossible. Yi Wujiu's forehead bulged with veins. How could the power granted by the abyssal cave? It turns out to be the abyssal cave. Lu Chen's voice resonated through the live broadcast nationwide. He flicked the tip of his illusory blade, lifting a wisp of dark mist. Does your brother know that the younger brother of the Deputy General of the Demon Suppression Army is wielding the enemy's power? As the audience erupted in chaos, the abyssal demon tiger suddenly went berserk. It tore open its own abdomen, the emerging dark mist coalescing into the corrosive runes characteristic of the abyssal cave. Lu Chen's eye of all things blared warnings. Detected mythical level magic power reaction. Immediate activation of extreme ice heart advised. Xiaoying. Maximum output of temporal lock. Lu Chen pressed his left hand against the crystal at his chest, while his right hand illuminated the illusory blade with an exquisite silver glow. Invoking the 4th layer of the void blade technique. Dreamscape. As the blade light swept through, the rampaging tiger abruptly froze. Xiao Chan seized the opportunity to apply time acceleration to the blade light, allowing this strike to coexist across the past, present, and future. When the black mist runes shattered, the national audience witnessed the shocking data displayed on the large screen. Completion of temporal lock, 100. Concentration of void blade intent has surpassed 60. Jade Shatter opened, the void fusion technique completed. Yi Wujiu collapsed to the ground, his 2 beasts reverting to crystal core form. Just as the referee was about to announce the result, Lu Chen suddenly pointed his blade at the VIP seats. Members of the Yi family, will you not explain the abyssal cave runes? The live camera immediately shifted to the VIP seats, capturing the scene of the Yi family elders hastily departing. Zhao Dafu leaped from the audience, shouting, "Dragon Blood Set limited time offer." Witness the true power of the Eastern Dragon clan. That night, all news channels repeatedly aired 2 images, one depicting the moment the temporal lock suppressed the abyssal cave runes, and the other showing the Yi family members fleeing the venue in disarray. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's data panel updated on the official website of the Top Scholar building. Void Dragon Lord Xiaoying, new skill, temporal lock, law level, duration of temporal lock extended to 5 seconds. Temporal Dragon Xiaochan, temporal blade evolved to law level, comprehended combo technique, temporal bubble, domain level. Encrypted intelligence brought by Xiao Yunhan revealed that the Demon Suppression Army had initiated an investigation into Yi Wuchuan. Lu Chen caressed the illusory blade, gazing at a certain point in the starry sky, where the trajectory of the 5th layer of blade technique, Heavenly Rift, demonstrated by his father, lay. Chapter 56, The Surrounding of the Hunt. As the morning sun pierced through the clouds, Lu Chen was reviewing the updated data panel from last night. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Beastmaster level. Pinnacle of 6-star sovereign. Stamina, 10, 000, 10, 000. Mental power, 9, 500, 10, 000. Void blade intent. Concentration 65. Extreme cold phoenix breath technique. Law level, great accomplishment. Jade Shatter opened the void cooldown, ready. Xiaoying perched on his shoulder, the silver-gray dragon scales shimmering with spatial ripples. After the finals last night, this little one had devoured the residual energy from the arena. significantly enhancing its strength. Brother Chen, Zhao Dafu burst into the dormitory, waving a crystal card. Orders for the Dragon Blood set have exceeded 500,000. The Magic City has requested additional delivery points. Lu Chen concentrated a wisp of void blade and tint at his fingertips. Inscribing a new marketing plan on the crystal card, deliver 10 boxes of limited editions to Blue Star and an Un, with the packaging printed as Lu Chen's choice. Xiao Yunhan stepped out from the shadows. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion just intercepted news that the Abyssal Cave Research Team's Hunt Squad is assembling in the north of Beijing. It has finally arrived. Lu Chen unsheathed his illusory blade 3 inches, inquiring, the code names director and professor. Those two old geezers? Indeed. Xiao Yunhan handed over encrypted intelligence. They have set their sights on your open, the void inheritance. The central arena was even more bustling than the day before. As Lu Chen entered the venue, the large screen replayed the moment he suppressed the abyssal cave ruins. The audience suddenly erupted in synchronized chants. Void Dragon Lord, King of Time and Space. Lan Xing stood at the opposite end of the arena. The girl, sporting a ponytail, donned an icy blue battle armor today. With the Phoenix Spear Spirit swirling beside her and an ice crystal phoenix perched obediently on her shoulder. I concede. Just as the referee was about to announce the commencement of the match, Lan Xing abruptly raised her hand. Lu Chen's time-space lock can freeze my Phoenix's rebirth. Attacking would be futile. A gasp swept through the crowd as the big screen illuminated with the final rankings. 1. Lu Chen, Jingbei Beastmaster University. 2. Lan Xing, Northwest Comprehensive University. 3. Anan Lewis, Jiangnan Beastmaster University. 4. Wu Tian, Magic City Beastmaster University. During the awarding ceremony, Principal by Yuan Shan personally handed the mythical evolution resource, Wisdom Root, to Lu Chen, whispering, the personnel from the Forbidden Objects Research Institute are mingling among the reporters. Avoid the front entrance. Lu Chen accepted the crystal, emitting a kaleidoscope of colors. And the eye of all things instantaneously analyzed the data. Mythical evolution resource, Wisdom Root. Effect, enhances the potential rating of pet beasts, up to mythical level. Compatible subject, Void Dragon Lord, legendary myth. Thank you, Principal, Lu Chen replied with a slight smile, but I prefer the front entrance. As he exited the competition venue, Zhao Dafu was directing staff to present gifts to the top 3 competitors. Lan Xing received tactical gloves embedded with ice crystal phoenix feathers, while Anin was bestowed a heart guard inscribed with totems of Eastern and Western dragon clans. Brother Chen, the convoy is ready. Zhao Dafu wiped his brow, as you instructed. All gifts are embedded with advertisements for Zhuangyuan Tower. Just as Lu Chen was about to step forward, the eye of all things suddenly trembled violently. Data streams refreshed frantically. Detected mythical energy fluctuations X2. Location, 3 o'clock direction, 200 meters. 9 o'clock direction, 150 meters. Matching characteristics. Forbidden Objects Research Institute hunting team. They're here. Lu Chen gripped the hilt of his illusory blade. Xiao Ying, prepare for time-space lock. 2 figures in white lab coats suddenly emerged from around the corner. The balding elder on the left adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses. Student Lu, our director wishes to invite you for tea. The young woman on the right cheerfully displayed her credentials. Special researcher of the Forbidden Objects Research Institute. Codename, Professor. Lu Chen scoffed. Tea? You mean to dissect my Beastmaster space, don't you? Clever. The professor suddenly hurled 3 black, crystal nails, anchors of forbidden space. The nails formed a triangular formation midair, and the space around Lu Chen instantly solidified. Simultaneously, the director tossed a silver compass. Forbidden Law Extractor. Warning. Abyssal ability suppressed by 80. Illusory blades intent obstructed. Shard of Jade. Lu Chen forcefully activated his blade technique, causing the illusory blade to shatter into countless fragments that surged towards the 2. The professor, unfazed, deployed a bone shield, deflecting all fragments. Useless. The director turned the compass. We have scrutinized every one of your matches. Before he could finish, the sky suddenly darkened. A colossal hand, covering half the block, descended, slamming the 2 researchers into the ground. Principal by Yuan Shan's voice thundered. Does Jingbei have no one left? Lu Chen looked up to see the principal hovering in midair, 9 golden halos manifesting behind him, a symbol of the pinnacle of the mythical 9 stars. A black light shot up from the ground, and the director and professor scrambled out, the professor's lab coat in tatters, revealing skin inscribed with runes. Does Principal Bai intend to interfere with the Institute's affairs? Get out of Jingbei. With each word Principal Bai uttered, his oppressive aura intensified. Tell your director that if he dares to touch my student again, I will dismantle your headquarters. The director's golden-rimmed glasses cracked as he shot Lu Chen a venomous glare. We're leaving. The 2 dissipated into black smoke, and Bai Yuanshan descended beside Lu Chen. The international exchange competition begins next month. The young overlords of the 4 federations will all participate. Are there any noteworthy opponents? Lu Chen sheathed the illusory blade. The Holy Knights of the Western continent have a 16-year-old mythical level. The principal handed over a dossier. They refer to him as the Sun. Lu Chen glanced at the golden-haired youth in the dossier, and the eye of all things automatically tagged. Ares Klein. Known abilities. Holy Domain. Law level. Light speed movement. Suspected possession of mythical forbidden object. On the way back to Zhuangyuan Tower, Zhao Dafu excitedly reported on commercial developments. Brother Chen. I've just received news that our Dragon Blood series has been selected as the designated supply for the international competition. Upgrade the formula. Lu Chen contemplated the wisdom root crystal in his hand. Incorporate the 0-3 time space. Dragon Blood understood. Zhao Dafu suddenly lowered his voice. Brother Chen. Yi Wuchen has just been removed from the Demon Suppression Army, and the Yi family is liquidating assets. A silver glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Have the Tiangong secret tower keep a close watch. I want to know every buyer for each transaction as night fell. Lu Chen activated the wisdom root crystal in the training field. A cascade of multicolored light surged into Shaoying, and the data panel refreshed violently. Void Dragon Lord evolution in progress. Potential breakthrough to taboo level. New talent acquired. Master of Space, beginner. Space tear evolution into space collapse, law level supreme. Little Chan suddenly leaped from the Beastmaster space, her dragon horn glowing with golden light. Daddy, I want to join too. Lu Chen affectionately ruffled the little dragon's head. Next time, I'll find time for you suddenly. The communicator buzzed, and Xiao Yunhan's voice came through with gravity. Latest intelligence. The son of the Holy Knights is coming for you. Lu Chen gazed toward the western night sky, the illusory blade resonating with a clear, melodious hum. Chapter 57, Prelude to the Demon Cave. The morning mist over Jingbei Beastmaster University had yet to disperse, and Lu Chen was testing Xiao Ying's new abilities on the training field. The illusory blade spun on his fingertips, its edge tracing delicate spatial fissures. Name: Lu Chen. Age: 15. Beastmaster level. Overlord 7 stars. Initial. Physical strength: 11,000. 11,000. Mental power: 10,500. 11,000. Illusory blade intent. Refinement level 70. Extreme cold phoenix breath technique. Law level, great accomplishment. Shard of jade, surging jade ready. Abyss, ready. Forbidden object, erosion nail. Brother Chen. Zhao Dafu panted as he rushed over. The mythical level mental power potion you requested is in stock, but the seller is asking for 300 million credit points. Lu Chen retracted the data panel. Tell him I'll raise the offer by 50 million, but I want that batch of phantom dust included. Phantom dust? Isn't that forbidden? Zhao Dafu suddenly lowered his voice. I understand. A surprise attack. Su Qingyue's arrival caused the temperature in the training field to plummet. Today, she wore an icy blue trench coat. A golden embossed credential clasped between her slender fingers. A newly discovered level 3 demon cave in Jiangnan Ancient City is suitable for overlord level training. Lu Chen accepted the credentials, and the eye of all things instantaneously scanned the information. Special level demon cave exploration certificate. Entry level. Overlord 5 stars and above. Special privilege. Can carry 3 forbidden objects. Does the teacher know the recent activities of the Chumin? Lu Chen suddenly inquired. Su Qingyue furrowed her brow. That assassination organization? They should be active in South America. It seemed the teacher was unaware of their alliance with the Yi family. Lu Chen gently caressed the hilt of the illusory blade. Interesting. In the VIP room of the Beijing North Center Mall, the manager trembled as he presented a crystal box. Mr. Lu, this is the mental potion you requested. Our store's prized treasure. Lu Chen promptly opened the box, revealing 3 vials of shimmering starlight. The eye of all things displayed. Mythical rank mental power potion, Shunye. Effect: instantly restores 100 mental power, limited to once per day. Side effects: cannot naturally recover for 12 hours after use. Package it, Lu Chen instructed, pointing to a rusted copper coin in the display case. The manager's expression changed dramatically. That is an unidentified high-risk forbidden item, which is why it's priced at only 80 million. Lu Chen revealed a dangerous smile. You can either sell it to me, or tomorrow. 30 Dragon Blood direct sales stores will appear at the mall's entrance. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen toyed with the newly acquired forbidden item. Cursed Coin of Misfortune. Effect: forcefully interrupts enemy skill casting, 3 times per day. Cost: randomly lose 1 personal item each time. Exempted. Brother Chen. Xiao Yunhan's shadow emerged from the corner. The Heavenly Machine secret tower confirms that the Chu clan has dispatched the Bloodblade team to Jiangnan. Lu Chen stuffed the newly purchased beast food into his storage bracelet. It's time to inquire how they orchestrated the ambush against my father back then. The sky above the ancient city of Jiangnan glowed with an abnormal dark red hue. Standing on the city wall lookout, Lu Chen gazed into the distance. where the entrance to the demon cave resembled a gaping black maw. Xiaoying suddenly leapt from the beast space, dragon scales raised. Daddy, there's a scent of the abyss. Void Dragon Master Xiaoying. Strength. Peak of Overlord 6 stars. Spatial Collapse Proficiency upgraded to Awakening level, Beginner. New skill, Void Domain, Law level. Time-Space Dragon Xiaochan. Time Acceleration Breakthrough to Law level, Major Completion. Time-Space Blade evolved into Time-Space Turbulence, Domain Law. Let us rest first. Lu Chen entered the largest Zui Longju hotel in the ancient city. Upon presenting his student ID, the receptionist immediately bowed. Principal Bai has arranged a top-floor suite for you. Inside the room, Lu Chen laid out the high-grade beast food he had just purchased. Xiaochan lunged for the box of time sand cookies, while Xiaoying elegantly tore open the packaging of the spatial crystal cluster. The latest intelligence emerged as Xiao Yunhan's projection materialized from the communicator. The Bloodblade team of the Chu clan consists of 5 members, led by Blood Fong. A mythical 1-star. Lu Chen was polishing his illusory blade. Mythical level in a tier 3 demon cave. They brought abyss stabilizers. The projection switched to a blueprint of a device. This can establish a safe zone within the demon cave. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with silver light. This was precisely the equipment used by his father's assailants back in the day. In the dead of night, Lu Chen stood by the window, reviewing his gear for the next day. Main weapon, illusory blade, void affinity 30. Forbidden item, bone corrosion nail, law level. Potions, Shun Nian X3, stamina restoration potion, X10. Backup forbidden items, misfortune coin, phantom dust, spatial anchor, seized. Suddenly, the communicator lit up with an unfamiliar number, and a hoarse male voice emerged. Son of Lu Shan, tomorrow at the demon cave, I offer you a chance. Surrender the void blade technique inheritance, and I shall leave your body whole. Lu Chen chuckled softly. The dogs of the Chu clan are as noisy as ever. Tell Blood Fong that I have prepared special dog food. After ending the call, Lu Chen retrieved a pitch-black crystal core from his storage bracelet. This had been extracted from the abyssal demon tiger belonging to Yi Wujiu. The Eye of All Things revealed. Abyssal Memory Crystal Core. Can read information on recently encountered abyssal creatures. Usage count. 1. Requires a demon cave environment. Tomorrow, Lu Chen ignited the intent of his illusory blade at his fingertips. It was time to collect interest. Chapter 58. Demon Cave Hunt. In the early morning, the sky over the ancient city of Jiangnan still glowed with a dark red hue, as if shrouded in a layer of blood mist. At the entrance of the demon cave, soldiers of the demon suppression army stood at the ready, clad in black battle armor and wielding specially crafted demon suppression weapons. Their vigilant gazes scanning every approaching figure. Lu Chen approached slowly, the illusory blade slung at his side, a faint aura of void power swirling around its sheath. His presence immediately drew the attention of the demon suppression army. Stop! This is a critical zone of the demon cave. No trespassers allowed. Barked the commander of the demon suppression army. Lu Chen smiled slightly, producing the Gilded Demon Cave Exploration Certificate from his bosom and offering it forth. A special pass? The commander took the document, examining it closely before a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. You are Lu Chen. Indeed, Lu Chen nodded. The champion of the National Beast Taming Competition at Daxia University? Another soldier from the Demon Suppression Army leaned in, admiration evident in his gaze. Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he casually retrieved several vials of high-grade stamina restoration potions from his storage bracelet, handing them to the commander. Just a small token of appreciation for your hard work guarding the demon cave. The commander was momentarily taken aback before smiling in return. You are too kind, Mr. Lu. However, the demon cave is perilous. While you may be a peak overlord beast tamer, please exercise caution. Thank you for the reminder. Lu Chen nodded and then stepped toward the entrance of the demon cave. Behind him, he could hear the low murmurs of the demon suppression army. I heard he just defeated a mythical rank opponent a few days ago. An overlord can challenge above their rank, truly deserving of the championship. As he stepped into the demon cave, a chilling aura enveloped him, the surrounding light dimming abruptly, the air thick with the stench of decay and blood. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Beast Tamer level. Overlord 7 stars. Initial. Stamina, 11,000, 11,000. Mental power, 10,500, 11,000. Illusory blade intent. Refinement level 70. Extreme cold phoenix breath technique. Law level, major completion. Jade shattering opening cooldown. Ready. Xiaoying, Xiaochan, Lu Chen softly called. 2 beams of light flashed, and the Void Dragon Master and Time-Space Dragon appeared at his side. Void Dragon Master Xiaoying. Strength. Peak of Overlord 6 stars. Skills. Void/Law level. Void Freeze, Law level. Void Barrier, Law level. Spatial Tear, Supreme level Beginner. Void Shuttle, Law level. Time-Space Dragon Xiaochan. Strength, Overlord, 2 stars. Skills, time acceleration, law level. Time stasis, law level. Time space turbulence, law level. Daddy, the space here is very unstable. Xiao Ying's dragon eyes shimmered with silver as he scanned the surroundings cautiously. The abyssal aura is quite dense, Xiao Chan added in a low voice. Lu Chen nodded. Exactly the opportunity to hone my swordsmanship. No sooner had he spoken than a rustling sound emerged from the darkness ahead, followed by several massive abyssal beasts slowly crawling forth. Abyssal demon spider. Strength, Overlord, 3 stars. Traits, venomous, web binding. Abyssal corrupted hound. Strength, Overlord, 4 stars. Traits, corrosive saliva, pack hunting. They're here. Lu Chen's right hand rested on the hilt of the illusory blade. A cold smile gracing his lips. Hiss, the abyssal demon spider launched the first attack. Its 8 long legs propelling it toward Lu Chen as it spat out a viscous web. Xiao Chan Lu Chen murmured. Understood. As the little cicada unfurled its dragon-like wings. Time accelerated, enveloping Lu Chen in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen's speed surged, and with a flicker of his form, the illusory blade was unsheathed. A stunning flash. The blade's radiance, like a bolt of lightning, rent the air asunder, and the abyssal spider, caught unawares, was cleaved in twain, green blood gushing forth. A roar erupted. The abyssal corrupted hound charged forth, its corrosive saliva dripping onto the ground, hissing ominously. Xiao Ying, Lu Chen said coolly, leave it to me. With a sweep of Xiao Ying's dragon claws, the power of the void was activated, momentarily freezing 3 corrupted hounds midair. Lu Chen stepped forward, the illusory blade slicing horizontally. In an instant, the blade flashed, and 3 grotesque heads soared into the air simultaneously. The battle concluded with remarkable swiftness. Lu Chen sheathed his blade, his gaze sweeping over the carcasses of the beasts strewn across the ground. Father, their crystal cores can be extracted, Xiao Ying remarked. Indeed, Lu Chen nodded, casually retrieving several crystal cores and tossing them into his storage ring. For the next few hours, Lu Chen, accompanied by Xiao Ying and the little cicada, ventured deeper into the demon's lair, hunting beasts and honing his swordsmanship. Illusory blade intent, refinement level 75. Extreme cold phoenix breath technique proficiency enhanced. Xiao Ying's space rending proficiency enhanced. Little cicada's temporal turbulence proficiency enhanced. Suddenly, a deafening roar resonated from the depths of the lair, causing the ground to tremble violently. As if some colossal entity was awakening. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. A beast of the 9-star sovereign rank? Father, should we avoid it? Xiao Ying inquired. Lu Chen scoffed. Why should we retreat? He gripped the illusory blade tightly and advanced. It was the perfect opportunity to test his newly comprehended swordsmanship. Chapter 59. The Anomaly in the Demon Lair. The atmospheric pressure in the depths of the lair plummeted as Lu Chen crushed an abyssal beetle beneath his boot. The purplish blood dripping from the illusory blade corroded the rocks, releasing wisps of green smoke. The data panel flickered before him. Name, Lu Chen. Beastmaster level, Sovereign 7 stars, mid-stage. Stamina, 9,800, 11,000. Mental power, 8,700, 11,000. Illusory blade intent refinement level, 78. Extreme cold phoenix breath technique cooldown, 12 minutes. Xiao Ying's dragon scales suddenly bristled. Father, there's a spatial fold at 9 o'clock. As 3 bony spikes pierced the air, Lu Chen activated the power of the void to freeze the moment. The poisonous spines suspended before his nose were analyzed by the eye of all things. Abyssal bone, demon javelin. Traits, pierces defenses below mythical rank. Source, Sovereign 9-star abyssal bone, demon commander. Little cicada, prepare the blade of time. Lu Chen pressed the ominous coin with his left hand, and the rusted copper coin suddenly glowed with a crimson light. 100 meters away, the rock wall exploded, revealing a 5-meter-tall skeletal giant wielding a vertebral whip. Its eye sockets flickering with ghostly blue soul flames. Human sacrifice. As the bone demon commander's jaw opened and closed, dozens of skeleton soldiers emerged from the ground. Lu Chen chuckled lightly. A talking skeleton? Perfect for a practice dummy. The bone-corroding nail slipped from his sleeve into his palm. 3 streaks of dark light piercing through the front row of skeletons. Xiao Ying's void traversal wove through the enemy ranks, leaving a silver trail as space tore apart, reducing 3 skeletons to bone dust. The bone demon commander's vertebral whip suddenly swelled, the tip transforming into a serpent's head, lunging towards Lu Chen's back. Now, the ominous coin at Lu Chen's fingertips flicked upwards. As the serpent's head made contact with his collar, it disintegrated, while 2 of the bone commander's ribs fractured simultaneously. Roar. Enraged, the bone demon commander spread its ribs wide, revealing a swirling abyssal vortex within. Lu Chen's pupils constricted, This was a temporary passage connecting to the abyssal dimension. More skeletons were crawling out of the vortex. Little cicada. Time accelerated, enveloping Lu Chen as he leaped atop the skulls of the skeletons. The illusory blade struck with breathtaking swiftness, but the Bone Demon Commander unexpectedly blocked the blade with its palm, severing 3 finger bones, yet managing to deflect the blow. Dreamscape. The fourth strike unleashed a mental shockwave, causing the Bone Commander's soul flame to flicker violently. Just as Lu Chen prepared to deliver a finishing blow, countless bone spikes erupted from the ground. Xiao Ying's spatial barrier barely held off the attack, the recoil causing blood to trickle from Lu Chen's lips. Stamina, 7,600, 11,000. Warning. Sovereign 9-star beasts possess basic tactical intelligence. Suddenly, 7 ice arrows shot forth from behind the rock wall, precisely embedding themselves in the joints of the Bone Demon Commander. A dark-haired girl leaped down from a stalactite, her ice crystal longbow transforming into a double-edged blade in her hands. Need some help? Rookie. The Eye of All Things instantly captured her information. Xia Iran. Beastmaster level, Sovereign 6 stars. Pet. Ice-Wing Sword Tiger, Sovereign 5 stars. Affiliation, Jiangnan Beastmaster University. Whose little kitten has wandered off. Lu Chen wiped away the blood, as the ominous coin glowed red again. Just as the Bone Demon Commander was about to mend its palm, the power of the copper coin activated, causing it to suddenly kneel, this time randomly disabling its knee joint. Xia Iran's ice blade severed a skeleton's head. Cocky newcomer, that Bone Demon's crystal core is mine. With your sickly cat? Lu Chen suddenly released a cloud of phantasmic dust. 3 illusions of Lu Chen appeared before the Bone Demon Commander, while the true illusory blade pierced deep into its chest. Into the abyssal vortex. Unravel. Within 10 meters, the laws of physics were rewritten, and the structure of the vortex began to collapse. As the Bone Demon Commander frantically swung its bone whip, Xiao Ying's temporal turbulence delayed its movements by 0.3 seconds. Lu Chen's blade reversed direction. The third strike cleaving the soul flame in 2. As the white bones collapsed with a thunderous crash, Xia Iran's ice blade pressed against Lu Chen's throat, the crystal core. Dig it out yourself. Lu Chen's blade tip lifted the rolling, ghostly blue crystal core, but he added a warning. Inside, it harbors. The crystal core suddenly detonated, unleashing a wave of abyssal energy in a miniature shockwave. As Xia Iran was knocked over by the blast, Lu Chen had already retreated to a safe distance using void traversal. The girl clumsily rose, discovering that the shards of the crystal core were floating in the palm of her hand, enveloped in silver light. A spatial trap. Lu Chen toyed with the purified crystal core. Thanks, the bait worked excellently. Suddenly, a communication device vibrated, projecting a secure message from Xiao Yunhan onto the rock wall. The Bloodblade Squad has entered the demon's lair with the Abyss Stabilizer. Coordinates, 1739. Lu Chen pocketed the crystal core and ventured deeper, hearing Xia Iran shout behind him. Hey, that was my hunting ground first. Go buy a pet toy. Lu Chen waved dismissively without turning back, for this place was about to transform. The ground trembled violently as a colossal rumbling echoed in the distance. Akin to a building collapsing, the top of the demon lair cracked open in a web-like fissure, dark red light seeping through. The Eye of All Things frantically refreshed its warnings, detected a phenomenon of dimensional overlap. Abyssal beast teleportation efficiency increased by 300. Probability of mythical beings descending, 17. Xia Iran's ice-wing sword tiger suddenly bristled. Master, something is consuming space. The rock wall twisted like melting wax, and 5 sovereign 7-star hellhounds emerged from the crevice. Lu Chen steadied the trembling illusory blade, its soul sensing a deeper presence, an entity that could instill dread even in the void. It seemed Lu Chen suddenly tossed the crystal core to Xia Iran. Your sickly cat needs its vaccine. Chapter 60. The 100-faced ghost approaches. The rock walls in the depths of the demon lair twisted like melting wax, dark red light seeping through the cracks. The air thick with the stench of decay and blood. From the rift emerged the hellhound of the Overlord's 7 stars, its fangs dripping with corrosive saliva, uttering a low, menacing growl. Lu Chen stood atop a rocky platform, the illusory blade inclined towards the ground, its edge shimmering with a faint silver light. He cast a glance at the floating data panel reflected in his retina. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Beastmaster level, Overlord 7 stars, mid-tier. Stamina, 7,600, 11,000. Mental power, 8,700, 11,000. Void Blade Intent Refinement, 78. Extreme Cold Phoenix Breath Technique Cooldown ready. Hey rookie. Xia Iran, wielding an ice crystal longbow, stood beside her crouching ice-wing sword tiger. It's for bristling. These hellhounds are no trifles. If you're afraid, you can still run. Lu Chen smirked, afraid? I fear you might hold me back. Ha, tough talk. Xia Iran scoffed, drawing back her bow. 7 ice arrows instantly coalesced. Let us see who can kill more. With a roar, the hellhounds lunged forward. Their corrosive saliva is spraying forth, instantly eroding the ground into craters. Shouting freeze time, Lu Chen commanded sharply. In a flash of silver light, the movements of 3 hellhounds suddenly froze, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Lu Chen advanced, wielding the illusory blade in a horizontal slash. Startling swan. The blade glimmered like lightning, and 3 menacing heads flew into the air simultaneously. Not to be outdone, Xia Yiran unleashed a volley of ice arrows, skillfully piercing the hellhounds' eye sockets, instantly encasing their heads in frost. Not bad, Lu Chen remarked, casting her a sidelong glance. Mutual admiration, Xia Yiran raised an eyebrow. But the real trouble is about to arrive. The ground trembled violently, the fissures in the rock wall widening abruptly, a suffocating pressure emanating from the depths. The Eye of all things frantically updated warnings. Detected mythical energy fluctuation. Target, abyssal faceless demon, mythical 1 star. Characteristics, high intelligence, faceless transformation, abyssal corruption. Mythical tier. Xia Yiran's complexion paled slightly. This is bad. Scared? Lu Chen chuckled lightly. Scared? Xia Yiran gritted her teeth. I'm just contemplating how to divide the spoils. The abyssal faceless demon gradually crawled out from the rift, its form resembling a twisted shadow, its surface shifting through various faces, human, beast, and even unknown creatures. Each visage screamed, laughed, or wept, their voices intertwining into a maddening cacophony. Human, delectable soul, the faceless demon whispered, its voice akin to 1,000 murmurs. Xiao Chan, accelerate time. Lu Chen commanded. Silver light enveloped him, and his speed surged dramatically. The illusory blade was unsheathed, its edge aimed directly at the core of the faceless demon. In an instant, the blade flashed, cleaving a fissure in the demon's body, yet the wound healed almost immediately. Useless. Physical attacks are ineffective against me, the faceless demon cackled, shadowy tendrils lunging towards Lu Chen. Space rends. Xiao Ying's dragon claw swung, tearing apart the tendrils with void power. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yiran distanced herself, channeling the icy power into her crystal bow, icebound domain. The ground froze instantly, momentarily halting the faceless demon's movements. Good crowd control, Lu Chen complimented, then smirked. But it won't be so easy to freeze it. As expected, the faceless demon's body suddenly swelled, shattering the icy layer inch by inch. Shadowy tendrils surged towards Xia Yiran like a tidal wave. Be careful, Lu Chen shouted. Caught off guard, she was ensnared by a tendril around her ankle. Yanked towards the demon's gaping maw. Lu Chen, she cried out in struggle. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. A dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The bait is in place. Shattered jade. His mental power ignited, tripling his combat strength. The silver light on the illusory blade transformed into blazing white flames as Lu Chen's figure flickered like a specter before the faceless demon. Open ruins. The physical rules within 10 meters were rewritten, temporarily sealing the demon's transformation ability. Now, Lu Chen reversed the blade, unleashing the 4th strike, Dream Slash. Mental shock targeting the core consciousness of the faceless demon. The demon emitted a wretched howl, its body writhing violently. Seizing the moment, Xia Yiran broke free from the tendrils, and the ice-winged sword tiger lunged forward, its claws tearing through the shadowy form. Final strike. Lu Chen raised the illusory blade high, its light cascading like a galaxy. Startling swan altered. The blade pierced the core of the faceless demon, the mythical abyssal creature finally disintegrating into a swirling cloud of black mist. Stamina, 3,200, 11,000. Mental power, 2,100, 11,000. Shattered jade side effect. Mental recovery speed reduced by 50, lasts 12 hours. Panting, Xia Yiran glanced at Lu Chen. Did you plan this all along? Sheathing his blade, Lu Chen chuckled lightly. What else? Did you really think I would let you die in vain? Xia Yiran gritted her teeth. This spoils belong to me. Lu Chen retrieved a dark crystal core from the black mist. However, I can spare you a small fragment. You. Xia Yiran fumed. Lu Chen tossed her a smaller shard of the core. Here, take it as your performance fee. Receiving the crystal, Xia Yiran scoffed. Don't expect me to cooperate with you again next time. Next time? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. So you wish to team up with me again? Get lost. In the distance, a shadow silently retreated, the scout from the Bloodblade team having witnessed everything unfold. Chapter 61, The Sorrow of Bloodblade. The stench of blood lingered deep within the demonic cave as Lu Chen toyed with the dark abyssal crystal core between his fingers, a dangerous smile gracing his lips. Xia Yiran was tending to her arm wound, while the ice-winged sword tiger remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Hey, rookie, Xia Yiran suddenly lowered her voice. There's something lurking at 3 o'clock on the rock wall. Lu Chen casually tossed the crystal core, a peak mythical 1-star blood tooth, accompanied by 4 king-tier minions. He suddenly gripped the core tightly. The real show was about to begin. The data stream on his retina refreshed. Stamina, 3,200, 11,000. Mental power, 2,100. 11,000, shattered jade side effect ongoing. Taking spirit enhancement potion, mental power restored to 100. Temporary breakthrough, mythical 1-star, lasts 30 minutes. From the shadows of the rock wall emerged 5 figures. Leading them, Bloodtooth wore a bone mask, a totem of a dripping dagger etched across his chest. His raspy voice grated like sandpaper. Son of the Lu Mountain, hand over the void legacy, and I shall leave your corpse intact. Lu Chen suddenly burst into laughter. Does Truman not test IQ when recruiting these days? He waved the crystal core. Did your boss not inform you? A mythical 1-star faceless demon just said the same thing. Bloodtooth's bone claws extended 3 inches, seeking death. 4 members of Bloodblade lunged simultaneously. As Xia Ran's ice arrows flew, they were shattered mid-flight. Lu Chen, she shouted urgently. Xiao Chan. Acceleration of time. Silver light enveloped the area. Lu Chen's figure blurred. And in the instant the illusory blade was drawn, the neck of the leftmost assassin burst with blood. 1 down. The blade reversed to block the bone claws. Sparks flying as Lu Chen chuckled. Is this the level of you mythical tier? Suddenly, Bloodtooth's bone claws surged, piercing Lu Chen's afterimage. The true illusory blade had already struck towards the second assassin, whose chest armor flared with crimson runes. Clang. At the moment the blade was deflected, Lu Chen's left hand conjured the doom coin. The assassin's defensive rune abruptly faltered, and in an instant, the third blade cleaved through him with devastating precision. Second, Lu Chen dismissed the droplets of blood from his blade. Xia Ran, to your left. The young girl's icy winged sword lunged at the ambusher, only to be met by the third assassin's chain blade that slashed through her shoulder guard. Amidst the sound of tearing fabric, fresh blood seeped from Xia Ran's snow-white shoulder. A beautiful maiden should not be so easily gazed upon. Suddenly, Lu Chen flashed in front of her, parrying the incoming chain blade with his illusory knife. The Bloodfang had finally taken matters into his own hands. The pressure of a mythical tier 2 being caused the rocky walls to fracture. As he crossed his claws to unleash 10 streaks of crimson light, blood prison strangulation. Little shadow. The void stasis activated, freezing the trajectory of the blood light for 5 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen surged forward, his blade clashing sharply against the bony claws. Startling swan. The blade's radiance shone like the moon, causing a fissure to form in Bloodfang's mask. He staggered back, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Abyss stabilizer activated. A crimson array emerged on the ground, and Lu Chen's movements abruptly slowed. The remaining 2 assassins seized the chance to attack Xia Ran. Their chain blades aimed at her throat. Jade shatter. With a surge of mental energy, Lu Chen's speed tripled. The illusory knife struck first, severing the chain blade along with the assassin's arm. Third, as blood gushed forth, Lu Chen kicked the wailing assassin away, taunting, "Is that all you Chu men can do?" Bloodfang suddenly crushed the pendant at his chest. Blood sacrifice. The final assassin's body expanded and exploded, enveloping Lu Chen's limbs in chains of blood. Die? The bony claws lunged for his heart. In a critical moment, Xiao Chan's time-space turbulence slowed Bloodfang's movements by 3 seconds. Open ruins. Within a 10-meter radius. Physical laws were rewritten, causing the blood chains to shatter. Lu Chen pivoted his blade, the 4th strike of the dream piercing directly into Bloodfang's brow. Thud. The bony claws pierced Lu Chen's left shoulder, while the illusory knife simultaneously plunged into Bloodfang's right chest. The 2 locked eyes amidst the blood mist. And Lu Chen suddenly grinned. Do you know why I chose the right chest? The eye of all things gleamed with silver light, and void runes emerged on the blade, because it's 3 inches from the heart. Startling swan revised. The blade erupted, and the right half of Bloodfang's body was instantly consumed by the void. He staggered back, disbelief etched on his features as he beheld his mutilated form. You. Fourth, Lu Chen flicked the bloodied blade, declaring, "It's your turn, Bloodfang." The dying Bloodfang erupted into maniacal laughter. Do you think you've won? The Abyss stabilizer has completed its positioning. His fragmented body began to dissolve, the demonic cave on the verge of transforming into an abyssal outpost. Lu Chen swiftly severed his head. You talk too much. In the silence that followed, only Xia Ran's labored breaths remained. She clutched her shattered shoulder guard, staring blankly at the scattered remains. You planned this all along, didn't you? Lu Chen picked up a blood-red crystal from the remains of Bloodfang. What else could it be? Suddenly, he tossed the crystal to her, a trophy. Xia Ran caught the crystal, realizing it was a premium ice-type material. She pursed her lips. Why help me? Who said I helped you? Lu Chen wiped the illusory knife, sheathing it with a clear ringing sound. The price of angering me. In the distance, the sound of collapsing rock echoed as dark red mist began to seep from the depths of the demonic cave. Lu Chen turned toward the source of the noise. Care to come watch the show? Make sure to wear something sturdy. Saga ran, gazing at his retreating figure. Suddenly quickened her pace to follow. Rookie, you owe me a personal favor. Chapter 62, Thunderstorm Suppression. The rumble from the depths of the demonic cave resembled the roar of an ancient beast, as dark red mist oozed from the crevices, staining the entire space crimson. The ground trembled violently, debris cascading from above as if the entire cave were on the brink of collapse. Lu Chen stood on a protruding rock, a semi-transparent data panel materializing before him. Name: Lu Chen. Age: 15. Beastmaster level. Dominator 7 stars, mid-level. Vitality: 5,800, 11,000. Mental energy: 7,200. 11,000. Illusory knife intent refinement. 80. Extreme cold phoenix breathing technique cooldown. Ready. The situation is graver than anticipated. Saga Ran stood beside him, her ice-winged sword tiger alertly surveying the surroundings, as the concentration of abyssal energy continued to rise. Lu Chen gently caressed the hilt of the illusory knife. It seems the gift from Chu Min has begun to take effect. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning cleaved through the crimson mist, followed by a deafening roar of thunder. The entire demonic cave was illuminated as if it were daylight. A formidable pressure descending from above. The demon suppression army has arrived. Saga Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Amidst the lightning, a tall figure hovered in midair. Clad in dark golden armor and draped with a deep blue cloak, her long hair danced in the thunder. Most striking was the enormous hawk that circled beside her, its wingspan exceeding 15 meters, each feather crackling with dazzling electricity. Wei Qing, General of the Demon Suppression Army. Jiangnan Military Division, Beastmaster level, Mythical 5 stars, Companion Beast, Thunder Hawk, Mythical 6 stars. Everyone, evacuate the cave immediately. Wei Qing's voice thundered, leaving no room for dissent. With a wave of her hand, hundreds of soldiers from the Demon Suppression Army emerged from the lightning, swiftly deploying suppression formations throughout the cave. Complex runes ignited on the ground, forming a massive electric net that pushed back the encroaching abyssal mist. You too. Wei Qing's gaze fell upon Lu Chen and Saga Ran. Why are you still here? As Saga Ran began to respond, Lu Chen chuckled lightly. General, we cleared out quite a few nuisances for you. Wei Qing frowned slightly. The Thunderhawk's piercing gaze scanning the scattered corpses, remnants of the Bloodblade squad, fragments of Dominator-level abyssal beasts, and traces of the slain hundred-faced ghost. Lu Chen. Wei Qing suddenly recognized him, the champion of the National College Beastmaster competition. It seems my fame extends further than I imagined. Lu Chen shrugged. Wei Qing ignored his jest, her expression serious. This is not the time for bravado. A passage to the abyss is forming deep within the cave, and at least calamity-level creatures will descend, which is precisely why we need more hands. ISNT it. Lu Chen unsheathed the illusory knife by 3 inches. I have experience dealing with mythical tiers. Wei Qing scrutinized him for a few seconds before nodding. Very well, but you must follow orders. She raised her hand, casting a lightning symbol that landed on Lu Chen and Saga Ran. This is a temporary pass. It will not be harmed by the suppression formations. At Wei Qing's command, the suppression formations of the Demon Suppression Army activated fully. Hundreds of soldiers simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy. The electric net on the ground radiating brightly, driving the abyssal mist back into the fissures. First squad, secure the eastern side. Second squad, reinforce the core suppression. Third squad, prepare to confront the breakthrough point. Orders were issued one after another, and the entire suppression operation proceeded with impeccable order. Lu Chen and Saga Ran were stationed at the edge of the formation, tasked with eliminating any abyssal beasts that occasionally breached the defenses. Little Shadow, void stasis. Lu Chen commanded. A flash of silver light passed, and 3 abyssal hunting hounds that had breached the line suddenly froze in their tracks. Lu Chen stepped forward, his illusory knife sweeping horizontally. Startling swan. The blade flashed like lightning, and 3 grotesque heads soared into the air simultaneously. Saga Ran, not to be outdone, unleashed a flurry of ice arrows, accurately piercing the cores of several abyssal moths. Good coordination. Wei Qing's voice suddenly came from behind. She stood atop the Thunder Falcon, surveying them from a lofty perch, embodying the champion's reputation. Lu Chen sheathed his sword, remarking, the general is too kind. However, the pressure in the core area appeared to be rather unstable. Wei Qing furrowed her brow, stating, the abyssal passage is expanding. We require a more formidable force. At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated from the depths of the dungeon. The ground shook violently, and the light of the suppression array began to flicker erratically. This is bad. Wei Qing's expression shifted dramatically. A calamity-level creature is about to breach the passage. She waved her hand fiercely, commanding, "Everyone, prepare for ultimate suppression." The Thunder Falcon let out a long cry, its body surging with arcs of lightning. Standing on the falcon's back, Wei Qing formed hand seals, gathering potent, thunderous energy around her. Lu Chen, Xia ran, retreat. She bellowed, "This is beyond your capabilities." Yet, Lu Chen stepped forward instead. "General, perhaps I can be of assistance." Before Wei Qing could respond, he activated Jade Shatter. His mental energy ignited, tripling his combat power. The silver light on the illusory blade transformed into searing white flames. Xiao Chan, accelerate time. The silver light enveloped him, and Lu Chen's speed surged dramatically. He leaped into the depths of the dungeon. The illusory blade aimed directly at the colossal shadow taking form. Open the void. The physical laws within 10 meters were rewritten, momentarily stalling the giant claw that had just breached the passage. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lu Chen reversed the blade's edge. Dreamscape. The mental shock directly struck the consciousness of the incompletely manifested creature. A pained roar echoed from the depths of the passage as the giant claw retracted slightly. Now's the time. Wei Qing capitalized on the moment. The Thunder Falcon transformed into a blinding bolt of lightning, striking at the core of the passage. Thunderous might. The dazzling lightning exploded, illuminating the entire dungeon as if it were daylight. The abyssal passage twisted violently in the thunder, ultimately collapsing with a resounding crash. Silence. Everyone held their breath until they confirmed the passage had truly vanished, erupting into cheers. Wei Qing descended from the air, the lightning gradually receding. She approached Lu Chen, a rare smile gracing her lips. "Well done, lad." Lu Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. Likewise. Wei Qing retrieved a thunder emblem from her pocket, tossing it to Lu Chen, a token of friendship from the Demon Suppression Army. "Should you ever need assistance, feel free to seek me out." Xia Yiran gaped in shock. This was a personal token from General Wei Qing, seldom given to others. Lu Chen caught the emblem, a smirk forming on his lips. "Then I shall not be polite." The suppression operation continued into the night. When the last wisp of abyssal mist was cleared, the Demon Suppression Army began to withdraw. Before departing, Wei Qing deliberately warned Lu Chen, "The abyssal forces have been particularly active recently. Be cautious." "Thank you for your concern, General," Lu Chen nodded. "I will be vigilant." As he watched the retreating lightning of the Demon Suppression Army, Xia Yiran let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. Lu Chen toyed with the thunder emblem. "No, this is merely the beginning." Chapter 63. Invitation from the Demon Suppression Army. At the entrance of the dungeon, the morning light pierced through the clouds, casting its glow upon the mottled rock face. Xia Yiran recalled her Ice-Wing Sword Tiger into her beast space and turned to Lu Chen. "Novice, I'm heading back to Jiangnan's Imperial Academy." Lu Chen, still fiddling with the thunder emblem, noticed the silver-white metallic surface occasionally flickering with tiny arcs of electricity. "Aren't you going to treat your life-saving benefactor to a meal?" "Life-saving benefactor?" Xia Yiran raised an eyebrow. "Who used whom as bait?" She suddenly produced an ice crystal token from her storage ring and tossed it over. "Here, a token from the Xia family of Jiangnan. Next time you visit Jiangnan, I'll treat you to some real delicacies." The token felt icy to the touch, with the character Xia engraved on one side and an image of a soaring frost dragon on the other. Lu Chen's eyes automatically displayed data. Ice Dragon Token. Characteristic: can withstand one ice-type attack below the mythical level. Bonus: Xia Family Trade Association 30 discount privilege. Quite generous. Lu Chen accepted the token. But he was more curious. Why would the young lady from the Xia family venture into the dungeon alone? Xia Yiran's gaze flickered. Just a family trial. She turned, waving her hand. "Don't get yourself killed, novice." Watching the girl's retreating figure, Lu Chen chuckled. "Stubbornness seems to run in your blood." "Finished chatting?" Wei Qing's voice came from behind. She had changed out of her battle armor, now clad in a deep blue military uniform, with the Thunder Falcon perched on her shoulder. "Get in the vehicle. The military wishes to see you." The military off-road vehicle sped along the designated path, the ancient city of Jiangnan awakening in the morning light outside the window. Wei Qing held the steering wheel with one hand. "Your performance was mentioned in the dungeon suppression report. Several generals are quite interested." Lu Chen leaned back in his seat, lightly tapping the emblem. "So this is an interview invitation?" "It's a special recruitment assessment." Wei Qing glanced at him. "The youth reserve of the Demon Suppression Army specifically recruits elites under the age of 30. The off-road vehicle passed through 3 security checkpoints, halting in front of a black metal building. As Wei Qing presented her credentials, Lu Chen noted the 9 lightning patterns adorning her wrist, the mark of a mythical-level powerhouse in the Demon Suppression Army. Inside the military hall, A dozen young officers were exchanging task handovers. Upon seeing Wei Qing enter, everyone stood at attention in salute. Lu Chen observed the various emblems on their chests: thunder, mountain, waves. Wei Qing guided him towards the elevator. The commander-in-chief wishes to meet you personally. The elevator ascended directly to the top floor. When the doors opened, a heavy atmosphere of iron and blood enveloped them. In the spacious office, 3 generals were engaged in discussion around a holographic sand table. The elderly man with white hair at the center turned, his shoulder insignia gleaming with 5 golden stars. Lu Chen. His voice boomed. I am Qin Jinyue, commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan Demon Suppression Army. He gestured towards the sand table. Tell me, if it were you, how would you defend this abyssal node? Lu Chen took a glance at the sand table. The eye of all things automatically analyzed the terrain data. He picked up a magnetic marker representing troop strength and placed it at several key points. The Void Dragon Lord could establish a spatial barrier here, while the Temporal Dragon would handle early warnings. The true killing move should lie hidden in. He marked what appeared to be an ordinary valley. A point of spatial fold. Qin Zhen's eyes sparkled with insight. Exactly the same as Wei Qing's plan. He pressed a button on the desk, projecting Lu Chen's combat data. A dominator-level individual capable of contending with mythical entities. Fascinating. The scarred general on the right suddenly spoke up. I heard you killed some of Chu Men's people? In self-defense, Lu Chen smiled. They struck first. Well done. The scarred general slammed the table. Those rats lurking in the gutters will eventually be caught. Qin Zhen signaled for silence. Lu Chen. The youth reserve of the Demon Suppression Army only recruits 20 individuals each year. Now, you have 2 choices: formally join or serve as an honorary advisor. A translucent panel appeared before him. Choice analysis. Formal joining. Gain preferential access to Demon Suppression Army resources. Must adhere to military regulations. Honorary advisor. Freedom of action. Limited privileges. I choose advisor. Lu Chen's smile faded. He had some personal grievances to address. Qin Zhen seemed to have anticipated this very well. However, you must participate in the Thunder trial in 3 months. He handed over a silver chip. This grants advisor privileges, allowing you to access intelligence below B level. By the time Lu Chen departed the military headquarters, it was already afternoon. Wei Qing escorted him to the entrance. Yi Wuchen found himself imprisoned in the depths of the town's dungeon, where he divulged considerable intelligence regarding the Chu Men. With a meaningful glance, she cautioned him about the recent surge of activity from the abyss, urging him to remain vigilant. Lu Chen activated his chip, and a virtual light screen unfurled before him. Within the Demon Suppression Army's database, an encrypted message seized his attention. Chu Men has been frequently in contact with the Abyss Church recently. The target is suspected to be related to the Void Inheritance. It seemed that the game had only just commenced. Lu Chen deactivated the light screen, caressing the Ice Dragon token in his hand, and gazed towards the distant Jiangnan Yuda direction. Xie Ran, the heiress of the Xie family business. A notable figure among the nation's top commercial enterprises, piqued his interest. Chapter 64. The Battle of Heavenly Prodigies in the Early Morning. The training ground of the Jiangnan Demon Suppression Army was suffused with the mingling sense of metal and sweat. As Lu Chen stepped through the alloy gates, he heard Wei Qing's voice resonating through the communicator. You're just in time. Someone wishes to meet you. The virtual projection screen at the center of the training ground was looping footage from the previous day's Demon Cave suppression battle. Lu Chen noted that his combat segments had been deliberately highlighted, the image frozen at the moment the Void Dragon Lord tore apart the abyssal creature. Was this the 15-year-old overlord? A boy with crimson hair emerged from the equipment area, his battle suit adorned with 7 golden patterns, yet he appeared rather unimpressive. Wei Qing leaned against the wall with crossed arms. He Tian, ranked 7th on the prodigy list. Lu Chen, the newly appointed consultant. Lu Chen glanced at the data regarding his opponent. He Tian. Age, 16. Beastmaster level, Overlord 7 stars. Companions, Thunder Battle Tiger, Overlord 7 stars peak. Blazing Lion, Overlord 6 stars. Specialty, dual element combination techniques of thunder and fire. So this was the genius cultivated by the Demon Suppression Army? Lu Chen tilted his head, observing that he seemed as if he had just finished a shift at a barbecue stall. The training ground fell silent. He Tian's forehead throbbed with veins, his right hand resting on the hilt of his battle knife. Dare you step onto the stage? Just what I was hoping for. Lu Chen chuckled softly, turning to Wei Qing. The consultant has the authority to utilize the training ground, correct? Wei Qing's lips curled upwards. Just don't damage the equipment. The alloy arena rose with the whir of machinery, and soon, over 100 members of the Demon Suppression Army gathered around. Lu Chen noticed several formidable-looking youths seated in the front row of the audience, each wearing badges of the prodigy list. The rules were simple. He Tian would throw down 2 contract cards, and the match would continue until one side conceded or fell off the stage. Two colossal beasts materialized amidst a radiant glow. The Thunder Battle Tiger, enveloped in blue and purple lightning, stood 3 meters tall, leaving scorched marks with each step. The blazing lion's mane resembled flames, the air around it distorting due to the intense heat. Lu Chen simultaneously summoned the Void Dragon Lord and the Time Rift Dragon. The silver-gray dragon scales glimmered coldly under the lights, while the Time Rift Dragon's amber vertical pupils scanned the arena, causing many lower-tier Beastmasters companions to cower in fear. The might of the dragons was palpable. A gasp arose from the audience. Tion's expression shifted, but he soon grinned maliciously. What of the Dragon Clan? Thunder Battle Tiger. Thunderstorm Domain. Blinding lightning instantly enveloped half the arena, arcs of electricity darting about like living creatures. The blazing lion unleashed its inferno fury, creating a terrifying conflagration that perfectly merged with the thunderstorm, forming a nightmarish realm of fire and lightning. Lu Chen remained still. Yet the Eye of All Things had already identified 17 vulnerabilities. Through a mental link, he commanded, Little Shadow, Void Barrier, Little Chen. Time Acceleration. The silver-gray spatial barrier precisely deflected all thunder and fire attacks, and the Time Rift Dragon's silhouette blurred, appearing behind the blazing lion in the next instant. The Dragon Claw, infused with temporal turbulence, struck down but was intercepted at the last moment by the Thunder Battle Tiger. Not bad. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Tion formed seals with both hands. Let me show you the true combination technique. Thunderfire Cataclysm. The two gigantic beasts suddenly executed a fusion skill, intertwining thunderstorm and flames into a 10-meter-wide torrent of energy. The arena's protective shield emitted a strained hum, and many spectators instinctively recoiled. Lu Chen finally moved. The moment the illusory blade was drawn, the entire training ground was plunged into darkness. Illusory blade technique, Soaring Swan. The silver-white blade light cleaved through the energy torrent, maintaining its momentum as it struck towards Tion. The Thunder Battle Tiger hastily intervened, but was repelled 3 steps back by the added force of spatial energy. How is this possible? Tion's eyes widened in disbelief as he found himself facing a combination technique with bare hands. Lu Chen did not allow him a moment to ponder. Little Chen, time stasis. The Time Rift Dragon's pupils constricted sharply, and the flow of time within a 30-meter radius suddenly slowed. Though it lasted only 0.3 seconds, it was sufficient for the Void Dragon Lord to gather its strength. The silver-gray dragon wings unfurled, and numerous spatial rifts appeared around it. Void turbulence. The fragmented space swept across the arena like blades, and Tion hurriedly defended but still felt his battle suit torn. The blazing lion attempted to rescue him, but was forced back by the sudden appearance of the Time Blade. The audience was silent as several members of the prodigy list rose, their eyes fixed intently on the arena. But it wasn't over yet. Lu Chen suddenly revealed a dangerous smile, jade-shattering. His mental power surged threefold, illuminating the intricate patterns on the illusory blade. Tion felt a flash before his eyes, the icy blade already pressed against his throat. Do you concede? Lu Chen inquired. Tion's face turned ashen, but glancing at his two companions, who were suppressed by the dragon's might, he finally gritted his teeth. I concede. The training ground erupted into deafening cheers. Wei Qing approached, handing Lu Chen a towel, while fought. However, she gestured towards the audience. It seems you've stirred up some trouble. The members of the prodigy list were advancing towards the arena. The leading youth, wearing glasses, bore a badge indicating he was ranked 3rd on the prodigy list. Lin Xiao. Myth 1 star, Wei Qing whispered. His companions are I know, Lu Chen replied, wiping his sweat, as the Eye of All Things scanned the data. Lin Xiao. Age, 19. Beastmaster level, Myth 1 star. Companions, Shadow 9 Heavens Demon Spider, Myth 2 stars, Soul-Devouring Beast, Myth 1 star. The bespectacled youth adjusted his glasses. Interested in a real match? No rules, field combat. Just as Lu Chen was about to respond, a warning alarm blared from the communicator. Wei Qing's expression changed dramatically. Emergency assembly. Anomalous fluctuations detected at the abyss nodes. The entire training ground instantly shifted into combat readiness. Lin Xiao cast a deep glance at Lu Chen. Next time. Then watching the swiftly assembling demon suppression army, Lu Chen activated his consultant chip. The holographic projection revealed 3 new abyssal fissures appearing on the outskirts of Jiangnan City, one of which was experiencing a rapid surge in energy readings. Shall we go together? Wei Qing had summoned the Thunder Eagle, eager to test their combat synergy. Lu Chen sheathed the illusory blade, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I couldn't ask for more. Chapter 65. The Abyss Frontline at the Demon Cave amidst the roar of military transport aircraft. Lu Chen was checking his equipment. The tactical belt issued by the Demon Suppression Army was stuffed with various potions and emergency supplies, and the illusory blade lay quietly in its specially crafted sheath, the space runes on its hilt faintly glowing. Current status. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15 years. Beastmaster level, Overlord 7 stars, peak. Stamina, 12, 500, 12, 500, enhanced by Dragon Blood Foundation. Mental power, 12, 000, 12, 000. Pet Beast, Void Dragon Lord, Xiaoying. Strength, Dominator 6-star Pinnacle. Pet Beast, Time-Space Dragon, Xiaochan. Strength, Dominator 5-star. In 3 minutes, we will reach the front lines. Wei Qing's voice echoed through the cabin, announcing the detection of 3 mythic-level energy signatures, instructing everyone to prepare for combat. Across from him, He Tian was grooming his Thunder War Tiger, lifting his head upon hearing the announcement. I heard you made Lin Xiu quite angry yesterday. Lu Chen pinned the bone erosion nail to his sleeve. He insisted on conducting field training, yet when the abyss alarm sounded, he fled faster than anyone. Laughter erupted in the cabin. Several young officers from the Demon Suppression Army gathered around, one of whom, a ponytailed female soldier, offered an energy bar. Care to try? It's a specially formulated high-energy supplement. Lu Chen accepted it and took a bite, immediately displaying data before him. Military energy bar, Thunder Special. Effect, 50 recovery of stamina within 30 minutes. Side effects, may cause slight electric shock sensation. Is this what you all eat regularly? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, realizing why their tempers were so volatile. The female soldier laughed heartily. You'll get used to it. By the way, I'm Qing Shui, ranked 15th on the talents list, and my pet beast is the frost giant wolf. Suddenly, the transport aircraft jolted violently, and the cabin door indicator turned red. Wei Qing's voice rang out once more. Prepare for airdrop. The abyss energy is erupting. The rear door of the cabin slowly opened, a sulphurous wind rushing in. Lu Chen approached the door, gazing down at the ground now stained a dark crimson. 3 massive black whirlpools slowly rotating, countless shadows surging forth from within. Jump! At Wei Qing's command, he leaped from the cabin first. Lu Chen followed closely, teasing as they fell. He Tian, does your tiger fly? You don't need to worry about that. He Tian roared, summoning his Thunder War Tiger, energy wings briefly forming behind the fierce beast. At 500 meters from the ground, Lu Chen activated the Void Dragon Lord's spatial ability. Xiaoying, catch us. A silver-gray dragon shadow flashed by, and Lu Chen and Xiaochan landed firmly on its back. The other members of the Demon Suppression Army showcased their skills. Qing Shui's frost giant wolf created an ice crystal slide beneath its feet. The landing point was a makeshift outpost, where a dozen battle-worn soldiers were holding their ground. Upon seeing Wei Qing, the leading officer sighed in relief. Commander, a mythic-level abyss falcon has appeared at Node 3, and it has already destroyed 3 of our energy cannons. Wei Qing swiftly examined the battlefield hologram. Qing Shui, hold Node 1. He Tian, you're in charge of Node 2. Lu Chen, follow me to Node 3. After assigning tasks, she turned to Lu Chen. Mythic-level abyss creatures possess intelligence. Be wary of their sonic attacks. Lu Chen nodded. His Wanxiang eye already locking onto the massive shadow 3 kilometers away. Abyss Falcon. Strength, Mythic 1-star. Characteristic, Sonic Rending, Shadow Traversal. Weakness, Space-type skills counter. Abyss Fox. Strength, Mythic 1-star. Characteristic, Enchanting Eye, Phantom Clone. Weakness, Time-type skills counter. 2. Lu Chen frowned. Wei Qing's expression grew serious. It seems the intelligence was incorrect. Which one do you choose? Leave the fox to me. Lu Chen drew his illusory blade, noting that Xiaochan needed some practice. Node 3 had already turned into ruins. The Abyss Falcon, over 15 meters long, circled in the sky, each dive accompanied by a sonic boom. More troublesome was the purple-black fox on the ground, its 9 tails creating disorienting illusions with every sway. As usual, I'll take the lead, you provide support. Wei Qing summoned the Thunder Eagle, a mythic 2-star pet beast that immediately summoned the wrath of the heavens. Yet Lu Chen shook his head. Let us switch. Your lightning type is countered by the fox's shadow attribute. Before Wei Qing could object, he charged towards the fox. Xiaoying, void confinement. The silver-gray spatial cage instantly ensnared the fox, but it merely smirked derisively, dissipating into black smoke. A clone. The true abyss fox appeared behind Lu Chen, its claws slicing through the air with a bloody wind. Time acceleration. Xiaochan's dragon eye contracted sharply, and Lu Chen's speed suddenly tripled, narrowly evading the strike. Surprise flickered in the fox's eyes, quickly replaced by a human-like smile. An interesting little fellow. Its voice resonated with a strange allure. Lu Chen felt a wave of dizziness, but the Wanxiang Eye activated its defense mechanism. Xiaochan, Blade of Time. The amber-colored time blade grazed the fox's cheek, drawing forth a stream of dark blood. The fox recoiled in pain, its charm effect interrupted. You can hurt me? The fox licked its wound, sensing the need to take things seriously. Its 9 tails rose in unison, each tip glowing with a dark purple orb. Lu Chen instantly recognized it as the high-level shadow skill, Nether Explosion, capable of obliterating half a city block. Xiaoying, Spatial Exchange. Just as the orbs surged towards him, Lu Chen and Xiaoying swapped positions. The Void Dragon Lord unleashed its void barrier, confining the explosion's power to a 5-meter radius. As the dust settled, the fox was astonished to find Lu Chen unscathed. Space type? No, there's also a time type dual attribute dragon. Lu Chen wasted no time for its contemplation. Jade Shatter. Open the abyss. Under the dual amplification, his aura surged to mythic levels. The illusory blade sliced through the air, emitting a shrill sound of spatial rending. Executing the third form of the void blade technique, instant. The fox hastily dodged, but still had 2 tails severed by the blade's energy. It let out a piercing shriek, its form suddenly blurring as it split into 12 indistinguishable clones. Futile. Lu Chen scoffed, the Wanxiang Eye revealing their weakness. Golden patterns swirled in his pupils, precisely locking onto the only clone with an energy core among the 12. Simultaneously, Xiaochan activated time stasis. Though it could only freeze the fox for 0.5 seconds, it was enough for Xiaoying to gather energy. Spatial Rupture. A silver-gray torrent of energy swept through, directly striking the fox's main body, tearing a horrific gash in its chest. It looked on in disbelief at its wound. How could a mere dominator? Meanwhile, Wei Qing and the Thunder Eagle had also dispatched the Abyss Falcon. The massive corpse of the eagle plummeted from the sky, stirring a cloud of dust. As the battle concluded, Lu Chen released his amplification state, a wave of weakness washing over him. He Tian and Cheng Shui arrived with their respective teams. Shock evident on their faces as they surveyed the battlefield. Cheng Shui swallowed hard. How did you manage that with 2 mythic beasts? Wei Qing sheathed the Thunder Eagle, coordination. True combat is not about solitary feats. He Tian approached Lu Chen, suddenly extending his hand. I was too arrogant before. I acknowledge your strength. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. So now you admit I'm your big brother? Get lost. He Tian laughed, though his gaze had changed. Next mission, let us team up. On the return transport aircraft, Wei Qing handed Lu Chen a golden badge, Demon Suppression Army, Elite Medal. This allows you to mobilize a squad of no more than 10. Lu Chen accepted the badge, noticing the words Abyss Watcher engraved on the back. He looked out at the receding Abyss node, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It seems there will be plenty to do in the future. Chapter 66, Elevating Abyss Training. At the break of dawn, the front lines of the Abyss lay shrouded in a dark crimson mist. Lu Chen stood upon a hastily erected metallic platform, gazing at the distant, ever-twisting rifts in space. Suddenly, a communication request from He Tian illuminated his tactical wristband. Brother Chen, abyssal phantoms have been discovered in Area 3. Are you coming? Lu Chen summoned the real-time data panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Beastmaster level, Dominator 7 stars, peak. Stamina, 13,000, 13,000. Mental power, 12,500, 13,000. Void Blade Intent, Refinement Degree 75. Extreme Cold Phoenix Breath Technique. Rule Level, Major Completion. Jade Shattered, opening the void cooldown. Ready. Send me the coordinates. Lu Chen pressed the communication button, and the illusory blade flew automatically into his hand. A perfect opportunity for a spar with Xiaochan Area 3 was a forsaken factory. Eroded by abyssal energy, its twisted rebar resembling the skeletal remains of a colossal beast. He Tian and his Thunder War Tiger had already stationed themselves at the entrance. Waving upon seeing Lu Chen, the Phantom is in the central workshop. It has already injured 2 reconnaissance teams. Lu Chen activated his all-seeing eye, penetrating layers of obstruction to perceive the elusive shadow, Abyssal Phantom. Strength, Mythical 1 star. Traits, 70 physical immunity, shadow traversal. Weakness, time-based skills counter it. Xiaochan, you shall be the primary attacker. I will provide support. Lu Chen unleashed the Time Rift Dragon, which joyfully circled its master twice upon appearing. Its amber eyes fixated on the factory's direction. He Tian grinned. My Thunder War Tiger has just learned Thunder Chain. It can restrain its movements. As the two stepped into the workshop, the temperature plummeted by several degrees. Suddenly, dozens of ghostly hands emerged from the shadows, and distorted faces surfaced upon the ground. The Thunder War Tiger let out a low growl, unleashing blinding arcs of lightning that shattered the approaching ghostly hands. Above us, Lu Chen exclaimed suddenly. A blurred shadow on the ceiling moved in defiance of physical laws, twisting and fracturing the metal in its wake. Without needing instruction, Xiaochan activated time acceleration, transforming into a stream of golden light as she charged towards the Phantom. Blade of Time. The amber energy blade sliced through the air, and the Phantom emitted a piercing shriek, the struck area failing to heal immediately. Effective. He Tian shouted excitedly. Thunder Tiger, chains. Roaring. The Thunder War Tiger hurled 3 golden chains of lightning, ensnaring the phantom with precision. Yet, in the next moment, the phantom suddenly fragmented into hundreds of smaller shadows, slipping through the gaps in the chains. Physical attacks yield limited results, Lu Chen analyzed calmly. Xiaochan, time stasis. The time rift dragon spread its wings, emitting peculiar ripples of time. Within a 30-meter radius, everything slowed down, and the dispersed shadows moved as if trapped in amber. Now, Lu Chen drew the illusory blade. Executing his move, Stunning Swan, the blade's light, akin to the moon, bore the force of spatial rending as it struck towards the immobilized core of the phantom. Simultaneously, Xiaochan's temporal turbulence enveloped the area, creating a lethal combination of 2 distinct powers. Boom. The phantom let out its final wail as its core was utterly shattered. Before He Tian could cheer, the entire factory suddenly trembled violently. Not good. Lu Chen's expression changed dramatically. Something big is coming. The ground erupted with a thunderous roar as a massive demonic claw burst forth, followed by a second. 2 claws pried open the earth, revealing a colossal creature. Purple-black in hue, adorned with dual horns. Abyssal Troll. Strength, mythical 2 stars. Traits, abyssal royal bloodline, demonic regeneration. Weakness, space-based skills can interrupt regeneration. What the hell? He Tian's forehead beaded with sweat. It's a member of the abyssal royal family. Upon fully emerging, the troll's mere presence warped the metallic surroundings, causing them to melt under its pressure. It gazed down at the 2 diminutive humans, disdain evident in its eyes. Ants dare to slay my kin. Lu Chen advanced rather than retreating, the illusory blade held firmly across his chest. Xiaoying. The silver-gray void dragon materialized with a roar. Its Dominator 6 stars peak, might clashing against the troll's imposing presence, sending visible ripples through the air. Xiaochan flanked Xiaoying, the 2 dragons guarding their master on either side. Interesting, the troll grinned maliciously. 2 younglings should restore quite a bit of strength when consumed. In an instant, it swung its massive claw with astonishing speed. Xiaoying quickly activated the void barrier, but the shield shattered within half a second. Lu Chen and He Tian were hurled backward, crashing against the wall. Coughing, He Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. This thing is even stronger than reported. Lu Chen wiped the blood from his lips, his fighting spirit surging. Xiaoying, space rending. Xiaochan, time acceleration. The void dragon let out a long roar, its claws tearing through space, creating 5 rifts in its wake. The troll did not dodge or evade. Instead, it allowed a massive wound to open on its chest, only to be swiftly mended by swirling black mist. Useless. The troll sneered, raising its hand, a dark purple energy sphere coalescing in its palm. Abyssal explosion. As the energy sphere hurtled toward them, Xiaochan activated time acceleration, allowing Lu Chen to narrowly evade. However, the shockwave still sent him tumbling. The tactical wristband indicating a 20 drop in stamina. Brother Chen, He Tian shouted anxiously. My Thunder Tiger has thunder induction, but it requires charging time. Lu Chen understood. I'll distract it. Xiaoying, void traversal. The silver-gray dragon instantly appeared behind the troll, claw poised to slash at its neck. The troll reacted with remarkable speed, countering with a punch that sent Xiaoying reeling, yet this provided Lu Chen with the opportunity to adjust. Jade shattered. Open the void. With dual amplifications activated, Lu Chen's aura surged towards the mythical realm. The spatial runes on the illusory blade glowed brilliantly as he unleashed his most formidable sword technique. The third form of the void blade technique, momentary strike. The blade's light cascaded like a waterfall of stars, leaving intricate fissures in its path. The troll finally exhibited a grave expression, crossing its arms to absorb the impact of the strike. Slicing 3 inches into flesh, dark purple blood gushed forth. The troll howled in pain, yet its wound remained unhealed, the power of space stifling its regenerative capabilities. Human. The troll's fury reached a boiling point, its horns glowing with an eerie red light. I will grind you into paste. Its muscles bulged, and its aura surged once more. Lu Chen's heart sank. This beast could still strengthen itself. Just then, He Tian's voice rang out. Brother Chen, get back. Lu Chen rolled to evade just as the Thunder War Tiger, enveloped in thick golden lightning, summoned a thunderstorm from the clouds above, a lightning bolt over 2 meters in diameter crashing down. Thunder induction. The lightning struck the troll's head with pinpoint accuracy, causing its horns to shatter and leaving its body charred. Yet, as the smoke cleared, the creature remained upright, albeit its movements had slowed. Not done yet. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen commanded, Xiaochan, temporal turbulence. The time rift dragon soared above the troll, radiating brilliant golden light. It seemed to enter a state of enlightenment, causing the flow of time around it to spiral into chaos. The troll's actions oscillated between rapid acceleration and reverse motion, leaving it utterly unbalanced. Warning: Time Rift Dragon has entered breakthrough status. Potential release: SSS Legend. New skill under comprehension. Lu Chen gazed in astonishment at the fluctuating data. Yet what demanded his immediate attention was the eradication of the troll. He fought against the debilitating dizziness caused by his mental exhaustion and once more raised the illusory blade. Xiao Ying, Spatial Disintegration. The Void Dragon, in perfect synchrony with its master, conjured a miniature black hole of silvery gray energy before its maw. Simultaneously, Lu Chen's blade radiated with unparalleled brilliance. Flash. The combined forces of spatial disintegration and the Void Blade's energy struck the troll's chest, inflicting a wound that would never heal. The troll let out a roar of defiance as its body began to disintegrate into black mist. Impossible. It fixated its gaze on Lu Chen. How could the Void Dragon clan? Before it could finish, its massive form collapsed with a thunderous crash, dissolving into countless motes of light. Lu Chen, having reached his limits, fell to one knee, gasping for breath. Xiao Ying immediately soared back to its master, nuzzling him with concern. "I'm fine," Lu Chen smiled, stroking the dragon's horn and glancing at the still glimmering Xiao Chen above. As for this little creature, the time-space dragon, aglow in golden light, was gradually growing in size, expanding from over 2 meters to nearly 4. Its horns elongated further, intricate temporal patterns manifesting upon its scales. Time-space dragon evolution complete. Strength: Dominator 6 stars. New skill: Time reversal, domain level. Time stasis evolved into time confinement, domain law. Tian approached, limping, his face a mask of shock. "Your dragon's breakthrough is remarkably timely." Just as Lu Chen was about to respond, the tactical wristband emitted an urgent communication. Wei Qing's projection appeared, his expression grave. "Return to base immediately. Catastrophic level energy response detected in Abyss Zone 4. The two exchanged startled glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. Catastrophic level. Such a force could obliterate cities. "Let us go." Lu Chen summoned his 2 dragons, realizing that today's training had only just begun. Chapter 67. The catastrophe descends. The military off-road vehicle sped across the tumultuous battlefield, Lu Chen gripping the tactical wristband tightly. The holographic projection displayed a crimson catastrophic level energy marker expanding at an alarming rate. Tian, seated in the passenger seat, appeared pallid. "Has Commander Qin already arrived?" 10 minutes ago. Wei Qing abruptly swerved the steering wheel to avoid a shell crater, but the Xian Shui heavy tortoise's speed was lacking. Before he could finish, a thunderous dragon roar echoed from afar. Lu Chen abruptly looked up to see a pitch-black pillar of light rising on the horizon, reducing structures to rubble as if they were mere building blocks. Even from this distance, the oppressive force set off ear-piercing alarms within the vehicle. Warning: catastrophic level energy fluctuation. Immediate evacuation to a safe area is advised. Lu Chen silenced the alarms and pulled up the latest data panel. Name: Lu Chen. Age: 15. Beastmaster level: Dominator 7 stars, peak. Stamina: 8,500, 13,000, recovering. Mental power: 8,000, 13,000. Void Blade intent: refinement level 78. Extreme Cold Phoenix Breath technique. Law level, major completion. Jade Shattered Open Abyss cooldown, 12 hours. "Stop the car," Lu Chen suddenly commanded. Wei Qing slammed on the brakes. "Are you insane? Ahead is a combat zone." Xiao Chan's new skill, Time Reversal, can aid the injured. Lu Chen had already flung open the car door. "You all head to the command post first." Without waiting for a response, he summoned the time-space dragon, now exceeding 4 meters in length. The evolved Xiao Chan bore amber scales shimmering with temporal ripples. Lu Chen vaulted onto the dragon's back. "Let us go." The time-space dragon let out a mighty roar, transforming into a streak of golden light as it darted toward the heart of the battlefield. As they drew closer, the sight before Lu Chen caused his pupils to constrict. In the center of a crater measuring over a kilometer in diameter hovered a tall figure with white hair and red eyes. He stood upon a throne crafted from bones, a multitude of writhing bone spikes unfurling behind him. Merely by gazing upon him, Lu Chen felt a sharp pain in his spiritual sea. Abyssal Bone Dragon, humanoid form. Strength: catastrophic, 3 stars. Traits: Undead Dominion, Abyssal Corruption. Vulnerability: Holy, life-based skills. Opposite the Bone Dragon, Qin Jinyue, perched upon the back of the Xian Shui heavy tortoise, appeared diminutive. This gargantuan tortoise, over 100 meters long, exuded a catastrophic 1-star aura, its shell adorned with intricate patterns forming a natural formation. Yet it was being relentlessly pushed back. Another little bug? The Bone Dragon suddenly turned its gaze to Lu Chen in midair, grinning widely. "How amusing. You carry a scent I find quite familiar." An invisible mental shockwave surged forth, and Xiao Chan immediately activated time acceleration to evade, yet was still caught in the residual wave. Lu Chen stifled a groan, blood trickling from his nostrils, just as the bone dragon prepared to strike again. Qin Jinyue bellowed, "Your foe is me." The Xian Shui heavy tortoise unleashed a water jet several dozen meters in diameter, the purifying power within forcing the bone dragon to pivot and respond. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen descended at the edge of a temporary medical station on the battlefield. "Advisor Lu." A blood-soaked medic recognized him, panic evident in their eyes. "Shelter 3 has collapsed. At least 20 people are trapped." Lu Chen looked to Xiao Chan. "Can you manage?" Xiao Chan nodded, its horns glowing with golden light. As the temporal ripples spread, the collapsed concrete nearby began to flow backward, reconstructing the shelter structure as though in reverse playback. Time reversal. The medic's eyes widened in astonishment. "Excellent. Quickly save these injured." While Lu Chen assisted in the rescue, the situation on the main battlefield took a dire turn. The bone dragon suddenly transformed into its true form, a pale giant stretching nearly 200 meters, each vertebra adorned with sharp bone spikes. It struck down upon the back of the Xian Shui heavy tortoise, causing cracks to appear in its shell. Ugh! Qin Jinyue spat blood, kneeling on the tortoise's back, struggling to support his old companion. The bone dragon opened its massive jaws, dark purple dragon breath coalescing. "Game over, human." In a moment of crisis, snowflakes began to drift from the sky. These were not ordinary flakes, but ice crystals radiating a pale blue light. The bone dragon's breath was inexplicably frozen in its maw, and it glared upward in fury. Who? A graceful figure, bathed in ice blue, descended from the air, each step blossoming with an ice lotus beneath her feet. Su Qingwei wielded a 3-foot azure blade, accompanied by 2 colossal beings. On her left, a 100-meter ice crystal phoenix, and on her right, a 7-colored divine phoenix with wings that blotted out the sun. Ice crystal phoenix. True strength. Mythical 9 stars peak. Traits. Absolute 0. 7-colored divine phoenix. Strength. Catastrophic 2 stars. Traits. Elemental dominion. Lu Chen stood frozen in place, having never witnessed his teacher in such a form, hair cascading like a waterfall, eyes akin to cold stars, surrounded by law-level frost runes. Even more astounding was the 7-colored divine phoenix, its 7-hued tail, feathers corresponding to different elements, each feather imbued with devastating power. "My student, is it within your power to move?" Su Qingyue pointed her sword at the bone dragon, her voice as frigid as ice. The bone dragon's eyes flickered with apprehension. The 7-colored divine phoenix. I did not anticipate this heir to the divine phoenix legacy had grown to such a degree. Without further ado, Su Qingwei deftly adjusted her sword. Ice Phoenix, Aurora Sealing Array. Divine Phoenix, Elemental Torrent. The ice crystal phoenix let out a resounding cry, unleashing countless ice blue beams from its wings, weaving them into an immense formation in the air. The 7-colored phoenix flapped its 7 tails in unison, conjuring an energy torrent measuring 100 meters in diameter, merging the 7 elemental forces of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness. The skeletal dragon roared, unleashing the breath of the abyss, and the collision of 2 cataclysmic powers generated shockwaves that flattened all structures within a kilometer radius. Lu Chen was swept away by the force, but at a critical moment, Xiaoying burst forth from the beast-controlling space, shielding her master with her own body. As the dust settled, the skeletal dragon had retreated several thousand meters, one side of its body encased in ice crystals, while the other was charred black. It cast a venomous glance at Su Qingwei, as if to say, "This time, you have triumphed, but the abyss will rise again." Before the words had left its mouth, it disintegrated into countless bone fragments, dissipating into the air. Su Qingwei made no attempt to pursue. Instead, she turned her gaze to Lu Chen, who was protected by Xiaoying, and the chill in her eyes melted away instantly. "Are you injured?" she inquired. Lu Chen shook his head, still engulfed in shock. "Teacher, we'll discuss it upon our return." Su Qingwei retracted the dual phoenixes and descended beside Lu Chen, meticulously examining his wounds. "How reckless! You dared to venture into a cataclysmic battlefield?" The familiar tone of reprimand warmed Lu Chen's heart. Just as he was about to explain, Qin Jinyue approached, supported by a military medic. "Thank you for your assistance, Teacher Su." Su Qingwei nodded slightly. "The ancient city of Jiang and must not fall." She turned to Lu Chen, asking, "Can you walk?" "I can," Lu Chen replied, rising to his feet, only to suddenly notice a small wound on his teacher's wrist. "You are injured." Su Qingwei calmly pulled down her sleeve. "It's merely a minor injury." Turning to Qin Jinyue, she added, "The skeletal dragon will not return within 3 months. We must fortify the defenses swiftly." On the military helicopter returning to headquarters, Lu Chen finally had the chance to voice his lingering curiosity. Teacher, that seven-colored phoenix. It was passed down to me by my grandmaster. Su Qingyue gazed out at the sea of clouds, initially intending to wait until you broke through to the mythic stage before revealing this. Lu Chen accessed the data he had recorded moments ago, discovering that the seven-colored phoenix's metrics far exceeded those of an ordinary cataclysmic entity. As if sensing his thoughts, Su Qingyue softly added, the phoenix is an ancient anomaly, possessing the same potential for evolution to the eternal level as your Void Dragon Lord. The helicopter landed at the designated helipad of the Beijing North Imperial University. As they disembarked, Su Qingyue suddenly turned. Starting next week, training will be doubled. Pausing, she continued, since you have already engaged in combat at this level, you must break through to the mythic stage as soon as possible. Lu Chen nodded earnestly. Watching his teacher's retreating figure, he clenched his fists. Had she not arrived in time today, the consequences would have been dire. This sense of helplessness was one he wished never to experience again. Upon returning to his temporary quarters, Lu Chen meticulously assessed the condition of Xiao Ying and Xiao Chan. Though the two dragons were fatigued, they had reaped substantial benefits from the battle, especially Xiao Ying, whose spatial abilities had evidently advanced significantly. Void Dragon Lord Xiao Ying, Strength, Sovereign 7 stars, in Breakthrough. Spatial Disruption Proficiency, Enhanced. Time-Slicing Dragon Xiao Chan. Time Confinement evolved into Time Cage, Domain Law. Suddenly, the communicator lit up with an encrypted message from Xiao Yunhan. We've uncovered the transaction records between the Yi family and the Abyss Church. They are using living sacrifices in exchange for the scales of the Abyssal Dragon. Lu Chen's gaze turned cold. Indeed, today's assault was no coincidence. He replied. Continue to dig deeper, focusing on the Yi family. Outside the window, the sunset bathed the clouds in a sanguine hue. Lu Chen caressed the void blade, recalling the skeletal dragon's ominous words. Did his father face such formidable foes in the past? Chapter 68, Cleansing the Secret Tower. As the morning sunlight pierced through the curtain slits and into his eyes, Lu Chen found himself staring blankly at the ceiling. It had been 3 days since his return from the Jiangnan front, yet the shadow of the skeletal dragon still flickered in his dreams. He raised his hand to summon the data panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Beastmaster level. Sovereign 7 stars. Peak. Stamina, 9,200. 14,000. Dragon Blood Foundation Breakthrough. Mental Strength, 8,800. 14,000. Void Blade Intent. Refinement level 79. Extreme Cold Phoenix Breath Technique. Law level, Major Completion. Jade Shattered Ruins cooldown. 8 hours, still insufficient. Lu Chen rolled out of bed, the void blade spinning in his palm before returning to its sheath. The bedside communicator suddenly vibrated, with an encrypted message from Xiao Yunhan containing only 4 words. There are ghosts in the tower. Half an hour later, a figure clad in a black hood appeared in the old city of Beijing North. Lu Chen navigated through 3 dark alleys, and as he accelerated around the 7th intersection, the footsteps of his pursuer became disordered. Using the reflective surface of the corner, he glimpsed a tall, thin man in a gray trench coat. Are you not tired after trailing me through 3 streets? Lu Chen suddenly turned, the tip of the void blade sheath pressed against the man's throat. The man's expression changed dramatically. Master Lu. I am Wang Ming, a level 3 steward of the secret tower. A level 3 steward lacks the authority to know this rendezvous point. Lu Chen lowered the blade sheath, precisely peeling back the man's collar to reveal an embroidered mark of the Chu gate on the inside. Who sent you? The man suddenly erupted, a poison dagger sliding from his sleeve. Lu Chen did not even draw his blade, instead delivering a kick to the man's knee. With a crisp crack, he pinned the assailant's neck against the wall. This is your last chance. You will never find them. The man's lips bled black, and in an instant, he ceased to breathe. Lu Chen frowned as he examined the body, discovering a fragment of a miniature communicator behind the man's ear. Such nano-level devices could only be equipped by high-ranking military operatives, yet it had appeared on a trader from the secret tower. The bronze door on the 3rd underground level silently opened after iris verification. The guards who should have been on duty were nowhere to be found, and a faint scent of blood lingered in the corridor. Lu Chen's right hand rested on the hilt of his blade, while his left hand accessed the internal map of the secret tower. When it was first established 3 months ago, there were only 12 members. Now, the marked red dots had swelled to 53. Master, Chen Tsin, who burst around the corner, nearly collided with him. The boy bore bruises on his face, and the Xingyue fox was alert, its tail standing on end. The East District archives have been destroyed. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. That location housed the sole imprint samples of all members, crucial for identifying traitors. He swiftly made his way to the central control room, noticing several bound individuals clad in black along the way, traitors immobilized by the Xingyue fox's stellar domain. Inside the control room, Xiao Yunhan was manipulating a holographic projection. Upon seeing Lu Chen, he pulled up an ever-lengthening list. Infiltration rate at 37, primarily from 3 civilian beast taming organizations. The projection shifted to surveillance footage, displaying the cleansing operations in various regions. Lu Chen noted a 6-member squad that performed exceptionally well, led by a red-haired girl wielding a flame whip. That's the newly recruited fire elementalist, Su Hongyi, Xiao Yunhan explained, following Lu Chen's gaze. She burned down half of the training ground during last week's test. Lu Chen opened the detailed profile. Su Hongyi, age, 17, talent, element affinity, fire system amplification 300. Achievements, single-handedly killed a king-level magma lizard. Clean background. Raised in an orphanage, she just passed the final review the day before yesterday. Xiao Yunhan handed over a tablet. But there's an issue with this. The screen displayed the financial flows of the past 3 months, revealing that someone had been using their name to acquire forbidden items on the dark web. Lu Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. No wonder the military has set its sights on the Tianshi secret building. It is a scheme to eliminate adversaries. He accessed the central control panel and allocated 40% of the profits to a special operations fund. Henceforth, all newcomers must undergo a trifold scrutiny. Suddenly, the entire control room shook violently. Amidst the blaring alarms, a holographic screen displayed an urgent notification. Explosion in the B3 experimental zone, detecting law-level energy fluctuations. By the time Lu Chen arrived, the alloy door of the experimental zone had already twisted and deformed. Emerging from the smoke was a youth, his body entwined with arcs of lightning, each step leaving charred imprints on the ground. Even more astonishing was the creature perched on his shoulder, a completely transparent plasma sprite, joyfully frolicking amidst the law-level thunderstorm. A lightning elementalist? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Such an innate affinity for lightning is a rarity among millions. Upon noticing them, the youth instantly retracted the lightning. I apologize. I merely intended to test my new skill. Xiao Yunhan reported softly. Chu Xianyang, 16 years old, was discovered in the thunderstorm zone 3 days ago. At that time, he was absorbing lightning to heal. Lu Chen approached, scrutinizing the anxious youth. Through the eye of myriad manifestations, he perceived liquid lightning coursing within, surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary elementalist. Strangely, the plasma sprite's data was entirely obscured by question marks. Plasma sprite, variant. Strength, undetectable. Potential, undetectable. Warning, reaction to forbidden items detected. Where did you acquire it? Lu Chen inquired, pointing at the plasma sprite. Chu Xianyang's gaze flickered. I found it in the junkyard. In a sudden motion, Lu Chen drew his blade, its edge hovering perilously close to the youth's brow. The plasma sprite flared up instantly, but was ensnared by the already prepared Xiao Ying's spatial cage. I will ask you one last time. Lu Chen's blade shimmered with lightning. Who sent you? The youth's complexion turned ashen. It was a man in a black cloak. He said that if I could blow up the experimental zone, he would reveal my parents' whereabouts. In the control room, Lu Chen reviewed the completed list of traitors. Within a mere month, the hazards stemming from the rapid expansion of Tianshi's secret building had all come to light. He crossed out 17 suspicious names and instructed Xiao Yunhan, send all of these individuals to military prisons. And what about Chu Xianyang? First, confine him to the isolation chamber. Lu Chen projected the newly established reward and punishment system. From now on, this will be implemented. Core members may apply once a month for law-level skill guidance, while traitors will be fed to the little cicadas. Chunsen held the Star Moon Fox, hesitating to speak. Lu Chen understood his unvoiced question. Rest assured, I have already prepared your stargazing evolution plan in the archives. Late at night, Lu Chen was reviewing the newly drafted regulations. As the moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, he suddenly sensed an unusual presence. The illusory blade was drawn 3 inches from its sheath, casting light upon the figure lurking behind the bookshelf. How perceptive you are. Master of the building, Su Hongyi emerged from the shadows, flames transforming into roses at her fingertips. I wish to apply for membership in the core group. Lu Chen did not accept the fiery rose. What is your reason? I can smell the scent of lies. The girl lightly tapped her temple. For instance, today Wang Ming, before he died, was not thinking of his employer, but rather a woman named Lady Chu. The flames abruptly shifted to a deep purple hue, reflecting the cunning glint in her eyes. Moreover, I know what you are seeking. Master of the building at last. Lu Chen regarded her with earnest attention. Su Hongyi smiled as she unfurled a charred piece of paper, on which a half-map was faintly visible. The entrance to the Thunder Abyss, in exchange for core member status. How does that sound? New member registration. Su Hongyi, Fire Elementalist, promoted to core group. Chu Xianyang, Lightning Elementalist, transferred to observation list. Eliminated members, 37. Upon returning to his dormitory, dawn had already brightened the horizon. He rubbed his temples while checking the latest data. Existing members of Tianshi's secret building, 89. Core members, 12. Law-level combat power, 5. Special talent pool, elementalists, 3. Pharmacists, 2. Array masters, 1. The communicator on his bedside lit up, revealing a financial report from Zhao Dafu. 60% of the monthly profits from the top-tier building had been transferred to a secret account, with a note stating, enough to purchase 3 law-level forbidden items. After replying to the email, Lu Chen glanced at Xiao Ying and Xiao Chan, who were resting in the Beastmaster space. Following the battle in Jiangnan, both dragons were on the verge of a breakthrough. He accessed the evolution scheme from the Myriad Beasts library, under the entry for the Void Dragon Lord. The newly unlocked content made him pause. Chapter 69, The Opening of the Void, Ice Thunder Divine Body. At 5:30 in the early morning, Lu Chen sat cross-legged on his dormitory bed, his fingertips tracing a faint blue light in the air. The projection from the Myriad Beasts library unfolded before him, illuminating the evolution route for the Void Dragon Lord with glimmering golden light. Void Dragon Lord Evolution Plan, Taboo Potential. Core Materials, Void Crystal Core, 0, 3. Sands of Time, 1, 2. Spirit of the Void, not yet acquired. Stabilizer, Millennium Cold Essence, requires extreme cold environment for tempering. Warning, the evolution process may trigger spatial collapse. Xiaoying Lu Chen softly called, as the silver-gray Void Dragon Lord leaped from the Beastmaster space. The space ripples flowing over its scales caused the water cup on the bedside to suddenly levitate in midair. The pressure from its 5-star dominance drastically dropped the temperature in the dormitory, yet Lu Chen merely reached out to steady its slightly trembling horn. Do not rush. We still need the final 2 materials. A glimmer of silver light from the eye of myriad manifestations flashed in his gaze. And Xiao Ying's data panel immediately updated. Void Dragon Lord, variant dragon species. Strength, Dominator 8 stars, peak. Potential, Legendary Taboo, in evolution. Spatial Affinity, 92, abnormal fluctuation. Suddenly, the bedside communicator vibrated, and a message from Su Qingwei appeared, adorned with icy crystal effects. Arrive at the Ice Phoenix Tower before 6. Lu Chen glanced at the clock, 5:45. The teacher had undoubtedly calculated his all-nighter. The training ground on the 7th floor of the Ice Phoenix Tower was perpetually blanketed in snow. The moment Lu Chen pushed open the frost gate, 3 ice spikes pierced the doorframe, narrowly missing his nose. Su Qingwei stood at the center of the training area, an ice-blue longsword embedded in the ground, with snowflakes within a 10-meter radius suspended motionless in the air. You are 30 seconds late. With a flick of her finger, those snowflakes morphed into chains, binding Lu Chen's ankles. Today, I will teach you the true application of the opening of the void. Lu Chen stumbled as he was yanked forward, and the illusory blade automatically unsheathed, shattering the ice chains. Teacher, I just what? Su Qingwei suddenly flashed before him, her sword tip lifting his chin. Just realized that your Void Dragon Lord is about to go out of control? She condensed ice crystals at her fingertip and pressed them against Lu Chen's brow, causing silver and blue energies to seep from beneath his skin. The eye of myriad manifestations automatically analyzed. Ice element laws, purity 99. Mixed energy, source of the extreme cold phoenix breath, unknown thunder power. My father developed the opening of the void technique, not for combat. Su Qingwei abruptly thrust her fingers like a sword toward Lu Chen's chest, transitioning to a palm strike upon contact. Watch closely. As if a myriad of thunderbolts erupted within him, Lu Chen was blasted away. Yet, just before colliding with the wall, a silver force field materialized around him, autonomously activating the force field of the opening of the void, dispersing the impact across a 10-meter radius. The essence of the opening void lies in its ability to temporarily reconstruct the form of energy. Su Qingwei tossed a weathered notebook, and as Lu Chen caught it, he discovered it to be the handwritten records of the former principal. One page was marked with frost crystals. The human body is akin to an unmined quarry. The opening void is the finest chisel. The temperature in the training ground plummeted to -50 degrees. Su Qingwei's long hair was encrusted with frost flowers. Yet her voice carried an unusual gentleness. Attempt to envelop the extreme cold phoenix breath with the opening void. Lu Chen closed his eyes and focused. The illusory blade floated before him, and the ice phoenix patterns on the hilt illuminated one by one as he activated the opening void technique. The originally silver force field unexpectedly mingled with blue specks of light, a phenomenon never witnessed before. New skill evolving. Extreme cold domain, prototype. Current fusion degree, 17. Too slow. Su Qingwei suddenly swung her sword, and 360 ice spikes shot towards him from all directions. Instinctively, Lu Chen reached for his blade to block. But he heard a sharp command. Use your body to absorb it. The first ice spike pierced his left shoulder, and the excruciating pain caused the opening void force field to convulse violently. However, as the second and third spike struck, and the 12th spike embedded itself within him. Lu Chen noticed that the blood from the wound did not splatter. Instead, it transformed into tiny ice crystals suspended above his skin. This was the opening void had reconstructed your blood S form. Su Qingyue snapped her fingers, shattering all the ice spikes. Now, attempt to infuse it with the power of thunder. Lu Chen recalled the residual lightning from the heavenly tribulation he absorbed at the Jiangnan front, as he guided the dormant lightning within him towards the wound. An astonishing scene unfolded. Blue and white electric arcs intertwined with the extreme cold phoenix breath, forming a net-like energy membrane upon his body's surface. Su Qingyue suddenly smiled. When this ice queen smiled, even the wind and snow in the training ground seemed to pause. It appears my conjecture was correct. You are inherently destined to traverse the dual path of ice and thunder. She lightly tapped the ground with her sword, and the entire training ground abruptly flipped. As Lu Chen fell into the icy abyss, he saw 3 lines of ice crystal text appear above him. Special Training Phase 1. Objective: Advancement of the Extreme Cold Phoenix Breath Technique. Time limit: before sunset. In the darkness, countless ice crystal beasts surged towards him. Just as Lu Chen shattered the first frost giant wolf, he noticed his illusory blade had thick frost forming upon its surface. To make matters worse, the thunderous power within him was rapidly diminishing in the extreme cold. Utilize the opening void to maintain energy balance. Su Qingyue's voice echoed from all directions. Remember, cold itself is a form of power. Lu Chen resolutely sheathed his sword. When the third ice giant ape lunged at him, he simply thrust his hand through its chest. The opening void force field exploded at the point of contact, and the ice ape instantly disintegrated into pure cold currents, surging into his body through his meridians. Extreme Cold Phoenix Breath Technique Fusion Degree 2941. Thunder Power Purity Enhanced. Deep within the icy abyss, a blue light suddenly illuminated. Following the light, Lu Chen discovered a 3-meter-high ancient ice block, within which pulsated a dance of lightning. So, this is where you were hiding. Lu Chen pressed his palm against the ice surface. As the opening void force field fully activated, spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the ancient ice. When the lightning finally broke free from the ice, the entire abyss trembled violently. Outside, in the realm of reality, it was 4:50 p.m. when Su Qingyue suddenly frowned and looked towards the entrance of the icy abyss. The previously stable cold currents were now rampaging, and the monitoring device indicated that the internal temperature had surpassed -100 degrees. That brat wouldn't. Before she could finish her thought, the top of the icy abyss suddenly exploded. Lu Chen emerged, stepping on arcs of lightning, leaving behind intertwining blue and white ice crystal footprints with each stride. New skill awaken. Ice Thunder Body, exclusive talent. Effect: physical attacks carry an extreme cold paralysis effect. Current development level, 12. Su Qingyue raised her hand. Freezing the splintered ice, barely passable, she tossed a task scroll towards him. A millennium of cold marrow has appeared in the northern abyss. It's just the right opportunity for you to hone your skills. As Lu Chen unfurled the scroll, the communicator simultaneously received an intelligence report from the Celestial Secret Tower. An entry regarding the Spirit of the Void was specially marked, suspected to be in the 3rd layer of the northern abyss. Oh, by the way, Su Qingyue suddenly called out to him as he prepared to leave. My father's notes mention the secrets of the 5th layer of the opening void technique. A dangerous smile curled at her lips. If you can survive and return. Upon departing from the Ice Phoenix Tower, Lu Chen's data panel had been fully updated. Name: Lu Chen. Age: 15. Beastmaster level: Dominator 7 stars, 8 stars. Initial. Physical strength: 10, 200, 15, 000, 800. Mental strength: 9, 500, 15, 000, 700. New talent: Ice Thunder Body, growing. Extreme Cold Phoenix Breath Technique. Law level: Divine Fire level, advancing. Illusory Blade Intent. Refinement degree 7983. Xiaoying poked its head out from the beast space. Its dragon horn entwined with newly birthed blue and white electric light. Lu Chen stroked its increasingly translucent scales, gazing towards the northern sky. It's time to procure our evolution materials. Chapter 70. The Northern Abyssal Extreme Cold Demon Cave. Master Lu. We will arrive at the Mosui airport in 5 minutes. The pilot's voice echoed through the communicator. Lu Chen peered through the porthole, witnessing the blizzard in the north engulfing the heavens and the earth like a colossal white beast. He accessed his data panel to confirm his status. Name: Lu Chen. Age: 15. Beastmaster level: Dominator 8 stars. Initial. Physical strength: 12, 500, 15, 000. Mental strength: 11, 000, 15, 000. New talent: Ice Thunder Body, development level: 15. Illusory blade intent. Refinement degree 83. Extreme cold phoenix breath technique. Domain level advancing. The moment the gangway descended, a piercing cold wind rushed forth, laden with ice shards. As Lu Chen raised his collar, he noticed a petite figure standing on the tarmac. The girl, wrapped in a military coat lined with snow fox fur, bore an ice sword that shimmered with crystalline clarity at her waist, idly kicking at the snow with the tip of her boot. A little genius from Jiangnan? She looked up, revealing a porcelain doll-like face with frost flowers adorning her lashes. I am Zhou Qingli, the leader of the Special Operations Group of the Mozhui Demon Army. Behind her materialized a translucent swordsman figure. The cold aura of the frost sword spirit froze the snowflakes within a 10-meter radius in midair. Lu Chen scanned her data. Frost sword spirit. Strength, Dominator 9 stars, Pinnacle. Potential, SSS. Talent, Absolute 0. Lu Chen. He introduced himself briefly, his gaze shifting towards the distant giant energy furnace emitting black smoke. Is the entrance to the demon cave beneath the energy station? Clever Zhou Qingli turned and led the way, the frost sword spirit hovering above her shoulder like a spotlight. But don't let those abyssal monsters frighten you into tears. The underground passages at the Mozhui front are even colder than Jiangnan. As the elevator descended, eerie blue ice crystals began to emerge upon the walls. When the elevator halted on the 7th subterranean level, 6 fully armed members of the demon army awaited at the gate. This is our exploration team. Zhou Qingli clapped her hands. As per the usual protocol, upon discovering century-old cold marrow, the finder receives a 3-way split. She suddenly leaned close to Lu Chen's ear. But the essence of a millennium's cold marrow relies on one's own skill. At the moment the gate swung open, a bone-chilling aura surged forth accompanied by the roars of beasts. Before them lay an enormous ice cavern, with countless stalactite-like ice columns hanging from the ceiling, and the ground riddled with deep pits exuding frigid vapors. Just as Lu Chen took a half-step forward, the ice beneath his feet unexpectedly cracked. Be careful. Zhou Qingli's ice sword grazed his cheek as it flew by, pinning a leaping ice-scaled fish to the wall. The sharp teeth of the fish were a mere 3 centimeters from Lu Chen's throat. The first lesson. The girl recalled her ice sword. Droplets of blue blood falling from its blade. The ice here had a ravenous appetite for flesh. After advancing 300 meters into the ice cavern, the thermometer indicated a chilling -95 degrees. The team members began to take turns using their beast skills to keep warm, while only Lu Chen and Zhou Qingli remained unaffected. The former was enveloped in swirling blue-white electric light, while the latter maintained an energetic resonance with her frost sword spirit. You are far more intriguing than the rumors suggest. Zhou Qingli suddenly halted, pointing towards a fork in the path. To the left lay the marrow mine, and to the right, she revealed her small tiger teeth, is the lair of the abyssal cold python. A silver glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as the eye of all things penetrated the ice wall, revealing a colossal shadow deep within the right passage. Mythical rank? A 1-star cold python, a 2-star cold flood dragon. Zhou Qingli's sword spirit trembled with excitement. Dare we take a gamble? As the exploration team chose to turn left, the two quietly veered towards the right passage. As they delved deeper, the ice walls gradually transformed into a translucent blue, revealing the frozen corpses of various magical creatures within. Suddenly, Zhou Qingli grasped Lu Chen's arm. Shoo! Ahead, the ice cavern abruptly widened, with a diameter exceeding 50 meters, where a massive python as thick as a high-speed train coiled in the center of a frigid pool. Its silver-blue scales were the size of shields, and a single horn had emerged atop its head, a sign that it was on the verge of transforming into a flood dragon. It guards something valuable. Zhou Qingli mouthed silently. Following her gaze, Lu Chen spotted clusters of ice crystals at the edge of the cold pool emitting an ethereal blue glow, characteristic of the millennium cold marrow. At that moment, the cold python suddenly raised its head, its golden slit pupils piercing through the duo's hiding spot. Humans, have you come seeking death? Run. Zhou Qingli unleashed 3 ice walls to buy time, while her frost sword spirit instantly enlarged, slashing towards the python's head. However, the cold python merely exhaled a breath of icy air, freezing the sword spirit into a solid ice sculpture that plummeted. Lu Chen unsheathed his illusory blade with fierce determination, the radiant arc of his blade shattering the pursuing icy currents. Grasping Zhou Qingli by the collar with his left hand, he hurled the shadowy figure with his right, stabilized the void. In the fleeting moment of the silver-white dragon shadow's appearance, the entire cold pool area experienced a brief stagnation. The cold python's movements were delayed by 0.3 seconds. Yet this brief interval was enough for the two to escape the attack range. The intelligence was erroneous. Zhou Qingli, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, recalled her sword spirit. This beast is at least mythical 2-star. As if to validate her words, the cold pool suddenly boiled. A larger shadow surged from the depths. A two-horned cold flood dragon bursting forth from the water. The roar reverberated, causing the cavern's ceiling to begin collapsing. Intruders shall be turned to ice sculptures. In an instant, Lu Chen activated the Jade Shatter state, the illusory blade ablaze with blue-white thunderfire under a threefold amplification. He charged towards the flood dragon's breath. And as his blade met the icy air, it abruptly changed direction, unleashing the fourth strike, Dreamscape. The psychic impact rendered the cold flood dragon momentarily dazed. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Zhou Qingli's sword spirit merged with her frost sword, transforming into a giant sword 100 meters long that pierced towards the flood dragon's vitals. What a splendid collaboration! Lu Chen whistled, yet his smile quickly froze. The spot where the flood dragon was struck merely rippled, revealing it to be a mere illusion formed of the cold pool's water. The true assault came from below. Unbeknownst to them, the cold python had stealthily approached beneath their feet, suddenly breaking through the ice with a gaping maw large enough to swallow an entire building. In a split second, Lu Chen grasped Zhou Qingli and activated the opening of the void, their figures instantaneously appearing 10 meters away. Coordinate with me. Lu Chen wiped the ice shards from his forehead. I need 5 seconds to charge. Zhou Qingli understood, biting her finger to draw a blood symbol on her ice sword. Absolute zero. The extreme cold unleashed by the sword spirit temporarily froze 2 mythical-level beasts. Yet she herself was left kneeling from the backlash. These 5 seconds were invaluable. The lightning coursing across Lu Chen's body fully infused into the illusory blade, revealing intricate patterns of an ice phoenix and a thunder dragon interwoven along the blade. As the cold flood dragon broke free from its restraints and lunged at him, he leaped onto a falling ice chunk, carving a perfect arc with his blade, merging into the stunning form of ice thunder. The blue-white blade light cleaved through the protective cold aura of the flood dragon, tearing a 3-meter-long gash beneath its jaw. In pain, the creature thrashed wildly, transforming the cold pool water into a barrage of ice spikes. Just as Lu Chen prepared to evade, he was suddenly pulled into a protective barrier composed of ice crystals. Don't move. Zhou Qingli pressed against his back, panting. My sword spirit's barrier won't hold for long. Through the translucent ice shield, they could see the 2 magical creatures regrouping for an assault. Lu Chen suddenly noticed a flickering blue light at the flood dragon's wound. It was unmistakably the energy reaction of the spirit of the void. Plan change, he quickly stated. I need to get closer to the flood dragon's wound. Zhou Qingli's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you insane? Trust me just this once. Lu Chen produced a crystal of ice and handed it to her. Wait for my signal, then crush it. At the moment the barrier shattered, Lu Chen transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging straight towards the cold flood dragon. As ice spikes hurtled towards him, the shadow leapt from the beast's base. Void barrier. The silver-white shield deflected most of the attacks, but a few ice spikes still pierced through the defense. As blood blossomed like plum blossoms on the ice surface, Lu Chen finally reached the cold flood dragon's wound. The eye of all things operated at full capacity, revealing the blue crystal embedded within the flesh, indeed the spirit of the void needed for the evolution plan. Now, he bellowed, thrusting the illusory blade into the wound. As Zhou Qingli crushed the ice crystal, a tempest of thunder erupted from within the flood dragon, clashing violently with the absolute zero descending from outside. In the fierce reaction between the extreme cold and thunder, half of the flood dragon's head was obliterated. The grievously wounded creature let out a wail as it sank into the cold pool, prompting the cold python to flee in terror. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen extracted the spirit of the void and swiftly gathered the Millennium Cold Marrow into his possession. A delightful collaboration. Zhou Qingli slumped onto the ice surface, suddenly tossing him a flask. Care for a swig of strong liquor to warm you up? Lu Chen took a swig of the fiery liquid, choking as he coughed. This must be at least 60 degrees. A specialty of Mo Chuan. The girl giggled, pointing at his blood-stained sleeve. But you are indeed reckless. No wonder you can claim the national championship. On the return journey, Lu Chen examined the 2 newly acquired materials. The Millennium Cold Marrow shimmered under the moonlight, flowing with a starry radiance, while the spirit of the void wriggled in his palm like a living entity. The data panel subsequently updated. Conditions for the Void Dragon Master evolution. Spirit of the Void, acquired. Millennium Cold Marrow, acquired. Sand of Time, 1-2. Zhou Qingli suddenly leaned in to take a look. Hey, can you take me along on the next adventure? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. I haven't fought in such an exhilarating battle yet. Lu Chen stored the spirit of the void into a specially designed container, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let us see how you perform. Chapter 71, Mo Chuan Resort. Advisor Lu, your military merit points have been credited. The staff member from the logistics department widened their eyes in astonishment as they handed him the crystal card. 23,000 points. Did you take down the abyssal stronghold? Lu Chen received the crystal card, whistling at the soaring numbers displayed upon it. The data panel promptly popped up with updates. Current military achievement, 23,000. Redeemable, mythical materials 3, dominator level equipment 5, 9th tier potions 10. As Lu Chen stepped out of the headquarters of the demon suppression army, delicate snowflakes danced in the air. He stretched lazily. The sound of cracking bones resonating through the stillness. The after-effects of his earlier skirmish with 2 mythical beasts had not yet entirely dissipated. He summoned his complete status panel for examination. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 15. Beast Tamer level, Dominator 8 stars, mid-stage. Stamina, 8, 700, 15, 000, recovering. Mental power, 9, 200. 15, 000, recovering. Void Blade intent, refinement degree 85. Talent, Ice Thunder Body. Extreme Cold Phoenix Breath Technique. Domain level, stabilization period. New acquired, Millennium Cold Essence 1. Spirit of the Void 1. It was time to reward himself. Lu Chen tucked the crystal card into his pocket and strolled toward the city center. The energy furnaces lining the streets emitted blue flames, casting a starry hue upon the falling snowflakes. After traversing 3 blocks, a rich aroma of meat suddenly wafted into his nostrils. In a small shop adorned with a sign for Arctic barbecue, the proprietor was grilling some exotic beast meat on a specially crafted iron plate, the sizzling fat dripping onto the charcoal below. What kind of meat is this? Lu Chen leaned closer to the counter. Without lifting his gaze, the owner replied, Arctic yak, freshly hunted this morning. Suddenly noticing the emblem of the demon suppression army on Lu Chen's collar, his demeanor shifted to one of warmth. Would you like to try some, young man? I can give you an 80% discount. 10 minutes later, 5 empty plates were piled in front of Lu Chen. The yak meat, perfectly charred on the outside yet tender within, exuded a subtle pine aroma, and when dipped in the special spicy sauce, it was utterly irresistible. Just as he was about to pop the 6th piece into his mouth, he caught a glimpse of a group of children outside engaged in a snowball fight. Are those ice crystal puppets? Lu Chen squinted. A little girl with horn braids was skillfully maneuvering a palm-sized ice figure, accurately pelting her companion on the back of the head with a snowball. The owner followed his gaze. Oh, that's old Joe's daughter. Children in Mo Chuan start learning basic cold resistance techniques at the age of 6. He wiped a cup, reflecting, unlike you folks from Jiangnan, who were still playing in the mud at that age. We play with fire-spitting mud, Lu Chen replied earnestly, stuffing another piece of meat into his mouth. The owner paused for 2 seconds before bursting into hearty laughter. After satisfying his hunger, Lu Chen meandered along the commercial street. As he passed a shop bearing the frost-patterned pavilion sign, he abruptly halted. Displayed in the window was the local specialty, snow velvet tea, renowned for its ability to accelerate mental recovery. Good eye, customer. The proprietress, clad in a fox fur coat, approached. This is this year's first harvest of snow velvet. Once brewed, it reveals ice crystal patterns. She lowered her voice. The supply office bandits buy it out every time. Lu Chen took a sip, a refreshing sensation instantly coursing from his tongue to the crown of his head. A data panel promptly popped up with a notification, mental recovery speed 15. Without hesitation, he purchased half a pound and casually added a few local delicacies to his order. Turning the corner, an ice-sculpted building caught his attention. The 4 characters' Heavenly Secrets pavilion above the arch made him raise an eyebrow. Wasn't this the intelligence organization he founded? As he pushed the door open, a warm breeze mingled with the fragrance of tea enveloped him. The interior decor starkly contrasted with that of the Jiangnan headquarters, featuring rustic wooden tables and chairs adorned with fur cushions, while various beast head trophies hung on the walls. Welcome, esteemed guest. The young man behind the counter nearly dropped his teacup. His name tag read Lin He, supervisor of the Mo Chuan branch. Lu Chen surveyed his surroundings with keen interest. When was this branch established? Approved by Supervisor Xiao last month, Lin He informed him, hurrying over. Mo Chuan is located on the border, and our abyssal intelligence transactions rank among the top 3 in the nation. He handed over a tablet. This is this month's revenue report. The numbers were impressive, catching Lu Chen's attention. Despite only operating for a month, the net profit had reached an astonishing 800,000 credit points. When he scrolled to the membership list, he was even more surprised to find Zhou Qingli's name prominently displayed. Group leader Zhou is a senior member. Lin he noted, reading the room. She frequently purchases reports on abyssal creatures. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. Prepare a VIP room. I have a client to meet shortly. He pulled out the recently acquired snow velvet tea. I will use this to entertain. Upon exiting the Heavenly Secrets pavilion, twilight had descended. Lu Chen turned into a narrow alley adorned with ice lanterns, at the end of which lay an inconspicuous antique shop. His attention was drawn to an hourglass displayed in the window, its flowing sand occasionally glimmering with silver light. A replica of the Sands of Time. The shopkeeper, an elderly man wearing a monocle, remarked, "The genuine article will appear at the auction in 3 days. The starting price will be at least 6 million. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. This was precisely the final material needed to evolve the time-space dragon. He feigned casual curiosity. An invitation is required for the auction, correct? The old man produced a gold embossed card from beneath the counter. Coincidentally, this is the last one. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Chen inquired, "But will this be enough if I add this?" He produced a piece of abyssal magic crystal, a byproduct excavated from the wound of a frost serpent. The old man's hand trembled slightly as he accepted the magic crystal. Frost serpent essence? He immediately pushed the invitation card toward Lu Chen. Deal? As night fell, Lu Chen sat in the VIP room of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, steeping tea. The snow velvet tea unfurled within the glass pot, gradually revealing its ice crystal-like patterns. When the door opened, he did not look up. "You're 7 minutes late. I dealt with 2 pickpockets on the way," Zhou Qingli replied, removing her sword and hanging it on the coat rack, curiously leaning closer to the teapot. "Wow, top-grade snow velvet." Suddenly, she furrowed her brow. "Wait. How did you know I would come?" Lu Chen poured her a cup of tea. "You come every Wednesday at 7 to purchase intelligence." He pointed to his temple. "In the intelligence business, not possessing this level of information is simply unacceptable." The girl sat down, puffing out her cheeks. "You're quite the terrifying man." She took delicate sips of tea, her eyes suddenly sparkling. "But in light of this tea, would you like to attend the underground auction in 2 days? That was precisely my intention." Lu Chen swiped the tablet to bring up the information, but realized he lacked a local guide. Suddenly, Zhou Qingli's frost sword spirit materialized, excitedly circling the chandelier. "I knew it." She produced a gold embossed card. "I have 2 invitation cards. I'll give you one." She winked mischievously, in exchange for the ecological report on the abyssal cold python. Lu Chen had already pulled up the document, complete with weakness analysis and 3 kill strategies. The girl gasped. "You were prepared all along?" "The first rule of business," Lu Chen replied, sending her the document. "Always think 1 step ahead of the client." For the next 2 hours, the two discussed the auction details over snacks. Zhou Qingli animatedly recounted amusing tales from Mo Chuan, completely shedding the persona of the Frost Queen who had decimated foes in the demon lair. The most outrageous story was about last winter. She laughed uncontrollably. A snow weasel stole energy liquid from the border patrol and ended up raving on the city walls for 3 hours. Suddenly, Lu Chen recalled something and pulled up the electronic map. "How about we open a branch of the top scholar tower here?" He gestured towards the heart of the commercial district, which prominently featured a fusion of Jiangnan cuisine and the distinctive flavors of Machuan. Zhou Qingli leaned in for a closer look. The location was indeed promising, albeit the rent exorbitantly steep. Suddenly, she pointed towards the adjacent building. "This property belongs to my family. How about a generous discount of 30%? "Deal," Lu Chen replied, extending his hand, "to a fruitful collaboration." The young woman grasped his hand, the coolness of her palm offering a perfectly refreshing touch, "to a fruitful collaboration." As they departed from the Tianji secret tower, the snow had ceased its fall. Lu Chen stood at the crossroads, stretching leisurely, as a data panel automatically emerged, summarizing the day's transactions. Asset changes. Cash, 800,000. Profits from Tianji secret tower. Fixed assets, 1. Machuan shop. Meritorious service, 23,000. Unspent. Acquired, 1 auction invitation, 1 time sand intelligence. He exhaled into the starry sky, a cloud of vapor escaping his lips, and suddenly felt that such pure moments of respite were indeed delightful. Tomorrow he would indulge in the renowned Icefield hot pot, and the day after, attend the auction. If all went well, he could return and prepare for the dual dragon evolution.